The closer Chen Dali got to Wei family alley, the more uneasy he felt. In his previous life, because his younger brother Chen Liang had gotten into trouble, he was stabbed to death at the young age of 26. After his death, his soul never left the world of the living. Chen Dali had watched helplessly as his mother and siblings hadn't even waited until his 7th day of mourning before driving his wife and daughter out of the house. His beloved little sister, Chen Xiaomei, had stood in front of the whole family and told his daughter, Chen Yiru, "Your father is Gonior, no longer a child of the Chen family." His house was taken over by his brothers, his farmland divided among his sisters, and even the livestock were claimed by someone or another. Yet not a single one of them cared whether his wife Zhou Yin and his daughter lived or died. After being sent back to her parents' home, Zhou Yin, unable to bear the gossip from her sister-in-law and unwilling to live under others' roofs, enduring cold stares, left with her daughter to remarry a pork butcher, all because she had no money of her own and couldn't survive alone. The butcher was remarried himself, with 2 sons from his previous marriage. His poor daughter was constantly ostracized, growing more and more rebellious, like a hedgehog lashing out everywhere. Zhou Yin wasn't blind to her daughter's suffering, but as dependents relying on others for survival, they lacked the strength to speak up. They could only endure silently. Zhou Yin believed that if she secretly saved enough money and helped her daughter get into a good university, she could change her fate. But unfortunately, during high school, her daughter was pursued by a boy. Eventually, she only managed to enroll in a vocational college. Her relationship with that boy dragged on and off for nearly 10 years before they finally married. Throughout it all, Chen Dali's spirit lingered near his daughter, until one day, on his daughter's 30th birthday, he was suddenly sucked into the white glow of a wish candle. When he woke again, he found himself at the age of 20. That alleyway, less than 100 meters long, took Chen Dali nearly 10 minutes to walk through. He feared it was just a dream. When he first regained consciousness after reincarnation, he pinched himself several times before realizing he was truly alive again. He even asked people multiple times to confirm the date. As Chen Dali finally reached his doorstep, he saw Zhou Yin stepping out of the courtyard, cradling 5-month-old Chen Yiru. Zhou Yin's eyes were red, as if she had been crying. Yiru nestled in her mother's arms, waving her tiny hands around innocently. "What's wrong?" Chen Dali almost greedily stared at Zhou Yin. Guilt filled his ear, wished he could immediately wrap his wife and child tightly in his arms. But he also feared scaring them. When Zhou Yin saw Chen Dali, her eyes lit up, but then, as if remembering something painful, she quickly turned away, holding back tears. "Dali, get your back. I'm fine." While reaching out to take Yiruho, was babbling excitedly at the sight of him, Chen Dali gestured toward the house with his eyes. Once the courtyard gate was closed, Chen Dali carefully questioned Zhou Yin and learned the truth. His mother had caused trouble again. She claimed Zhou Yin was idle at home and ordered her to go weed the fields at his eldest brother Chen Dazhuang's house. The Chen family had 3 sons and 2 daughters. The eldest, Chen Dazhuang, was favored since birth, helping their mother establish her status in the household. The eldest daughter, Chen Xiaoyan, had married in the town, the first such match in the village, and this brought pride to their mother, who strutted proudly wherever she went. Chen Dali, the second son, and the youngest son, Chen Liang, were born only 11 months apart. Because of the short gap, Chen Dali grew up drinking thin flour soup instead of milk. Years later, an unexpected pregnancy brought Chen Xiaomei into the world, the youngest. Emperors favor the eldest, commoners love the youngest. Trapped between them, Chen Dali received none of the attention showered on his older brother, nor the care given to his younger siblings. Even Xiaomei, the baby of the family, was doted on. Only he was neglected and unloved. In his past life, he didn't understand. He always believed that filial piety would make his parents love him more and keep the family harmonious. Only after becoming a ghost did he realize the truth that all so-called love came at his expense, and the harmony of the family was built on the exploitation of a small household. Now, while his eldest sister-in-law idled away chatting at the edge of the field, and Chen Xiaomei ran freely outside, their mother still chose to burden Zhou Yin, who was taking care of a child at home with work from the eldest son's household. "Weed? What weeds? We can barely finish our own farm work. You stay home and take care of year leave, everything else to me." If he hadn't witnessed how cruelly his own family treated Zhou Yin and his daughter, perhaps Chen Dali would have let his wife go help. But during his long years as a wandering spirit, he had seen too much. He was no longer that foolishly obedient son. From now on, he would live only for his wife and daughter. Zhou Yin looked at him in surprise. This didn't sound like the Chen Dali she knew. Before, whenever his mother gave a task, Chen Dali would jump at it eagerly. "All right," Chen Dali said gently, "You'll watch the kid. Go wash your face, you've got red eyes like a rabbit." Perhaps never having heard him speak like this before, Zhou Yin blushed slightly and hurried into the side room, likely fetching water to splash on her face. Holding his daughter and rocking her gently, Chen Dali felt no resentment toward Zhou Yin for remarrying. If life had become impossible without him, why should she remain faithful forever? All he wanted was to give his wife and daughter a better future, even better than before. As he gazed at Yiru's toothless smile in his arms, he longed to give her the very best the world had to offer. Chapter 2. Sister-in-law Chen Dali was busy showering his daughter with affectionate kisses when Zhou Yin entered with a bowl of noodles, saying, "Dali, you must be exhausted from selling cotton today and haven't eaten anything. Hurry and have some noodles to fill your stomach." Zhou Yin, glancing at the son, surmised that Chen Dali had probably refrained from spending money on food during his cotton-selling venture. The bowl of mixed noodles was topped with a fried egg and sprinkled with a handful of tender green onions. A simple yet heartfelt gesture of care from a devoted rural wife to her husband. Upon hearing Zhou Yan's words, Chen Dali became acutely aware of the rumbling in his stomach. It was only then that he recalled their small plot of land, where Zhou Yin had diligently cultivated cotton this season, and they finally reaped the rewards. He had risen at 4 in the morning to borrow a cart from the village to transport the cotton to the county, where he waited in line to sell it. After selling the cotton, he had stumbled and fallen while returning the cart, lying on the ground for quite a while before some villagers helped him up, leaving him feeling utterly drained. He cradled his daughter in his arms, lifting a few strands of noodles to feed her, watching her tiny, toothless mouth nibble at the food. He contemplated how he must ensure that the money from this cotton sale would not be borrowed again by his mother. Just as he contemplated giving the fried egg to Zhou Yin, a loud banging on the door interrupted his thoughts. The visitor's rough and aggressive knocking seemed intent on shattering the door. Chen Dali handed his daughter to Zhou Yin, who appeared frightened, and reassured her. "Stay inside and finish the egg. I'll see who it is." He stepped outside, swiftly made his way to the entrance, and unlatched the door. There stood a woman in a light-colored coat, her triangular eyes glaring angrily at his door. Upon seeing him, she awkwardly asked, "Is Dali home today?" This woman was his sister-in-law, Wang Yingzi, a lazy and gossip-loving individual. Chen Dali regarded her with a stoic expression and inquired, "What brings you to my home, sister-in-law?" Wang Yingzi, although bold enough to scold Zhou Yin, dared not speak harshly to the imposing figure of Chen Dali, who stood at 6 feet tall. Instead, she invoked their mother-in-law, saying, "Mother said that since Yin is at home with nothing to do, she should go to the field and pull some weeds. The ducks at home might starve." Chen Dali looked at the sun, which was now high in the sky. It was quite unreasonable for Wang Yingzi to come out at this hour to send his wife to the fields. He curtly replied, "My wife is at home taking care of the child. She has no time. Besides, there is nothing in our field to weed. We don't even have ducks. So what is the point? It's your brother's field that is overgrown with weeds. I've not seen you rushing to help him." Running around the village from east to west, Wang Yingzi was momentarily rendered speechless by his retort. Unable to openly state that their mother-in-law had intended for Zhou Yin to weed her own field, she stormed off in a huff to find reinforcements. Chen Dali stood at the door, watching her retreating figure disappear down the alley, pondering how his brother still owed him a considerable sum of money, and he needed to find a way to reclaim it. He had always been sympathetic towards his brother and sister-in-law, understanding the hardships they faced, but the reality was quite different. In this unremarkable time of year, his sister-in-law donned a new garment, a clear indication that she still possessed considerable disposable income. Both brothers were equally industrious. However, his elder brother had managed to save his earnings, not only building a house of red bricks, but also having enough left over to purchase clothing for his wife. In contrast, Chen Dali turned to glance at his own yard, which, although tidy and well-kept, bore the marks of age as it was constructed from old bricks. The Chen family had many brothers, each allotted a plot of land, their homes standing side by side. Both Chen Dazhuang and Chen Dali were robust laborers, willing to toil and save, and together they built their 2 adjoining courtyards. Chen Liang, having not yet established a family, had not constructed a home. Chen Dali was married to Zhou Yin in the new house, while Chen's parents and Chen Liang all crowded into his courtyard. Meanwhile, Chen Xiaomei was helping her elder sister by caring for the children. Their mother often lamented the inconvenience of living with a brother-in-law and sister-in-law, attempting to persuade Chen Dali with gentle words. In a moment of warmth, he allowed his parents to reside in the new house on the eastern side of the village, while he and Zhou Yin moved to the Western Way family alley. Later, when their father passed away, it was in his courtyard that the funeral arrangements were made. Chen Liang's house remained unbuilt, and he and their mother had not relocated. According to local customs, when a parent passes, the funeral should be conducted in the eldest son's courtyard. At that time, Wang Yingzi adamantly refused to allow the elder Chen patriarch's South funeral to take place in their courtyard, claiming it would frighten her own children. Chen Dali could not bear to see his father without a proper place for the funeral. He took charge of the arrangements. Yet the good reputation was left to Chen Dazhuang and Chen Liang. The Wei family alley, as the name suggests, was predominantly inhabited by those bearing the surname Wei. Initially nameless, it was eventually recognized as Wei family alley due to frequent usage. It was a relative of the Wei family who sold him the courtyard. Although the land was of decent size, financial constraints led him to use second-hand bricks to construct 2 main rooms, a kitchen, and an additional room. Chen Dali recalled that it took him several years to save enough to renovate the main rooms, only to ultimately benefit Chen Liang's family. Chapter 3, Mother Chen. In September, the sun blazed down, capable of stripping away a layer of skin. In the absence of fans or air conditioning, the villagers each wielded their own palm fronds, seeking refuge beneath the towering trees, engaging in conversation and gossip. In the western part of the village, Sister Wei paraded a large ceramic jar, sipping water with a flourish amidst the envious gazes of onlookers. In the village, possessing a large ceramic jar for tea was a symbol of wealth. Wang Yingzi muttered to herself as she returned home, and upon passing the crowd seeking shade, she feigned cordiality, inquiring, "What are you all up to?" "I'm off to find the second daughter-in-law." One must say, Dali truly dotes on his wife. He wouldn't even let her tend to the fields. With a forced smile, she continued her way home. Chen Dali's neighbor, Madame Wang, observed Wang Yingzi with a smirk and remarked, "The wife of Chen Dazhuang has no sense of shame. Zhou Yan is undoubtedly diligent at home. Yet Wang Yingzi has the audacity to criticize others. She should reflect on how often she has worked in the fields or cooked. It seems she leaves all childcare to Chen Xiaomei, while she herself idles away, likely hoping to offload her chores on a Zhou Yan." The other villagers nodded in agreement. Indeed, Zhou Yan's home was exceptionally tidy. "Have you seen the little girl from Dali's family? She is remarkably clean and quite beautiful, isn't she?" "To be honest, I haven't really seen her much." "Hurry up. Let your son marry and have a lovely daughter. All right, we shall all gather to celebrate the wedding feast." Aha. The villagers' conversation meandered further afield. Wang Yingzi hurriedly ran back to the alley in the east of the village, where the Chen family's 3 plots of land were situated a little deeper into the alley. Chen Liang's vacant lot was at the very back. Brother Chen's house was at the front, and as Wang Yingzi passed the open doorway, she caught a glimpse of Chen Xiaomei sitting in the yard, seemingly idle. Without pausing her pace, she headed straight to the courtyard where her mother-in-law resided. Upon entering the yard, Wang Yingzi exclaimed, "Mother, didn't you say to send the second son's family to the fields to weed? I see no grass has been pulled, so I kindly went to call her. But the second daughter-in-law just sent me back." Chen's mother, who was fanning herself, felt an urge to shoo this foolish girl away, thinking to herself, "If you keep shouting like that, the entire alley will hear how this mother-in-law is sending work to the second son's family." Chen's mother was a sweet-faced yet stern woman. Ever since Zhou Yan gave birth to a daughter, she rarely visited Chen Dali, often having Chen Dazhao or Chen Xiaomei discreetly arrange tasks for Zhou Yan, making it appear as though Zhou Yan was voluntarily helping. Her immediate concern was to find a suitable wife for Chen Liang, as she was particularly sensitive to others' opinions, fearing that her third son might remain unmarried. In this glaring sunlight, it was unreasonable to have the second daughter-in-law take her less than 6-month-old child to work for the rambunctious eldest daughter-in-law's family. She at least had the sense to maintain some semblance of decency. In the morning, she had merely mentioned it casually. At present, the second daughter-in-law had the easiest life among the household. The eldest daughter-in-law, feeling anxious, hastily assigned work to the second family. She thought the second family had a gentle temperament, and even if they worked, they wouldn't dare complain, so she sent her off. As luck would have it, the second daughter-in-law returned from work without first checking in on her mother, but instead went home and encountered the eldest daughter-in-law. If the second daughter-in-law held any grievances, Chen's mother worried that she might be unwilling to contribute financially to Chen Liang's marriage. Wang Yingzi was oblivious to Chen's mother's hidden calculations, mistakenly believing her mother-in-law favored Chen Dali. Enraged, she glared and stormed back home. She was unafraid of her mother-in-law's criticisms, after all. She had borne the family's eldest and second grandsons, which gave her a certain stature. After much contemplation, Chen's mother concluded that she needed to send Chen Xiaomei to fetch Chen Dali for a discussion. Among her 3 sons, Chen Dazhuang and Chen Dali were both handsome and tall, standing out even in a crowd. Chen Dazhuang, as the eldest, was wholeheartedly dedicated to mastering carpentry and was a diligent, honest man. Chen Dali, clever and hard-working, although stubborn, was very filial. In contrast, Chen Liang paled in comparison to his brothers. He lacked their height, and, while his appearance was decent, it was hardly striking. He often tried to cut corners in work, rivaling Wang Yingzi in his craftiness. At this stage of life, one would expect a person to refrain from idling away the days in the company of a group of street loafers. Whenever the topic of finding a suitable bride for Chen Liang arises, the matchmakers shake their heads, advising Chen's mother to exert more discipline over her son. Aware of her slight favoritism, Chen's mother is reluctant to have others pointed out, so she publicly asserts that Chen Liang is still young and there is no rush. However, she secretly plans to allocate a larger dowry to secure a bride for him. Coming from a farming background, the question arises, where would the additional dowry come from? With her eldest son having 2 grandsons, she cannot afford to neglect the roots of the Chen family. Her second son only has a daughter, and she contemplates persuading her younger son's family to contribute more, knowing that Zhou Yin would likely not object. As for Chen Dali, her dutiful son, she has not even considered whether he would disagree. In her mind, her younger son, Chen Dali, is easily appeased. Often, a mere expression of concern from her prompts him to devise a solution. Chapter 4. The transformation of Chen Dali. Even if Chen Dali were to discern his mother's intentions, he would remain indifferent. He intends to support his mother alongside his brothers, feeling a sense of obligation for the bond they share, yet he believes that any further assistance is unnecessary. The future is yet to unfold. As for Chen Xiaomei and Chen Liang, he will no longer maintain the same closeness he once did. Human nature cannot be tested. Even among siblings, their paths will diverge, each going their separate ways. His daughter's past unhappiness can be attributed, in part, to their interference, but ultimately, the responsibility lies with him for not establishing himself as a father, which led to his wife and daughter's suffering. He is no longer the gullible fool he once was. He will not actively seek to revisit past grievances, but should any matters arise, he does not intend to offer assistance. He feels no obligation, nor has the time. His immediate priority is to earn money and transform his family's impoverished circumstances. In Chen Dali's region, the landscape is predominantly flat, and every household possesses farmland. After harvesting the winter wheat and paying their taxes, the remaining yield constitutes their sustenance for the year. Following this, they plant corn or similar crops, hoping that the harvest will yield some surplus income. When Chen Dali married, they informally divided the family estate, granting Chen Liang an additional acre since he had yet to establish his own household. The farmland in their village is limited, but any uncultivated land belongs to whoever clears it. In his youth, Chen's father was an adept laborer, having reclaimed considerable swathes of wasteland, thus ensuring that his sons received a fair share of land upon division. Chen Dali and Chen Dazhuang each received 4 acres, while Chen's parents retained 4 acres, and Chen Liang received 5 acres. Their fields have consistently been sown with wheat and corn, the most straightforward crops to cultivate. Had it not been for the inadequacy of their winter bedding last year, Zhou Yin would not have resolutely decided to cultivate over an acre of cotton. Cotton is an economically advantageous crop promoted by the government, yet its cultivation is labor-intensive, deterring the average farmer. Initially, cotton requires separate seedling cultivation, followed by pruning and branching as it grows. After flowering, manual pollination is necessary to enhance yield, and cotton is prone to pests, especially in the absence of pesticides, necessitating manual pest control. When planting cotton, Zhou Yin would venture into the fields 3 times a day, while their chickens feasted until their bellies were round. Once the cotton matured, one had to bend over and tirelessly harvest it, leaving one's back weary and sore after working an acre. Thanks to the diligent efforts of Chen Dali and Zhou Yin, their cotton yielded a respectable harvest. After accounting for their own needs and the amount requested by Chen's mother, they were left with just over 100 caddies of raw cotton. This year, when the local cotton factory announced they would be purchasing cotton, Chen Dali promptly transported his cotton to the city. With the advantage of arriving early, coupled with the camaraderie of his friend Pan Si and a pack of cigarettes, he managed to place himself at the front of the line to sell his cotton. His cotton was graded as second class and sold for over 400 yuan, an undoubtedly substantial sum in the village. He was certain his mother would have her eyes set on this money, recalling how it had once served as a bride price for Chen Liang in a previous life. In these times, the common folk held little faith in banks, preferring to keep their money close, hidden within their homes. Chen Yiru once buried 2 yuan in a wooden box, only to find it rotted away by the time she remembered it, leaving her in tears for a long while. The thought of his daughter filled Chen Dali with vigor. He longed to take his wife and daughter to the market immediately to purchase new clothes for them. After a moment's reflection, he retrieved a roll of money hidden in his clothing and said to Zhou Yin, "This is the money from selling cotton today. Fortunately, I bought a pack of cigarettes before I left. Otherwise, you might not see me until tomorrow afternoon." He spoke the truth. The individual economy was scarce, and most transactions were conducted through state-run factories. He had been fortunate to sell early, while the queue to sell cotton would likely extend beyond the city limits. Selling cotton each year was a significant event, with entire families mobilizing, and those at the back of the line sometimes having to spend the night in the county. His brother Chen Dazhuang had taken on carpentry work and could not assist, while his younger brother was a lazy scamp, offering no help. Instead, he partnered with Wang's 2 brothers from next door to go to the cotton factory. Fortuitously, his good friend Pan Si's brother worked there and had a good rapport with the purchasing agent, which, combined with the influence of the cigarettes, allowed the Wang brothers to reap the benefits and return home early. Zhou Yin did not take the money but simply said to Chen Dali, "Brother, you are the head of the household. You should keep this money." Her naturally fair skin and delicate features radiated sweetness, with her gentle temperament ensuring she rarely raised her voice. Zhou Yin had come to visit relatives when Chen Dali first laid eyes on her. After considerable effort, he finally married her, much to the chagrin of Chen's mother. Reflecting on how, over a decade later, life had etched lines of hardship upon her face, Chen Dali pressed the money into Zhou Yan's hands, saying, "I may be the one who brings in the money, but you are the one who manages our home. Yanzi, a man's earnings should be overseen by a woman. You are the anchor of our family." Zhou Yan, after contemplating his words, accepted the money. Though Chen Dali had never uttered sweet nothing since their marriage, his actions consistently conveyed his affection for her. However, this individual possesses a slight flaw. Whenever matters concerning Mother Chen arise, she becomes utterly uncommunicative. With a gentle temperament, she remains indifferent to Mother Chen's demeanor as long as her husband treats her well in other aspects. After giving birth to their daughter, Mother Chen frequently concocted trivial issues for her to deal with, but out of respect for Chen Dali, she endured it. Little did she expect that Chen Dali would now take a different stance. Chapter 5. Zhou Yin's thoughts having been preoccupied since dawn, Chen Dali, fueled by exhilaration, persisted through his fatigue. However, upon seeing his wife and daughter, the weariness began to envelop him. He assured Zhou Yin that he would attend to any tasks once he awoke, then succumbed to slumber. Zhou Yin, not taking his words to heart, felt quite content. Her husband had toiled throughout the day, earned money from the fields, and shielded her from the burdens imposed by her mother-in-law. Glancing at the slumbering Chen Dali, she gently placed Chen Yiru in the cradle and decided to tidy up the household. Chen Yiru had been napping since Chen Dali's return, but after a meal, she was brimming with energy and refused to remain still in the cradle, reaching out with her tiny hands, signaling Zhou Yin to take her out to play. The little one bore an undeniable resemblance to both her parents, with almond-shaped eyes and fair skin, and her beaming smile revealed 2 delightful dimples. When she was born, many remarked that Zhou Yin had given birth to a city child. Although Mother Chen favored sons over daughters and looked down upon Zhou Yin, she reluctantly acknowledged that, in the surrounding villages, no girl could rival Chen Yiru's beauty at such a tender age. Children in the countryside lacked entertainment, often running wild in the fields and by the riverbanks, unmonitored, and returning home resembling little mud monkeys with sun-kissed skin. The adults, preoccupied with their own affairs, had little energy to supervise the children, especially in a village where every household had numerous offspring, often with the older ones caring for the younger. As long as the children had someone to watch over them, cleanliness and hygiene were mere afterthoughts, with little awareness of their importance. Since relocating to Wei Family Alley, Chen Dali consistently prepared special meals for Zhou Yin, ensuring her nourishment was ample, which in turn benefited Chen Yiru. Although not yet 6 months old, Chen Yiru's stature was comparable to that of children nearly 9 months old. Her chubby little hands, even her nails, were a rosy hue, and her naturally sun-resistant skin made her utterly enchanting. Zhou Yin swiftly tidied up and set out a grass-woven mat in the shade of the yard, placing a few wooden toys crafted by Chen Dali for Chen Yiru to explore. At this stage, the little one could only roll over and was yet unable to sit up. Zhou Yin had heard that allowing children to lie on their stomachs could strengthen their muscles, so she often granted her daughter this opportunity. Managing household chores while supervising a child was undoubtedly taxing, yet in comparison to living with Mother Chen, Zhou Yin found even the air around her to be refreshing. Zhou Yin had 2 brothers, and in the countryside, boys were generally revered. Girls were expected to obey their fathers and brothers, marry and honor their mothers-in-law, and embody the virtues of a dutiful wife and daughter-in-law. This was the education Zhou Yin had always received. Without a son, her voice carried little weight, and Mother Chen continually pressured their small family for money, leaving Zhou Yin hesitant to speak up. Regarding the favoritism exhibited by her mother-in-law, Zhou Yin harbored her share of dissatisfaction. In such a rural environment, it is rare to find parents who treat their children equally. The prevailing mindset in the locality is heavily skewed towards a preference for sons over daughters. Even Zhou Yan's own mother urged her to take care of herself and give birth to a second child, fearing that Chen Dali would harbor discontent due to the absence of a son. In the village known as Zhuangxiangtan, the bias against daughters is particularly pronounced. The local customs are robust, with each household taking pride in having male offspring. Some sisters-in-law, after bearing 4 or 5 daughters, still strive for a son, as if the mere presence of a son grants them a voice and dignity. In the southern part of the village, there was a sister-in-law who tragically succumbed to complications during childbirth while attempting to bear a son. Not long after, her husband remarried a widow who had 3 sons. With the arrival of a stepmother comes a stepfather. Their 3 daughters, not yet 7, barely reach the kitchen counter, yet have already learned to cook by standing on stools. The plight of the 2 older daughters was even more harrowing. In such an environment, bearing a daughter almost feels like a transgression. Although Zhou Yin is currently expecting her first child, and Chen Dali has remained silent, the incessant nagging from her mother, the disdain from her mother-in-law, and the gossip from those around her weigh heavily on her. She feels unable to hold her head high, as if the oppression from her mother-in-law is a given. To resist, the refrain of "Why didn't you bear a son?" echoes like a tightening noose around her, leaving her feeling trapped. However, Chen Dali's recent decision to let her manage the finances has relieved the tension she felt, as having money grants a woman a certain confidence in her discourse. Zhou Yin silently resolved that as long as Chen Dali was willing to change his attitude, she would endure any hardships without uttering a word. She feared not the trials of life, but the prospect of reaching a dead end in their existence. Chapter 6. Parting ways. Chen Dali awoke fully refreshed, only to find the house empty and the evening light dimming outside. After washing his face, he stepped out of the main room, intending to call for Zhou Yin, but noticed her conversing with someone at the door while cradling their child. Approaching, he recognized that the person speaking with Zhou Yin was his younger brother, Chen Liang. Upon hearing the commotion, Zhou Yin turned to him and quickly said, "Third brother came to find you. He mentioned there's something concerning our mother. I was just contemplating whether to wake you." In truth, Zhou Yan's words were merely a pretext. She knew her husband cared deeply, and had it not been for Chen Dali waking on his own, she would have sent Chen Liang away without hesitation. After witnessing a slight change in her husband's demeanor, she was apprehensive about him visiting their mother, fearing he might revert to his old ways. Chen Liang, upon seeing Chen Dali, hurriedly remarked, "Second brother, our mother has been thinking about you all day. She wanted me to check if you were back." Chen Dali smirked internally. He doubted her concern was genuine, likely revolving around the money from the cotton sales. When it came time to sell the cotton, she never thought to come and assist him. While other families took turns helping one another, his family seemed to vanish when it was time to buy. Yet they were eager to claim the fruits of his labor when it came to selling. Chen Dali figured that if he did not go today, tomorrow their mother would send someone to summon him anyway, so he might as well make the trip himself. He did not show any expression on his face and directly said to Zhou Yin, "I'll make a trip to our mother's place to see what is going on. Make sure to secure the door at home." Zhou Yin felt a flutter of unease upon hearing this, but refrained from saying anything further and simply nodded. "Brother Dali, dinner is ready, and I will wait for your return to eat." By this time, darkness had enveloped the sky. Chen Dali, carrying an oil lamp, followed Chen Liang along the path. Refraining from lighting the lamp, the dim surroundings obscured Chen Dali's expression. After a prolonged silence, Chen Liang could no longer contain his curiosity and asked, "Second brother, have you sold the cotton from your yard?" Chen Dali offered a terse reply, disinclined to engage further. Chen Liang, with a hint of hesitation, ventured, "How much did you sell it for?" "What? Are you thinking of planting cotton?" Chen Dali glanced at Chen Liang but did not answer, instead countering with a question. "How could that be? Planting cotton is such hard work." Chen Liang blurted out upon hearing this. Unable to restrain his emotions, Chen Dali kicked Chen Liang from behind. Despite being neglected by his parents at home, Chen Dali was remarkably handsome, earning the affection of both young and old in the village. In his youth, he had even learned some martial arts due to his looks, and this kick sent Chen Liang sprawling to the ground. Indeed, anyone could recognize the toil involved in cotton farming. Yet, while some labored diligently for their yield, others shamelessly schemed to benefit from it. Chen Liang, who had always been pampered at home, was now indignant, exclaiming, "I was just asking, why did you hit me? What do you mean, why did I hit you?" At this moment, although much had yet to unfold, Chen Dali did not wish to place all the blame on Chen Liang and their mother. However, upon hearing Chen Liang's brazen response, Chen Dali could no longer hold back and unleashed a flurry of blows upon him. "Why hit you? It's precisely because of this little scoundrel, who, at such a tender age, has gone astray, stealing money and then deceiving our mother by claiming it was I who took it. He is the one who has accomplished nothing. Brother-in-law Wang Hongjun arranged a job for him to collect money, and what does he do? He sees the money and runs off with it. When people came seeking accountability, our mother pushed me to the forefront. How could they not be furious after losing so much? They came armed, and in the ensuing scuffle, I was fatally wounded." Old grievances and new hatreds ignited Chen Dali's fury. Chen Liang, being a coward, howled under Chen Dali's assault, unable to retaliate effectively. Reason told Chen Dali that such actions were unjustified, as these events had not yet transpired. Yet, his wrath was uncontrollable. Observing Chen Liang's pitiful demeanor, Chen Dali felt a surge of anger. He was frustrated not only by Chen Liang's ineptitude, but also by the fact that he had been entangled with such a person in his past life, leading to his daughter losing her father at an early age. From the moment he returned to life, Chen Dali silently vowed never to give Chen Liang even a penny again. He decided to turn the page on past events, for after all, Chen Liang had not yet committed those transgressions. In their youth, Chen Liang and Chen Dali had shared moments of brotherly joy. What then had altered the course of their relationship? It seems that after the passing of Chen Dali's grandparents, there were no longer any elders in the family to maintain an equitable environment. Consequently, Chen's mother became increasingly unreasonable, leading to a growing estrangement between Chen Dali and Chen Liang. Regardless of the past, what has transpired is like yesterday's memories that have faded, and today's matters are akin to a fresh start. From now on, the Chen and Chen Dali and the Chen and Chen Liang will signify a separation. Chen Liang's affairs have no bearing on Chen Dali. They might as well be mere acquaintances in the village. Chen Liang exhibited a cowardly demeanor, shrinking back after realizing he had spoken out of turn and faced the consequences. He trudged along with hunched shoulders, remaining silent. Upon entering the courtyard, Chen Dali spotted his mother standing at the door of the main room. Noticing his arrival, she inquired repeatedly, "Have you eaten? You must be exhausted from preparing today's meal. Xiao Liang, hurry and get your brother a glass of water." Chen Liang, upon hearing this, remained silent and hastily retreated into the side room. Chen Dali pulled up a stool to sit down and addressed his mother directly. "Mother, it's rather late. If you have something to say, please do so. I am weary from the day's toil and wish to rest a while longer." Chen's mother, intent on weaving her web of persuasion, hesitated to reveal her intentions. "It has been a day since I last saw you, and I was concerned, which is why I asked your brother to call you. You know how close you brothers are. As soon as I mentioned I missed you, he rushed to summon you without even pausing for breath." Chen Dali feigned a stand, declaring, "I am truly exhausted today, and the hour is late. If you have no further matters, I shall take my leave." Only when Chen's mother perceived her son was about to depart did she speak up. "Dali, your brother has found a partner, but the bride's family is asking for a rather high bride price." As she spoke, she surreptitiously gauged Chen Dali's reaction, revealing that they demanded 200 yuan along with a bicycle. Chen Dali scoffed. "Is Chen Liang worth 200 yuan? Does he even deserve such a bride price?" Disapprovingly, his mother countered, "What are you saying? How is it that your brother is not worth 200 yuan? Did you not just sell cotton? You are aware that I just sold cotton, not Chen Liang, who is marrying whom here. If he wishes to wed, he should work diligently rather than idling about. He ought to save money to build his own house first." Chen Dali intensified his tone, directly rebutting his mother. "Dali, what do you mean by that? Are you trying to drive us away?" Chen's mother grew increasingly agitated. Chen Dali remained unyielding. He had no intention of accommodating them, but would not indulge in blind filial piety as before. "The land was allocated to me, and I built this house. My providing for our parents is my duty. There is no obligation to house my brothers. What happened to the money I previously entrusted to you? I have not been remiss in my contributions these past 2 years. Whatever my elder brother and third brother give, I shall match. Do not presume to take advantage of my generosity. If Chen Liang wishes to marry, let him earn it through hard work, rather than relying on me to support his household. This house will only be inhabited by your generation. Once Chen Liang builds his own, you should move out. Chen's mother was taken aback by Chen Dali's sudden outburst. It was not that she lacked funds, but rather that she sought to take advantage of the little money her second son had. As in the past, whenever she hinted at her difficulties, Chen Dali would provide her with some financial assistance. Little did she know that this time, her words had triggered a volatile reaction akin to igniting a powder keg. As Chun Mu was about to say something further, Chen Dali waved his hand dismissively. From now on, I will only deliver provisions once a year. I have already provided for this year. If there are matters to discuss, let the three brothers come together. I have labored throughout the day and am utterly exhausted. I have said all that needs to be said, and now I shall return to rest. Before Chen Mu could react, Chen Dali had already departed. Chapter 7. A complete disillusionment. As Chen Dali made his way home, a growing discomfort settled within him. Had Chen Mu not been so forthright in summoning all three brothers to deliberate on Chen Liang's marriage, perhaps he would not have felt such anger. Yet the reality remained that every time Chen Mu required financial assistance, it was he who bore the brunt of the burden. As if his contributions were a prerequisite for being recognized as a son of the Chen family. In his previous life, he had often thought that they were brothers and questioned why he should be so calculative. It was only in the end that he realized his sacrifices had merely moved himself, while others took them for granted. He believed he had treated his parents, brothers, and sisters well, yet after his demise, there was not a single soul left to support his wife and daughter. He fancied he could calmly feign ignorance of the events yet to unfold, but in truth, he was deeply affected by those unactualized incidents and harbored resentments toward those who had wronged Chen Yiru and Zhou Yan. Although the future remained uncertain, Chen Mu's demeanor and Chen Liang's hesitant expressions felt like needles piercing his heart. As Chen Dali approached the crossroads with a kerosene lamp in hand, he suddenly realized that Chen Mu had not inquired about his journey, how he had traveled, why he returned so early, or what had transpired. Her sole concern was whether he could provide the necessary funds. At that moment, the notions of familial affection and blood ties felt profoundly ironic. Throughout the journey, Chen Dali's heart roiled like tumultuous waves, overwhelming him with discomfort. He yearned to shout out the pent-up frustration within him, but at this hour, the villagers had finished their meals and were lounging about. Any outburst would merely serve as fodder for their gossip. Chen Dali resolved within himself that if familial relationships were reduced to mere calculations and harm, it would be better to sever them entirely. He could, like the people of future generations, provide a monthly allowance to Chun Mu in her old age, ensuring she lived comfortably, yet he would think no further. As for his siblings, he would not completely sever ties, but let it be known that no one would benefit from him henceforth. While inflicting pain upon others might cause physical harm, the pain of the body is but temporary. He was determined to earn money, earn it fervently, to provide for his daughter and wife, ensuring they lived a life of abundance. All while maintaining a tantalizing distance from Chen Mu and the others, leaving them to suffer for a lifetime. As he reached Wei Family Alley, a glow emanated from his own courtyard. The thought of Zhou Yan and Chen Yiru waiting for him at home steadied his tumultuous thoughts. He took a deep breath, leaving all negativity at the threshold, and pushed the door open. Indeed, the dining table was laden with a feast, and Zhou Yan was playfully engaging with his daughter. The food untouched. Suddenly, a wave of tenderness surged within him as he took his daughter into his arms, saying, "Why haven't you and the child eaten? I had a meal at noon, and am not particularly hungry. You need not wait for me." Zhou Yan nonchalantly extended her arm, responding, "You won't be dining over there. Waiting a bit longer is of no concern. Our little girl isn't hungry." Recently, Chen Yiru had been learning to eat. Zhou Yan would occasionally steam some eggs for her, offer her rice soup, or simply give her a small bun to nibble on. With no teeth yet, the most she could do was noisily suck on the bun's crust. The couple sat at the dining table, sharing bites with sweet intimacy as they enjoyed their dinner. When they had nearly finished their meal, Chen Dali turned to Zhou Yan and said, "From now on, when my mother calls you to work, you needn't go. Just push it on to me. If anyone asks you for money over there, don't agree. Simply say you need to discuss it with me. From now on, we'll earn our own money and spend it as we please, without anyone else's claims." Zhou Yan was taken aback, for Chen Dali had never refused his mother's request for money before, despite his ability to work hard and the good harvest they reaped. The need to support both Chen's mother and Chen Liang, along with the occasional assistance to his sister-in-law, left them with little savings. Is that feasible? Won't our mother cause a fuss? Zhou Yin hesitated, confessing her fear of Chen's mother. She had been raised to respect her elders, and Chen's mother had a knack for stirring trouble. The mere mention of her made Zhou Yin's heart race with trepidation. While filial piety towards one's mother was a given, there was no obligation to extend that to younger siblings. Supporting them was reasonable, yet not doing so was equally justifiable. Last year, the earnings from their harvest had all gone to their mother, and the preparations for Chen Liang's bride had been more than sufficient. Don't be foolish. Our mother wouldn't part with her money, hoarding it tightly. I was thinking of giving her 20 yuan for her old age each year, along with a plot of grain. What do you think? Chen Dali inquired in a conciliatory tone. We could also provide her with 20 yuan as pocket money annually. During festivals, we could bring extra gifts. But we shouldn't give her grain. That would be too conspicuous. Whatever you decide, Zhou Yin replied, her eyes sparkling with delight. In this day and age, it was rare for a son-in-law to provide his mother-in-law with spending money. Zhou Yin felt a wave of joy upon hearing this. Giving money to Chen's mother was a way to repay her kindness, while providing for her was an expression of gratitude. After her husband's passing, Zhou Yin's family had taken her and their daughter in, offering them a place to find refuge. Although her wife later remarried, Chen Dali held deep appreciation for the sacrifices made by his mother-in-law, recognizing her role as the grandmother to his child. Exhausted from the day, he genuinely wished to take Zhou Yin and their daughter to visit his mother-in-law. Chapter 8. Returning to the maternal home the following morning, Chen Dali rose early. Seizing the opportunity while Zhou Yin and their daughter were still asleep, he hurried to the butcher's house in town to procure 2 pounds of pork belly with skin. It wasn't that he wished to buy more. Rather, most of the butcher's meat had already been reserved by others the previous day. Had he not mentioned that he was bringing his wife back to her maternal home, he doubted he would have been able to obtain even this modest portion of pork. Thank you, brother. We'll drink together another day, Chen Dali said as he left with the meat amidst the teasing remarks of the nearby villagers. On his way back, he contemplated the scarcity of meat and considered raising a pig at home. However, that idea dissipated as soon as he reached the doorstep. Raising pigs was no easy task, and with Zhou Yin's industrious nature, if they were to keep pigs, she would likely find herself perpetually occupied throughout the year. Chen Dali, with his long legs and large feet, rose early, while the morning dew still lingered at home. He directly plucked several cucumbers, diced them into small pieces, mixed them with some flour, sprinkled in a couple of eggs, and boiled a pot of savory rice. A simple breakfast was nearly ready. Even Chen Yiru could manage to sip a few mouthfuls of this porridge. After preparing the meal, he used chopsticks to pierce 2 steamed buns and placed them on the dwindling fire to bake. Just as he was busy, Chen Yiru began to cry loudly inside the house, followed by the soothing voice of Zhou Yin. Chen Dali set the buns aside and hurried into the room, where he found Chen Yiru crying pitifully. The noise from getting up had inadvertently woken the girl. Zhou Yin, cradling the child, remarked on her daughter's spirited temperament. Chen Dali reached out to take the girl, saying, I've prepared the meal, so hurry and wash your face. I initially planned to take both of you to the town to buy some clothes, but I think we'll postpone that for another time. Today, we are visiting your grandmother. Visiting your grandmother at a time like this? What is the occasion? Zhou Yin exclaimed in surprise, fearing something was amiss. We had a good harvest, so we're taking some pocket money to your grandmother. Be sure to bring extra money. I bought 2 pounds of meat this morning, and later I'll fetch a large rooster. Today, our daughter will meet her grandmother, Chen Dali said as he carried Chen Yiru out. Zhou Yin, touched, hurried to gather their belongings. Having risen early, they were now running late. By the time Zhou Yin and the others finished breakfast and packed for their visit, they mounted a borrowed bicycle, and the sun was already high in the sky. Zhou Yin's family home was not far, yet it was less accessible than Chen Dali's village, which was closer to the town and county. Consequently, buying anything might sometimes require a donkey cart from the village. As they entered the village, the elderly folks at the threshing ground noticed the newcomers and scrutinized them with keen eyes. When they recognized Zhou Yin's husband, they greeted her warmly. Is that you? Yinzi from the Liu family? Are you back to visit your family? Chen Dali halted the bicycle, waiting for Zhou Yin to exchange pleasantries with the elders. In this small village, nearly everyone was related, and while they were somewhat insular, they were generous with their warmth towards blood relatives. When Chen Dali arrived, he had not thought much of it, and habitually placed a packet of open cigarettes in his left pocket, not realizing it would soon come in handy. Following Zhou Yan's introductions, He distributed cigarettes to the various aunts and uncles. Some of the elders took the cigarettes but did not smoke them. Instead, they held them beneath their noses, seeming quite satisfied. They tucked the cigarettes behind their ears and praised Chen Dali, saying, "This young man knows how to show respect. He truly is a worthy son-in-law of the Zhou family." Curious children rushed to the Zhou family home, calling for Zhou Yan's parents to come over. "Dali, Yanzi, what brings you here today?" Zhou Yan's father pushed through the crowd to greet his daughter and son-in-law. Zhou Yan's mother, slightly lagging behind, eagerly took her granddaughter Chen Yiru into her arms, showering her with affection. Zhou Yan's father was not displeased with Chen Dali distributing cigarettes. After all, tobacco was a precious commodity, one that could not easily be purchased even with money. The elderly smokers in the village cultivate their own tobacco and roll their own cigarettes. Chen Dali, a man of generous spirit, certainly feels concern for his child, yet he recognizes that his son-in-law is a man of propriety and understanding. This act serves to enhance his own reputation. By smoking his son-in-law's tobacco, he ensures that when matters arise in the future, it would be only fitting for him to extend assistance. Chen Dali holds the village elders in high esteem, not merely out of respect, but due to his appreciation for the family of his wife. The typically earnest Zhou father, blushing under the teasing remarks of the villagers, struggled to maintain his composure. Chen Dali, confronted by the enthusiastic relatives, repeatedly pleaded for mercy, stating that he had come in haste without proper preparation and promised to make amends during future visits. He implored the uncles and aunts to allow them to return home promptly. "Fear not, Yanzi, later, bring your husband to my home for a meal," invited the hospitable elder. Next time, Chen Dali finally managed to extricate himself from the company of the jovial crowd, with his mother-in-law shielding him from the lively banter. Zhou's mother, concerned that the earlier scene might leave a negative impression on her son-in-law, hurriedly offered explanations. "I understand, mother. In a past life, these villagers had frequently supported Zhou Yan, and during every winter and summer break, Chen Yiru would spend her time there. Whether out of familial bonds or compassion, it was ultimately his daughter who reaped the benefits. He held nothing but gratitude for these simple-hearted relatives." Chapter 9. Returning to the maternal home, Zhou Yan's family resides in a village known as Wuli Changtuan, which is situated at a higher elevation compared to Chen's village. While the previous paths were predominantly flat, looking northward here reveals expansive slopes. These slopes are adorned with a variety of trees, exuding a lush vibrancy. As they journeyed homeward, the observant Chen Dali noticed that many of these trees were fruit-bearing, with yellow apricots hanging like little lanterns, particularly delightful to behold. It is noteworthy that their apricots would ripen around May and June, making fruits quite a rarity during this season, as the ripening period lasts merely half a month. Once out of season, they are gone. Zhou's mother, having noticed Chen Dali's gaze, explained, "The yield of grains on these slopes is not high. Planting corn and wheat causes the soil to erode by the following year. Planting some fruits allows the children to enjoy a sweet treat. After I return home, I shall pick you a few fuzzy peaches. This year's crop is splendid." "Thank you, mother." The reason Chen Dali was able to sell his cotton so swiftly was due to his friend Pan Si's connections. During their friendly exchanges, he learned that Pan Si's sister-in-law was expecting a child, which was quite a challenge. His friend asked him to see if there were any fellow villagers skilled in making pickled beans. Upon seeing the apricots, he immediately recalled his friend's words. Zhou's courtyard is not far from the village entrance. Their jovial conversation soon led them to the family home. The courtyard was open, a quintessential northern-style compound, facing south with 3 main rooms and 2 side rooms. The Zhou family consists of 3 children. The eldest son, Zhou Jiangwo, has long since started his own family. However, the Zhou family has yet to partition the household, and the eastern side room, once occupied by Zhou Yan, was now given to her brother, Zhou Jianya. Compared to Chen's home, it appeared somewhat cramped, yet the household was tidy and well-organized, a testament to the diligence of its inhabitants. Today, no one was sent to convey messages, and the head of the family, Zhou Jiangwo, was away due to some matters. His younger son, Zhou Jianya, only 15 years old, had already become quite a sturdy laborer in the countryside and had gone crabbing with his friends early this morning. Zhou's father, a simple and honest farmer, did not make it difficult for Chen Dali when he sought to marry Zhou Yan, hoping that Chen would treat her well in the future. As Chen recounted the events that transpired during the cotton sale, the old man nodded occasionally, offering his opinions, and the two of them shared a harmonious rapport. Meanwhile, Zhou's mother was in the west wing of the house preparing meals with Zhou Yan, busily working while softly inquiring, "Why bring so many things? What is the point of buying meat at a time like this? Do you have enough money?" She was calculating how much money could be squeezed from the household to ensure her daughter would have some to take with her, believing that while she could endure hardship, her daughter should not. At this moment, Chen Yiru was in high spirits, her innocent eyes curiously exploring the unfamiliar environment. Zhou Yin gently rocked her daughter while responding to her mother's questions. "Didn't we just sell the cotton yesterday? Dali said he would bring some meat back to see you." Zhou's mother, possessing a gentle demeanor, found her daughter quite similar in character. "As long as you two are doing well, your father and I are in good health and can still work for another decade or so, helping your brothers build their fortunes. Jianya, has T even started a family yet? You and your father don't need to worry about us." As she spoke, her hands moved deftly, exuding a grace akin to flowing water. While the mother and daughter conversed, a voice suddenly rang out from the courtyard. "Elder sister, brother-in-law." Before Zhou Yin could step outside to see, a figure rushed in like a small cannonball. Alarmed, Zhou's mother quickly intervened. "You little rascal, always so reckless. Your little niece is here, don't scare her." Zhou Jianya, dressed in a worn-out vest and a bamboo hat, held a tattered red bucket in one hand and a long bamboo pole tucked under his arm. His sun-kissed skin was dark, and he bore a face somewhat resembling Zhou Yin's, with dimples appearing as he flashed a bright smile. "Little Yiru is here too. Wait for me. I'll set down the bucket." Chen Yiru gazed curiously in Zhou Jianya's direction as he poured the contents of his bucket into a large basin in the yard and quickly rinsed his arms and legs with a scoop of water from a jar. "Brother-in-law, you came at just the right time. I caught a lot of little crabs." Zhou Jianya exclaimed excitedly. "Remarkable, Jianya. You caught so many in just one morning," Chen Dali remarked, glancing into the basin where 5 or 6 dozen small crabs were squirming. Hearing the praise from Chen Dali, Zhou Jianya's grin widened. Zhou's father quickly interjected, "What is the point of catching these? They're little meat, and they smell. Eating the dead ones can lead to an upset stomach. They're abundant in our river, and no one here eats them. Only these kids play with them. We usually just collect them to feed the ducks." Chen Dali promptly defended Zhou Jianya, saying, "If Jianya wants to go, let him be. The young lad has energy. Come on, father. Let us take a stroll around the village and have a chat." Despite his tender age, Zhou Jianya has always been fiercely protective of Zhou Yinyang and her daughter. At one point, in order to prevent Zhou Yin from remarrying, he had a heated argument with Zhou Jiangwo. In matters of the heart, mutual affection prevails. Thus, Zhou Jianya holds a far superior position in Chen Dali's esteem compared to Chen Liang and Chen Xiaomei. With a pout, Zhou Jianya entered the kitchen and said to Zhou Yin, "Look at our father. He may be worried about the dangers you face by the riverside. Come, hold on to Yiru, and I shall assist our mother." Zhou Yin promptly entrusted the child to Zhou Jianya and went to wash her hands to help. The Zhou family also had 2 grandsons. Yet Zhou Dazhao dared not let the young Zhou Jianya take care of the child. This was the first time Zhou Jianya encountered an infant under a year old, and he found Chen Yiru to be soft and delicate, with little strength in her tiny body. Chen Yiru beamed a toothless smile at her uncle, and Zhou Jianya was astonished to discover that his niece was remarkably beautiful, a rarity in rural areas to find such a fair, plump, and lovely child. He playfully exclaimed, "Sister, I've realized that Yiru is growing increasingly lovely, resembling that charming doll in the picture. Do not be so dramatic. Be careful not to frighten the child." Zhou's mother admonished softly, glancing down at little Yiru. To her delight, she noticed that Yiru was not frightened at all. Instead, she reached out to grab Zhou Jinya's hair, her little hands eager to explore. Zhou's mother joyfully remarked, "Indeed, this little one is quite bold." As the large pot in the kitchen began to heat up, Zhou's mother hastily ushered Zhou Jianya, still holding Chen Yiru, outside to play in the yard while she busied herself with preparations. After much effort, the meal was finally ready. Without pausing to wipe her sweat, Zhou's mother quickly brought a bowl of steamed egg custard into the main room, instructing Zhou Yin, "You feed Yiru first, Jianya. Go call your father and brother-in-law for dinner." With that, she returned to the kitchen to serve the dishes from the meat brought by Zhou Yin and her companions. Zhou's mother selected a piece with skin, sought ing it with chili for a spicy stir-fry. She stewed potatoes with pork belly, filling a large bowl to the brim. The chicken they brought was swiftly prepared, gutted, and cooked with mushrooms. The morning's steamed vegetables, tossed with garlic, also became a delectable dish. Zhou's mother further prepared a stir-fry of cucumbers and eggs, boiled a few of her own pickled salted duck and goose eggs for Chen Dali, and even fried some oil cakes, still feeling unsatisfied. After Zhou Yin's persuasion, she decided to add a garlic egg dish. It seemed that within a month's supply of eggs had been entirely utilized by Zhou's mother. In those times, a meal featuring meat and bread was considered a grand feast. Zhou's mother exerted herself in preparation merely to demonstrate her regard for her son-in-law. Chapter 10. Sending Zhou Jianye to school. The meal left Zhou's father thoroughly satisfied. It was rare for him to indulge in a bit of wine without Zhou's mother chiding him for spending money. The more he observed Chen Dali, the more pleased he became. The honest farmer, blushing, patted Chen Dali on the shoulder and said, "Dali, you must treat Yinzi well." Chen Dali appreciated his father-in-law's fatherly affection and earnestly replied, "Rest assured, father, I certainly will." As Zhou Yin served her brother dishes, she inquired, "Why haven't you gone to school yet? At this hour, Zhou Jianye ought to be at school." It was unusual for him to be out with the village's few truant boys catching crabs, especially since school was not yet out for the holidays. Hearing this, Zhou Jianye fell silent for a moment before quietly responding, "Sister, I don't want to go anymore." "What?" Zhou Yin, apprehensive that a loud noise might startle Chen Yiru, tugged at Zhou Jianye's shirt, signaling him to follow her into the east wing. This chamber had once served as Zhou Yan's boudoir, retaining its familiar simplicity with a modest bed and desk. On the desk lay an open book and a well-worn notebook. As Zhou Yin sat before the desk and leafed through the pages, she discovered meticulously recorded notes of knowledge. Why had he stopped studying? After finally entering junior high, he could have invested another 2 years of effort to qualify for high school. Why abandon it now? Zhou Yin cast an irritated glance at Zhou Jianye, who stood awkwardly against the wall after entering. "Sister, I simply don't want to go," Zhou Jianye mumbled, struggling to articulate his reasons. Zhou Yin, having dropped out of school herself, always wished for Zhou Jianye to gain admission to a good high school, hoping it would pave the way for a promising future. Witnessing his hesitance now ignited her frustration. "What is the matter? Is it financial strain at home? Or has your sister-in-law been gossiping?" Remarkably, Zhou Yin had indeed guessed the underlying cause. Nowadays, even 6- or 7-year-olds could contribute as laborers, and the Zhou family had yet to divide their estate. The expenses for Zhou Jianye's education were considerable, and while Zhou Jiangwo remained silent, his wife had been vocally discontented. The previous day, Zhou Jiangwo's wife had caused quite a ruckus at home, and early this morning, the three of them had left. Zhou's parents were wholeheartedly supportive of their son's education. They were humble and diligent, striving to save enough to send one of their children to university. Zhou Jiangwo was somewhat better off, but his wife, Qian Chuani, lived up to her name, being a character singularly focused on financial gain. Whenever there was any income, she would find ways to hoard the money for herself. And if things didn't go her way, she would sulk and make sharp remarks. Zhou Jianye was a perceptive child. He didn't wish to burden his parents or create discord with his brother and sister-in-law. During this visit home, he had already spent some time there, and his parents had sensed his thoughts, refraining from mentioning anything for fear of the answer. Zhou Jianye had intended to bring it up in a few days. But when Zhou Yin inquired, the words slipped out naturally. "Why worry about her? If our parents lack funds, your brother-in-law and I will find a way." In the past, Zhou Yin had never concerned herself with finances. Whenever Chen Dali had a little spare cash, he would send it to Chen Mu and Chen Liang, leaving her with little confidence to voice such statements. However, in recent days, Chen Dali had shared his thoughts openly with her, instilling her with newfound conviction. It was no wonder people said that money bolstered one's stance. Zhou Yin now felt empowered by the financial support she held. Zhou Jianye did not want to accept his sister and brother-in-law's money, fearing it would lead to disputes between them. Chen Dali, overhearing the conversation from the main room, could easily deduce the matter at hand. He called out to the east wing, "Jianye, pack your things. This afternoon, your brother-in-law will take you back to school." It was no surprise that Zhou Jianye had suddenly ceased his studies. It appeared the influence of his sister-in-law had played a significant role. Upon hearing Chen Dali's call, Zhou Yin smiled warmly at Zhou Jianye, raising an eyebrow. "After dinner, pack your belongings. Your brother-in-law and I will escort you to school." Father Zhou felt a twinge of embarrassment, as if he had unwittingly revealed the family's misfortunes to Chen Dali. He struggled to articulate his thoughts. Chen Dali, sensing the moment, spoke directly. "Father, we are among family. Jianye is heading to school, and as his elder brother, I should contribute. As the old adage goes, a son-in-law is akin to half a son." Zhou Yin took out the money she had prepared before coming in front of Zhou Jianye, handed it to her mother. "Mother, this is for you and father as pocket money. When you have the chance, buy yourself a new garment." Zhou's mother hastily waved her hands in refusal. Yet, Zhou Yin assertively pressed the money into her hands. This money was given by Brother Dali. It is only right that he honors you both. Zhou's mother continued to insist it was unnecessary, but it was only after Chen Dali intervened that she finally accepted the money. After the meal, Zhou's mother hurried to gather items for Zhou Yin to take back to her in-laws, as well as supplies for Zhou Jianya's school. Chen Dali quickly stopped her. Mother, we have everything we need at home. There is no need to fuss. Just pack what Jianya needs for school. Nevertheless, Zhou's mother managed to assemble a considerable amount of items. The most prominent was a large wicker basket, lined with wheat straw and filled with fuzzy peaches and wild apricots. Zhou Yin and her companions arrived on a tandem bicycle, but they needed to take a donkey cart to deliver Zhou Jianya to the town. After a brief discussion, they decided that the three of them, along with the child, would ride the donkey cart while the bicycle would be sent back to their village. Chapter 11. School. The donkey cart served as one of the village's means of transport to the town. It could accommodate only a few people, and at this hour, there were not many passengers. The driver was an uncle of Zhou Yin, known for his jovial demeanor, and he engaged in lively conversation with Chen Dali throughout the journey. Zhou Jianya remained quiet after boarding the cart, and Zhou Yin placed Chen Yiru in his lap. Jianya, can you promise your uncle to get into a good university? Zhou Jianya recognized that his sister's intentions were well-meaning, but he worried that the financial burden of his schooling might create tension between his sister and brother-in-law. Initially, his sister-in-law had not voiced any concerns about his tuition. However, he understood that academic success does not come instantaneously. Over time, she might grow dissatisfied. Zhou Yin gently patted Zhou Jianya's shoulder, feeling a pang of sympathy for her overly mature brother. The Chen siblings had all chosen to drop out of school, while the Zhou brothers had been compelled to do so due to financial constraints. Zhou's mother had suffered a serious illness in her early years, prompting the responsible Zhou Jiangwo to abandon his studies to apprentice as a mason, hoping to earn some money upon completion. The dutiful Zhou Yin also left school to assist with household chores. In time, their circumstances improved slightly, but Zhou Jiangwo's marriage drained the family's resources. What was intended for building 2 houses was spent on the bride price. When Zhou's sister-in-law returned to her family, she brought only a small bundle. Whenever Zhou Jiangwo managed to earn a little, his wife would begin to move belongings back to her parents' home, leading to frequent quarrels between the couple. After the birth of their child, Zhou's sister-in-law grew even more demanding. Zhou Yin, having already married, was spared such turmoil. But Zhou Jianya endured considerable hardship living under the same roof. Both Zhou's father and mother were not oblivious to the situation, but lacking the means to build a new house that could only endure. On this occasion, Chen Dali left some money with Zhou's mother for her to collect the mountain peaches and wild apricots. He desired to take these rather rare items of the season to a larger county town for a glimpse. Presently, he was unwilling to overlook any opportunity for profit. Zhou Jianya ranked among the top students in his class. If possible, he did not wish to abandon his studies. Over the past few days at home, although he had been running around tirelessly, he began contemplating ways to earn money. Initially, he thought of catching crabs to sell, but was disheartened by his father's discouragement. In an effort to alleviate his pressure, Chen Dali engaged him in conversation, suggesting that if he felt uncomfortable asking his sister and brother-in-law for help, he could consider the money as a loan, and when Zhou Jianya grew up and found work, he could cover Chen Yiru's educational expenses. What began as a jest unexpectedly materialized years later, with Zhou Jianya diligently assuming responsibility for Chen Yiru's expenditures. Zhou Jianya discerned that his brother-in-law, Chen Dali, was merely attempting to console him with those words, and indeed, his spirits were noticeably lifted by this exchange. Zhou Yin observed Chen Dali's efforts to reassure her brother with a smile. As they matured, the bonds between siblings often grew distant. The elder brother had married and established his own household, leaving little room for his younger brother, while she, having married outside their village, could seldom return home. Fortunately, Chen Dali had always treated her well, tending to her family matters as if they were his own. Yet, she felt a twinge of guilt, after all. It was not a trivial sum of money being spent. However, Zhou Jianya had consistently excelled academically, and she could not bear the thought of him dropping out due to an inability to pay school fees. Whether deemed selfish or protective of her brother, she firmly believed that while other expenses could be curtailed, education should never be compromised. Thankfully, Chen Dali understood her sentiments, leaving her feeling both guilty and touched. Zhou Jianya's school offered both day and boarding options, with a cafeteria available. However, most students prepared their own meals, merely requesting the cafeteria staff to heat them at mealtime. Students residing far from the school needed to bring bedding and daily necessities, as well as food supplies. Zhou's mother had sent him some durable cornmeal, dry pancakes, and potatoes sufficient for the coming fortnight. Seizing the rare opportunity to accompany Zhou Jianye, Chen Dali, before heading to the school, took Zhou Yin and Zhou Jianye to the supply and marketing cooperative. The town's cooperative was modest in size, serving not only as a store but also collecting agricultural products such as eggs. Chen Dali selected an aluminum square lunchbox and presented it to Zhou Jianye, who recognized it from classmates' use. It was aesthetically pleasing and quite lightweight, yet the price was exorbitant. Being a pragmatic child, he resolutely refused to accept it. Zhou Yin, perceiving the lunchbox's merits, it steamed quickly and was less likely to be confused with others, encouraged its purchase. The couple ultimately decided to acquire the lunchbox. Chen Dali noticed that Zhou Jianye's shoes were somewhat worn and suggested purchasing another pair of liberation shoes for him. The expenses were accumulating, and Zhou Jianye remained adamant in his refusal. His dark complexion bore the marks of stubbornness. Faced with this impasse, Chen Dali reluctantly conceded. Yet he still insisted on buying 2 pounds of fried dough sticks, concerned that without timely nourishment, Zhou Jianye might go hungry, and also apprehensive that prolonged consumption of corn and similar staples might lead to nutritional deficiencies. In contemporary times, fried dough strands, known as sanzi, have become one of the finest gifts to present while visiting relatives. These delicate strands, crafted from refined wheat flour and deep-fried to perfection, are often sprinkled with sesame seeds, providing a delightful crunch. Wrapped in grass paper and secured with twine, this humble offering is ready for sharing. As the sole middle school in the entire town, the institution is rather modest, comprising merely 7 classes in total. The boarding students are crammed into 2 larger classrooms that have been converted into dormitories. Zhou Jianye's bed is positioned closest to the door, and every movement causes the bed frame to creak ominously, as though it might collapse at any moment. Chen Dali shared a cigarette with the watchman, exchanged a few pleasantries, and borrowed some nails and a hammer to repair Zhou Jianye's bed. While he had the tools in hand, he also took the opportunity to fix the legs of the watchman's desk. In the end, the old man praised Chen Dali for his industriousness, offering his assistance whenever needed. Zhou Jianye's homeroom teacher is a devoted and responsible educator. Had it not been for Chen Dali and his wife escorting Zhou Jianye to school, it is likely that the teacher would have paid a visit to their home within the week. Chen Dali briefly explained the situation to the teacher, and with a sympathetic glance from Zhou Jianye, he covered the semester's fees, which amounted to over 80 yuan. Fortunately, earlier that morning, Chen Dali had instructed Zhou Yin to bring along several large bills. Otherwise, they would have had to return home for funds. The teacher understood Zhou Jianye's desire to drop out, recognizing that for rural families dependent on agriculture, gathering the school fees is an arduous task. If the harvest is bountiful, it is manageable. However, in years of poor yield, many students in the class may be forced to leave their studies. It would be a great pity for a student like Zhou Jianye, who possesses a solid foundation, to abandon his education, as it would leave him to toil in the fields for sustenance. After a long day of efforts, they finally ensured Zhou Jianye's safe arrival at school. Chen Dali wiped the sweat from his brow and said to Zhou Jianye, "Rest assured, focus on your studies. Should anything arise at home, you can reach out to the watchman. He will convey messages to me. The town is not far from my place, so do not hesitate to seek assistance. I have spoken with the watchman about this. Do you understand?" Zhou Jianye glanced at Zhou Yin and then back at Chen Dali, responding, "I understand, brother-in-law and sister. I will study diligently and will not let your investment go to waste." Deep within, Zhou Jianye made a silent vow. On their return journey, Zhou Yin calculated the day's expenses, concerned that Chen Dali might feel burdened by the financial strain. "Considering the money we've sent to our mother and the support provided to Chen Liang over the past 2 years, this expenditure seems minimal in comparison. I can hardly sleep at night, worrying about it," she remarked. Chen Dali, jesting, confessed that in retrospect, he wished he could reprimand himself for the financial support extended to Chen's mother over the past 2 years. Yet, he hid his feelings, knowing that any display of regret might make Zhou Yin feel guilty about spending money on her family. Zhou Yin felt a weight lift from her shoulders upon hearing this. The frequent requests for money from Chen's mother had left their household with scant savings, resulting in a prolonged sense of insecurity. Chen Dali had recognized this and thus entrusted the household finances to Zhou Yin, intending to soothe her anxieties. Chapter 12. Zhou Yin's transformation. Although the salary of a laborer at this time was approximately 90 yuan, and a year of agricultural toil barely yielded more than 100. The dwindling amount of money in their hands created a sense of pressure that affected both Zhou Yin and Chen Dali. In this era, it is not easy for couples without a stable income to save money. Chen Dali spent nearly a third of his savings on the Zhou family. Yet he felt no regret, for this sum pales in comparison to the sacrifices made by the Zhou family in the past. Chen Dali planned to visit the county town once more. Firstly, to repay a friend's favor, he intended to deliver some mountain apricots to him. Secondly, he had a childhood friend who owned a small grocery store next to the fire station in the county, and upon seeing the fruit trees in Wulichangtuan, an idea took root in his mind. However, the specifics would require a visit to his friend. Thus, he carefully separated the hairy peaches and yellow apricots he had brought back, intending to take them along on his visit. This, however, meant that he would have to part ways with Zhou Yin and the child once again. The thought of leaving the young child behind weighed heavily on him, as his frequent absences rendered him unable to assist Zhou Yin significantly. He resolved to take on more household chores, with the fields still unplanted. Chen Dali borrowed a cow and some pears from the village. Early in the morning, before the sun had risen, he hurried to plow the field. By the time Zhou Yin called him for breakfast, he had already tended to the land. Shall we plant corn this year? Chen Dali pondered, considering that growing corn would simplify matters, as he could manage pest control and weeding himself. If they were to plant beans or similar crops, he would need to harvest daily when they ripened, inevitably requiring Zhou Yin to join him in the fields. Zhou Yin had no objections to the choice of crops. As they conversed, suddenly the door was kicked open with a loud bang. In rural areas, it is rare for homes to have locks. However, after his rebirth, Chen Dali developed a heightened sense of security and purchased a lock for their main room, usually keeping the door latched or partially shut while at home. Yet their house, situated at the end of an alley, seldom saw visitors. Upon hearing the commotion, Chen Dali immediately surmised that it was either his sister-in-law or his youngest sister, Chen Xiaomei. As expected, it was indeed his youngest sister. Chen Xiaomei, with her 2 long black braids, bore a resemblance to Chen Dali, though she favored their mother more. She was a quintessential fence-sitter, favoring those who were in favor and disregarding those who were not. Influenced by their mother, her attitude toward Zhou Yin was decidedly disrespectful. After greeting her elder brother, she imperiously addressed Zhou Yin, saying, "Second sister-in-law, our mother wants to see you. After you finish eating, head over." Chen Dali's expression hardened as he replied sternly, "Do you have hands? Next time, try kicking the door again, and I'll break your legs. Your sister-in-law is busy after breakfast. She has to look after the child. If there's something, I'll go see her later." Chen Xiaomei, startled, quickly mumbled defensively, "I didn't use much strength." Impatiently, Chen Dali dismissed her. "There's nothing more to say. Hurry along. Don't linger here. You're an eyesore. Try that again, and see what happens." Chen Dali rarely spoke to Chen Xiaomei in such a manner, and the shift in his demeanor was palpable, even to Zhou Yin, who stood beside him. After Chen Xiaomei left, Zhou Yin looked at Chen Dali with curiosity and asked, "What provoked that reaction? Xiaomei has always been like this. Why the sudden outburst today?" Chen Dali could not explain but simply replied, "That big girl, always acting without decorum. If she speaks disrespectfully to you, don't hesitate to reprimand her. We owe her nothing." Chen Xiaomei could discern that both Chen Mu and Chen Dajie harbored a certain disdain for Zhou Yin. In Zhou Yan's presence, she adopted a haughty demeanor, as if her position as a sister-in-law granted her an oppressive sense of superiority. Previously, when in the company of Chen Dali, she at least made an effort to feign cordiality. However, it seemed that her mother had said something, leading to an unmasked attitude. Zhou Yin had previously felt anger, but refrained from expressing it to Chen Dali to avoid placing him in a difficult position. Now, emboldened by Chen Dali's support, she began to critically assess the situation. Would her forbearance earn her mother's acceptance? No, it would not. If she continued to endure, Chen Mu and the others would only grow more relentless. Although she had only given birth to daughters, as long as Chen Dali did not disdain her, no one could inflict harm upon her. Regardless of what Chen Mu, Chen Dajie, and Chen Xiaomei said, as long as Chen Dali remained steadfast, she felt empowered to resist them. Chapter 13. Brothers Chen Dali's close friend was Pan Haiban, known as Pan Si among their peers, as he was the 4th child in his family. Chen Dali and Pan Si's friendship blossomed during their school days in town, forged through the trials of youthful brawls. Pan Si's elder brother married a commendable wife and was assigned to work in a cotton factory by her family. The swift sale of cotton recently was, in part, due to his good fortune. As the youngest in his family, Pan Si had several brothers who were well established and could support him. However, Pan Si was inherently rebellious and had no desire to settle for a mundane life as a laborer, which made him, in the eyes of adults, the most defiant of them all. Recently, his family sought to enlist this troublemaker in the military, hoping the state would reform him, leading to a tumultuous time for him. When Chen Dali came to visit, Pan Si hurriedly slipped on his shoes and rushed out, earning a thorough scolding from Pan Mu. The small grocery store was run by Chen Dali's childhood friend, Chen Tao. They were not only childhood companions, but also relatives, being close cousins. Chen Tao's sister, Chen Hua, was married to an officer in the fire department. With his brother-in-law as support, Chen Tao managed to operate a small convenience store near the fire brigade's residential area, just barely making ends meet. After attending to his agricultural duties at home, Chen Dali went to town to find Pan Si. He left some peaches and mountain apricots for Pan's family and exchanged pleasantries with Pan Mu. The two then pedaled their bicycles directly to Chen Tao's grocery store. Chen Tao was a bachelor who subsisted on the provisions available in his store, while his sister lived nearby in the housing complex and would occasionally come by to check on him. "You two are rare visitors today. I must prepare a few dishes to entertain you," he exclaimed. Chen Tao, a jovial fellow, often felt stifled by his sister's constant supervision in the monotony of his daily life. His sister had been persistently urging him to go on blind dates, and now, with Chen Dali having married first and already having a child, her urgency had intensified. Within 10 minutes of their reunion, their conversation inevitably shifted to the topic of matchmaking. Chen Tao felt utterly cornered, unable to evade or escape, and could only hope his friends would come to his rescue. "It is essential, among us three. You are the one living most comfortably," they would say. After pedaling for an extended period, Pan Si felt as though his bones were about to dislocate. He hurriedly collapsed onto the makeshift bed in Chen Tao's shop, utterly disheveled. "Let us get down to business, Taozi. What do you think of this?" Chen Dali dismounted leisurely and handed a basket filled with wild apricots to Chen Tao. Upon receiving the basket, Chen Tao observed the diminutive wild apricots, each comparable in size to his thumb, their golden orbs unevenly tinged with a rosy hue. He pinched one and placed it in his mouth, experiencing an explosion of juice, a delightful sweetness intertwined with a hint of tartness. On a sweltering day, if one were to chill these in well water, it would be absolutely divine. The flavor is exquisite, albeit a tad small with a rather large pit. Chen Tao, not bothering to wash them, wiped them on his clothing and stuffed 3 or 4 into his mouth in one go. To think there are still apricots at this time. How extraordinary. Where did they come from? They're from my father-in-law's village, where there are also some fuzzy peaches. Since you both find them delicious, I can rest assured. Just don't finish them all. We need to send some to our sister. Understood, understood. Chen Tao retrieved 2 handfuls of wild apricots and placed them in a ceramic jar, lifting the remainder as he addressed Chen Dali and Pan Si. "I'll have our sister prepare a dish. I'll send the apricots over to her. You two keep an eye on the shop." Chen Dali and Pan Si, unhurried, tended to the store while engaging in casual conversation. "Have you heard that Chen Liang has a girlfriend?" Pan Si inquired mischievously, glancing at Chen Dali. "What is that about? Did you see something? Do you know his girlfriend?" Chen Dali was aware that, around this time, Chen Liang had begun a courtship with a girl from the town. Without a matchmaker's involvement, he had used the money earned from selling cotton as a dowry, ultimately squandering the funds without securing a wife. And it took him 2 more years to marry. However, the specifics remained undisclosed to Chen Dali by either Chen Liang or his mother. Chen Liang has fallen victim to a hawk. Pan Si expressed his disdain, wary of involving Chen Dali. He had always looked down upon Chen Liang, who was known for his petty thefts. Hawk is a colloquial term for families who keep their daughters from marrying, allowing them to deceive men under the guise of romance to extract money. How could he possibly know such a person? Chen Dali pondered. In this day and age, most matchmakings were conducted through intermediaries, and usually, these hawks operated as a group. Why would they target a penniless Chen Liang? Who knows how he got acquainted with them? I heard that he was boasting about himself externally, which caught someone's attention. With your house as collateral, you mustn't let him take advantage of you. Pan Si was full of grievances regarding Chen Liang. I want to be that foolish again. In a past life, Chen Dali had not accompanied Pan Si to the county, and Pan Si had no opportunity to inform him, as he had been sent off to serve in the military. As they conversed, Chen Tao returned with a shorter man. "Dali, this is Director Shi from the Fire Brigade's logistics." Chen Tao introduced them while discreetly signaling Chen Dali. "Director Shi, this is my elder cousin, Chen Dali." Chen Tao emphasized the term elder cousin. "I shall simply call you Dali. How much of the mountain peaches and apricots you delivered to Chen Hua's family remains?" "State a price," and our fire brigade logistics will take care of the rest. Director Sure stated directly. There are still over 400 pounds of mountain peaches, but only about 300 pounds of wild apricots. The quantities had been lingering in Chen Dali's mind for the past 2 days. Early on the path taken with my father-in-law, Chen Dali had already estimated the approximate yield of the fruit trees, and now he was intentionally downplaying it for quality's sake. Our unit recently had an event and was in need of fruit. Please provide a price, and I shall give you a deposit. Can it be delivered by tomorrow? The unit had just received news that the location for the team competition would be held here, with other units coming as guests. They needed to display hospitality as the hosts. The meat and vegetable supply was sufficient, and Director Sure, who valued appearances, was eager for something fresh. Coincidentally, he encountered Chen Tao, who was on his way to find Chen Hua with a basket in hand. At this time of year, late-maturing wild apricots are nearly out of season. After tasting one, Director Sure eagerly followed along. Chen Dali offered a reasonable price of 50 cents per pound. Rarity enhances value. He originally intended to take some wild apricots and mountain peaches to the county for sale. To his surprise, before he even began, he had already been completely bought out. Fortunately, before leaving yesterday, he had given his mother-in-law some money to start collecting mountain peaches and wild apricots. He had set out with a spirit of determination. Yet before he even commenced, he felt an overwhelming sense of success that seemed surreal. The price you quoted isn't too high, Dali, Chen Tao remarked, feeling that they could have asked for more given its uniqueness. However, Chen Dali was always straightforward, and Chen Tao chose not to press him further. How do you plan to bring it over? Pan Si's concern lay not with the price. Perhaps a donkey cart? Chen Dali hesitated momentarily. I will find you a donkey cart, but let us ensure that the villagers do not sabotage this business. Pan Si, always perceptive, thought more comprehensively than others. I will accompany you this afternoon, he decisively concluded. Chen Tao acknowledged Pan Si's thoroughness. Indeed, I cannot allow my daughter to be deprived of her milk money, Pan Si proudly proclaimed. Ever since the birth of Chen Yiru, both Chen Tao and Pan Si had taken to calling themselves the godfather and the second godfather. Chen Dali felt fortunate to have 2 brothers he could rely on. He simply hoped to cherish this life, having felt that his previous one was cut short. Chapter 14. Pan Si's teachings in Wuli Changtuan. Mother Zhou had also begun collecting fuzzy peaches and wild apricots. She was unaware of her son-in-law's intentions for these fruits, as they could be found on the trees of nearly every household in the village. In this community, only families with children tended to care for their fruit trees, harvesting sweet treats for their offspring during the harvest, while the lazier households allowed the fruits to grow wild on the branches. Before leaving, her son-in-law had specifically arranged for her to receive 5 large bills, which startled her. She felt they were not worth that much. She refused them, but Chen Dali insisted on giving them to her. The fruits that fell on the slopes went uncollected, and after she mentioned to nearby villagers that she would be gathering fuzzy peaches and wild apricots, many questioned whether it was true. After discussing with her husband, they set the price for fuzzy peaches at 9 cents per pound, considering that a few would easily weigh a pound. The price for wild apricots was set at 10 cents. Despite the low purchase price, in these times, 5 cents could buy an ice pop, and 1 or 2 yuan could procure a pound of pork, with no one particularly tending to the fruits on the slopes, which were usually just picked for children's sweet enjoyment. The prospect of selling them excited everyone immensely. Father Zhou first calculated how much fruit his family could harvest before asking Mother Zhou to inform their close neighbors about the harvest. By midday, they had filled 2 large baskets. Mother Zhou felt a twinge of anxiety, fearing that she might mishandle the situation, her heart racing with unease. The village was not devoid of individuals inquiring about where the harvested fruit would be sold, and she met such inquiries with a frosty demeanor, indifferent to those who wished to sell or not. Among them was the wife of Zhou Jiangwo. Qian Chunyi, Jiangwo's wife, was a petty and contentious woman. She was still brooding over not having had meat the previous day, and upon seeing the peach harvest, she remarked to Zhou Jiangwo, "Your dear sister-in-law's family is surely on the path to prosperity with such grand endeavors. Not a thought of lending a hand to your own elder brother." Zhou Jiangwo had just quarreled with her and was disinclined to engage, sitting silently with his head bowed. This infuriated Qian Chunyi. People often said the Zhou family was honest, but in her view, they were simply too naive, incapable of asserting themselves. Chen Dali was still unaware of the delightful surprise Mother Zhou had prepared for him. After finishing their meal, he and Pan Si planned to head to Wuli Changtuan to gather fruit. Pan Si, having borrowed a donkey cart, insisted on accompanying him. Coming from a wealthy family, he was unconcerned about expenses. Rather, he was worried that his friend might be deceived after finally finding a profitable venture. After delivering the peaches, "I must return home to check on my adopted daughter," he remarked. Pansy preferred to stay away from home as long as possible. He lamented, "Why does the old man insist I join the army without considering if my fragile frame can endure it?" The thought weighed heavily on him, leaving a bitter taste in his mouth. "It's possible he thinks you need to toughen up. Just refrain from speaking nonsense in front of him," Chen Dali replied candidly. The reason Pansy was overly protective was due to his carefree nature, and his family feared for his safety. They both drove the donkey cart, exchanging jokes and laughter, finding the journey quite enjoyable. Upon reaching the village entrance, they encountered a familiar aunt who greeted them warmly. "Dali, are you here to gather apricots? I still have some on my tree. I'm heading to pick them now." With that, she hurried back home. Pansy immediately tugged at Chen Dali's sleeve. "When the time comes, just say I asked you to gather the fruit." Chen Dali, momentarily confused, inquired, "What do you mean? If you don't want to offend anyone in your father-in-law's village, just say what I told you," Pansy urged, giving him a knowing look. Understanding that Pansy meant well, Chen Dali readily agreed. All right. When they arrived at the Zhou residence, the eastern wing was already filled with 3 baskets. Mother Zhou was busy assessing the quality of the fruit, with a rural scale nearby. "Mother, you're truly remarkable. So much collected in a single day," Chen Dali marveled, realizing he had underestimated his mother-in-law. "Dali, you're here. We've harvested 420 pounds of peaches and 240 pounds of apricots," Mother Zhou said nervously, fearing that Chen Dali would question her about the tasks she had undertaken. After speaking, he glanced at the receipt. The yellowed paper adorned with various symbols neatly arranged at the top, followed by thick vertical lines. Zhou's mother, illiterate, marked a few vertical lines for each few pounds collected. The peaches were sufficient, but a few more would not go amiss. The apricots, however, were slightly lacking. "Are there any for sale from the villagers?" As Chen Dali spoke, he surveyed the surrounding villagers selling fruit. Yes. "Dali, wait for me. I will return home to pick some apricots right away." A few villagers, fearing that Chen Dali might change his mind, hurried home to gather apricots. "Mother, this is my friend Pan Haiban. You can just call him Xiao Pan." Chen Dali introduced Pansy to Zhou's mother. "Good day, Auntie. Your peaches and apricots are truly remarkable, which assures me greatly." Pansy greeted Zhou's mother, intentionally raising his voice a notch. "Our Dali is the one collecting your fruits. It brings me immense joy to assist." Upon hearing this, Zhou's mother finally breathed a sigh of relief. If these were Chen Dali's family's fruits and they incurred a loss, what would become of Zhou Yan? If there were an owner for these goods, Chen Dali would bear no responsibility, which put her mind at ease. The few were conversing while inspecting the fruit's quality. Qian Chunyi emerged from the main house, directly greeting Chen Dali and inquiring, "Dali, where will these fruits be sold? In the future, I must ensure that your brother can sell as well. You cannot prosper while the family barely has enough for soup." Before Chen Dali could respond, Pansy exclaimed loudly, "We have a contract." "What's this, sister-in-law? Are you planning to pay us a penalty for breach of contract?" Zhou Jiangwo emerged from the main house and forcibly pulled Qian Chunyi away. Pansy winked at Chen Dali and, addressing the villagers still standing around, remarked, "I can collect fruits from anywhere, but Dali claims that his father-in-law's village has them. I initially thought we should keep the profits within our community. Had it not been for Chen Dali, I would not have made the lengthy journey by donkey cart." The villagers nearby chimed in, urging Pansy. Qian Chunyi, overhearing this inside the house, gritted her teeth in anger, but she could not cause a scene. If the fruit collectors left, the villagers waiting to sell their goods might tear her apart. The two waited at Zhou's house for some time. Once the fruits were nearly all collected, with the help of the crowd, they loaded the fruits onto the donkey cart. The fruits from Zhou's family had also been picked. Zhou's mother calculated her purchases based on the prices she paid to others. Chen Dali was unwilling to take the remaining 50 he had previously set aside for her. Zhou's mother adamantly refused to accept it, shoving it into Pansy's hands. "Your mother-in-law is quite something." On the way back, Pansy handed the money to Chen Dali. "I did not expect my mother to drive such a hard bargain. I feel somewhat like a swindler." It was Chen Dali's first venture into business, and he felt a bit uneasy. But never mind that. Who is a swindler? If these fruits remain on the trees, they will rot, and they won't sell them. Could they find a buyer? Even if they did, who could consume such a large quantity at once? Pansy stated bluntly, the connections were arranged through Taozi. "You need not mention Xinhua. You are still relatives, so just keep an eye out in the future. This time was merely fortuitous. Otherwise, I would have genuinely feared these fruits would end up in your hands. You can be a bit reckless at times. Chen Dali indeed had the intention to make a significant effort this time, and to his surprise, everything unfolded smoothly, leading him to exclaim, "What a stroke of luck." To earn easy money, one must possess both information and resources. However, earning such money is no simple feat. Pan Si, though young, has extensive experiences and a comprehensive mindset. Have you contemplated what you wish to pursue in the future? He inquired, nudging Chen Dali, who found himself in a state of bewilderment. Ever since his rebirth, everything felt like a dream, and he was uncertain about his desires, only aware of the need to earn money. Yet, money does not come easily. He had already spent quite a bit recently. The two fell into deep contemplation. Chapter 15. Brotherhood thanks to Chen Tao's connections. Director Shi readily settled the final payment after inspecting the goods. A total of 480 pounds of peaches and over 360 pounds of apricots were weighed in whole numbers, with the remainder considered a gift from Chen Dali. After deducting the 100 yuan deposit, 320 yuan was promptly in hand. Chen Dali wished to share a portion with Pan Si and Chen Tao, but both declined. Given Chen Dali's history of handing over money to his mother, Pan Si insisted on accompanying him home, intending to offer him some guidance along the way. Director Shi summoned a few soldiers. Dividing the fruit into two portions, one set was to be presented as a fruit basket to the leaders of other military districts, while the other was to be cleaned and served as a fruit platter for the ordinary soldiers to enjoy. Indeed, the seasonal fruits were past their prime. The mountain peaches and apricots were immensely popular upon release, with several military wives singing praises for the flavor of the apricots. Director Shi beamed with pride. And due to Chen Dali's generous gesture, he remarked to Chen Tao, "Taozi, remember to think of me next time you come across such fine goods." Chen Tao and Chen Hua sincerely rejoiced for Chen Dali. Chen Hua's little girl proudly told her peers, "You should thank my uncle for the apricots." After receiving the payment, Pan Si rode back with Chen Dali. He often felt genuine concern for his friend, constantly urging him not to give all his money to his mother, but to consider his own family as well. In the past, Chen Dali would listen with a smile, allowing the words to flow in one ear and out the other. This time, Pan Si was astonished to find a shift in Chen Dali's attitude, leading him to mistakenly believe it was due to his influence. He planned to continue persuading Chen Dali to shed the title of big spender. "Can't your brother earn money? But have you seen him contribute anything to your mother?" On their way back, Pan Si's incessant chatter continued. "How many times has Chen Liang worked the fields? You're only a few years apart. Why can you handle the work while he cannot? Your mother isn't even looking after the children and is living in your house, yet you're still supporting both Chen Liang and Chen Xiaomei. How is that fair? I'm getting more frustrated by the minute." Before Chen Dali could respond, Pan Si, stirred by emotion, was almost losing his grip on the bicycle handlebars. "Calm down. Our lives are in your hands," Chen Dali quickly reassured him, knowing that Pan Si truly meant well. In his previous life, Pan Si had learned that after his death, his wife and children were cast out, which had infuriated him to the point of sneaking back from the army to confront Chen Liang, an act that had earned him a reprimand. Chen Liang is nothing more than a scoundrel, a persistent nuisance, and for this matter, the Pan family has incurred considerable financial loss to him. This bond is something Chen Dali will remember for a lifetime. In the past, I deceived myself. But now I understand that sometimes, no matter how much one invests, there may be no return. Pansy, trust me, I will not act that way again. That is the right mindset. One should focus on their own family. Once your household is well fed and secure, you three brothers can contribute a little to your mother's retirement. And as for Chen Liang and Chen Xiaomei, you need not concern yourself with them. Suddenly, Pan Si felt like a psychologist for managing to set Chen Dali straight, and he felt a hint of pride swell within him. "What is going on at your home? Do you wish to enlist?" Chen Dali inquired. "I have no idea what my father is thinking. My physique is not suited for the military, and my temperament is rather restless, yet he insists on sending me to the army." As soon as this topic arose, Pan Si had much to criticize. "Why not have a good talk with your father? Stop acting like a fighting cock the moment you see him, and don't be so irritable at home." In his previous life, Pan Si had been quite resistant to military service, unenthusiastic about anything related to the army, and was seen as a troublemaker, which hindered his progress. Chen Dali hoped his brother could alter the course of his previous fate. The two engaged in heartfelt conversation while on their way, feeling no fatigue whatsoever. Perhaps it was the excitement of having completed a significant deal that made their return home much quicker than their journey to the county town. Sister-in-law, I've come to share a meal. As soon as he entered the courtyard, Pan Si promptly greeted Zhou Yan. Pan Si, with his lively personality, resembled a younger brother, always showing great respect towards Zhou Yan. Pan Si is here. Brother Dali, you're back. I'll go prepare dinner. It was nearly 5 o'clock, and Zhou Yan glanced at the sun, intending to start cooking. Chen Yiru remained in her cradle, and upon noticing Zhou Yan's movements, as if sensing she was about to leave, immediately reached out her hands to be held. Come here, godfather. Pan Si washed his hands and squeezed past Chen Dali, simultaneously teasing him. You see little Yiru every day, while I can hardly visit in 800 days. Let me have my turn to shower her with affection. Chen Yiru, indifferent to who held her, beamed a sweet smile, leaving Pan Si utterly enchanted. You know, I should get married soon and have a son. Then you can let Yiru marry into my family, and I'll become her father-in-law. No one would dare bully my precious daughter after that. How wonderful. Pan Si's imagination ran wild. Off you go. You're still far from that. Your son wouldn't be worth much, Chen Dali quipped. Haha, that's true. He can't compare to my goddaughter. What a brilliant idea. Pan Si continued to jest. Chen Dali genuinely wished to avoid the sight of Pan Si's childish face. A son, you say? You should first get through the military service before discussing that. If you end up serving 10 or 8 years, my daughter will have grown up by then, and your son wouldn't even have made an appearance. You're truly heartless, bringing up that topic. The moment military service was mentioned, Pan Si deflated like a punctured balloon. To Zhou Yan, Pan Si was a good friend of Chen Dali, a rare guest in their home who deserved a warm reception. She exerted great effort to prepare a meal of preserved meat rice. Rice was a rarity, purchased by Chen Dali to change Chen Yiru's rations. This preserved meat was even scarcer in the north, a gift from a truly close relative when Zhou Yan gave birth to Chen Yiru. The method of preparing the bacon rice was taught by a relative. Golden and glutinous potatoes, cut into small cubes, were laid out in a cast-iron pot. A handful of vibrant green peas was shelled and evenly scattered among the white rice, topped with a delicate layer of bacon slices, all drizzled with water before being placed over a roaring steam. When the rice was half-cooked, Zhou Yan lifted the lid to release the steam, gently pouring a spoonful of oil along the edge of the pot with a small spoon, then covered it again, increasing the heat. Soon, the air was filled with the tantalizing aroma of sizzling fat and crispy rice crust. Pan Si, unreserved in his demeanor, interrupted Zhou Yan's attempt to prepare other dishes, exclaiming, Sister-in-law, there's no need for elaborate dishes tonight. This alone is enough to make me crave more. Zhou Yan quickly served a bowl of rice to Pan Si and Chen Dali. The delightful scent of the crispy rice combined with the potatoes, along with the saltiness and richness of the bacon, permeated every grain of rice, leaving Pan Si utterly enchanted. Sister-in-law, your culinary skills are truly remarkable, he praised, mouth full. Zhou Yan initially intended to retreat with Chen Yiru to eat in private, as women were often not invited to the dining table in these times. However, Chen Dali promptly took the child and placed Zhou Yan's bowl beside him, urging, hurry and eat. You've worked hard all day. He even offered Zhou Yan the bacon from his own bowl, fearing she might hesitate to indulge. Pan Si couldn't help but glance at Chen Dali several times, pondering. I thought I had influenced this fellow, but it turns out he has merely changed out of affection for his wife. It's truly baffling. Chapter 16. Chen Shaoan returned to her parental home after finishing his meal. Pan Si played with Chen Yiru for a while before reluctantly departing. He found the outside world far more comfortable than home, yet he felt it inappropriate to linger as a third wheel amidst the affectionate couple. Once the meal was over, Chen Dali took advantage of Zhou Yan's attention on their daughter to wash the dishes and fill the large kitchen jar with water. Only after completing all the household chores did he sit down to rest. There hasn't been any company today, has there? Chen Dali asked as he organized the money he had earned and handed it to Zhou Yan. Indeed, no one has visited. But I heard from Aunt Wang that your sister has returned, Zhou Yan replied, taking the money and counting it, astonished. Why is there so much? It's just a fortunate coincidence. Chen Dali explained the circumstances to Zhou Yan in detail. We should express our gratitude to Taozi and Panzi, Zhou Yan remarked, while mentally calculating what delectable treats might still be available at home. I know, they want to ask for money. I'll prepare some rare delicacies for them later. They are both true gourmands, Chen Dali mused, contemplating how to repay his friends for their kindness. Has my elder sister returned with the children? Has our mother called us over? Chen Dali inquired further. She hasn't called, Probably knowing you're not home. I only heard it from Aunt Wang, Zhou Yin replied. Considering that her sister-in-law might have come to visit their mother-in-law to foster closeness, hence not calling Chen Dali was perfectly understandable. Never mind, we'll discuss it tomorrow. It's getting late. We should hurry to bed, Zhou Yin concluded. Chen Dali felt somewhat perplexed, but recognized that it was too late to ponder further. After a long day, the priority was to get some rest. Meanwhile, on Chen Mu's side, she and Chen Xiaoyan had not yet retired for the night. Chen Xiaoyan's eyes were red, her hair slightly disheveled, and she bore none of her usual radiance. Mother Chen sat gracefully nearby, gently fanning herself while remarking, "Why didn't you confront him when you discovered the truth? You ought to have brought the children back. If you cannot manage your husband, how can you manage the children? Imagine how anxious your mother-in-law would be upon seeing them." It turned out that Chen Xiaoyan had passed by her partner's place that day and discovered her man, Wang Hongjun, entangled with a younger woman. Infuriated, she slapped him and returned to her parental home. Initially, she did not wish to disclose this to Mother Chen, but the astute woman sensed her daughter's distress and directly inquired. Deep down, Chen Xiaoyan felt a profound disappointment. Although her marriage to Wang Hongjun had been arranged by a matchmaker, they had spent a considerable time together before their engagement. Being without a town registration, she often found herself at the mercy of her mother-in-law. Occasionally, she would return home seeking advice from her own mother, only for her mother to offer misguided suggestions. Her life was far from the idyllic image perceived by outsiders. After the birth of her child, the friction between her and her mother-in-law increased, leaving Wang Hongjun caught in the middle, enduring considerable strain. Over the years, Mother Chen had frequently deceived Chen Xiaoyan into sending money home, claiming a lack of basic necessities or various ailments, prompting Chen Liang to seek her assistance. With children at home, Chen Xiaoyan could not return every time, so she resorted to sending small gifts and money back with Chen Liang. Her mother-in-law took advantage of her vulnerability. Aware that Chen Xiaoyan's bride price had been consumed by Mother Chen, a matter that remained unspoken, leaving her resentful. Furthermore, because Mother Chen constantly coerced Chen Xiaoyan for funds, had it not been for the children, Chen Xiaoyan would have stood her ground long ago. Wang Hongjun worked as an accountant at a rare earth alloy factory, possessing a modest sum of money. Today, a young woman daringly seized the opportunity to cling to his arm, and tomorrow, someone might attempt to embrace him. Deep down, she contemplated the audacity to seek a divorce, yet in this day and age, divorce carried a stigma, especially with children involved, leaving her indecisive. Mother Chen's thoughts diverged from Chen Xiaoyan's. The bride price for Chen Liang remained unresolved. After Chen Dali's previous remarks, he hadn't sent a single penny. The notion of Chen Xiaoyan returning home to declare her intent to divorce seemed absurd. While it might frighten Wang Hongjun, a divorce would mean relinquishing everything to another. Furthermore, in the countryside, couples argued daily but rarely divorced. Both mother and daughter harbored their worries, resulting in a restless night. Chapter 17. Chen Xiaoyan. As the sun barely peaked above the horizon, Chen Xiaoyan rose early, beginning to tidy up the yard. With a troubled mind, she sought to numb herself through labor. Chen Xiaoyan was indeed a woman of stature and beauty. Unlike the gentle Zhou Yin, she possessed a vibrant spirit, having earned the nickname Little Firecracker in her youth. She was adept at her work and responsibilities. Chen Xiaoyan was the only one in the Chen family who offered assistance to Zhou Yin and Chen Yiru. In her past life, she had quarreled with Wang Hongjun frequently due to helping Zhou Yin, who, in turn, felt guilty for constantly burdening her. Before her marriage, Chen Xiaoyan was a diligent worker. After dropping out of school, her mother raised 2 sows at home, intending for Chen Xiaoyan to rear them as part of her dowry. She took on the tasks of cutting pigweed, cooking pig feed, feeding the pigs, and cleaning their droppings, duties she undertook with dedication, resulting in 2 plump and healthy pigs. That year, the price of pork soared, yielding a considerable profit. Unfortunately, just as the pigs became lucrative, Chen Liang caused a ruckus by getting into a fight. Seizing the opportunity, Chen's mother claimed the earnings, leaving Chen Xiaoyan empty-handed after a year of hard work. The following year, Chen Xiaoyan ceased pig farming and instead joined other village girls in making shoe soles and weaving insoles. Though the money earned was scant, her mother continuously found reasons to demand her earnings. When it was time for her marriage, the betrothal gifts from Wang Hongjun were initially said to be for Chen Xiaoyan, but in reality, her mother deceitfully took them under the guise of safeguarding them. Throughout the years of marriage, Chen Xiaoyan's mother had not ceased to swindle her money. In a fit of anger, Chen Xiaoyan contemplated divorce and sought to reclaim the money she had previously entrusted to her mother. However, her mother, astute as ever, quickly urged reconciliation. Chen Xiaoyan, much like the previous Chen Dali, was brainwashed by her mother, feeling pity for the sacrifices made in raising so many children, fearing her mother's distress. At this moment, Chen Xiaoyan's heart was heavy with conflicting emotions. She was reluctant to part with her child, yet infuriated by her husband Wang Hongjun's indiscretions. Her mother feared the ramifications of a divorce, knowing that a man of Wang Hongjun's caliber would be hard to find. If they separated, Chen Liang's bride price would still be unresolved, and retrieving her money would be an impossible feat. Chen Xiaoyan feared the judgment of the surrounding villages if she were to divorce. Would Chen Liang still find a wife? Chen Liang often boasted to their mother about the beauty and filial piety of the girl he was courting, which pleased her greatly. Chen Dali, having finished his morning chores, hurried to visit Chen Xiaoyan. Embarrassed to discuss her troubles, she found herself unable to withstand Chen Dali's probing questions. In no time, he had extracted the details from her. He recalled that such events had not transpired in their previous life. Could this be the so-called butterfly effect? Sister, did you see your husband with that woman? Chen Dali remembered Wang Hongjun as somewhat flirtatious but not one to engage with others in such a manner. His frivolities were typically directed at embezzling funds from the rare earth alloy factory, for which he had once served time. It was Chen Xiaoyan's relentless efforts that had rectified the financial discrepancies and secured his release. In matters of romance, Wang Hongjun had always been a faithful man. Yesterday, Chen Xiaoyan had been consumed by anger, but upon reflection, she realized that it was not Wang Hongjun who had been unfaithful. Rather, it seemed that the woman was the one pursuing him. Observing Chen Xiaoyan's expression, Chen Dali began to understand the situation. I will pay a visit to your husband today to discern the truth, he resolved, planning to investigate the matter. If Wang Hongjun was indeed in the wrong, he would not hesitate to confront him. Since the last time Chen Dali refused to accept money, Chen Liang's demeanor has changed dramatically. Upon seeing Chen Dali approach, he called out brother in a casual manner and hurried into the house. Chen Mu intended to voice her thoughts, but Chen Dali, pressed for time to head into the city, departed swiftly. Your second brother has truly forgotten his mother since marrying. He has grown distant from me, she lamented to Chen Xiaoyan. He is in a hurry to get to town, and besides, does he truly lack for your care? The coat you wear was made by Zhou Yan, right? This courtyard belongs to your second brother. What more do you wish for? Chen Xiaoyan replied candidly. A son should honor his mother. That is only natural. I consume his provisions, and no one dares to speak against it. Chen Mu retorted immediately. Do you know what he said last time? He claimed that the house should suffice for our generation, as if he is forcing me to move. If it is not for your generation, must it then go to Chen Liang? Chen Xiaoyan could not help but scoff. The second and third brothers are not much different. The second has already established himself, while the third idles away his days without even tending to the fields. You are indeed biased. Your third brother has yet to marry. Once he does, he will mature. Chen Mu defended Chen Liang vehemently. Indulge him as you wish. I wonder how far your indulgence will carry, Chen Xiaoyan retorted, growing increasingly irate, and she tossed the broom aside in frustration. Let your precious son handle it. With that, she turned and entered the house. Why must you throw things about when speaking? Chen Mu lamented, her heart aching as she checked the broom, relieved it remained intact. She had always been reluctant to let Chen Liang toil, treating him like a cherished treasure. Now that Chen Xiaoyan refused to sweep, she called for Chen Xiaomei from across the wall, revealing her evident favoritism. Chapter 18. Inquiring for information before the dew had fully settled. Chen Dali had already organized the household chores. He explained the situation to Zhou Yan, who listened with concern. Chen Xiaoyan, his elder sister-in-law, had treated her well. When she gave birth, Chen Xiaoyan had saved a packet of brown sugar for Chen Dali to bring back, which led to much gossip from his sister-in-law, Wang Yingzi, compelling Chen Xiaoyan to buy a piece of cloth to appease her. Brother Dali, there is little work left at home, so do not worry, Zhou Yan reassured him. She understood that Chen Xiaoyan's matters were also her own. Chen Dali cared for his family, and thus she felt compelled to consider his relatives. Setting aside thoughts of her mother-in-law, Chen Dali kissed his daughter and reminded Zhou Yan to lock the door before he left. The sun beat down harshly on his skin as he sat upon the donkey cart, lacking the spirit to engage in idle chatter with others. In his previous life, his brother-in-law Wang Hongjun had briefly been swept away by monetary disputes, yet he had always maintained propriety in his relationships. This time, Chen Dali felt the need to have a serious conversation with Wang Hongjun. Wang Hongjun was the sole child in his family. employed at the rare earth alloy factory in town. During the day, he worked while his parents and 2 children remained at home. When Chen Dali arrived in town, it was nearly 10 o'clock. He did not rush to find Wang Hongjun. Instead, he struck up a conversation with the workers waiting to unload at the factory entrance. The dock workers, led by a foreman, typically linger outside the factory throughout the year, waiting for work. When a newcomer like Chen Dali approaches, he immediately captures their attention. "Brother, are you here to find work?" A rugged man with a furrowed brow, as if chiseled from stone, greets Chen Dali. Chen Dali grins sheepishly and offers the man a cigarette, saying, "Yes, brother. I've just sold the cotton at home, and there's little work in the fields. I'm hoping to earn some money for the household." Standing among the burly men, Chen Dali's stature is striking. He is tall and well-built, his muscular arms straining against his shirt, exuding an aura of strength. "Just call me Lao Dong. Come, I'll introduce you to our boss," the man replies. Contemplating the recent surge in work despite many workers having taken leave to tend to their fields, which could delay their return by 3 or 4 days. Chen Dali appears strong and amiable, and the man, appreciating the cigarette, is willing to facilitate Chen Dali's entry into their ranks. The leader of these workers, surnamed Xiao, is an elderly gentleman of modest height, completely bald with a shiny head. He speaks with a friendly smile, earning the affectionate title of Old Master Xiao from the workers. He sizes up Chen Dali and inquires, "We can settle payment by the truckload or by the day. Can you work for 4 days?" "Sure," Chen Dali responds readily. "There is not much work in the fields anyway. I'd like to earn a bit more." "Excellent. Stick with Lao Dong." He'll clarify how the work and payment will be arranged. Old Master Xiao concludes, finding Chen Dali agreeable. Without hesitation, Chen Dali agrees on the wages and follows Lao Dong to unload and load goods. The task requires workers to climb up and down repeatedly, and Chen Dali, nimble and strong, quickly adapts. Lao Dong feels a sense of relief. Training a novice can be taxing, especially when they lack awareness of the unspoken cues. As Chen Dali works, he listens to the other workers' gossip. Despite their robust appearances and sun-darkened skin, these men engage in gossip that rivals that of rural women. Knowing every detail about the town's happenings and occasionally peppering their conversations with risky remarks. During lunch, Chen Dali shares a meal prepared by Old Master Qiao's wife, consisting of a mixed vegetable stew and soup. His intention was never solely to earn money. He prefers to remain in the background, closely following Lao Dong. Lao Dong grows increasingly pleased with him, even inquiring whether he is married. Startled, Chen Dali quickly mentions that his daughter is almost walking. This diversion shifts the gossip from lewd topics to marriage and children, when suddenly, an older man introduces the term releasing a hawk. Chen Dali is familiar with the term. Previously, while selling apricots, Pensi had warned him that his brother, Chen Liang, had caught the attention of those who release hawks. Many of the younger men are perplexed by the term's meaning. "They're scammers," someone explains. "They promise marriage and pay the bride price. But when it comes time to take the bride home, they just run off with the money." A man with a modicum of understanding kindly explained, Nowadays marrying a wife requires money, furniture, and even a bicycle. You buy all these things, and what if the wife runs away? It is truly disheartening," lamented Old Dong. Recently, Old Wang from the factory had been enjoying a streak of romantic fortune. A man with sharply defined brows winked and said, "I recall him introducing himself as Zhao. He is also from the town." "What romantic fortune?" someone inquired curiously. "The daughter of the barber from the west end of the town has taken a fancy to him. This man already has 2 children with his wife, and now there is another woman pursuing him." "Old Wang is indeed fortunate," remarked the man named Zhao, his face filled with envy. Chen Dali suspected he was referring to his brother-in-law, Wang Hongjun, and hastily finished the bun in his hand, perking up his ears to listen intently. Old Dong interrupted, "What do you know, you rascal? The daughter of Old Li from the west and is not someone to be trifled with. She is as tenacious as a sticky plaster, even more relentless than a hawk. If Old Wang has no intention of pursuing her, he should steer clear, or else his family will surely fall apart." The man named Zhao disdainfully raised an eyebrow, but chose not to comment further. The men quickly shifted the topic. Chen Dali took note of this and, during the afternoon's labor, partnered with a younger local man. As they worked and chatted, the exhaustion faded, and soon he had gathered all the information he needed. It turned out that the woman his sister had encountered indeed had her eyes set on his brother-in-law, the old cucumber. To outsiders, Wang Hongjun was considered a prized catch. As the only son in his family, he owned a house and a yard and had a stable job. Aside from fishing, he had no other hobbies. Recently, The rare earth alloy factory hired a girl from the barber shop at the West End to serve as a warehouse manager. Her name was Li Fengxia, and her reputation was far from stellar. Even the women in town spoke of her with disdain. Shortly after starting work, she became entangled with Wang Hongjun, even crossing paths with Chen Shaoan. According to the workers, Li Fengxia had yet to secure her conquest. A few others lamented how Wang Hongjun was letting prime opportunities slip through his fingers, calling him a fool. Chen Dali's hands never paused. He lifted and transported goods while keeping his ears open. From the gossip about Li Fengxia's mother being apprehended alongside townspeople to the whispers that she was likely involved with the factory director, he absorbed every tidbit. While moving cargo, it so happened that Li Fengxia emerged from the factory on her bicycle, and the man named Zhao pointed her out to everyone. Li Fengxia strutted past the loading truck, casting a disdainful glance at the dusty, hard-working laborers. Chen Dali took note of her appearance before returning to his tasks. In less than 10 minutes, a slightly greasy middle-aged man also rode out from the rare earth alloy factory, a black briefcase hanging from his bicycle handle. At that moment, Old Dong greeted him with a smile. "Director Li, are you heading out?" The middle-aged man, maintaining an air of importance, stopped his bicycle and adjusted his collar. "I have a matter to attend to." Old Dong replied promptly, "Of course, please rest assured that we will handle the cargo properly." The woman named Li Fengxia has just left, and the manager of the rare earth alloy factory also mentioned he had work to attend to outside. What a curious coincidence. Chen Dali connected the gossip he had just overheard and began to suspect that these two indeed shared a clandestine relationship. Yet, he pondered, why then did she take an interest in Wang Hongjun? This left him perplexed. Nevertheless, he had ample time to keep an eye on this couple. Ideally, Wang Hongjun would harbor no intentions. Should he truly wrong his sister, Chen Shaoan, Chen Dali would not hesitate to break Wang Hongjun's legs, ensuring he would have to recuperate at home for some time. Today, the factory was unusually busy. Yet several men engaged in idle chatter managed to complete their tasks ahead of schedule. Boss Chiao was quite pleased and instructed Lao Dong to settle the wages with everyone promptly, also telling Chen Dali to ensure his presence the following day. After finishing his work, Chen Dali noticed the hour was late, so he quickly washed his face at the faucet before heading to confront his brother-in-law, Wang Hongjun. By the time most of the factory workers had departed, Chen Dali's patience wore thin as he finally spotted Wang Hongjun, who appeared lost in thought. Pushing his bicycle out of the factory with a somber expression, Wang Hongjun seemed oblivious to Chen Dali trailing behind him. As he absent-mindedly pushed his bike towards home, Chen Dali called out loudly, "Brother-in-law." Startled, Wang Hongjun turned, his expression transforming as if he had seen a savior. "Dali, your sister has returned to her family." "Brother-in-law, I was just looking for you to discuss this matter," Chen Dali replied as he approached Wang Hongjun. "Let us find a quiet place to talk." "Have you wronged my sister?" Wang Hongjun, feeling flustered, retorted, "I haven't. I was completely unaware of what was happening when I received 2 slaps. I intended to follow your sister, but our factory manager said it was too busy and docked my wages for taking leave. I was planning to pick your sister up this Saturday. I even told my mother that your sister had gone home to help with the farm." Wang Hongjun felt more wronged than Do Yi, the legendary figure of injustice. The new warehouse manager, utterly clueless, kept bothering him over trivial matters. When he reported these issues to his superiors, he was told to mentor the newcomer. Whenever he pointed out discrepancies in inventory and shipments, the new manager would cling to his arm, startling him. Amidst this chaos, his wife appeared and slapped him twice when he tried to chase after her. The factory manager detained him, and he was stuck reconciling accounts until 2 in the morning. Now, with his leave request and the threat of a wage deduction looming over him, he was in turmoil when his brother-in-law arrived. After carefully questioning Wang Hongjun about the situation, observing his foolish demeanor, Chen Dali concluded that the manager's involvement with Li Fengxia was likely more significant. However, if they truly had an affair, why would they involve Wang Hongjun? Chen Dali resolved to follow Li Fengxia the next day. "All right, I understand now, brother-in-law. You should go home and take care of the children. It's getting late, and I must return to the village." With a plan forming in his mind, Chen Dali intended to find his sister first. Wang Hongjun gazed at his brother-in-law with pleading eyes, saying, "You must explain this to your sister for me. I'll pick her up on Saturday and make sure she doesn't let anything slip in front of my mother." Chen Dali truly wished to avoid the sight of his brother-in-law's woeful visage. He merely stated, "I shall provide her with a brief overview. The specifics can be conveyed by you in person on Saturday." With this assurance, Wang Hongjun's demeanor visibly relaxed as he offered to accompany Chen Dali back to the village. Observing the dark circles under Wang Hongjuan's eyes, a consequence of sleepless nights, Chen Dali suggested that he return home to rest. After bidding farewell to Wang Hongjun, Chen Dali did not rush home. Instead, he meandered through the town, familiarizing himself with Li Fengxiao's residence, and inquired about the home of the director of the rare earth alloy factory, before finally embarking on his journey back to the village. As he traversed the return path, Chen Dali became acutely aware of his fervent desire to reach home. He hastened his pace, managing to arrive before darkness enveloped the surroundings. Upon his return, he exchanged a few words with Chen Xiaoyun and shared his suspicions, sensing that Wang Hongjun might be walking into a trap. Just yesterday, she had been lamenting Wang Hongjuan's indiscretions and contemplating divorce. Now, upon hearing the news, Chen Xiaoyun seemed on the verge of erupting, eager to pack her belongings and return to town. Yet, Chen Dali dissuaded her from such impulsive thoughts. What was destined to occur would unfold in due time. They could only observe how the situation would ensnare Wang Hongjun and ponder why it was necessary to involve him. Chen Xiaoyun managed to suppress her emotions, pledging to heed Chen Dali's guidance. As for the course of action, Chen Dali himself was uncertain, his mind swirling with countless strategies to tarnish Li Fengxiao's reputation. Should his suspicions prove correct, it was likely that the factory director was not a paragon of virtue either. He planned to gather more information the following day before making any decisions. After reassuring Chen Xiaoyun to patiently await Wang Hongjuan's apology, he briefly greeted his mother before hastily returning to his own home. Chen Yiru had finished her meal and fallen asleep, while Zhou Yin waited in the courtyard, washing clothes. Upon seeing him return, her face lit up with joy, and she hurried to heat his meal. Chen Dali rolled up his sleeves, took the clothes from Zhou Yin, and began to wash them while inquiring about her day. Life in the countryside lacked entertainment, consisting mainly of cooking, childcare, and laundry. He quietly recounted the day's events to Zhou Yin, who was taken aback by the scandalous behavior of certain individuals. Having lived in the village for so long, she had never encountered such shamelessness. In their community, such a girl would have been met with scorn and rotten eggs, and their family would hardly be able to run a hair salon. Chen Dali intended for Zhou Yin to grasp the harsh realities of the outside world while preserving her innocence. He believed it essential for her to confront the darker aspects of society to avoid a fate like that of the previous generation, who were sold without awareness. The most crucial aspect of their marriage was mutual growth, and he hoped that Zhou Yin would gradually mature in the future. Chapter 19. Gradual Discoveries. Early in the morning, Chen Dali took advantage of Zhou Yin and her mother's slumber to attend to household chores. Rural life was such that, although the tasks appeared insignificant, they were quite fragmented. In the absence of pesticides and fertilizers, neglecting to clear the weeds for a single day could lead to rampant growth, and the diligence of the farmers directly influenced the harvest. During the day, Zhou Yin was occupied with looking after the children, and at night, she had to cradle her daughter to sleep. Chen Yiru is doing well for now, but it is expected that she will leave in due time, and Zhou Yin will hardly find a moment's rest. Chen Dali does not allow her to assist with the farm work. All the watering, weeding, and manure piling are tasks he undertakes himself. The women in the village have not refrained from gossiping about Zhou Yin behind her back. Nevertheless, Chen Dali remains indifferent to their remarks. He gave all the few coins he earned yesterday to Zhou Yin, who, despite holding a substantial sum, refuses to spend it as extravagantly as Chen Dali does on food and drink. Recently, the family's meals have been enhanced by the addition of 2 eggs, which Zhou Yin has selflessly reserved for Chen Dali and Chen Yiru. Since his rebirth, Chen Dali has made it a point to ensure that Zhou Yin does not have to rise early to prepare meals whenever he has the time. Observing that it was still relatively early, he kindled the fire in the outdoor stove after fetching water, planning to prepare corn porridge. While steaming bean flour cakes, he also prepared a delicate egg custard for Chen Yiru, generously adding a few drops of fragrant oil. Lastly, he washed and chopped some pickled carrots, swiftly stir-frying them with eggs to create a delightful, unpretentious dish. Once breakfast was ready, he placed it in the main room, awaiting Zhou Yin and her daughter's awakening, and began tidying up the small vegetable garden. The garden contained some ordinary peppers, purple eggplants, and old cowpeas. In a corner of the yard, Chen Dali skillfully cut several bamboo strips and fashioned a few bamboo fences, enhancing the neatness of the courtyard. After Zhou Yin and her daughter rose, Chen Dali held the child, urging Zhou Yin to enjoy her meal in peace, to which she responded with a hint of shyness. No man in the village is as considerate as the head of her household. Previously, she would rise early to cook, as was customary in every household. with men working outside and women managing the home. Now, with Chen Dali's attentiveness, her daily burdens have lightened considerably, making her feel as though she has fallen into a pot of honey. In rural areas, breakfast is served rather early. After Chen Dali tidied up the pots and pans, he told Zhou Yan that he would wash Chen Yiru's clothes when he returned and intended to set off. Just as he stepped outside, he caught sight of the sneaky Chen Liang. "Yangzi, what are you doing here?" Chen Dali's irritation flared at the sight of Chen Liang. As a grown man, he ought to present himself better instead of idly gambling and catching crickets. Whenever it was time for labor, he would vanish, leaving Chen Mu to call upon Chen Dazhuang and Chen Dali to work, only to return faster than anyone else when it was time to harvest and sell the crops. "Second brother, do you have any money?" Chen Liang hesitated before asking. "Where am I supposed to get money from?" Chen Dali replied curtly, but then recalled that he was indeed going to load goods today. If Chen Liang were willing to put in the effort, he could earn his own money. And perhaps Chen Dali could lend him a hand. "I'm going to help load goods today. Do you want to join me?" "Load goods?" Chen Liang exclaimed in surprise, shaking his head vigorously like a rattle drum. "That work is too exhausting. I can't handle it. If you won't do this and you won't do that, what can you possibly do?" Chen Dali retorted sharply. As the youngest sibling, Chen Liang is the apple of Chen Mu's eye. He possesses little skill but harbors lofty aspirations, persistently refusing to toil in the fields. He spends his days idly wandering, often falling victim to deception and causing trouble. Unbeknownst to Chen Liang, he was oblivious to his own worth, persistently clamoring to work at the factory. In the entire village, aside from his mother, no one cared to engage with him. "Unloading sounds exhausting. I have no desire to partake. I merely wish to borrow 2 yuan from you, as I have matters to attend to in town today," Chen Liang remarked. "I toil all day moving goods and barely earn a few coins, let alone 2 yuan. I don't have it. If you wish to work, then follow me. Otherwise, do not trouble my wife at home. If I return and discover you visited, I shall not hesitate to deal with you," Chen Dali retorted, leaving those words behind as he strode away. Chen Liang did not pursue him. Although he was greatly indulged, he possessed a keen instinct for danger. He sensed a shift in Chen Dali's demeanor ever since his mother had inquired about the bride price and failed to secure it. The feeling that Chen Dali would not hesitate to reprimand him if he misstepped lingered in his mind, affecting his demeanor in Chen Dali's presence. Chen Dali forbade him from seeking Zhou Yan, and indeed, he dared not do so. However, he had no intention of working. After some contemplation, Chen Liang resolved to return home and plead with his mother for the 2 yuan. Due to the time Chen Liang consumed, Chen Dali arrived in town past 8 o'clock. Fortunately, the driver's vehicle had broken down en route, delaying their arrival at the factory, thus avoiding any disruption to the unloading schedule for the day. "Dali, in a couple of days, once the rare earth alloy factory finishes unloading, there's a shipment from an old Russian that needs to be loaded. Would you like to accompany me to oversee the transport?" Old Dong inquired with a tone of negotiation, as he was out of individuals capable of traveling long distances. Brother Dong, I shall discuss it with my wife to see if it is feasible, particularly as the child is still young," Chen Dali replied after a moment's thought. All right. I hadn't noticed this side of you. Speak with your sister-in-law. We merely need to transport the goods to the provincial capital." "This is a shipment from Boss Chiao," Old Dong remarked, patting Chen Dali on the arm. "Whether or not it materializes, I shall provide you with a definite answer soon." "You, lad, are quite capable," Old Dong complimented, noting that the day's shipments had been few, allowing for an earlier return. The workers at the rare earth alloy factory were solely responsible for production and not for loading or unloading. Any such tasks had to be managed through Boss Chiao. Typically, the costs for loading and unloading were covered by the buyer, though occasionally the seller would bear the expense. This practice was consistent not only at the rare earth alloy factory but across other establishments as well. Boss Chiao managed the loading and unloading for 2 or 3 factories, and none dared to default on his fees. Chen Dali understood that Boss Chiao had powerful backing, yet as a temporary worker, these matters were of no concern to him. Chen Dali approached his work with a calm demeanor. Whether loading or unloading, he organized items meticulously, striving to ensure that subsequent operations would proceed smoothly. After observing for some time, Old Dong genuinely believed that Chen Dali was a valuable asset and contemplated bringing him into his fold for work. While Chen Dali's hands were busy, his ears were equally attentive, absorbing the incessant chatter of the workers. He meticulously noted down any useful information. At noon, Director Li and Li Fengxia exited the factory in succession, and upon returning for the afternoon shift, they too arrived one after the other. Chen Dali's unfortunate brother-in-law, Wang Hongjun, also came to work today, appearing utterly dispirited, resembling a wandering soul. As he entered the factory, he failed to notice his own brother-in-law among those awaiting work by the roadside. Wang Hongjun retreated into his office and did not emerge. During lunchtime, Chen Dali caught a glimpse of him meandering toward the cafeteria at the rare earth alloy plant. As usual, the wife of Boss Chiao brought lunch, and any man laboring for Boss Chiao was assured a meal, regardless of its quality. Thus, he could be considered a benevolent employer. The loquacious Chiao, eager to showcase his knowledge, even divulged the tale of Director Li being caught in an affair by his wife. Chen Dali listened attentively, refraining from interjecting, which earned him considerable regard from the old boss. Today, the workload was not too heavy. One driver had not arrived due to a vehicle breakdown. Noticing the lack of goods, the old boss decided to send everyone home early. Chen Dali squatted at the factory entrance, conversing with the old boss for a while. It was not until he spotted Li Fengxia exiting the factory that he feigned a casual farewell to the old boss. Keeping a respectful distance, he followed her from afar, relieved that Li Fengxia was cycling at a leisurely pace. Before long, Director Li of the rare earth alloy plant caught up on his bicycle, and the two dismounted, conversing amiably while pushing their bikes. The demeanor and atmosphere between them suggested an undeniable intimacy. Together, they returned to Li Fengxia's hair salon, where a slender middle-aged woman greeted them warmly. Undoubtedly, this was Li Fengxia's mother. Boldly, Chen Dali feigned the intention of getting a haircut and entered the salon. The establishment had been converted from a side room of a courtyard, and upon entering, he could only see Li Fengxia and the other two enter the main room. Nonetheless, it sufficed for him to know that they would gather there after work. "Is anyone here? I'd like a buzz cut," he called out, coming right up. A plump middle-aged man emerged from the main room, conversing as he approached. "Would you like your hair washed?" "No, brother. I'm in a hurry to get home. Just cut my hair. I can wash it myself later," Chen Dali replied nonchalantly. "All right then." The middle-aged man retrieved his tools and began trimming Chen Dali's hair while engaging in conversation. "I've never seen you around, brother. Is this your first visit?" "Indeed. Lao Zhao mentioned this salon, and my hair had grown rather unruly, so I hurried over for a trim," Chen Dali responded. "Well, we've been here a long time, and our skills are top-notch. You can come back anytime once you know where we are," the middle-aged man promoted. "Sure, if the haircut is good, I'll definitely return." Chen Dali feigned enthusiasm. "It will be excellent. We have seasoned expertise," the middle-aged man confidently assured. After finishing his haircut, Chen Dali glanced at the time, astonished at how brazenly Li Fengxia had lingered for over 40 minutes in her mother's presence. After bidding farewell to the salon owner, he pondered the location of the director's home, deciding that if he returned to the salon tomorrow, he would alert someone to catch him in the act and ascertain whether there was indeed something illicit between the two. First, he would deal with this woman, and then he would address the matter of the foolish brother-in-law. Regarding the matter of Chen Liang being deceived by the release of the hawk, he alerted Chen Xiaoyan, who would undoubtedly inform Chen's mother. Whether Chen's mother would believe it was beyond Chen Dali's control, he had done his utmost by conveying this message to her in advance. Chapter 20. Resolution indeed. Chen Xiaoyan conveyed this news to Chen's mother. But would Chen's mother be inclined to believe such a tale? After inquiring about the source of this information from Chen Xiaoyan, she erupted in a fit of rage, exclaiming, "I see you cannot abide by Xiao Liang's well-being. He's your own brother. What harm does he bring to you? You are constantly fabricating nonsensical stories. Look at the character of heir. What sort of wife has he found? I reckon he is merely envious. Xiao Liang's future spouse will undoubtedly surpass him. She comes from a wealthy family and is quite attractive. When Xiao Liang marries, we shall see what you scoundrels have to say then." With an impassive expression, Chen Xiaoyan retorted, "You have just asserted that she comes from a wealthy family and is beautiful. What interest could she possibly have in your son? Is she enamored with Liang's idleness or his penchant for trouble?" Taken aback, Chen's mother, refusing to yield, insisted, "I shall not engage in this discussion with you. It is futile." At that moment, Chen Liang returned from Chen Dali without having procured any funds. Upon entering, he immediately requested, "Mother, I am heading to the town to see Xiaoyu. Could you lend me 2 yuan? "What? 2 yuan? Chen's mother exclaimed in dismay, yet upon seeing Chen Xiaoyan, she quickly changed her tone. "Mother will fetch it for you right away. Hurry and bring your wife home to restore my pride." Chen Liang was puzzled by the absurdity of the situation. How could 2 yuan facilitate a marriage? Nevertheless, he needed to obtain money from his mother, so he followed her into the house in silence. Chen Xiaoyun, witnessing his lack of ambition, was filled with frustration and felt compelled to chastise him. Good words often fail to persuade the damned. She was eager to see what sort of celestial being Chen Liang might manage to attract. On Chen Dali's end, he had been closely monitoring the situation for 2 days. This so-called Director Li appeared either foolishly bold or simply unaware that others recognized him. Every afternoon, Director Li would first visit the home of Li Fengxia. On this particular day, Chen Dali had arranged with Pan Si. They would act separately in the afternoon. One would continue surveillance while the other would deliver a message to Director Li. The residence of Director Li at the rare earth alloy factory was not difficult to locate, being in close proximity to Pan Si's home. Pan Si, being quite astute, rode his bicycle to the barbershop at the west end of town where he spotted Chen Dali. He then pedaled with all his might to Director Li's home, knocking vigorously on the door. Director Li's wife, young Lily, spent her days tending to their child and had not worked outside the home. Hearing the urgent knocking, she hurried to investigate. Pan Si, hearing the commotion, immediately halted his actions and called out from behind the door, "Annie, Director Li is entangled with the daughter of the old man from the barbershop at the west end of town. They are plotting to divorce you. You should hurry and rally people to the barbershop to catch them in the act." After shouting this, he fled. Upon hearing this news, young Lily felt a rush of blood to her head. This shameless individual had truly brought disgrace upon their household and now sought to divorce her? Ugh. She no longer wished to deal with this pickled disgrace. By the time young Lily regained her composure, Pan Si's figure had vanished from the doorway. A few nearby women, alerted by the commotion, rushed out. Young Lily, a fierce woman, did not hasten back to her parental home to summon help. Instead, she addressed the nearby matrons, saying, "Ladies, I intend to catch Li Chmei in the act of infidelity. Please watch over my child." In those times, promiscuity was universally scorned, and her neighbor promptly responded, "Lily, you may not be a match for that loose woman, but this old woman will accompany you." Several supportive neighbors closed their doors and followed young Lily closely as she armed herself with a handy implement and, suppressing her fury, led the group to the barbershop at the west end of town. The barbershop, perpetually open for business, was deserted as patrons typically announced their arrival. The streets were eerily quiet, and no one was seen inside. The group of women, eschewing any form of greeting, surged into the main room, only to find Director Li and Li Fengxia in a compromising position. Director Li had discarded his shirt and was holding Li Fengxia's hand, while she appeared disheveled, resembling newlyweds reclining on the wooden bed. The sudden influx of visitors startled the couple. Director Li hastily released her hand and scrambled to put on his clothes. Without uttering a word, young Lily launched an assault, and her neighbors joined in without hesitation. While Director Li could attempt to evade the blows, Li Fengxia was pinned down and could not escape. After enduring a few slaps and being struck with a stick, she suddenly cried out, "I am pregnant. You cannot harm me." This revelation only fueled young Lily's anger, and she swung her implement at Li Fengxia's face. In a desperate attempt to protect her, Director Li intervened, provoking a reaction akin to stirring a hornet's nest. Initially, the women were intent on punishing Li Fengxia alone, but now their wrath indiscriminately fell upon both. By the time the elderly returned, having wandered off, their home lay in ruins, and neighbors had gathered to witness the spectacle, puzzled as to why none of his family had come to assist. After sufficiently venting their fury, young Lily and her companions bound the two unfaithful lovers and paraded them to the disciplinary office at the rare earth alloy factory. When Li Fengxia's mother rushed back upon hearing the news, she found her home ravaged, akin to a locust swarm. The elderly woman stood at the door, lamenting and cursing, but her cries went unheeded. In that era, moral transgressions were grave matters, especially since Li Chmei held a leadership position as the factory manager. Many sought to discredit him but found no grounds. He, however, had unwittingly delivered incriminating evidence directly to their hands. Young Lily returned home to gather her valuables and promptly demanded a divorce for the couple, her decisive action shocking many. In those days, reconciliation was common, while divorces were exceedingly rare. Some conciliatory leaders from the factory visited her home, urging young Lily to endure for the sake of the child, claiming that men are prone to mistakes and that acknowledging their faults is sufficient. Young Lily, however, vehemently wielded a broom to expel them from her abode. The rare earth alloy factory issued a statement 2 days later, dismissing Li Chmei from her position as factory director due to issues of conduct and terminating Li Fengxia's employment. In recognition of young Lily's efforts in reporting Li Chmei's corruption, she was assigned a position in logistics. Young Lily, once the factory director's wife, transformed into Comrade Yang, as if she had been reborn. A man with ulterior motives is often first sensed by the woman beside him. After Yang Lili detected Li Xiaomei's inappropriate intentions, she endured for the stability of the family, but ultimately, the pressure erupted at this critical juncture. Young Lily thought to herself, it is better this way. Without a deceitful father, she could sell her work and move away with her child to start anew. She purchased gifts and, accompanied by her child, visited neighbors to bid farewell and express her gratitude for their support. She knew in her heart that without the aid of these kind-hearted women, she might have faced dire consequences when entering the barber shop. Regardless of whether their intentions were genuine or merely out of curiosity, she appreciated their choice to assist her overly Xiaomei. Her child had grown old enough to understand, and she did not shield them from the truth, hoping they would also find a way to overcome this ordeal. As for the compensation job at the factory, young Lily had no intention of accepting it. She spread the word that she intended to sell the position, prioritizing it for the women who had helped her, which delighted them immensely. In these times, securing a formal job was no easy feat, and soon enough, one of the women finalized the paperwork for her child. After completing the job transfer, young Lily left the town with her child. With Li Qiumei unable to continue as the factory director, she naturally became entangled with Li Fingxia, and their discord was relentless. However, these events were of no concern to Chen Dali. After working for a few days, he had his unfortunate brother-in-law take him back to the village, intending to impart some lessons to him. Upon returning home, he arranged to dine at Wei's alley with Chen Xiaoyun and decided not to intrude upon the couple's intimate moments. When Chen Dali arrived home, Zhou Yin was just about to prepare dinner. Chen Dali washed his hands and took over, urging Zhou Yin to rest. Zhou Yin held the child while watching him work. Since it was dinner time, Chen Dali opted for a simple meal, corn porridge and steamed bean cakes, accompanied by the household staple of stir-fried eggplant and green beans, generously seasoned with oil. Wang Hongjun came to the countryside to pick up Chen Xiaoyan, and he certainly did not arrive empty-handed. He brought 2 pounds of pastries and a few pounds of fried dough. Upon his arrival, Chen's mother lamented, with eyelids drooping, about her age and the worries she had for her daughter. Wang Hongjun quickly presented her with 5 yuan, which finally brought a smile to her face. When Chen Xiaoyan mentioned going to Wei's alley for dinner, Chen's mother, half closing her eyes, remarked, at my age, it matters little what I eat. You two should take Xiao Yang and Xiao Mei along. Chen Xiaoyan was displeased by this comment. She believed Xiao Mei should eat at her sister-in-law's home since she spent every day with her children. She had not cared for Chen Dali's family and had plenty of her own affairs. If you wish to go, then go. If not, Chen Liang should not go either. Chen Mu had no intention of humbling herself by visiting Wei family alley. She believed that Chen Dali would lower himself to apologize and take over Chen Liang's betrothal gifts. However, that was merely her wishful thinking. Chen Dali was utterly indifferent to her. Chen Liang had encountered a setback with Chen Dali that morning and had no desire to seek discomfort in Wei family alley. Meanwhile, Chen Xiaoyan, with a pair of newly made cloth shoes, went away family alley with Wang Hongjun. The meal was quite simple, but neither Chen Xiaoyan nor Wang Hongjun minded, as Wang Hongjun was in high spirits after reconciling with his wife. Before departing, he slipped 2 yuan to Chen Yiru for Zhou Yin to buy some treats for the children. After finishing their meal, the sky had darkened significantly. Chen Xiaoyan exchanged greetings with Chen Mu before preparing to leave. The two rode their bicycles to the village entrance, where they spotted Chen Dali waiting with a basket. It's cumbersome to take everything to our mother's place, so I waited for you here. It's inappropriate to visit your maternal home without bringing something for your in-laws. Take this. After handing over the basket, Chen Dali hurried back home. Chen Xiaoyan glanced into the basket, which contained peaches, vegetables, and a heap of white-shelled eggs. Dali was truly considerate. He was helping to uphold Chen Xiaoyan's dignity. Otherwise, returning empty-handed would surely invite unkind remarks from her mother. Chen Xiaoyan remained silent, tightly clutching the basket. Chapter 21. By the time Chen Xiaoyan and Wang Hongjun arrived home, night had fully descended. Her father-in-law came out to open the door, and upon seeing his daughter-in-law, he warmly greeted them. Have you eaten? Xiaoyan, have you finished your chores at your mother-in-law's? Is she in good health? Father, I'm back, and she's doing well. All the field work is done, Chen Xiaoyan replied, placing the basket on the ground. Just then, 2 chubby boys rushed out from the main room and wrapped their arms around her legs. Mom, why did you come back so late? What did you bring? They exclaimed. Chen Xiaoyan affectionately ruffled her son's hair and said to her father-in-law, Father, my second brother asked me to bring back some treats for you and my mother to enjoy. At that moment, A neatly dressed elderly woman emerged from the main room, lifting the door curtain. "Why the formality after visiting your maternal home?" she remarked, while busily rummaging through the basket's contents without hesitation. "So many eggs. My little grandsons, your uncle truly spoils you both. Grandma will make you steamed egg custard tomorrow," she exclaimed upon seeing the eggs. Chen Shaoyan felt a sense of helplessness at her mother-in-law's actions, but knowing her mother-in-law's affection for her sons, she refrained from voicing her thoughts. "Mother, those are for you and father. You may have them, but don't let the children eat everything," Chen Shaoyan cautioned. "We would merely be eating for the sake of it. They must be for my grandsons. You wouldn't understand." The elderly woman retorted with a dismissive glance at Chen Shaoyan, who had been away for several days, and her irritation lingered. "Grandma, look. Peaches." One of the grandsons excitedly interrupted. "Oh my, they are indeed peaches. Grandma will pick some out for you. Shaoyan, hurry, wash them for the children." The elderly woman commanded her daughter-in-law without hesitation. Chen Shaoyan took several peaches and placed them in a dish to wash. Zhou Yan had given her some before, and they were quite delightful. The elderly lady was still rummaging through the items, separating the vegetables from the peaches and eggs, when unexpectedly she discovered a glass jar at the bottom of the basket containing a viscous amber liquid. Holding the jar up to the light, she examined it closely, curious to identify its contents. Chen Shaoyan presented a peach to her in-laws, saying, "Father, mother, do taste this peach. It is remarkably sweet." The jar contained honey, which Dali mentioned was particularly nutritious for the elderly, and he had specifically asked a beekeeper to procure it for them. "It is rather expensive, so do not let the children consume it all." However, that was not entirely true. Recently, Chen Shaoyan had visited Zhou Yan to see the children, and during her visit, Zhou Yan had offered her honey water, informing her that it was purchased from a beekeeper and encouraging her to take some home. She had declined at the time, unaware that Dali had hidden it beneath the basket for her. Chen Shaoyan's father-in-law remarked, "Your brother is exceedingly considerate." The elderly lady's demeanor brightened considerably. Wang Hongjun parked the car and washed his hands before unceremoniously biting into the peach held by his youngest son, causing the child to squeal in protest. "Mother, Dali is genuinely concerned about your health. Do not let all the good things go to the children. You foolish man, at your age, still snatching food from the children. Tonight, the child will sleep with me. You too should rest," the elderly lady retorted with irritation. After a long day, Wang Hongjun and his wife were exhausted. Once they had finished their evening routines, they lay in bed. Wang Hongjun, with a playful grin, reached for his wife's waist, only to be promptly swatted away by Chen Shaoyan. Startled, he sat up and exclaimed, "Wife, you are not still angry, are you? I have clarified that I have no relationship with that woman whatsoever." Despite her fatigue, Chen Shaoyan felt an invigorating surge of energy. Sitting up, she declared to Wang Hongjun, "Hongjun, I want to raise pigs." Wang Hongjun was momentarily taken aback and reached out to touch his wife's forehead. Bewildered, "You're not running a fever, are you? What nonsense are you speaking?" Frustrated, Chen Shaoyan couldn't help but kick him. "Why did you kick me?" Wang Hongjun asked, still puzzled. "Look, you work, but your salary is minimal, and I have no money at home, making things inconvenient. Mother certainly doesn't plan for me to work. If I return to the village and raise a few pigs, I could sell them after a year and at least have some pocket money, which would give me a bit of leverage," Chen Shaoyan explained patiently. "Do you think you can manage that work?" "Raising pigs is laborious and odorous," Wang Hongjun questioned skeptically, observing his wife. Ever since Chen Shaoyan married into the Wang family, despite her mother-in-law's somewhat cold demeanor, her father-in-law and Wang Hongjun had treated her well. The Wang family lacked land, and Wang Hongjun's salary was submitted to his mother each month, yet his father would give them a monthly allowance of 20 yuan, alleviating their burden regarding food and child expenses. Wang Hongjun was quite content with their current situation. From his perspective, his father would never let his two grandsons go hungry. However, Chen Shaoyan viewed things differently. During her recent stay at her parents' home, she had often visited Zhou Yan to play with the children and assist her with chores. She had begun to discern that her mother intended to cool relations with Chen Dali's family. Her mother consistently rebuffed Zhou Yan, ostensibly due to her disapproval of Chen Dali's reluctance to support his brother. In her view, it all stemmed from financial constraints. Everyone was struggling, yet one person dared to aspire for greater things. During her years in her marital home, she had failed to save any money, as Chen's mother frequently conjured excuses to extract funds from her, compelling her to economize on her own and Wang Hongjun's expenses. Did she not yearn to don new garments daily? Did she not covet the small leather shoes from Shanghai? Of course, She did, but she was devoid of funds. And her desire to earn money grew more fervent by the day. While she lacked skills in many areas, she had once been an adept pig farmer before marriage, regrettably. The proceeds from selling pigs had ultimately been claimed by Chen's mother. Reflecting on the past, Chen Xiaoyun felt a deep-seated frustration. Although she was inexperienced in many aspects, she had trained alongside veterinarians during her pig farming days. Returning to the village to rear a few pigs could yield some income for her family, and most importantly, a solid economic foundation would empower her voice. This thought had been swirling in her mind for several days. With no yard in town, she contemplated returning to the village to establish a small enclosure, initially attempting to raise a few pigs, as cycling back and forth would be quite manageable. Her maternal relatives were numerous, yet Chen Dezhuang was often away for work, and her sister-in-law was both cunning and deceitful, leaving her unable to rely on her elder brother's family. Chen Xiaomei and Chen Liang were solely preoccupied with their own interests during her recent stay at her maternal home. The two had only sought money from her, failing even to inquire about her reasons for returning home. Chen Xiaoyan had no desire to mention them, instead hoping that Chen Dali's family might provide some assistance. Wang Hongjun was a caring husband. Though he deemed it unnecessary, he seldom denied Chen Xiaoyan's requests. The couple deliberated until the wee hours before finally succumbing to sleep. Chapter 22. The elder brother returns. Chen Xiaoyan's issues had been resolved. Yet Chen Dali continued with his unloading duties. Though the work was laborious and yielded a maximum of 8 or 9 cents a day, it ensured a steady income, preventing the family from depleting their resources. One day, after completing his tasks, he returned home to tend to the vegetables in their small garden. Zhou Yin engaged him in conversation about the events of the day in the village, and as their discussion unfolded, the subject unexpectedly shifted to Chen Dezhao. Ever since Chen Dali had encountered Chen Dezhao in Wei Family Alley, for reasons unknown, she had ceased to visit. Recently, whenever there was a matter to address, Chen's mother would send either Chen Xiaomei or Chen Xiaoyan in her stead. It was noteworthy that Chen Dezhao had previously relished visiting to take advantage of the situation, often ridiculing Zhou Yin. In recent days, while Zhou Yin strolled with her child, she had encountered Chen Dezhao at the alley's entrance, where she never failed to boast about her 2 sons. In the village, families whose firstborn was a daughter, like Chen Dali's, were somewhat better off. However, families that continued to bear daughters without a son often faced ridicule among sisters-in-law, with her sons as her shield. Chen Dezhao strutted about as if she had inherited a throne, and she felt unsettled if a day passed without needling others. Zhou Yin became her favorite target for such displays. Whenever they crossed paths, she seized the opportunity to engage in trivial banter. Hearing from Chen Dezhao that her elder brother was back from work, Zhou Yin, while soothing Chen Yiru, called out to Chen Dali, who was diligently laboring. Typically, their elder brother was not one for conversation, spending his days toiling for others to earn a living. Returning home for just a few days is indeed a rarity for Chen Dezhuang. His recent departure was to undertake carpentry work at someone else's new residence, and his stay was not brief. It had been a while since the brothers last met. Reflecting on the last time he saw Chen Dezhuang's wife donned in new clothes at any time of the year, Chen Dali resolved to ask Chen Dezhuang for the money he had previously lent them, to spare himself from enduring the incessant, pretentious remarks from Chen Dezhuang's wife in front of Zhou Yin. Since my brother has been away for quite some time, he must have earned a decent sum. I shall inquire about the money he borrowed, Chen Dali confided to Zhou Yin. One might wonder how it is that Chen Dezhuang, being capable and industrious, still found himself in need of borrowing from Chen Dali. This narrative traces back to the 2 sons that Chen Dezhuang's wife flaunted incessantly. The elder son was manageable, but the younger one proved to be a considerable financial burden from birth, leading Chen Dezhuang to borrow from Chen Dali and Chen Xiaoyan, culminating in the younger son being nicknamed Chen 400. With the support of her sons, Chen Dezhuang's wife often braggadociously paraded before Zhou Yin, seemingly oblivious to the fact that without the assistance of Chen Dali and Chen Xiaoyan, their family's circumstances would be far less favorable. As Chen 400 approached his 3rd birthday, neither Chen Dezhuang nor his wife broached the subject of repaying the debt. Chen Dali understood that if he did not mention it, Chen Dezhuang's wife would act as if the matter had never occurred. Despite being in debt, Chen Dezhuang's family continued to thrive, with his wife donning new attire throughout the year and their sons enjoying daily meals of eggs, while the humble Chen Dali family struggled. Before Chen Dali's rebirth, they had barely a few coins to their name and scant provisions, all of which had been claimed by his mother, leaving them with no recourse for redress. After tidying up the household, Chen Dali asked Zhou Yin to entertain the child in another room while he ventured to the village's edge to procure oil for their oil lamp. The village, burdened by poverty yet prolific in births, had yet to acquire electricity, with every household relying on oil lamps. The use of bean oil for lighting was costly, and not everyone was willing to indulge. Since his return, Chen Dali had ensured that Zhou Yin would not have to worry about the oil. However, before purchasing the oil, he made a brief visit to Chen Dazhuang's home. As dusk approached, villagers congregated in shaded areas outside their courtyards to conserve lamp oil, and Chen Dazhuang was no exception. "Brother, I need to discuss something with you." Chen Dali summoned Chen Dazhuang to a more secluded corner. "What is it?" "You seem rather secretive," Chen Dazhuang replied. A tall man whose profession as a carpenter rendered him somewhat stoic, yet he harbored a profound sense of masculinity. "Have you received your wages?" "I find myself in need of funds," Chen Dali stated candidly. "I have hesitated to request the money I lent when 400 was born. But my situation has become quite pressing, and we are nearly out of provisions." This was indeed the truth in his previous life. After Chen Dali's cotton earnings were taken by his mother, she subsequently demanded nearly all of their grain under the pretext of Chen Liang's wedding preparations, leaving them with only a half bag of wheat. One fateful night, Chen Yiru succumbed to a high fever that would not abate, and Chen Dali found himself unable to muster the fare to take her to the town for medical attention. When he implored his mother for assistance, she resolutely refused, leaving them reliant on the kindness of their neighbor, Wang Dazhang, who lent them 2 coins. Upon returning to the village, Chen Dazhuang learned from Chen Liang about Chen Dali's recent labor in cargo handling, a task deemed the lowest of the low by the villagers. He surmised that Chen Dali had resorted to such work out of financial desperation. "Very well, I have indeed earned some wages. I shall bring you some money by morning, and the remainder will follow once I receive my full payment," he assured. With these words, Chen Dali achieved his objective and engaged in light banter with Chen Dazhuang before departing for lamp oil. Chen Dazhuang, feeling less inclined to linger, returned home, slamming the door with a resounding bang. Inside, Chen Xiaomei had already tucked the child into bed, while Wang Yingzi was still awake, meticulously cutting wicks for the oil lamp. Remnants of new fabric scattered atop the bedside. "What are you doing? You'll break the door at this rate and have to pay for it," Wang Yingzi exclaimed, rolling her eyes as she set down her scissors. "I ask you, did you repay the money I lent to the second family?" Chen Dazhuang seethed internally. Despite his skill in earning money, his mother had seldom turned to him for assistance, occasionally offering him a small subsidy, which had allowed him to save a modest sum. Chen Dali and Chen Xiaoyan had once supported him, promising to repay him in due time. Chen Dazhuang prided himself on his integrity. He intended to set aside a portion of his wages for repayment, entrusting the rest to Wang Yingzi. Little did he expect her to play tricks on him, having failed to return even a single coin to his brother over such a long period. Today, when Chen Dali spoke up, he learned of Wang Yingzi's deception, and he felt his authority challenged. What would outsiders think of him if they discovered this? "You are brothers. What difference does it make whether you repay or not? Ultimately, isn't that money destined for us?" Wang Yingzi retorted. "I returned it to him. He spent it, and doesn't that diminish our household's funds?" Sensing the precariousness of her position, Wang Yingzi quickly attempted to defend herself. "His family has no sons, just a little girl. In the future, it will be our son who supports her. I never asked him to take care of our son. I only requested a small contribution. I am the one raising him, and eventually he will support us." Wang Yingzi grew increasingly bold in her defense. "You have no shame. I still possess some dignity," Chen Dazhuang countered. "Do they even desire your son? They are perfectly capable of having their own. You shameless creature, you have utterly humiliated me. Is it unbearable for you to miss out on even a slight advantage?" In a fit of rage, Chen Dazhuang hurled some fabric from the bed at her. "I entrusted you with the money to repay. Where did you spend it? Did you even give any to Xiaoyan? This fabric was just purchased, and it took considerable effort to acquire. It's now soiled." Wang Yingzi cried out in distress as she watched the fabric hit the floor. "Bring out all the money in the house. I demand to settle the accounts," Chen Dazhuang commanded coldly. "Oh heavens, I bore you 2 sons, and you dare to shift the blame onto me? I am at my wit's end." Wang Yingzi's voice rose sharply. Collapsing to the ground, she wailed and beat her thighs in despair. Chen Dazhuang searched his home thoroughly but failed to uncover the hiding place of Wang Yingzi's money. Frustrated, he slammed the door and spent the night at his mother Chen's courtyard. Chen's mother, a light sleeper, heard Wang Yingzi wailing and saw Chen Dazhuang joining Chen Liang in sleep, mistaking it for a quarrel between the 2 men. Impatiently, she shouted towards the courtyard wall. "What are you wailing about in the dead of night? You're draining all our good fortune." Upon hearing this, Wang Yingzi fell silent, akin to a chicken caught by the throat. However, neither Wang Yingzi nor Chen Dazhuang enjoyed a restful night. Chapter 23. The elder brother repays the debt. Early the next morning, Chen Dazhuang organized the wages he had earned and rummaged through his hidden household savings, managing to gather 60 yuan to give to Chen Dali. He had come to understand that he could no longer rely on Wang Yingzi for anything. Her perception was too shallow. Even a passing mosquito would be drained of 3 drops of blood. Henceforth, she would no longer be entrusted with the family's financial authority. Having failed to locate Wang Yingzi's stash the previous day, Chen Dazhuang resolved to search the house diligently today. Wang Yingzi, believing her cries had sufficed to smooth over the situation, rose early to prepare breakfast. Traditionally, it was Chen Xiaomei who prepared the morning meal in their household. Alas, Chen Dazhuang paid no heed to her efforts. He ate his meal with a cold expression and, after placing his bowl down, returned to the main room. Wang Yingzi, disregarding her meal, hurried after him and promptly closed the door behind her. Are you still angry, head of the household? Wang Yingzi feigned a smile, approaching Chen Dazhuang. Wasn't I saving us money? Seeing her foolishness only fueled Chen Dazhuang's irritation. This wife had been arranged for him by his mother. After years together, they had developed some semblance of affection. While he had been tempted by various women during his work, he had never strayed, considering their children. He tolerated Wang Yingzi's laziness for the sake of their kids, but he was astounded to discover that she had learned to be duplicitous. Have you spent all the money? Chen Dazhuang asked sternly, no longer wishing to engage in any meaningful discourse with her. How could I have spent it all? I only bought 2 pieces of clothing, some fabric, and sent a little to my brother at my maternal home. I certainly haven't spent it all, Wang Yingzi stammered. Chen Dazhuang felt a rush of blood to his head. He could hardly believe Wang Yingzi had the audacity to squander money meant for his brother Chen Dali and sister Chen Xiaoyan, who had supported him through tough times. What sense was there in giving money to her family? You're truly generous with your brother, he thought bitterly. Wang Yingzi's brother and Chen Liang were of similar ilk. One had been coddled by Chen's mother, never having set foot on the ground, while the other had required his mother to feed him at the age of 13. Handing money to such a person felt like throwing meat buns to a dog, once gone. They would never return. But he is my brother, Wang Yingzi insisted, squeezing out a few tears. He is flesh from my mother's body. He is just married. And as his sister, I must support him. Hand over the remaining money, or else pack your things and return to your mother's house. Chen Dazhuang truly means business this time. His words effectively silenced Wang Yingzi's tactical maneuvers. She had initially thought that a display of tears and tantrums would suffice to gloss over the matter. Was it wrong for her to give a portion of her earnings to her brother? After all, he is her own flesh and blood. Just as Wang Yingzi was about to voice some convoluted reasoning, Chen Dazhuang unleashed his trump card. Wang Yingzi's family was so impoverished that even the mice scurried away in disdain, compared to her life before marriage. Her current situation felt like a descent into a pit of riches. However, returning to her parental home now would be akin to signing her own death warrant. She hastily exclaimed, I'll go get it right now. Chen Dazhuang remained silent, merely observing as Wang Yingzi climbed onto a stool to rummage through the window frame of the main room, retrieving a small rectangular package wrapped in a black cloth. She gingerly opened it to reveal a stack of money in various denominations. Wang Yingzi intended to count it, but Chen Dazhuang snatched it from her, quickly tallying the amount. Over the past 2 years, he had given Wang Yingzi nearly 300 yuan, yet only a little over 140 remained in that package. How much could 2 pieces of clothing possibly cost? This clearly indicated that Wang Yingzi had sent more than a trivial sum back to her family. Her brother had married just a year ago, and at that time, Wang Yingzi had ostensibly provided him with a 30 yuan supplement. In hindsight, she realized how foolish she had been. From now on, when you go out to work, I'll give you 3 yuan. Keep a ledger of everything you do. And let me find out if you dare to sneak money to your brother again, Chen Dazhuang declared before striding out the door. Wang Yingzi dared not escalate the situation. Fearing that Chen's mother next door might overhear, she could only seethe in silence within the confines of her home. At that moment, Chen Dali was at home, tending the fire and preparing a meal. Chen Dazhuang rushed over to repay 200 yuan of the debt owed to Chen Dali, stating that he would bring back the remaining 30 once he received his wages. Chen Dali accepted the money without hesitation, as it was rightfully his. In the past, he might have empathized with Chen Dazhuang's hard work, but whose money comes easily? He was no longer a fool, feeling awkward about the financial matter. Chen Dazhuang did not linger, offering a few words before departing hastily. Chen Dali then handed the money to Yin, Pan-Si has found a bicycle for me. Let's go check it out this afternoon. Will you accompany me? Zhou Yin counted out 150 yuan and handed it to Chen Dali. Buying a bicycle requires spending money, doesn't it? You decide if you want it, otherwise. Walking to town every day is exhausting for you. I won't go. By the time you unload the goods and return for us, it will be too much trouble. Chen Dali and Zhou Yin agreed that before spring, he would continue working for Qiao Laoda. Once spring arrived, they would consider a new livelihood. Since they needed to go to town every day, purchasing a bicycle had to be prioritized. Pan-Si had learned that a household was selling their bicycle in hopes of acquiring a new one, so he promptly contacted Chen Dali. Today was the day they had arranged to inspect the bicycle. They agreed that Chen Dali would examine the bicycle together with Pan-Si after he finished work. After lunch, Chen Dali returned to Qiao Laoda's to exert his strength. Among the laborers, Chen Dali stood out the most. In the local community, those who possess a modicum of skill rarely engage in manual labor. It is only those who are truly desperate for work that take on the task of unloading goods. The labor force is largely composed of individuals with varying levels of capability, many of whom struggle to make ends meet, rendering discussions of quality moot. Some men, in their eagerness to complete tasks, care little for the meticulousness required, carelessly tossing items onto vehicles, inevitably causing some damage. However, Chen Dali approaches his work with utmost diligence, striving for impeccable organization in his arrangements. He handles goods with great care, prioritizing stability over speed, ensuring that items are placed securely. Not only does he excel in his own unloading tasks, but he also has the capacity to assist others. Consequently, several men have benefited from his skill, vying to partner with Chen Dali, who has garnered the admiration of both Old Dong and Boss Qiao. Recently, the rare earth alloy factory has been in disarray following the dismissal of Director Li, with the staff preoccupied with power struggles, resulting in a slowdown in the shipping of goods. Sensing an impending scarcity of work, Old Dong took the initiative to inform Chen Dali about the upcoming unloading of sheep wool. A recent batch of wool, led by Boss Qiao, is destined for the Russians, with Qiao himself rumored to hold a stake in the venture. Old Dong has been traveling to the countryside to procure sheep wool, while Boss Qiao personally oversees operations at the factory. Within their county lies an area where many Hui people reside, and there are numerous sheep farmers. While sheep meat may not be as palatable as goat meat, their wool can be sheared and transformed into various products, leading many in the countryside to raise sheep for wool production. In Chen Dali's village, some individuals also tend to sheep daily, which is quite labor-intensive. Old Dong, eager to nurture Chen Dali's potential, subtly shared some insights. Boss Qiao's recent partnership to export wool has been facilitated by the fortune of a Hui individual who, having previously ventured to Russia, has thrived in the sheepskin and wool trade. Through a connection to this individual, Boss Qiao and several partners have begun collecting sheep wool in the county, preparing it for shipment to the northeast, where arrangements have been made for delivery to the Russians. At present, Chen Dali continues to handle the unloading of components. After finishing his work at noon, he hurriedly made his way to Pan-Si's place to meet him. Pan-Si, though young, possesses a discerning eye. The bicycle he had chosen was in decent condition, with only minor issues that Chen Dali could easily repair. The two haggled with the seller over the price, ultimately managing to drive it down to 70 yuan for a bicycle that was 7/10 new. Chen Dali felt a profound sense of satisfaction, as their household had finally acquired a significant item. Although Pan-Si initially intended to accompany Chen Dali back to the village for a meal, he was called away by his older brother returning home from work. Chen Dali seized the opportunity to take the bicycle for a test ride, relishing the feeling of riding. Instead of rushing home, he pedaled around the town for a couple of laps and then stopped by the local supply and marketing cooperative to purchase some fabric scraps, intending to have Zhou Yin sew a small cushion for convenience in transporting her and her mother. Upon returning to the village, Chen Dali immediately attracted attention. A bicycle is indeed a significant possession. A new one costs over 200 yuan. Although Chen Dali's bicycle was not brand new, it was still a bicycle, and many families had never even touched a bicycle pedal. "Dali, have you bought a bicycle?" A curious Anne inquired. "This is not a new vehicle. It is certainly more convenient to have a means of transportation when going to town frequently," Chen Dali explained. "Dali, you've struck it rich. Bicycles can be purchased at a whim," some remarked enviously. Chen Liang rushed over. "Second brother, you've bought a bicycle. Let me take it for a spin." Eagerly, he reached for the handlebars. "Only after you accompany me to unload goods will I allow you to ride it," Chen Dali countered, employing his trump card. Upon hearing the mention of work, Chen Liang immediately fell silent. Recently, Chen Dali had been laboring hard outside, and the villagers were well aware of this. Most of the villagers, reliant on the whims of nature, were reluctant to exert themselves, and some secretly mocked Chen Dali behind his back. He was certainly aware of their whispers, yet he remained indifferent. Opinions belonged to others, and he paid them no mind. After dinner, Chen Dali took Zhou Yin for a couple of laps around the yard on the bicycle. "It feels like we've added so many new things to our household recently," Zhou Yin remarked, her lips involuntarily curling into a smile. "We've only added a bicycle, and it's not even brand new. Once I earn some money, I'll buy a motorcycle to take you out. No, let us get a four-wheeled sedan." Chen Dali dreamed of the future. "Oh, you dream big. Thinking of buying a sedan," Zhou Yin playfully chided Chen Dali, yet her heart began to nurture more beautiful expectations for the future. Chapter 24. The studious Chen Dali. Just a few days after acquiring the bicycle, Old Dong began taking Chen Dali to the countryside to load and unload the wool they had collected. Sheep are quite common livestock in rural areas, especially since there are several Hui villages in their town. The Hui people do not consume pork. Thus, sheep and cattle serve as their primary sources of protein. A stroll through the countryside reveals that most Hui families tend to keep 1 or 2 sheep or goats. The wool of sheep holds significant economic value, and many people engage in its farming. Given the excellent insulation and heat retention properties of sheep's wool, one must be mindful of the weather when shearing. A miscalculation could lead to the sheep falling ill post-shearing. Shearing is no simple task. It demands a certain level of skill, typically employing specialized traders to act as masters. Shearing and collecting on-site. However, some adept families shear their sheep themselves, thus enhancing the price of the wool and preventing it from being undervalued by traders. Wool sheared by skilled masters resembles quilted layers, each piece forming a substantial bundle. Workers are tasked with loading these packages onto vehicles, while Old Dong dispatches personnel to escort the transport, delivering the package wool to a central storage location, awaiting further instructions from Boss Chiao for shipment. A single sheep can yield approximately 5 to 8 kilograms of wool annually. According to the current national purchasing standards, wool is classified into 5 grades: Fine Special, Fine 1, Fine 2, Improved 1, and Improved 2. The price for Fine Special wool can reach 14 yuan per kilogram, while Improved 2 may only fetch slightly over 7 yuan per kilogram, nearly a 50% price difference. The classification of wool grades is determined by the net wool rate. The higher the net wool rate, the greater the price. Typically, wool is priced based on quality, with superior wool commanding superior prices. However, the wool is hardly as pristine as one might imagine. During their growth, sheep are enveloped in their fleece, akin to a quilt. The wool not only accumulates lanolin and sweat exuded from their bodies, but also collects debris from their tails and, due to the conditions of their environment, may cling to seeds and soil. Consequently, the harvested wool is far from clean, often mixed with a plethora of impurities. If a sheep produces an abundance of lanolin, the fleece sheared from it is typically laden with even more contaminants, with instances where the soil content can constitute half of the total dirt. Such merchandise certainly cannot command a high price. Thus, Boss Chiao sought the expertise of a quality inspector. Chen Dali, a resourceful individual, though primarily engaged in loading and unloading, frequently lingered near the inspector, who shared the same surname. Eager to display his knowledge, the inspector often imparted tips on managing wool, which Chen Dali absorbed with keen interest. Although wool appears lightweight, it is less manageable than handling finished components, especially since some wool carries an unpleasant odor, causing certain workers to shy away after their task. Only Chen Dali continued to assist the inspector. Boss Chiao observed Chen Dali's diligence and growth, recognizing that his tenure in their work would not be everlasting. Nevertheless, witnessing a man dedicated to his craft was rewarding. True understanding comes from practice, and while the inspector occasionally offered fleeting advice, Chen Dali would experiment at home. Gifted with a knack for it, he eventually discovered the secrets to cleaning sheep's wool. The inspector did not always accompany Boss Chiao. Occasionally, Chen Dali would collect goods while the inspector went to other rural locales, albeit infrequently. On the rare occasions of his absence, issues arose with the collected wool. On this particular day, Chen Dali prepared his attire and hurried to the town to meet Boss Chiao and the others, intending to head into the countryside to gather wool. The inspector did not join them this time. Most of the wool fell within 2 standard categories, and Boss Chiao did not overly concern himself with this collection. Despite Boss Chiao's appreciation for Chen Dali, the latter remained humble, refraining from drawing undue attention or engaging in imprudent behavior. Although Boss Chiao granted some authority to Chen Dali, He consistently sought his superior's counsel before commencing any task. With the end of the month approaching, coinciding with Zhou Jianya's holiday, Chen Dali eagerly anticipated completing the loading and unloading early so he could ride to fetch his younger brother-in-law, invigorated with enthusiasm. Today, as sheepwool was sourced from Zhao Laosan, a secondary dealer specializing in wool from the countryside. The fleece had already been packaged by the wool merchant, with each bundle weighing 100 pounds, all stored in an unused yard at Zhao Laosan's residence. When Lao Dong and the workers arrived, the wool was piled beneath a dilapidated shed in their yard, resembling a large bundle. As Master Chen was absent, Lao Dong engaged in conversation with the second-hand dealer. After negotiating a price, he directed his workers to begin the transportation. However, as Chen Dali began to haul the load, he immediately sensed something was amiss. In recent days, he had moved a considerable amount of wool, and he could typically gauge its weight by its size, estimating the effort required accordingly. He was known for his clever approach to labor. Yet, this particular load felt significantly heavier than it should have, leading Chen Dali to suspect that the wool had been adulterated. Looking around at his fellow workers, he noticed that none of them exhibited any signs of suspicion. Logically, sheep's wool could not be completely free of impurities during growth, but it should not be this excessively heavy. The other workers remained oblivious to any irregularities, and Chen Dali wrestled internally with the fear that he might be mistaken. Having learned much under Master Chen's tutelage and having handled a great deal of cargo, he was confident that something was amiss. Should he inform Lao Dong? He hesitated, preferring to avoid unnecessary complications. Yet, on the other hand, if the wool were indeed tainted, the first to incur losses would be Boss Chiao. Resolutely, he set the load down and quietly approached Lao Dong, who was preoccupied with supervising the workers. Chen Dali shared his suspicions with Lao Dong, expressing uncertainty about what to do next, leaving the decision in Lao Dong's capable hands. Upon hearing Chen Dali's words, Lao Dong's instincts heightened. The act of adulterating wool to increase its weight had occurred before. The last family to fall victim had nearly faced financial ruin due to the fraudulent wool, which had escalated to the point of police involvement owing to its severity, resulting in numerous arrests. Subsequently, regulations were established for the recycling of wool, compelling dealers to strictly adhere to standards, which curtailed such blatant fraud. Nevertheless, as Chen Dali suggested, such situations could still arise. If they were indeed confronted with such a scenario, given Lao Dong's meticulous nature, this transaction would undoubtedly collapse, and Boss Chiao would suffer substantial losses. Everyone halt, Lao Dong commanded, disregarding whether Chen Dali's suspicions were accurate. He recognized Chen Dali's diligence and knew he would not voice such concerns without cause. With nimble steps, Lao Dong approached the large bundle Chen Dali had just carried, reached inside, and tugged at the wool. As he pulled, a sound of rustling debris fell to the ground. He cast a cold glance at the merchant and said, "Zhao Laosan, your conduct is rather unscrupulous." In the dilapidated farmhouse courtyard, a rudimentary stove had been set up, with a large iron pot bubbling away atop it. However, the atmosphere within the courtyard was anything but harmonious, as two factions faced off against each other. Old Dong sat imperiously in front of the main door of the house, flanked by the workers who had come to unload the goods. The wool merchant, Zhao Laosan, stood defiantly opposite him, unafraid, his son lingering behind him, anxious about any unforeseen trouble. Upon discovering that the recently acquired sheep wool was mixed with foreign substances, Chen Dali promptly reported his findings to Old Dong. Although it was merely Chen Dali's conjecture, Old Dong unhesitatingly placed his trust in him. Yet, Zhao Laosan adamantly refused to acknowledge any wrongdoing. He had already noted that none of the usual inspectors were among the workers who had arrived with Old Dong. Without an inspector present, how could he be accused of having contaminated wool? The quality of the wool was certainly imperfect, but as long as he did not admit it, and given the absence of an inspector, Old Dong would be powerless against him. Ultimately, he would have to accept the goods as they were. He thought to himself, concealing any outward expression of anxiety. After all, he was one of the major wool collectors in the neighboring villages. While everyone might be aware of the situation, he could not afford to admit it. Doing so would tarnish his reputation irreparably. Old Dong, why are you taking this so seriously? I don't need you to evaluate my wool to the highest standards. Can't you just give me a price for grade A? Zhao Laosan remarked nonchalantly. Your wool is tainted with so many impurities that it doesn't even meet the standards for grade B, yet you still expect grade A pricing? You must be dreaming. The price will have to drop, Old Dong replied frostily. Old Dong, you can't even inspect the goods. Is there any wool that is entirely pure? There are always some impurities. Don't nitpick. I assure you, this wool is untouched since I collected it from the farmers. It's perfectly clean, so stop spreading falsehoods. I haven't mixed anything in, Zhao Laosan retorted, wearing a disingenuous expression. He was determined to deny any wrongdoing, especially since old Dong had not brought the inspectors along. He felt no fear, believing he could simply bluff his way through. What if the impurities I sift out outweigh the wool itself? What will you do then? Old Dong inquired, turning to Chen Dali, who nodded in response. If you can prove that my goods are adulterated by more than half, I will pay you at the rate of 4 yuan, Zhao Laosan declared, pulling out a rickety stool, one hand holding his leg and the other resting on the seat. That's your claim. Let us find a neutral party and summon your village chief to testify, Old Dong promptly suggested. Zhao Laosan sent his son to fetch the village chief, feeling reassured in his stance. Chen Dali, having anticipated that the merchant would not admit to any wrongdoing, had already called upon a worker from the village with relatives nearby, instructing him to gather a few people to borrow necessary items. In this locality, as long as one was willing to acknowledge their connections, virtually anyone could establish ties and kinship. The pot, the firewood, and even the bucket had been procured in this manner. Chen Dali first instructed someone to bring the pot to a boil, and then had a layer of plastic sheeting spread on the ground. He placed a packaged bundle of 100 jin of sheep wool on the plastic, allowing it to unfold. With Chen Dali's actions, a rustling sound emanated from the plastic sheet. Lao Dong and his group turned to Zhao Laosan, who, with an unflinching demeanor, remarked, "Is it unusual for our grassland to have a bit of sand? This is sandy soil." Lao Dong snorted derisively but did not respond. Zhao Laosan, with a cheeky grin, turned to Chen Dali and said, "I wonder if you know what you're doing, young brother? Just be careful not to ruin the wool." Before Chen Dali could reply, Lao Dong interjected, "If you ruin it, I will compensate you. Just focus on your work and ignore this fellow." Zhao Laosan, undeterred, chuckled and rubbed his nose. Chapter 27. Subterfuge 3. The village chief from Zhao Laosan's village soon arrived, an elderly man whose demeanor radiated integrity. After assessing the situation, he glanced at Zhao Laosan and simply stated, "I will take on this intermediary role, but remember, moderation is key." In rural areas, such intermediary roles frequently arise. Due to his upright character and esteemed reputation, the village chief is often sought after for such tasks. Meanwhile, Chen Dali remained industrious. He mixed hot water in a bucket, tested its temperature with his hand, and found it suitable. He retrieved a package of brown powder wrapped in grass paper from their delivery truck. Chen Dali placed about 1/5 of the wool into the bucket and added some of the powder, together with another young man from the team. They took turns stirring the wool in a clockwise motion. At this moment, the confident Zhao Laosan could no longer contain himself. He attempted to speak, but the village chief silenced him, leaving him to sit in silence, his previously robust demeanor seemingly extinguished by a cold splash of water. He had not feared the hot water earlier because he knew it could not entirely dissolve the lanolin on the wool, and that excessive heat would damage the wool fibers, rendering them inelastic. He had assumed Chen Dali was inexperienced and expected him to boil the wool directly in water, planning to shift the blame if the wool were ruined. Little did he know that Chen Dali was no novice. As Chen Dali and his companions stirred, a pungent odor of sheep wafted through the air. To their surprise, the hot water began to emulsify, separating a substantial amount of lanolin, sand, seeds, and wool. The assisting workers scooped out the latent lanolin and other debris from the bucket. Chen Dali, unhurried, extracted the wool with a stick and laid it on the prepared mat, revealing its pristine white color. He continued the process, repeating the steps until the entire 100 jin of sheep wool was thoroughly cleaned. By this point, Chen Dali's arms were beginning to ache. The previously sun-dried wool was now half dry. Lao Dong instructed the workers to wring out the moisture from the freshly cleaned wool. He paid no mind to whether the wool was completely dry. When weighed, it was astonishing to discover that from the 100 jin of wool, only 20 jin was yielded, and this was not even fully dried. If it were, the weight would surely diminish further. Upon inspecting the wastewater from the washed sheep's wool, one could hardly contain their disdain at the sight of nearly half a bucket of sand, coupled with the sheep grease that had resolidified due to the drop in temperature. Old Dong was left utterly speechless. He calculated that a single large bundle would incur a loss of at least 70 to 80 pounds. With such a load, Zhao Laosan would undoubtedly need to extract a small profit from Xiao Laoda. He couldn't help but feel grateful for Chen Dali's cautiousness. Zhao Laosan, given the current situation, what do you have to say? Old Dong inquired bluntly. How would I know? I merely receive wool from others. They employ their tricks, and I suffer the consequences without any avenue for redress. I have no idea who the scoundrel behind this is, Zhao Laosan replied, feigning ignorance. Deep down, he understood that acknowledging the situation would tarnish his reputation. Chen Dali glanced at the residual sand in the wastewater and surveyed the dilapidated courtyard. He was certain that the sand had been added later, and the wool still bore a thick layer of sheep grease. Beneath the thatched roof of the ramshackle courtyard lay several bags stacked haphazardly, and he had just noticed a poorly tied bag spilling sand. Old Dong refrained from delivering a harsh reprimand. He calculated the wool's content and offered a price that, while low, was acceptable to Zhao Laosan, thereby securing the wool from his family. Although Chen Dali did not comprehend why Old Dong still wanted their wool, he never contradicted Old Dong's directives in their work. Following Old Dong's instructions, he loaded the already transferred goods onto the truck. As they prepared to depart, Zhao Laosan nudged Old Dong's arm and remarked with a hint of sarcasm, "Dong Gu, this young fellow is quite promising. He will undoubtedly become Qiao Laoda's right-hand man in the future." Chapter 28. Subtle Tricks. For Old Dong paid little heed to Zhao Laosan's provocation. Firstly, he held Chen Dali in high regard, convinced that this young man was destined for a bright future. Secondly, he was somewhat superstitious. During their time together, he had observed that Chen Dali possessed remarkably good fortune. For instance, earlier that morning, when Chen Dali had loaded the package containing the materials for washing sheep's wool onto the truck, he had mentioned that it was a new method he had recently developed to enhance the clean wool yield. At the time, Old Dong had pondered why they needed it. But coincidentally, they encountered this issue today. Being rather superstitious, he felt that Chen Dali's luck was extraordinary, as he seemed to turn misfortunes into blessings. Thirdly, he had profound faith in Chen Dali's character. Chen Dali was known for his integrity, and through their interactions during the loading and unloading of goods, Old Dong could discern his admirable qualities. Furthermore, since Chen Dali was someone he had taken under his wing, he had always treated Old Dong with respect, fostering a mentor-student dynamic between them. Concerned that Chen Dali might overthink the situation, Old Dong addressed the workers, saying, "Dali has been hard at work for quite some time. Let us not have him stay back during the loading today. You all keep an eye on the goods and ensure nothing gets lost while I have Dali come up to the driver's cabin." As the small leader of the group, Old Dong's word was final, and naturally, there were no objections. Chen Dali followed Old Dong into the driver's cabin, which also housed a young driver, a distant nephew of Old Dong, known to the workers as Xiao Wang. I addressed my uncle, remarking on the splendid opportunity at hand. "You have triumphed in your wager against Zhao Laosan. Why then must we still purchase his wool at this price?" Young Wang, unable to contain himself, interjected during the drive. I replied, "You, my dear boy, are not applying your intellect. We are merchants engaged in trade. We cannot afford to sever ties with others so recklessly. The external world does not observe the actions of Zhao Laosan alone. Rather, it scrutinizes our demeanor. We have uncovered flaws in his goods, which is our stroke of fortune. By leveraging this evidence, we can acquire his merchandise at a fair price. This way, the goods will not burden us, our reputation will remain intact, and we shall gain a name for benevolence. Although we accept his goods, Zhao Laosan's standing will undoubtedly suffer, resulting in fewer future transactions with him. Had we chosen not to acquire his goods this time, he would surely harbor resentment towards us. In business, it is preferable to offend a gentleman than a rogue. Furthermore, we have not forced him into a corner, nor have we compromised our integrity. No one can fault us for our actions. We may have left, but Qiao Laoda remains in the town. Would he dare deceive Qiao Laoda? Surely, Qiao Laoda would not let him off easily. There will be ample opportunities to ensnare him later, so there is no need for an immediate confrontation that may leave us vulnerable. Do you think the village chief is oblivious? It is Zhao Laosan's misstep. The village chief cannot intervene. If we overstep, we may find it difficult to exit the village. Old Dong imparted this wisdom to Chen Dali and young Wang, emphasizing the importance of leaving a path open for future encounters. It is sufficient for matters to resolve amicably. If one feels aggrieved, opportunities for retribution will arise later, at which point no blame can be placed upon us. Had it been up to Chen Dali, he would have likely confronted Zhao Laosan directly, but Old Dong's restraint kept the workers from erupting. Chen Dali had much to learn about the intricacies of business, understanding that Old Dong's counsel was not only directed at his nephew, but also served as a lesson for himself. Upon returning to town, Qiao Laoda, indeed furious upon receiving news, addressed Old Dong and the others. "You need not concern yourselves with this matter. Zhao Laosan dares to take advantage of me, and I shall not let him go unpunished. Enough of this. Focus on sorting today's goods. Chen Dali and the workers proceeded to transport the wool to a temporary warehouse, intending to return home afterward. Old Dong called out to him, Dali. Xiao Laoda is looking for you. In Xiao Laoda's hand was the paper bundle that Chen Dali had placed on the vehicle earlier. Dali, did you create this? He inquired. Master Chen previously mentioned that wood ash could remove grease. I experimented at home and found that adding some tea seed powder and baking soda, then boiling it in warm water, was far more effective than mere wood ash for cleaning the wool, Chen Dali replied directly. Had it not been for you today, I would have suffered a significant loss. For this batch of goods, you select 2 individuals to clean it, and I will compensate you separately. The cleaning powder will be considered as a purchase from you. Use as much as needed, and Old Dong will reimburse you later. Xiao Laoda said this with a sense of satisfaction, handing Chen Dali 20 large bills. You have helped me avert a disaster. I must express my gratitude. Do not be coy about it, like a woman. Chen Dali glanced at Old Dong for approval and promptly accepted the money. After the two emerged, Chen Dali turned to Old Dong and said, Brother Dong, shall we indulge in a feast today? Old Dong chuckled and replied, one meal won't make a difference. Today is quite busy, and you've already exhausted yourself for half the day. You should head home and rest. Don't feel obliged with me. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future, and I certainly won't miss out on enjoying a sumptuous meal with you. Chen Dali, reflecting on this, felt less anxious. He had spent little time at home recently and could hardly wait to return to his wife and daughter. Meanwhile, Zhou Yin had just finished washing Chen Yiru's clothes and had no time to rest before another knock echoed at the door. Upon opening it, she found her sister-in-law, Chen Xiaomei, standing there, with 2 dark braids cascading over her chest and a rosy hue from her recent exercise. Her haughty tones somewhat undermined her youthful charm. Sister-in-law, why are you locking the door in broad daylight? I've been knocking for quite a while, she exclaimed. Having learned from the last incident when she was reprimanded by her brother Chen Dali for not knocking, she had done so this time, albeit with a less than pleasant tone. Who locks the door like that? Do you think you're some ancient noblewoman? Younger sister, it was your second brother's instruction. He worries for the safety of Yiru and me. I was washing clothes and didn't hear you knocking, Zhou Yin replied, feeling a bit awkward but trying to smooth the situation over for her husband's sister. Chen Xiaomei cast a curious glance at her sister-in-law. In the past, Zhou Yin would always respond to her, but today, after some time apart, she sensed a change in her demeanor. Yet, she quickly dismissed her curiosity and said, Mother mentioned that third brother hasn't visited her lately. She's almost forgotten what he looks like. You and third brother should go visit her tomorrow. I have to leave now. With a swift twist of her waist, she hurried off. Is the sun rising from the west? Zhou Yin pondered. Previously, Chen's mother had been particularly averse to Zhou Yin visiting. She would always send Chen Dali or Chen Xiaomei to the Wei family alley for arrangements. Today, however, was indeed peculiar. Nevertheless, Zhou Yin felt that no matter what challenges arose, as long as Chen Dali stood by her side, she had nothing to fear. Just as she was lost in thought about Chen Dali, he appeared, riding his golden deer, looking weary from his travels. Wife, why are you waiting at the door? He asked, curious, as he had always instructed Zhou Yin to keep the door secured, fearing child traffickers. Xiaomei just came by and mentioned that mother wants us to visit tomorrow, Zhou Yin explained succinctly. Chen Dali pushed his bike into the courtyard, signaling for Zhou Yin to lock the door. Just go over. She won't eat us. Come on, dear, let's head inside. What are you being so mysterious about? Zhou Yin teased playfully. Of course, it's something wonderful, Chen Dali replied as he slipped a heavy object onto her wrist. Zhou Yin looked closely and was astonished to find a substantial silver bracelet shaped like a loach's back, known for its distinctive design, despite its simple craftsmanship. The weight of such a bracelet was considerable, easily amounting to 70 or 80 grams. Dali, where did you find the money for this? Zhou Yin did not harbor any suspicions regarding Chen Dali's hidden savings. Rather, it was the fact that he was required to hand over even his daily earnings to her, leaving him with hardly enough money to purchase a silver trinket. As Chen Dali recounted the events of the day, he placed a dingling silver bracelet upon Chen Yiru's delicate wrist, carefully adjusting its fit while she slumbered. My daughter is truly beautiful, just look at those tender little hands. He remarked, you prodigal son, 200 yuan. You've squandered it on these trinkets that serve no purpose. Zhou Yin felt a mixture of gratitude and sorrow. This was indeed the first piece of jewelry she had ever received, and while she cherished it, the bracelet was worth more than Chen Dali's second-hand bicycle. Spending such an amount weighed heavily on her heart. Chen Dali understood that Zhou Yin's concern stemmed from the expense. He embraced her and planted a gentle kiss on her cheek. Earning money is meant for you two to enjoy. Wear it. It looks splendid, he said, shaking her hand playfully. See how lovely it is. Next time, I'll buy gold for you from your family. I certainly know it looks good. Zhou Yan playfully punched Chen Dali, about to voice her thoughts when they were interrupted by the cooing of their daughter, who had awakened. Chen Yiru waved her little hand, the bells chiming sweetly, capturing her attention. She gurgled with delight, moving her hands and lifting them in joy, clearly enamored with the bracelet her father had purchased. Look, our daughter adores it too. That's all that matters. We still have a bit of money left. You should buy something for Janya later. The rains will come soon. And I worry he might suffer at school, Chen Dali remarked before heading outside to tend to his chores. He always returned home covered in dust, and the thought of not washing up felt uncomfortable to him. He would not allow himself to embrace his chubby daughter without first cleaning up, as he was always particularly attentive to Chen Yiru. Yiru, look at your father. His clothes are tattered and he hasn't even noticed. Always thinking about your mother and you, Zhou Yan mused to her daughter, eventually finding humor in her own words. Chapter 30. The troubled mother Chen recently. Both Chen Dali and Zhou Yan had been quite busy. Chen Dali was preoccupied with devising ways to earn money, while Zhou Yan devoted herself to caring for Chen Yiru. Their small life was flourishing. Chen Dali left early and returned late each day, while Zhou Yan adhered to his guidance, staying indoors and focusing on their daughter. Though their life was rich with joy, it left Chen's mother feeling utterly dejected at home. Since the last discord between her and Chen Dali, he had ceased providing her with financial support and rarely visited her in the eastern part of the village. Even when Chen Xiaoyan was home, Chen Dali merely exchanged a few words with her and shared a few greetings with his mother, lacking the warmth he once showed, let alone the frequent gifts of money. Chen's mother had scarcely seen either of them lately. Determined to assert her authority as a mother, Chen's mother sought to discipline both Chen Dali and Zhou Yan, hoping to re-establish her maternal influence. Yet, Chen Dali, being a man, often away from home, made it difficult for her to confront him directly. Thus, she shifted her focus to Zhou Yan, believing that as a mother-in-law, she had ample means to challenge her daughter-in-law. In her youth, Chen's mother had endured torment from her mother-in-law, and she harbored a desire for her daughter-in-law to experience the same hardships she had faced. It is said that no mother-in-law lacks the ingenuity to vex her daughter-in-law. Previously, she had compelled Zhou Yan to labor, deliberately causing her distress during her confinement. However, now that Chen Dali was fiercely protective of his wife, he had assigned tasks to Wang Yingzi or Chen Xiaomei. But Zhou Yan would agree in the moment and later disregard the request entirely. Chen's mother anticipated that Chen Dali would come to her to apologize, providing her an opportunity to save face. Thus, she would not deign to visit Wei's alley first. Consequently, Chen's mother devised another scheme to discipline Zhou Yan, which involved casually spreading complaints about her character when the opportunity arose. Society, particularly in their rural community, often exhibits a preference for sons over daughters. Zhou Yan had been married for 2.5 years and had only given birth to a daughter, which was a significant source of grievance for Chen Dali's family. Recently, Chen's mother had taken it upon herself to speak ill of Zhou Yan to various villagers, lamenting, "My second daughter-in-law is truly a barren hen. Nearly 3 years have passed without a son to carry on the family name." She would compare the treatment of her second son's daughter to that of a precious maid, lamenting the absence of a grandchild to cherish. Chen's mother had hoped that by publicly disparaging Zhou Yan, the latter would feel ashamed and internalize her suffering, remaining silent in her discontent. Little did she know that Zhou Yan had recently become a recluse, indifferent to the malicious gossip swirling around her. Although there were indeed some gossips and troublemakers in the village, most residents had discerning eyes. Chen's mother's actions were met with disdain. Zhou Yan's character and management of household affairs were well known. Her home and fields were impeccably maintained. In contrast to Wang Yingzi, who was seen as lazy and indulgent, Chen's mother's reputation began to falter. Consider the implications. Someone who can freely speak ill of her daughter-in-law to others may also be inclined to discuss your own shortcomings for the sake of conversation. Regardless, in the eyes of outsiders, Chen's mother and Zhou Yan were perceived as a unit. If Zhou Yan was deemed inadequate, how could Chen's mother be seen as virtuous? Regrettably, Chen's mother failed to grasp this truth. The more people gathered, the more animated her remarks became. With time, the villagers discerned her intentions to undermine her daughter-in-law, and many began to anticipate her misfortune. Those who had considered advocating for Chen Liang, believing he had 2 older brothers who could assist him, had also retreated. In the preceding days, while Chen's mother was lamenting Zhou Yan at the village's edge, a woman from another village, Aunt Zhang, could no longer tolerate her complaints and admonished Chen's mother, leaving her in a state of distress. To speak frankly, Aunt Zhang and the Zhou family could indeed be considered distant relatives. Aunt Zhang lost her mother at an early age, and her father remarried. Thus, she was raised by her maternal grandmother in Wuli Changtuan. Were it not for the generous support of the villagers, she might not have thrived. After her marriage, Aunt Zhang would return to her maternal home directly in Wuli Changtuan, never sparing a glance for her biological father. Naturally, she felt a protective instinct towards Zhou Yan, who had grown up before her eyes. When Mother Chen once again lamented Zhou Yan's laziness, Aunt Zhang retorted without hesitation, "Zhou Yan is indeed industrious, tending to both the household and the fields with remarkable clarity. You dare to claim she is idle? Her fields are free of weeds, unlike yours, which have never seen a hoe. You always delegate all tasks to her while maligning her character, calling her lazy and greedy. I wonder if this old woman's judgment is clouded, favoring the slothful. And how can you utter such words about the birth of granddaughters? Your granddaughter is merely 6 months old, and yet you fret about the future. Your youngest son lacks even a proper home. So perhaps you should focus on resolving that before casting judgment on others. Your eldest daughter-in-law, Wang Yingzi, seems cut from the same cloth as you. I can only imagine what sort of bride your youngest son might attract." Though Aunt Zhang's words were not refined, they were undeniably accurate. Her remarks flushed Mother Chen's face crimson. Accustomed to a life of ease, she had not faced such confrontation in a long time, and with no rebuttal available, she retreated home under the scrutinizing gazes of those around her. Upon returning, she discovered that Chen Liang was nowhere to be found, leaving her alone in the house. The more she pondered, the angrier she became, feeling that she had failed to chastise her daughter-in-law and instead had only succeeded in upsetting herself. Truly a case of losing the rice while attempting to catch the chicken. That very day, she could not resist ordering Chen Xiaomei to summon Chen Dali and his wife, demanding their presence the following day. However, Chen Dali and his wife took the matter lightly. Chen Dali had come to a realization. He would prioritize the well-being of his own family and refrain from unnecessary worry about others. Should Mother Chen persist in her antics, he would not hesitate to discipline Chen Liang. The reason she dared to trouble him was that she did not cherish her son and thus did not value his interests. Chen Liang was her prized possession. Losing a single hair from his head would cause her anguish for days. If Mother Chen continued her relentless behavior, she should not blame her son for being harsh. Recently, Chen Dali's work involved overseeing the processing of a batch of sheep wool. The pace of this task was entirely under his control. If he chose to procrastinate, it could easily extend over 2 weeks. However, Chen Dali is not the kind of person one might expect. Since the arrangements made by boss Qiao, Chen Dali has diligently organized household chores each day before heading to wash the wool, striving to fulfill his tasks to the best of his abilities. He leads a few individuals in their work, paying close attention to every detail, which in turn encourages his companions to remain diligent. Although their pace is steady, the extended hours of labor inevitably result in later returns home. Every afternoon, Zhou Yan always ensures that Chen Yiru is well taken care of, as she believes that her daughter ought not to go hungry simply because Chen Dali arrives late. She consistently waits for him to return to share a meal, despite his insistence that she eat first, to which she offers various excuses to decline. After their meal, Chen Dali cradles Chen Yiru and, together with Zhou Yan, heads towards the eastern part of the village, curious to see what Chen's mother is up to this time. Chapter 32. The discontent of Mother Chen today. Mother Chen has remained indoors all day. She anticipated that once she summoned Chen Xiaomei to call for Chen Dali and his wife, they would promptly arrive. Yet she found herself waiting from morning until noon, and from noon until afternoon, without a glimpse of them. Around noon, she instructed Chen Xiaomei to visit Wei's alley to check on their whereabouts, only to discover that Chen Dali had left early to work. This revelation filled her with fury, which she could not outwardly express, leading to a simmering frustration within her. As day turned to night, her heart was heavy with both sorrow and indignation, her insides churning with pent-up anger. Just as the sun began to set and the crescent moon rose, Chen Dali finally strolled in with Zhou Yan. "Mother, what is the matter that you summoned us both?" Chen Dali called out upon entering the courtyard. Mother Chen, having spent the day stewing in her anger, feigned ignorance by lying in bed, pretending not to hear. Chen Dali noticed the absence of anyone in the courtyard. Typically, the old lady would be found relaxing under the eaves of the main house. Yet today was peculiar, for neither Chen Liang nor Mother Chen was in sight. The interior was shrouded in darkness, devoid of any lit lamps. "I suspect mother is not at home. Otherwise, we should return," Chen Dali remarked to Zhou Yan, glancing around. "Our sister-in-law is likely at the village entrance enjoying the evening breeze. Perhaps we should check there?" Before Zhou Yan could respond, Mother Chen, in a trembling voice filled with urgency, called out, "Dali, I'm in the back room." Despite the absence of any oil lamps lit in the house, Chen Dali and his wife, unaware of Mother Chen's intentions, decided to venture into the back room. Upon entering, Chen Dali struck a match and ignited the oil lamp. Since her birth, Chen Yiru had only visited this courtyard a handful of times. With wide, curious eyes, she surveyed her surroundings. Upon spotting Mother Chen lying on the bed, she immediately turned her little face away and buried it in Chen Dali's embrace. "Mother, what could possibly warrant both of us coming here in this darkness? You could have at least lit a lamp," Chen Dali said nonchalantly as he settled onto a stool in the back room. Zhou Yan called out to her mother-in-law but fell silent thereafter, as she had always been overlooked in Mother Chen's eyes and chose not to stir the pot further. Chen's mother sensed the growing distance from Chen Dali, unsure whether it was pretense or genuine feeling. With a tone of lament, she expressed, "I am not long for this world, my son. I yearn for your visits, yet it seems like no other elderly woman bears such a fate as mine. Daughter, can we speak of something more substantial? You have ample food, clothing, and a spacious home. What do you have to complain about?" In her previous life, Chen's mother would often voice her grievances, holding Chen Dali's hand and recounting trivial matters, prompting him to alleviate her woes as if he were possessed. However, now, Chen Dali found her demeanor tiresome because every time she presented herself in such a manner, it signaled the onset of some ulterior motive. As anticipated, no sooner had Chen Dali spoken than Chen's mother elongated her tone, saying, "Having raised 3 sons, I have yet to enjoy any comfort. I have been feeling unwell lately. Let Yan Zi tend to me for a few days." Yan Zi, already overwhelmed with caring for the children and managing the household, could hardly cope. "If you are unwell, I shall summon eldest brother and third brother to take you to the county hospital." Chen Dali, aware of his mother's fate, responded bluntly, "What hospital? I simply miss you too dearly and have not seen my granddaughter in ages. My heart aches. A few days of care from Yan Zi will suffice. There is no need to waste money on a hospital." Uncertain if she feared being exposed at the hospital or dreaded having Chen Dazhuang and Chen Liang return to share the expenses, Chen's mother quickly countered. Her true intent was to reprimand Zhou Yan, fueled by her recent frustrations. Having witnessed her mother's tactics in his past life, Chen Dali was resolute in not allowing her to achieve her aim. "Mother, you have 3 sons. When you grow old, they will share the responsibility of caring for you. You are still capable of working. I will provide you with 20 yuan each year, along with provisions for your meals. Beyond that, I shall not concern myself." Chen Dali decided to lay his cards on the table. "What? Only 20 yuan a year?" Chen's mother, momentarily disregarding her prone position, sat up and exclaimed, "What can 20 yuan accomplish? Your brother needs 200 for his bride's dowry. That is for my brother's marriage, not for mine. The money I previously gave you is sufficient," Chen Dali retorted impatiently. "You say you miss your granddaughter. Do you even know how old she is now? How many times have you seen the child? What have you ever bought for her? My daughter has grown without even a scrap of cloth from you. Am I foolish enough to think it wise to give you money to support eldest brother and third brother's families?" Since entering the room, Chen's mother had not even cast a glance at Zhou Yan and Chen Yiru. Only when Chen Dali voiced these concerns did she finally glance at them, stating, "Who do you think I'm doing this for? You are just a girl. You will eventually rely on your nephews. You ought to assist your brother more so that he might adopt a son for you in the future." She spoke with unwarranted confidence. Chen Dali was at a loss for words. "As for our family matters, you should worry less. Even if I have only 1 daughter, I shall not adopt. Believe me, if you persist with your underhanded schemes, I will break Chen Liang's legs. You wretched child, it seems you wish to drive me to my grave." Chen's mother, indeed, was grasping at her lifeline, gasping for breath, which terrified Chen Yiru. Chen Dali quickly comforted his daughter and handed her over to Zhou Yan, knowing that reasoning with his mother was futile and that he had to find a solution. Chapter 33. The troubled Chen mother. Chen Dali stepped into the courtyard and called for Chen Xiaomei from across the wall. "Xiaomei, come here to see our mother." "What do you want, second brother?" "People are about to go to bed," Chen Xiaomei grumbled as she reluctantly emerged from the side room. Wang Yingzi overheard the commotion and deliberately opened the window, eager to glean some useful information. "Hurry up and go to our mother's room. I'll leave once I finish talking," Chen Dali urged Chen Xiaomei. Upon entering, Chen Xiaomei spotted Zhou Yan and her daughter, and with a reluctant greeting of second sister-in-law. She plopped down at the foot of Chen Mother's bed. "What's the matter that you had to drag me here?" she asked. "Mother," Chen Dali said directly in front of Xiaomei, "I have entrusted you with money over the past 2 years, and I no longer want it. When Xiaomei gets married, take 100 from the money you've kept for me as her dowry, and give her 50 more for wedding preparations. The remaining amount should be enough for Chen Liang to find a decent bride." This had been Chen Dali's plan all along. Since the money could not be reclaimed, and he could not pressure Chen Mother to give it, he decided to allocate a portion to Xiaomei. Chen Liang was always self-centered, and Xiaomei was no different. Chen Mother, having too much time on her hands, could hardly handle the potential conflict between Xiaomei and Chen Liang. Nowadays, marrying off a daughter cost only around 80 or 90 yuan, yet the dowry Chen Dali spoke of was significant. "Are you truly willing to give me so much, second brother?" Xiaomei's eyes widened in disbelief. "If I really had this much dowry, I would be the envy of every village around. If you can give so much, surely eldest brother and third brother will not give less." The mere thought of this quickened her breath. Where would such a fortune come from? Chen Mother interjected anxiously. Though she possessed wealth, she would never part with it for her daughter, especially since any money that came into her hands would be hoarded for Chen Liang's future. When it came time for Chen Liang to marry, he would have to rely on Chen Dali's financial support. "Should I tally up how much I've given you over the years?" Chen Dali asked, meticulously recalling every transaction. 3 years ago, when their uncle's family needed to dig a well, they borrowed 60 yuan, and the aunt claimed to have repaid it. That year, when sesame was harvested, Dali noted that he had taken 50 yuan from the profits. He calculated each expense, leaving out the smaller amounts he had given for daily needs. "Have I not spent it all? Does our family not need money?" Chen Mother retorted defensively. "Your clothes were all bought by Zhou Yan, and whenever you wanted something to eat, you had Xiaomei tell me, and I provided it. The grain is from our own fields. What have you spent?" Chen Dali replied bluntly. "You need not keep everything for Chen Liang. He cannot save it either. Others may not know where Chen Mother's money was hidden." But both Xiaomei and Chen Liang had witnessed her secretive stashing of funds. Chen Xiaomei immediately exclaimed, "Mother, that money belongs to my second brother. You must not show favoritism towards the third brother and give it all to him. Second brother said you should prepare a dowry for me. You need to separate it." Mother Chen, irritated by her daughter's naivety, looked at Chen Xiaomei and said, "You foolish girl. Although I do favor Chen Liang, I have plans for my only unmarried daughter. Chen Dali can earn money, and when the time comes for Chen Xiaomei to marry, I have already arranged for Chen Dali to provide her with a dowry. But now, Chen Dali insists on taking from my own funds, which is akin to cutting into my flesh. Mother, you know how much money you have. My sister is likely aware too. Think about it yourself. I have my own affairs to tend to, so refrain from calling me and Yinzi over for trivial matters. You should focus on managing Chen Liang instead. What time is it? And he still hasn't returned. We will be going back." Chen Dali truly did not wish to come here and hoped that Mother Chen would not seek them out again. Though Chen Xiaomei was young, she was not without cunning. She understood that Chen Dali's reluctance to take money from Mother Chen stemmed from the fact that he likely intended to avoid the matter altogether. Nevertheless, she was unbothered. As long as the money remained with Mother Chen, she had her ways of extracting it. In the past, Mother Chen had never hidden her funds from her, and she had a rough idea of how much was stashed away. After the couple departed, she began to pester Mother Chen for money, causing Mother Chen considerable annoyance. "You silly girl, would I really deprive you of your dowry? Your second brother will certainly provide for you in due time," Mother Chen replied impatiently. "I want that portion of money now. What you give later can wait. Don't think I don't know. Are you planning to keep it all for Chen Liang?" Chen Xiaomei retorted, her voice filled with indignation. "You always think of him. I want to see just how much he will cherish you in the future." The money could not be given to Chen Xiaomei, for what would become of Chen Liang then? Yet, it was not feasible to ignore her discontent, as she was their only unmarried daughter. Mother Chen planned to delay the matter for now. "I will give you one piece of money. Keep it for your pocket money. Even the smallest mosquito leg is still meat. One piece of money is better than none," Chen Xiaomei conceded. "Quickly go to your sister-in-law's. The children will soon be asleep." Mother Chen hastily urged her to leave. Upon returning and fastening the door, Chen Xiaomei noticed that her sister-in-law's window was open. She grimaced. Knowing her sister-in-law was notoriously stingy and gossipy, likely having opened the window to eavesdrop on any commotion. Closing the door to her room, she glanced at her elder brother as 2 children sprawled across the bed in slumber, and her expression brightened with excitement. With this dowry money, she would no longer have to look after these 2 little rascals. Caring for children was indeed a laborious task, and her sister-in-law did nothing but delegate responsibilities to her. Once she had her money, she would treat herself well. Last time she visited relatives, Chen Xiaomei had seen a beautiful red scarf adorning someone's head. It was simply stunning. Once she acquired her funds, she would buy one for herself. Imagining how she would look wearing that red scarf made her so thrilled that she could hardly sleep. Soon, she would become the most beautiful girl in all the surrounding villages. Chen Dali and his wife were oblivious to Chen Xiaomei's excitement as they walked side by side along the village path, where most of the villagers had already returned home. The moonlight flowed like water, enveloping all in a silvery veil, casting a beauty that was entirely distinct from that of the day. The distant breeze carried the melodious songs of tiny insects, and everything around them seemed so exquisite, as if all the world's misfortunes could dissolve into thin air. The young couple walked in silence, but Chen Yiru, unwilling to succumb to solitude, pointed with her chubby little finger at their shadow on the ground for Chen Dali to see. "My precious daughter, that is our shadow," Chen Dali remarked as he took their daughter from Zhou Yan's arms. To be honest, Chen's mother's disregard for Zhou Yan and Chen Yiru infuriated him. He was acutely aware that he could not change his mother, and he understood that her disdain for Chen Yiru had little to do with her preference for male children. The primary reason for his mother's indifference towards Zhou Yan and Chen Yiru was her lack of affection for him. She did not value him, and consequently, his wife and child were also neglected. It has been said in later years that children who receive little attention from their parents tend to be more filial, as their quest for recognition drives them to seek their parents' approval in every aspect. Yet, once obedience becomes habitual, parents begin to perceive such devotion as a given. Any hint of disobedience is quickly labeled as unfilial behavior. In contrast, favored children, bestowed with the privilege of indulgence, often become a source of concern. Parents, eager to appease such children, fulfill their whims, hoping for even a modicum of compliance. Even in cases of unfilial behavior, parents will contrive various excuses to absolve them. He and Chen Liang were the most conspicuous examples of this dichotomy, having endured such hardships since childhood. Chen Dali vowed never to allow Chen Yiru to experience the same plight. Chapter 35. The Pig Farming Turmoil. Ever since Chen Xiaoyun returned to her maternal home, she had been resolutely determined to embark on an entrepreneurial venture by establishing a small pig farm. After discussions with Wang Hongjun, they had reached a consensus. Yet the old matriarch remained obstinately opposed. Ultimately, it was her father-in-law who intervened to placate her. "Regin's salary is modest, and the savings we have are sufficient for our grandson. But think about it. When he grows up, he will need a wife. Since Xiaoan wishes to pursue something, we might as well support her. If she earns money, that is wonderful. If not, we can cushion her fall. Since you have put it that way, let her proceed. But I will only contribute 50 yuan. She must find a way to manage the rest." After contemplating her grandson, the old matriarch reluctantly relented. Chen Xiaoan and her husband gathered a sum, and with the addition of the old matriarch's contribution, they amassed just over 170 yuan. While finding an empty yard in the countryside was relatively easy, acquiring piglets was essential to starting a pig farm. This amount would only be sufficient to purchase a few piglets. Initially, the piglets required high-quality feed such as soybean meal, wheat bran, and cottonseed meal. Once the pigs were bought, there would be insufficient funds left for feed. Chen Xiaoan recalled the money she had previously lent to Chen's mother, naively thinking of it as a loan, intending to repay her once she began earning. Little did she expect that before she could even finish her thought, her mother-in-law would flatly refuse. "As a humble woman from the countryside, I find myself in dire financial straits. Utterly at a loss for the bride price for your third brother, your second brother has not provided me with a single penny, and I have to summon him multiple times. Yet you dare to calculate my meager pension. Where am I to procure such funds?" At this moment, Chen Xiaoyun gazed at her mother, Chen, unable to recognize the woman she had always called mother, who had been both a nurturing figure and a confidant. The term calculate struck her like a fog, rendering her momentarily dazed. "Mother, one must speak with a clear conscience. Even if you are reluctant to lend me the money from the third brother, I have given you quite a sum over the years, if not 300. Then certainly 200. A small loan would suffice. I assure you, I will repay you. You wish to borrow money from me? What have you ever given me?" Chen's mother refused to acknowledge any debt, incensing Chen Xiaoyun further. "Very well, if I give you even a penny in the future, I shall slap my own face," she retorted, her frustration causing her sides to ache. She turned and headed towards the home of Chen Dazha. The door to Chen Dazhuang's house stood ajar. Chen Xiaomei had taken the children somewhere, leaving Chen Dali alone in the main room, seated upon a chair, holding a sleeve that had yet to be sewn. Upon hearing Chen Xiaoyan's purpose for visiting, Wang Yingzi felt immensely uncomfortable. She could not treat Chen Xiaoyan as she did Zhou Yin. While she had no desire to part with any funds, she was aware that her sister-in-law's advantageous marriage would be vital for her two sons, who would need support from their uncle in the future to secure stable employment in town. After Chen Dali discovered that she had diverted the money meant to be returned to Chen Dali and Chen Xiaoyan for her own brother, he had ceased to allow her to manage the finances, leaving Wang Yingzi with only a few coins. She was at a loss, unable to procure funds while also wishing to maintain good relations with Chen Xiaoyan. With a faint air of regret, she said, "Dear sister, I truly apologize. But your brother is out working and is not at home. I have very little money on hand, and since Xiaomei is with me, I cannot neglect her needs. I have already spent most of my funds on daily necessities. I am unable to assist you with this matter, but when you begin your work, I would be glad to lend you my strength." Wang Yingzi then pretended to recall, "Recently, your brother gave Dali several hundred yuan. Perhaps you should inquire at Dali's home to see if they have any spare funds." Chen Dali had purchased a bicycle, albeit a second-hand one, which pricked Wang Yingzi's heart like a thorn. She had always considered herself more fortunate than Zhou Yin, yet here was Chen Dali, reduced to laboring, yet willing to spend money on a bicycle. In her mind, it was all merely squandering their family's money. Chen Dali and his wife had no sons. Surely, they would depend on her sons in the future. When Zhou Yin and her husband passed, would not their house and wealth eventually fall into her son's hands? Now that money was being spent, it would surely diminish in the future. "Very well, sister-in-law, if this is not feasible, I shall seek another way," Chen Xiaoyan replied after a moment of silence. Traditionally, when she visited her maternal home, she provided the most for Chen Dali's family, partly due to the number of children they had, and partly due to her mother's influence. She had never expected repayment for her generosity towards Chen Dali. Yet Wang Yingzi's actions left her feeling disheartened. Chen Xiaoyan resolved to abandon her hopes of borrowing money, and instead considered purchasing fewer piglets to save funds for feed. "However, since I have returned to my parental home, I must make a visit to Chen Dali's residence. Zhou Yin is currently at home preparing a meal for Chen Yiru, who requires an additional meal every afternoon due to her work commitments. With her sleeves rolled up, her fair skin is particularly striking. The bracelet that Chen Dali purchased for her has been buried at the bottom of the box after just one evening of wear, as Zhou Yin feels that sporting such a prominent accessory is rather ostentatious. Chen Yiru is in the cradle, vociferously attempting to turn over, prompting Chen Xiaoyan to rush over to assist with the child. "Sister-in-law, I will tend to Yiru. You go ahead and prepare the meal," she says. "All right, I shall not be polite," Zhou Yin replies. She deftly steams the egg custard and places it on the table to cool. "Sister, why didn't you bring the two nephews along during your visit?" Zhou Yin inquires curiously, noting that those two little ones have not visited their grandmother's home for nearly 6 months. "They must have grown quite a bit by now. I have some matters to attend to this time," Chen Xiaoyan responds, initially reluctant to disclose what Chen Dali had mentioned. However, she reflects that both her sister-in-law and Chen's mother are already aware, and soon enough, news of her seeking financial assistance from her family will circulate throughout the village. "I wish to raise a few pigs in the village, so I can have some income by the new year," Chen Xiaoyan sighs before continuing. "I have enough money for purchasing the pigs, but I still lack the funds for feed. How about this?" Zhou Yin ponders aloud. "When Dali returns, you can discuss it with him. We can assist you to some extent, though we cannot provide excessively. As for pig farming, I am not familiar with it. But you can certainly consult Dali about the yard. Stay for dinner. Will your husband be able to come pick you up tonight?" Zhou Yin quickly articulates her thoughts, sensing that the egg custard is nearly ready to eat, and begins to feed her eagerly waiting daughter. Just as Zhou Yin extends her spoon, little Yiru eagerly takes hold of it, munching away with delight, her adorable demeanor truly captivating. Chen Xiaoyan is taken aback by Zhou Yan's transformation. Has it been her infrequent visits that made her notice this radiant glow in her usually reserved sister-in-law, a brilliance she has only witnessed in female officials from the town? Chapter 36, The Pig-Raising Turmoil. Today, Chen Dali returned home rather late. Pansy mentioned that a new pastry shop had opened at the west end of the town, selling all sorts of rare delicacies, including taro cake and egg waffles, which are unheard of in the north. After finishing his work, he took a detour to buy Zhou Yin some unfamiliar pastries. The osmanthus cake from the south is surprisingly fragrant, and even in the bicycle basket, its rich aroma lingers in the air. Upon Chen Dali's arrival home, Zhou Yin had already prepared dinner. Chen Xiaoyan initially intended to leave, but after Wang Hongjun finished work, he came to pick her up. Zhou Yin insisted they stay, and thus, the couple remained until now. Sister, brother-in-law, why are you back today without any notice? Had I known, I would have returned sooner, Chen Dali exclaimed in surprise, realizing that had he known Chen Xiaoyan would be dining at home, he would have hurried back after finishing his work. The village's night paths are treacherous. Had he known, he would not have taken the detour. Chen Xiaoyan felt somewhat embarrassed to reveal her purpose for returning home. Zhou Yin interjected, I've been waiting for you. I've prepared dinner. Let us eat while we converse. The Chen family had no custom of silence during meals, especially in the absence of outsiders. Zhou Yin and Chen Xiaoyan sat together as Chen Dali opened a fine bottle of wine he had procured from Sister Chen Hua to entertain Wang Hongjun. The meal was prepared by Zhou Yin and Chen Xiaoyan, who initially planned to slaughter a chicken for Wang Hongjun's visit, but with only 3 laying hens, all raised to supplement Chen Yiru's diet. Chen Xiaoyan vehemently opposed the idea. The 2 sisters-in-law collaborated to prepare a hearty lunch, which Wang Hongjun readily accepted, showing no disdain for any dish served. Is everything all right? Your mother hasn't summoned you back, has she? Chen Dali inquired once everyone was seated and dining. Concerned that their mother might not be able to trouble Zhou Yin and would thus turn her attention to Chen Xiaoyan instead. No, why would she? Chen Xiaoyan replied, her heart heavy with disappointment from her visit home. When she was needed, her mother showered her with affection, yet when financial support was requested, it was as if Chen Mu had transformed entirely. If that is the case, then she must be doing well, Chen Dali responded. Realizing he had overthought the situation and misjudged his own significance in their mother's eyes, as they seemed to hold the least weight in her regard. I am contemplating establishing a pig farm in our village. What do you think, Dali? Chen Xiaoyan queried. A pig farm? Are you considering raising them privately or on a larger scale with hired help? It is indeed a lucrative venture. Chen Dali had also entertained the thought of raising pigs, given the high demand for pork. However, he was wary of the arduous nature of pig farming and, more importantly, his frequent absences from home, fearing it would burden Zhou Yin. What difference does it make? Zhou Yin remarked, having only a vague plan without any concrete actions taken yet, as she had not even begun to research the market before jumping to the financing stage. Establishing a pig farm would require prior notification to the village and subsequent registration with the Livestock Bureau, which entailed some cumbersome procedures, yet it was manageable. If the intention was merely to generate some income, perhaps it was wise to start small and try raising a few pigs first, Chen Dali patiently explained to his sister. He then paused before asking, do you have enough funds at hand? Yen, and I have some left. You can borrow it if needed. Chen Dali was aware that his brother-in-law Wang Hongjun contributed financially to his household monthly, but unlike him, Wang was fortunate to be the sole son of the family, with the matriarch focusing solely on her descendants, while their family was hardly worth mentioning. After discussing with Wang Hongjun, Chen Xiaoyan concluded that while establishing a factory would present a more respectable facade, they lacked the capacity to support such an extensive operation and could not bear significant risks, ultimately opting for a home-based farming model. Chen Dali and Zhou Yin lent Chen Xiaoyan 150 yuan, with her promising to repay them once the pigs were sold. In a few days, once Chen Dali found the time, he and Wang Hongjun would explore the idea of a spacious yard, tidying it up first before considering the purchase of piglets. With Chen Dali's endorsement, Zhou Yin readily handed over 150 yuan to Chen Xiaoyan. With the newfound wealth, coupled with the feed in piglets along with the rental of the yard, Chen Xiaoyan found herself in a more comfortable position, allowing her to finally sleep soundly at night. After dinner, Chen Dali brought 2 bags of freshly purchased pastries to Chen Xiaoyan and her husband, having detoured to buy them after finishing work. Otherwise, he would have returned much earlier. Chen Xiaoyan refused the treats, feeling unworthy of such indulgence. Save them for Yiru, she insisted, as she is just beginning to learn how to eat bread. I'm not being polite. Just give me 2 pastries for my nephews. I've heard that city children love these. I've already saved some for Yiru. Take them, Chen Dali urged, holding up an oil lamp as he escorted the couple to the alleyway. Be careful riding your bike, brother-in-law. I want to be going to unload goods the day after tomorrow, so you and my sister can come over then to discuss the yard, Wang Hongjun interjected. All right. You should head back now. It's quite late. On the way, Wang Hongjun inquired about how much money Chen Xiaoyan had managed to borrow that day. It was not an interrogation, but rather a reflection of his curiosity, as earlier that morning, Chen Xiaoyan had been enthusiastically calculating how much she could borrow from her mother and Wang Yingzi, while dismissing the idea of borrowing from Chen Dali's family, who were financially strained. She felt confident that her mother's side could gather enough for the feed. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Xiaoyan replied, 150. Wang Hongjun was rendered speechless. It appeared that only her second brother, Chen Dali, was willing to lend them money. He sighed deeply and remarked, look at your maternal family. They are preoccupied with our mother and your elder brother's family. You've seldom supported Dali's family, yet when the time comes, you have to rely on him to help you. He paused briefly before continuing. Let us not digress. Remember when you stayed at your parents' house? Did your brother, your sister-in-law, or even our mother ever come to check on you? Your elder brother may not be home to know. But you and I both understand that even if he were, you likely wouldn't rush to the town. Aside from Dali, no one bothered to inquire about how I was faring. I may not be the brightest, but I recognize that kindness begets kindness. I believe you mishandle matters with your family. We have been married for quite some time, and you know how well we've managed our finances. When we return to your family, how many people have inquired about our meals? Who considers that you must still contend with our mother's disposition upon your return? Over the years, I have never dined at your elder brother's home. Yet, you frequently send goods to the elder family, but who has ever asked about us? We ought to be more discerning in the future. Wang Hongjun's words were fragmented and lacked coherence, yet they encapsulated the accumulated grievances of daily life. Chen Xiaoyan remained silent, her emotions having oscillated throughout the day, leaving her too weary to counter her husband's observations. In the 37th chapter, the quest for a suitable pig-raising yard in Zhuangxiangtun was described. While it was said to be easy to find a space if one lowered their standards to any available yard, the reality was that securing a truly fitting location proved to be quite challenging. Chen Xiaoyan's criteria included a yard spacious enough, with minimal housing, just a shelter for rainy days. Chen Dali preferred to find a place close to his home, ensuring he could provide assistance if needed. Wang Hongjun and Chen Dali conducted their research and ultimately settled on the yard of a household in Weijiahatong. This yard belongs to the youngest son of the neighbor, Aunt Wang, who has yet to commence construction on the property. It currently features only a courtyard wall and offers ample space within. Despite the absence of a building, the ground is notably level, adorned by two lush trees that thrive against the wall, exuding vitality. In the southwest corner of the yard, there exists an old well, which, after a thorough cleaning, could still be utilized, thereby saving considerable effort. The geographical position of the yard is conveniently situated in the middle section of Weijiahatong. A mere 30 meters ahead lies Chen Dali's home, ensuring that, should any issues arise during the night, his family could swiftly come to assist. Aunt Wang speaks candidly, noting that her 4 sons are still quite young, and it is premature to discuss brides. She mused that if this land could generate some rental income, it would be splendid, allowing her to save for her youngest son's future wedding. However, she made it clear that while renting to them now is agreeable, once the time comes to vacate, Chen Xiaoyan and her husband must ensure that the yard is cleaned thoroughly and the walls repainted. After negotiating the rental fee with Aunt Wang, Chen Xiaoyan paid for a year's rent up front, and with the village chief as a witness. Both parties signed and sealed the agreement, finally securing the lease of the yard. With a location established, the next task was to seek piglets. While finding families who raise pigs was relatively easy, locating reliable piglets proved more challenging. Chen Xiaoyan aimed for convenience by looking for vaccinated piglets, as vaccination from birth significantly reduces mortality rates among young pigs. However, her inquiries yielded either unhealthy piglets or those that were unacceptably thin. It was then that old Dong inadvertently overheard Chen Dali's mention of a promising source. The seller of piglets was an employee of the county's Animal Husbandry Bureau, who regularly sold piglets and lambs and occasionally treated livestock in the countryside. After Chen Dali made contact, the group proceeded to the piglet vendor to select their piglets. True to his affiliation with the Animal Husbandry Bureau, the vendor maintained a remarkably clean pig pen. The adult pigs, plump and robust, rushed to the pen's bars, mistaking the visitors for feed providers, while a charming group of piglets scurried about. Though grown pigs may not possess aesthetic appeal, the piglets were irresistibly round and rosy, with bright black eyes and elongated snouts, snuffling around in search of food, utterly adorable. Calculating her finances, Chen Xiaoyan hesitated momentarily before selecting 10 of the more robust piglets. Chen Dali swiftly bound the piglets' legs and handed them to the vendor, who, appreciating old Dong's introduction, graciously deducted the weight of the feed the pigs had consumed that morning during the weighing process. After Chen Xiaoyan settled the payment for the piglets, her purse felt significantly lighter. The rented donkey cart awaited at the entrance. and Wang Hongjun loaded the feed for the newly acquired piglets onto the cart as the group prepared to return home. A group of individuals is bustling with activity. And after several days of confinement at home, Chen's mother could no longer contain herself. As she strolled towards the eastern threshing ground of the village, she overheard a discussion amongst several villagers, including Aunt Wang, regarding Chen Xiaoyan's venture into pig farming and her rental of a courtyard. In this village, any novel occurrence is the subject of prolonged discourse, and the fact that Chen Xiaoyan, who had married into the town, returned to the village to raise pigs was indeed sensational news. To the villagers, the toil of tilling the soil day in and day out is regarded as the epitome of hardship. Having finally escaped the clutches of the barren earth, returning to raise pigs seemed to them an exercise in futility for Chen Xiaoyan. Previously, Chen's mother had been rather overbearing, and upon seeing her pass by, some of the aunts and mothers who were at odds with her called out, "Andy, where are you off to? Don't go just yet. Come and chat for a while." They continued, "I heard your Xiaoyan is abandoning a good life to come back to the village and raise pigs. Why would she want to endure this hardship again after such fine living in the town?" The multitude of voices left Chen's mother in a state of bewilderment, forcing her to concoct an excuse to retreat to her home. It seemed that news of Chen Xiaoyan's pig farming endeavor had spread far and wide. Yet hadn't she previously claimed to be short on money and even asked to borrow some? A sudden pang of realization struck Chen's mother, prompting her to hastily return to her room. She rummaged through her belongings at the bedside and retrieved a neatly folded handkerchief adorned with blue stripes on a white background. However, the moment she grasped the handkerchief, she sensed something was amiss. Upon unfolding it, she discovered that the substantial sum she had concealed within had vanished. Chapter 38. The lost money. Chen's mother had hidden over 600 in that handkerchief, an amount equivalent to nearly 2 years' worth of a farmer's earnings. Now, it appeared that only a few crumpled notes remained, totaling less than 3 yuan. Her hand trembled uncontrollably as she held the handkerchief. The money Chen Dali and Chen Xiaoyan had given her over the years had always been securely stashed there, untouched. She had always been cautious, leaving the front door open when she was away, yet ensuring that the main house was locked. Clearly, this was not the work of an outsider. With Chen Xiaoyan in dire need of funds, her insistence on pursuing pig farming must have led her to take the money, without regard for any semblance of decorum. Chen's mother stormed towards Wei's alley. These past few days, Chen Xiaoyan had been preoccupied in the village, having only made a brief appearance on her first day back, and was likely still at Wei's alley. At that moment, Chen Dali was busy constructing pig pens alongside Wang Hongjun. Initially, they hadn't anticipated purchasing so many piglets, leading them to build only 3 pens. However, upon bringing the pigs home, it became evident that the pens were insufficient. Wang Hongjun had procured some old bricks from the rare earth alloy factory, and the two worked in tandem, one passing bricks while the other laid them, their conversation flowing effortlessly alongside their labor. Chen Dali recalled how his brother-in-law had been entangled in a scandal involving stolen goods and took the opportunity to caution him against mingling too closely with the factory's cashier, implying that such associations were dubious at best. Wang Hongjun, having been drawn into trouble through his association with the cashier, had only become familiar with her due to their work-related interactions, lacking any personal rapport. However, Chen Dali was never one to speak without reason, and Wang Hongjun took his words to heart. Chen Xiaoyan was not idle either. She wielded a large broom, meticulously clearing the remnants of fallen pig feed, which could later be collected in a dustpan for reuse. Every bit counted, and waste was simply unacceptable. The 3 of them were industriously engaged in their task when suddenly a person lunged forward, brandishing a broom typically used for cleaning beds at home, incessantly swinging it at Chen Xiaoyan. This broom, fashioned from bamboo, would sting painfully upon contact. "What's going on?" Chen Xiaoyan barely had time to react before she was struck several times. Wang Hongjun and Chen Dali, hearing the commotion, rushed over. Wang Hongjun seized the assailant, only to discover it was Chen's mother. "Mother, what are you doing? Why are you inexplicably attacking Xiaoyan?" Chen Dali snatched the broom from Chen's mother's grasp. "Mother, what is the meaning of this?" Chen Xiaoyan's arms bore several red welts, a testament to her mother's harshness. Despite being restrained, Chen's mother defiantly declared, "I'm punishing this insolent girl for stealing my money. Return what is mine." She attempted to strike Chen Xiaoyan once more in her agitation. "When did I take your money?" Chen Xiaoyan, now infuriated, felt the sting of injustice. Her mother was indeed her flesh and blood, yet she could not endure such treatment. Approaching 30. To still be beaten by her own mother, what would Wang Hongjun think of her? "You deny it? Where did you procure the funds for the piglets?" How did you manage to rent a yard? You borrowed money from me just before purchasing piglets, and now my money has vanished. What a coincidence. Chen's mother, overwhelmed by her emotions, sank to the ground, pounding her thighs in despair. What sins have I committed in my past life to be burdened with such a creature? Both Chen Xiaoyun and Wang Hongjun were seething with indignation. This was an utter humiliation. Did they truly require Chen's mother to achieve anything? Wang Hongjun, disregarding the familial ties, rolled up his sleeves, ready to confront her. Chen Dali swiftly intervened, addressing Chen's mother with a stern expression. Continue your outburst. Summon the relatives from the village to witness your disgraceful behavior. Have you not always looked down upon the aunts and older women, calling them shrews? Let them see what a true shrew looks like. Upon hearing this, Chen's mother hesitated, her bravado waning. Sitting on the ground, she pointed an accusatory finger at Chen Xiaoyun. Lamenting to Chen Dali, third brother, your sister has stolen my money, my pension funds. It's all been taken from me. Wasn't that money I gave you? If it's lost, consider it a misfortune that has spared you greater calamities, Chen Dali replied coldly. Chen Xiaoyun and Wang Hongjun remained silent, observing their mother. That cannot be the case. Chen's mother's voice rose, about to reveal the sum lost, when suddenly she recalled Chen Xiaoyun's request for a loan and her previous claims of having no money. Chen Dali found himself pondering how his mother could be so irrational. Chen Xiaoyun had frequently provided her with funds, yet she was the first to suspect her of theft. Chen Dali couldn't help but feel relieved that he hadn't recently ventured into the eastern courtyard of the village. Otherwise, his mother would undoubtedly be the first to suspect him. Call the police? Upon hearing the mention of law enforcement, Chen's mother trembled. Just return the money to me. There is no need to involve the police. If I haven't taken it, why must I repay you? Chen Xiaoyun exclaimed in frustration. Hongjun, you must go to the county police station. If this matter remains unresolved, we shall be branded as thieves. Chapter 39. The missing money. Wang Hongjun was determined to report the incident to the county, but Chen's mother vehemently opposed it, insisting that it was Chen Xiaoyun who had taken her money. She asserted that if Chen Xiaoyun returned the funds, she would cease her outcry. Chen Xiaoyun was seething with indignation. Where do you expect me to procure your money? Who decreed that my need for funds to purchase piglets necessitates the use of your money? Without you as a butcher, would I have to consume pigs with fur? Chen Xiaoyun trembled with rage, unwilling to bear the weight of such an unjust accusation. I borrowed money to buy the piglets. When I asked you for a loan, what did you say? You claimed you had none. Now, you are telling me that your money has vanished. Were you not deceiving me then? I am your own daughter. How much have I given you in the past? Fortunately, most villagers were occupied in the fields, or else this tumultuous scene would have attracted a crowd eager to witness the spectacle. Mother, where did you put the money? Is it truly confirmed as lost? Chen Dali did not suspect his mother of lying. Rather, he believed she either wanted to extort more from Chen Xiaoyun or create a distraction to compel him to offer her some financial support. In his heart, he perceived his mother as having no moral boundaries. Is it truly lost? So much money. Upon mentioning the sum, Chen's mother began to feel sorrowful, realizing that her hard-earned savings had evaporated in an instant, as if a piece of her flesh had been severed, causing her immense pain. Enough. Stop your wailing. If it's lost, go report it to the police. Why are you bothering me? Chen Dali refrained from further discourse with his mother and turned directly to Wang Hongjun. Brother-in-law, please ride to the county. We cannot find peace until this matter is clarified. Wang Hongjun was seething with frustration and disregarded Chen's mother, preparing to leave when she abruptly sat down in front of his bicycle. How embarrassing it would be to seek the police. What would the villagers think of us? Chen's mother's voice lowered. Your brother hasn't even married yet. What would the villagers say about our family? Chen Dali was baffled by his mother's peculiar thought processes, wondering how her mindset diverged so greatly from others. At such a critical moment, she continued to dwell on Chen Liang. You refuse to contact the police? Without evidence? You cannot speak recklessly. Brother-in-law, let our mother rest there. We cannot allow today's work to be hindered by this. Chen Dali cast a disdainful glance at his mother and called Wang Hongjun to assist with the work. Chen Xiaoyun also chose to ignore her mother sitting on the ground. Chen Dali summoned her closer to pass him bricks. Seeing her children disregard her, Chen's mother felt a momentary sting to her pride. Awkwardly brushing off the dirt from her clothes and using several discarded bricks to fashion a makeshift square to sit upon. At my age, having painstakingly saved a considerable sum of money, it is utterly disheartening to have it stolen away by a heartless scoundrel. That wretched individual, Mother Chen remarked, casting a sidelong glance at the siblings who were diligently working. Chen Xiaoyun felt a surge of frustration, her temples throbbing as she prepared to retort. But Chen Dali nudged her arm. Let it be. Focus on the task at hand. Is it more important to engage with her or to work? Do you really think reasoning with her will yield any fruit? Chen Dali hastened to complete the remaining half of the pig pen, with Chen Xiaoyun's assistance. They placed the piglets into the pen and fed them a bit of pig feed. Watching the lively piglets foraging brought a semblance of comfort. Yet the moment their gaze landed on Mother Chen, agitation welled up within them once more. Chapter 40. The lost money. It was not sustainable for Mother Chen to remain there indefinitely. The three of them could not keep vigil over her forever. Thankfully, she was mindful of her image before outsiders and refrained from provoking the villagers into witnessing her misfortune. After inquiring, they learned that there were no signs of forced entry on her door, and she herself was unaware of when the money had gone missing. She was convinced that Chen Xiaoyun had borrowed money from her, and now that it was lost, it must surely have been taken by her. Chen Xiaoyun felt that no amount of words could bridge the gap with someone so obstinate. If, hypothetically, Mother Chen's money had truly vanished, it was likely that the thief was someone close, given that there were no signs of tampering with the lock and nothing else had been stolen. Yet, Mother Chen dismissed such reasoning, steadfastly believing that Chen Xiaoyun was the culprit, ignoring her incessant complaints. Chen Dali took her back to the courtyard in the east of the village and asked Wang Hongjun to fetch Chen Liang and Chen Xiaomei. Given that there were only a few people in the household, it would have been prudent to inform Wang Yingzi and Zhou Yan. But Mother Chen feared that the eldest daughter-in-law would make a fuss upon learning of her wealth. As for Zhou Yan, she had always been regarded by Mother Chen as subservient, and she doubted that Zhou Yan possessed the audacity to steal from her. Chen Xiaomei was easily found. A call from next door brought her over, but Chen Liang was absent from the village. After inquiring with several people, they learned that Chen Liang had gone to town, leaving Chen Dali and the others to wait for his return at Mother Chen's side. Unaware of the unfolding drama, Chen Xiaomei maintained her cheerful disposition and engaged Chen Xiaoyun in light chatter. However, Chen Xiaoyun was in no mood for conversation, offering only perfunctory responses. As darkness enveloped the sky, Wang Hongjun could no longer sit idly and suggested to Chen Dali, "Perhaps I should go to town and look for him? Waiting here is not a viable option, especially since it will be inconvenient for Chen Xiaoyun's family to travel back at night." Chen Dali contemplated the situation, deciding it would be best to allow Chen Xiaoyun and her husband to return home first. Just as he was about to speak, Chen Liang entered, humming a tune that was slightly off-key, and was taken aback to see so many people gathered. Chen Dali motioned for his brother-in-law to close the door. And upon seeing her precious son return, Mother Chen hurriedly urged Chen Xiaoyun to light another oil lamp. However, Chen Xiaoyun remained still, unresponsive to her call. It was Chen Xiaomei, quick on her feet, who lit an additional lamp. "What have you been up to today? Don't you even check the time? I couldn't find you anywhere, and you return at this hour?" Chen Dali inquired of Chen Liang. "Weren't you supposed to meet Xiaoyu?" "I went to the town this morning," Chen Liang replied, his voice imbued with joy, suggesting he had spent a delightful day. "Brother-in-law, I am about to marry." "Marry? Do you have enough for the betrothal gifts?" Chen Dali asked. "Haha, the betrothal money should be sufficient," Chen Liang stammered at the mention of the gifts. Chen's mother attempted to speak, but Chen Xiaoyun kept her eyes fixed on her. The moment she opened her mouth, Chen Xiaoyun would tug at her arm. Undeterred, Chen's mother directly addressed Chen Liang. "All of your mother's pension has been squandered. That scoundrel took everything." Chen Liang quickly retorted, "No, I only took 400. "What?" Chen Xiaoyun, infuriated, leaped from her chair. "You wretched creature. You made me endure a beating today." Seizing a broom from the floor, she swung it at Chen Liang. Caught off guard, he received several blows, believing his sister was merely defending their mother. He pleaded, "I truly didn't take it all. I only took 400. This only fueled Chen Xiaoyun's anger, and she struck harder, prompting their mother to intervene. "Why are you hitting him? He took it, so what?" Chen's mother then looked sorrowfully at the red marks on Chen Liang's arms. "The remaining 100 or so could very well be yours." Chen Xiaoyun was rendered speechless. But before she could respond, Chen Xiaomei interjected, "Wasn't that money my dowry for my second brother? I saw a third brother sneakily take the money, so I hurriedly took my dowry away. Otherwise, it would likely have been squandered by him." "What? You little wretch. When you marry, will your brothers lack anything of yours? How dare you steal my money?" Chen's mother exclaimed in outrage. "That was my dowry, and I can take it whenever I wish. It's not your earnings." Chen Xiaomei defended herself boldly. "You heartless wretch. I must have owed a debt in my past life." Chen's mother cursed vehemently. However, Chen Dali and Wang Hongjun were not in the mood to engage in their quarrel. "Enough. The money has been accounted for. And now you know it was my sister who took it," Chen Dali scolded. "What is this display of violence for? And you, What did you do with the money? He turned to Chen Liang, who was hiding behind their mother. Well, didn't Ti Xiaoyu say she wanted 200 for the betrothal gifts and a bicycle? I gave them to her, Chen Liang replied, clearly pleased with his arrangement with Xiaoyu. In this day and age, even with a matchmaker, one could easily fall victim to deceit, let alone handling betrothal gifts privately. Did she provide an invitation? Is there a matchmaker involved? Chen Dali mused, suspecting that Xiaoyu might be a con artist from a previous life. No. We don't need a matchmaker. We are in a free relationship, Chen Liang said innocently. Oh, my heavens. Chen's mother suddenly realized that Chen Liang might have been duped and began to wail. Chen Dali was utterly exasperated. What are you lamenting about at this hour? Are you afraid the whole village won't hear you? Brother-in-law, sister, you should return home. It's quite late. We can discuss this tomorrow, he suggested. Chen Dali disregarded Chen Mu and directly addressed Wang Hongjun and his wife, saying, it is late, and the roads are treacherous. Please exercise caution. Xiaomei, take the dowry money and keep it safe. You should hurry back. After sending a few people off, Chen Dali turned to Chen Liang and Chen Mu and stated, tomorrow, summon someone to exchange the wedding invitations and finalize the arrangements. If they refuse to acknowledge it, we shall report it to the authorities. I have said my piece. The choice is yours. Do not call for me. I am quite occupied. Having delivered his message, he departed. By the time Chen Dali returned home, it was already past 8 o'clock. Despite the late hour, Chen Mu showed no inclination to inquire if they were hungry. Her focus was solely on her youngest son, who had been struck with a broom. Zhou Yin had vaguely heard Chen Mu's shouts earlier, but she recalled Chen Dali's admonition that it was not her affair, and thus refrained from intervening. For reasons unknown, Chen Dali had not returned home all day. She understood that he was helping Chen Xiaoyan with some work, so she did not press him. Upon arriving home, Chen Dali recounted the day's events to Zhou Yin, leaving her utterly astonished. Goodness, it can be like that? What blatant favoritism! She exclaimed. You should avoid the courtyard on the east side of the village from now on. If there is a pressing matter, wait for my return to discuss it. As he dined, Chen Dali continued to advise Zhou Yin. He pondered the uncertainty of the marriage. If it were to fall through, reclaiming the money would be a challenge, and he wondered what schemes the old lady might devise. Chapter 41. Chen Xiaoyan falls ill today. After Chen Xiaoyan was struck by Chen Mu, Wang Hongjun felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. Since the afternoon, he had been harboring a deep-seated anger, not only at Chen Mu for her violence towards his wife, but also at Chen Xiaoyan for still being preoccupied with her mother despite the abuse. Though Wang Hongjun lacked remarkable talents, he was far more empathetic towards his wife than Chen Dazhuang. Chen Xiaoyan's suffering made him feel uneasy, and the fact that her assailant was his mother-in-law left him feeling powerless and ignited a burning fury within him. As they traversed the dimly lit path back to town, Wang Hongjun could not restrain himself and uttered a few sharp words towards Chen Xiaoyan, expressing his frustration with her constant support of Chen Mu, only to have her loyalty met with disdain. Chen Xiaoyan, unable to express her own pent-up frustration, misinterpreted Wang Hongjun's tone as disdain for her, which ignited a quarrel between them. By the time they reached the town, the argument had escalated into a cold war, with neither willing to utter a word to the other. It was late when they finally returned home, and fortunately, the Wang family elders had already settled the children down for the night. Otherwise, Chen Xiaoyan would have faced yet another round of scolding from her mother-in-law. Typically, Wang Hongjun would engage in conversation with Chen Xiaoyan during the evenings, but now they both ignored each other, intent on making Chen Xiaoyan recognize her mother's unreliability. He chose to retire to bed in silence. Chen Xiaoyan, having endured a day of turmoil, lay upon her bed, utterly fatigued. The places on her back and arms where she had been struck still throbbed with a faint pain, leaving her heart heavy with distress. She felt abandoned, akin to a solitary boat adrift on the vast ocean. Reflecting on the grievances she had suffered at the Wang family due to her mother-in-law, her mind was consumed by thoughts of her unwavering devotion to her mother-in-law and the fervent efforts she had poured into her family. The memory of the broom that had struck her today, coupled with her mother-in-law's unreasonable accusations, created an emotional tempest within her, feelings she could not confide to anyone, burdens she could only bear silently. The more she pondered, the more her heart ached, and tears streamed down her cheeks, soaking the red pillow embroidered with mandarin ducks playing in the water. The following morning, Mrs. Wang rose early to see her two beloved grandchildren wash their faces and brush their teeth. To her displeasure, she noticed that Chen Xiaoyan, who usually prepared breakfast and set the table, had not risen yet. Grabbing a bamboo pole, she rapped on the window of Wang Hongjun and his wife's room. What time is it? Why are you still in bed? Which daughter-in-law is as lazy as you? Get up. The children are hungry. In the past, Chen Xiaoyan would have already tidied up the household chores by this time, but today there was no sign of her. Wang Hongjun, fearing his mother's impending reprimands, nudged Chen Xiaoyan, who was lying at the bedside. Upon contact, he realized her arms were burning with fever. Looking at her face, it was as red as a festive egg, her eyes swollen like jujubes. Due to her high temperature, the skin on her lips had dried and curled. Mom, you need to do something. Xiaoyan is burning up, Wang Hongjun exclaimed, hastily putting on his clothes and borrowing a neighbor's tricycle to take the unconscious Chen Xiaoyan to the village's barefoot doctor. The village lacked a hospital, only a small clinic where medical treatment and injections were readily available. It appears she has caught a chill, resulting in a high fever and fainting. A few days of intravenous fluids should suffice. Her pulse indicates that anger has stifled her heart, allowing evil winds to invade her body. If you prefer not to use intravenous fluids, I can prescribe a remedy, stated the barefoot doctor, who came from a lineage of traditional Chinese medicine practitioners. In his generation, he had learned Western medicine through government training, thus proficient in both intravenous treatment and herbal remedies. As Chen Xiaoyun was now unconscious, unable to consume the herbal concoction, Wang Hongjun unhesitatingly opted for intravenous fluids. Chapter 42. Chen Xiaoyan falls ill. Chen Xiaoyan's illness struck with ferocity, greatly alarming Wang Hongjun. He understood that his wife's affliction was not merely due to a chill, but was undoubtedly a consequence of the conflict with her mother-in-law. The emotional turmoil within Chen Xiaoyan had led to this severe illness, deepening Wang Hongjun's disdain for his mother-in-law. With Chen Xiaoyan unwell, Wang Hongjun found himself responsible for her care, leaving him to ponder the fate of their piglet. Initially, he considered entrusting the piglet to Chen Xiaomei while he busily tended to matters in the Zhuang village. However, after only 2 days, he discovered that Wang Yingzi was quite displeased with this arrangement, often expressing her discontent through veiled criticisms. Wang Hongjun had initially thought that Chen Dali was too preoccupied to assist with the piglet, intending to avoid troubling him. He deemed Chen Liang and his mother too unreliable, which had led him to seek help from Chen Xiaomei. However, after merely 2 days of observing the piglets, Chen Xiaomei's lack of communication displeased Wang Yingzi, and Chen Liang surreptitiously absconded with 2 piglets to sell them. When Wang Hongjun learned of this, his fury was palpable. Overwhelmed with responsibilities, he entrusted the matter to Chen Dali. At this juncture, Wang Hongjun had neither the time nor the energy to reprimand Chen Liang, as he was constantly shuttling between work and home. During this period, Chen Dali had diligently washed the wool he had collected, and in the words of Qiao Laoda, this batch could certainly fetch a fine price. With a lull in work, some of the laborers had begun to seek alternative employment. Chen Dali, not relying on loading and unloading for work, made it a point to show up daily as long as operations continued. He was also aware of Chen Xiaoyan's illness and made a visit, recognizing that the couple had invested all their savings into the piglets. He discreetly handed Wang Hongjun 10 yuan, clarifying that it was a loan, ensuring that he would return it to Chen Dali upon receiving his salary. Initially, Chen Dali had not given much thought to the piglet situation, considering it to be the couple's responsibility. He felt it inappropriate as a brother-in-law to interfere. He was cognizant of Wang Hongjun's request for Chen Xiaomei to assist with the piglets, understanding that Zhou Yin had to look after the children while also working, so it was reasonable for Wang Hongjun not to involve them. However, he was utterly taken aback by Chen Xiaomei's unreliability. Having hardly tended to the pigweed or fed the piglets, she merely passed by daily, hearing their plaintive cries of hunger. These were trifling matters until Wang Hongjun approached him, revealing that 2 of the 10 piglets had already been sold by Chen Liang. One might assume that Chen Liang was the owner of the pigs given the circumstances. Chen Dali was left in awe of Chen Liang, realizing that his actions were likely influenced by his companion, a certain Xiaoyu. It appeared that his previous words had fallen on deaf ears for both Chen Mu and Chen Liang, a robust laborer, idling away his days, engaging only in petty thievery, and coveting the modest possessions of others, was indeed a source of disdain. The Chen family endeavored to keep these matters under wraps. Otherwise, Chen Liang's already tarnished reputation would have been further sullied. Chen Dali was reluctant to take on this burden. Yet he felt compelled to repay a previous favor when Chen Xiaoyan had entrusted him with 100 yuan for Chen Yiru's tuition during her middle school years. Thus, he reluctantly accepted this arduous task, but he resolved not to involve Zhou Yin, assuring her that her sole responsibility was to care for the children. With no additional burdens to bear, rising before dawn, Chen Dali began cutting pigweed, prioritizing the weeds in his own fields. After harvesting the pigweed, he would prepare pig feed. And while it cooled, he locked the yard and returned home to cook for Zhou Yin and the children. Once the house was tidy, he would mix the feed for the piglets, feed them, and then bicycle to the town to transport goods. In the afternoon, he would repeat the morning's tasks in an endless cycle of busyness. Zhou Yin observed the toil of Chen Dali with a heavy heart, and she was inclined to assist him in alleviating some of his burdens. "Brother Dali, why don't I rise early to prepare breakfast while you attend to the piglets? During the day, I can take the children to gather some pig fodder. This way, we can reduce the amount of feed and save on some concentrated feed," she suggested. "Are you going to gather pig fodder? That simply won't do," Chen Dali flatly refused. Chen Yiru was prone to morning irritability if she was not allowed to wake naturally. She would make a fuss. Zhou Yin needed at least half an hour just to attend to the whims of this little tyrant. Moreover, gathering pig fodder required venturing into the fields, dealing with the rigors of pulling up seedlings and encountering prickly foliage that could irritate the skin. He, being a robust man, was not deterred by such discomforts, but Zhou Yin and Chen Yiru certainly were. "It's not that I can't manage, it's just that time is tight," Chen Dali explained. "Thankfully, we bought a bicycle, otherwise, I truly wouldn't be able to manage." He continued, "We are merely assisting elder sister. Once she recovers, my burdens will lighten considerably." Zhou Yin thought of Chen Shaoan and nodded in agreement. Among the Chen family, Chen Shaoan had been the first, besides Chen Dali, to show her kindness. Although her treatment of Zhou Yin did not compare to the warmth she extended to Wang Yingzi, it was a far cry from the way Chen's mother had treated her. She considered this a way of repaying Chen Shaoyun's goodwill. Chapter 43. Chen Shaoyun's illness. Chen Shaoyun felt as though she were adrift in the clouds, her entire body languid and devoid of strength. Unable even to lift a finger, she could not open her eyes, feeling an overwhelming heat enveloping her. Though she retained her awareness, her strength was utterly depleted. All she could sense was the cool, stinging sensation of the medication coursing through her veins. In her haze, Chen Shaoyun heard Wang Hongjun conversing with the elderly matriarch of their family, yet the content of their discussion remained indistinct, no matter how hard she strained to listen. She had no notion of how long she had been in this state of confusion, while she sensed the presence of people around her. With some tending to her face and others feeding her, she was utterly unable to respond. Chen Shaoyun's collapse had startled the matriarch of the Wang family. Unaware of the circumstances, she presumed that Chen Shaoyun had been overworked from her relentless efforts to sell piglets. Many individuals can manage quite well while busy, yet once they stop, they immediately feel unwell. The matriarch, though sharp-tongued, had a heart of gold. Despite her constant nagging at Chen Shaoyun, she was more anxious than anyone if something were to happen to her. "Our family lacks for nothing. Why do you insist on exhausting yourself?" The sight of Chen Shaoyun in a persistent state of feverish unconsciousness deeply troubled the matriarch, though her words were unyielding. "Your father and I are saving money for you. While we may not live in luxury, it is certainly enough for your needs. You see, you had to push yourself, and now look at the result." Wang Hongjun could only manage a wry smile. He dared not disclose the cause of Chen Shaoyun's illness to the matriarch, fearing her anger and the potential disdain she might hold for Chen Shaoyun upon learning the truth. He felt like a candle burning at both ends. If Chen Shaoyun did not recover soon, he too might succumb. Fortunately, on the third day, Chen Shaoyun's fever finally subsided. With the fever's retreat, her vitality and spirit were markedly rejuvenated. Though she appeared to lack strength, she was at least able to sit up and feed herself. Chen Shaoyun was essentially in a battle with herself, unable to come to terms with her situation. Once her fever subsided, she could not help but feel a surge of emotion upon seeing Wang Hongjun, who had grown gaunt from running back and forth due to her illness. "Isn't everything fine now? Why are you crying?" Wang Hongjun said in a deliberately gruff voice. He was aware that her illness was partially his responsibility, and he felt quite distressed, though he was relieved to see her condition improving. "You've worked hard these past few days," Chen Shaoyun said, gently caressing Wang Hongjun's visibly haggard face, her voice trembling. "What hardship is there?" Wang Hongjun feigned indifference, saying, "Isn't it only natural to care for one's wife?" They did not linger long in tender moments, as Chen Shaoyun quickly remembered her 10 piglets. She turned to Wang Hongjun and said, "You've been busy taking care of me, but I hope my piglets haven't starved. They're our entire fortune." Hearing her words, Wang Hongjun hesitated momentarily. Chen Shaoyun seemed a bit more spirited. But was she really well enough to hear this? Should he keep it from her until she fully recovered, or should he reveal the situation directly? His heart was uncertain. "What's wrong? They haven't really starved, have they?" Chen Shaoyun asked jokingly. Well, promise me you won't get angry, no matter what I say. Wang Hongjun mustered his courage, thinking it would be better to be straightforward with Chen Shaoan and settle the matter swiftly. Dear wife, I must tell you that I did not consider everything thoroughly, he said, taking responsibility while delicately revealing what had transpired. This revelation was something Chen Shaoyan had never anticipated. Not only Wang Hongjun, but even she felt an overwhelming mix of anger and frustration as she listened. How could Chen Liang sell her piglets? Where was he when she was borrowing money with such audacity? How could this be your fault? She exclaimed, her tears flowing freely. If I hadn't mentioned raising pigs, we might never have realized how many ungrateful people were around us. Chen Shaoyan cried and laughed simultaneously, startling Wang Hongjun into thinking his wife had lost her mind. Chapter 43. Chen Shaoan falls ill. Besides her first intravenous treatment at the clinic, subsequent sessions were conducted by a barefoot doctor who visited their home to administer the injections. The doctor, recognizing that Chen Shaoyan had regained consciousness, made a special trip to check on her, adjusting her medication before leaving. Wang Hongjun had been rushing home daily, accumulating many unresolved matters at work. After seeing Chen Shaoan receiving her treatment, he reminded the elderly lady to change her 4 fluids and hurried off to his workplace. The elderly lady came to inspect the 4 bag before returning to her household chores. Over these few days, she had been managing both the household and caring for the 2 children, leaving her quite exhausted. Fortunately, the elder of the Wang family was able to assist her. Chen Shaoan lay in bed, staring blankly at the 4 fluids dripping steadily, feeling a profound sense of distress. It is often said that a woman's family serves as her support, yet her own had dealt her a harsh blow. Upon graduating from junior high, she married and relocated to the town, a move that villagers perceived as a significant elevation in status, as if she had landed in a nest of fortune. Yet, beneath the surface of this seemingly enviable life, she grappled with unspoken emotions that kept her awake at night, forcing her to confront the reality of her existence. Chen Shaoan suddenly felt an aversion to returning to Zhuangxiangtan. She dreaded facing Chen's mother, fearing that she might crumble under the weight of her despair. In the afternoon, her 2 children returned home with their grandfather, eagerly surrounding Chen Shaoyan's bed, expressing their longing for their mother over the past few days. The younger boy discreetly placed the candy his grandfather had bought to cheer him up beneath Chen Shaoyan's pillow. She gazed tenderly at her children, realizing how well they had been raised by the elderly lady, just as she was lost in thought. She overheard the old woman instructing the children, "Your mother is ill and receiving an infusion. You mustn't touch her hands, do you understand? If the needle comes out, she will have to be pricked again." Though the old lady's words were somewhat harsh, her nature was not malevolent. She was far from the archetype of a wicked mother-in-law. Chen Shaoyan suddenly recognized that she had placed too much trust in Chen's mother, believing that the relationship between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law was inherently adversarial, as if one must always dominate the other. The old lady tidied up the house and set a bowl of egg soup seasoned with sesame oil on the table. Later, "I will call the neighbor to help you with the needle. By the time you finish, the soup will have cooled, so drink it all in one go, understood?" After this, she added somewhat awkwardly, "Your health is of utmost importance. Your father and I do not seek great wealth for you. We are saving for the children's education. Those pigs can be neglected." Perhaps feeling embarrassed by her own words, she continued unnecessarily, "Look at your health. It's in such poor condition that buying a few piglets would leave you bedridden with fever. If you truly had to raise pigs, it would be a different kind of suffering." With that, she flusteredly exited, her nimble gait betraying her age of 50 or 60. Chen Shaoyan glanced at the bowl filled with egg flowers, nearly devoid of broth. Typically, the old lady would serve these eggs to the children, never partaking in them herself. Contemplating Wang Hongjun's words, she realized that aside from Chen Dali's visit during her illness, no one else had made an effort. She had completely lost hope for her hometown and resolved to focus solely on her own responsibilities henceforth. It is often said that blood ties are unbreakable. Yet a married daughter is akin to water spilled. She would take less interest in Chen's mother's affairs moving forward and would return home infrequently. The prospect of raising pigs weighed heavily on her mind, especially since it had been her suggestion to improve their living conditions that led Wang Hongjun to invest all their savings into pig farming. Now, to withdraw from this venture would undoubtedly result in losses, and she wondered if Wang Hongjun would be agreeable to such a decision. Her thoughts were a tumultuous mess. Chapter 44. Chen Dali's pig farming. While Chen Shaoan remained at home recuperating, Chen Dali tended to the piglets, nurturing them into round, plump creatures. Chen Dali is a diligent individual, rising before dawn each day to gather pig fodder. He enriches the pig's feed with a variety of nutritious supplements, such as crushed eggshells and beans, which the piglets relish. The feed purchased by Chen Xiaoyan has long been consumed, and now Chen Dali independently experiments with different feed combinations for the piglets. Although he has never raised pigs before, having only tended to sheep in his youth, he understands the importance of maintaining a clean environment and providing the piglets with a diverse diet to ensure their health. Chen Dali devises various methods to feed the pigs, and whenever he approaches them, they eagerly surround him, grunting in anticipation for treats. He often wishes to feed them 4 or 5 times a day, with ample nourishment. The piglets begin to grow plump and adorable. However, their increased consumption leads to a significant amount of waste, and if the pigsty is not cleaned daily, it quickly becomes filled with excrement, creating an unpleasant odor. Those familiar with pig farming know it is both arduous and odorous work. Cherishing cleanliness, Chen Dali took the initiative to dig a drainage system in his yard during quieter moments. He diligently washes the pigsty daily, ensuring it remains spotless. The wastewater flows directly into a storage pit he excavated outside the yard. The success of crops relies heavily on effective fertilization, and pig manure serves as excellent fertilizer for the fields. The adjacent land belongs to his neighbor, Granny Wang, with whom he reached an agreement to utilize a small section of his property for wastewater storage, allowing her family to freely use the pig manure. Granny Wang was delighted by this arrangement and even sent her youngest son to assist Chen Dali in digging the storage pit. Chen Dali constructed the pit with great care, featuring 2 square containers of different depths, separated by a sturdy wooden barrier, which is topped with a thick board that has ventilation holes. Once the higher container is filled with manure and the fertilizer has successfully fermented, he will remove the barrier, allowing the matured fertilizer to cascade into the lower container. This design enables the shallow pit to ferment the pig manure anew, while the deeper container holds usable fertilizer that won't burn the crops due to excessive potency. Granny Wang's family praised Chen Dali's meticulousness upon seeing the storage pit he fashioned. He is aware that this endeavor primarily concerns Chen Xiaoyan, and he refrains from overstepping his bounds. However, since his brother-in-law, Wang Hongjun, entrusted him with the pig farming task, he hopes to ensure the piglets thrive under his care. By the time his sister returns to take over, he envisions the piglets will be plump and healthy. Despite having 8 piglets in the yard, there is scarcely any unpleasant odor, as each piglet is kept impeccably clean. Occasionally, Zhou Yin brings her child to observe the piglets, and Chen Yiru, having never encountered such lively creatures, covers her eyes with her hands, peeking through her fingers at the frolicking piglets. Her expression is a delightful mix of fear and curiosity, making her all the more endearing. A little pig, adorned with large black patches on its belly, particularly captivated the affections of Chen Yiru whenever she passed by. Her gaze would linger upon the creature. In the interim, Chen Dali made another visit to Chen Xiaoyan to ascertain the progress of her recovery and whether she required any financial assistance. Chen Xiaoyan appeared to be in considerably better spirits than before, though she had yet to fully regain her former vitality. She felt a profound sense of comfort upon learning that Chen Dali had been caring for the pigs exceptionally well. Chen Dali's visit to his sister was not without gifts. In the village, a family had slaughtered their own sheep, and he procured 2 hind legs, one for his household and the other divided in half, with one portion sent to his mother-in-law and the other to Chen Xiaoyan. It is well known that mutton is nourishing, and indeed, his family required such sustenance. Madame Wang, the matriarch of the Wang family, welcomed Chen Dali with great enthusiasm. Privately, she remarked to Wang Hongjun that Chen Dali was the only sensible person in his family, implying that he possessed a keen understanding of matters. Recently, Chen Dali had been exceedingly busy, yet his earnings had not diminished. Xiao Laoda successfully dispatched a shipment of accumulated wool to the Russians, who praised its high purity and quality. This batch of sheep will open new avenues for export, establishing Xiao Laoda's reputation among the Russians. Overjoyed, Xiao Laoda allocated a portion of the profits to his trusted confidant, having previously arranged for Chen Dali to wash the wool to enhance its purity, with Chen Dali providing the necessary materials and Xiao Laoda compensating him based on the final quantity used. Although Chen Dali modestly declined any payment, Xiao Laoda insisted on giving him 30 units of currency. Upon receiving this sum, Zhou Yin promptly took it away. Her reluctance to provide Chen Dali with money stemmed from a lingering apprehension following the previous incident where he purchased bracelets for her and her mother. Chen Dali had a penchant for spending, and while he did so for their benefit, the frugal Zhou Yin found it unsettling. They agreed to save this money to eventually invest in a home in the town, and their modest life began to flourish. Chapter 46. Illness descends like a mountain. Departing like threads being pulled. Chen Xiaoyun's illness had persisted for quite some time. During her convalescence at home, she constantly worried about the piglets, not out of affection for them, but rather from concern that the savings she and Wang Hongjun had accumulated might be squandered. Wang Hongjun was initially unsupportive of Chen Xiaoyun's pig-rearing endeavors, only relenting due to her resolute determination. After witnessing the altercation between Chen's mother and Chen Xiaoyun in the countryside, Wang Hongjun was even more averse to the idea of her raising pigs in the village. When he was nearby, Chen's mother dared to confront Chen Xiaoyun, and with his work obligations preventing him from accompanying her daily to the countryside, he feared that Chen's mother would act as she pleased. For Wang Hongjun, it seemed inconceivable to engage in such dirty and unpleasant work when there were far more dignified pursuits available. Chen Xiaoyun's worries were beyond his comprehension. He believed that his own home was secure, with both parents present, financial stability, and a steady job in hand. Chen Xiaoyun, in truth, need not venture out to engage in such endeavors, particularly not when returning to her maternal home. However, her recent illness has prompted Wang Hongjun to engage in profound self-reflection. He has begun to question whether he has failed to provide Chen Xiaoyun with a sense of security within their household, leading her to strive for independence. This matter remains a point of contention between them, as their emotional entanglements have accumulated over time and cannot be easily unraveled. Only time can offer resolution. Wang Hongjun has undergone significant transformation. During her illness, the bond between him and Chen Xiaoyun has solidified, although he is yet to determine how to instill a greater sense of security in his wife. He is resolute in not allowing Chen Xiaoyun to return to Zhuangxiangtun alone. Thus, they have mutually agreed to entrust the pig-raising responsibilities to Chen Dali for the time being, with the promise that he will accompany her back once she has fully recovered and his work permits. Following this experience, Chen Xiaoyun's fervor for raising pigs in Zhuangxiangtun has waned. Her primary concern now revolves around her investment, ensuring that it remains intact. Not only does Chen Xiaoyun harbor such worries, but even Chen Dali is apprehensive about whether his sister will be able to recoup her capital. Although the pigs appear to be thriving and plump, seemingly without significant issues, the 2 pigs taken by Chen Liang also constitute part of her investment. The profit from 10 pigs far exceeds that of 8, creating a notable disparity. To bridge this gap, Chen Dali has taken great care in tending to the piglets. Whenever he finds a moment of leisure, he often strolls around the pig pen to check on cleanliness, assess food wastage, and ensure the piglets' health. As Zhou Yin humorously remarked, he is more attentive than when tending to his own crops, though her words were said in jest. Having committed to caring for these piglets on behalf of Chen Xiaoyun and her husband, they are determined to fulfill their responsibility, lest they betray Wang Hongjun's trust. Brother Dali, should we add another serving of premium feed for the piglets tonight? Yin inquired, cradling Chen Yiru as they stood beside the pig pen. A group of plump piglets gathered around the feeding trough, snorting as they jostled for food. Their size and cleanliness markedly improved since before. Adding feed is feasible, but preparing it at night is rather cumbersome. Perhaps we should consider purchasing some soybean meal for the piglets instead? Chen Dali contemplated. I'm not well versed in this, but I can clearly see the piglets have grown significantly. Perhaps we should consult other pig farmers for advice. In this day and age, raising pigs is indeed a skill, one that is rarely shared freely and often requires personal exploration. As the piglets grow, their nutritional needs increase. Thus, Chen Dali rightly considers seeking guidance from others. He plans to visit the town to see his sister and inquire about the proper care for piglets at this stage. In Chen Dali's memory, Chen Xiaoyun successfully raised 2 large sows, both of which grew remarkably robust. After tending to the piglets and just before locking the door, Zhou Yin casually remarked, "These piglets are thriving so well now. Surely no one is coveting them?" Chen Dali replied, "How could that be? They're still so young. In a couple of days, I'll get a dog to deter anyone from keeping an eye on them." Their banter was merely in jest. Yet little did they anticipate that trouble would arise that very night. Having already settled into bed, Chen Dali and his wife intended to rest, pleasantly surprised that Chen Yiru was not causing any mischief that evening. As they whispered sweet nothings beneath the serene night sky, a sudden series of sharp pig squeals pierced the stillness, jolting Chen Dali upright. At this hour, the pigs should have been peacefully slumbering. The alarming cries suggested they were startled, which felt decidedly amiss. Hastily donning his clothes, Chen Dali urged Zhou Yin, "Secure the door latch. I'm going to see what is happening. I'll return shortly." With that, he grabbed a stick from behind the wooden door and stepped out. The rural night was a paradox of tranquility and clamor. As the weather began to cool, a gentle breeze accompanied the harmonious yet occasionally piercing chorus of crickets, seemingly showcasing nature's allure. It was likely past midnight, with most villagers lost in slumber. In the countryside, electricity had yet to reach their hamlet, and lighting oil lamps consumed too much fuel. After a long day, the weary villagers had retreated to their homes as soon as darkness enveloped the land. Chen Dali, burdened by the day's accumulated tasks, had unknowingly lingered awake until this late hour. Ordinarily, the piglets would be sound asleep by now. The sudden cacophony of their distressed cries suggested that they were indeed frightened, possibly by a weasel or some other intruder. Weasels, though small and seemingly adorable, possessed formidable predatory instincts. If such a creature were to confront the plump piglets, they would stand no chance and could only await their fate. Chen Dali approached the pig pen with purpose, pressing himself against the wall of the enclosure. Straining to listen, he discerned not only the chaotic bleating of the piglets, but also faint murmurs of conversation, soft yet unmistakably human. This realization struck him. The threat to the piglets stemmed not from an animal, but from intruders. The moon shone particularly bright and round that night, casting a silvery glow upon the earth. However, Chen Dali had little inclination to appreciate the beauty of the scene. Cautiously, he approached the entrance and discovered that the gate had been tampered with. The half-open door, the lock lying on the ground, and the broken door latch all spoke volumes of an unwelcome intrusion. Tightening his grip on the stick, he unfastened a long cord from his trousers and, while listening intently to the commotion within, skillfully tied several loops around the broken latch, securing it with a tight knot. Inside, there appeared to be only two individuals, who were quietly murmuring to one another while collaborating to bind the piglets with rope. Chen Dali approached the corner of the wall and, leveraging his strength, ascended to the top. The presence of a nearby tree cast a shadow, providing him concealment, while the individuals inside were engrossed in tying up the wriggling piglets, momentarily oblivious to the corner where he lurked, thus granting Chen Dali an opportunity. He deftly descended the wall and crouched within the shadow it cast. Indeed, there were two individuals in the yard. One was slightly plump, holding a small pig by the neck, while the other, a lanky figure, bound it with rope. Their demeanor suggested they were seasoned criminals, their movements swift and unaffected by the squeals of the piglet. In no time, they had secured one piglet and stuffed a clump of something into its mouth, leaving it to grunt helplessly. Meanwhile, the other piglets in the pen, frightened, continued to squeal. At their feet lay two burlap sacks, one of which, tied at the mouth, contained something that squirmed incessantly. Utilizing the cover of shadows, Chen Dali slowly inched closer to them. The pig was indeed robust. Its little legs were powerful, promising a good price. After the lanky one shoved the piglet into the sack, the plump one declared, "All right, we can't take too many today. This will suffice." The lanky one whispered in response, "These few will do, haha. After selling them, we can enjoy a few drinks." The plump fellow tossed one sack over his back, prompting the piglet inside to grunt and protest. Seizing the moment while the two were preoccupied with the sacks, Chen Dali struck the lagging lanky one on the head with a stick. Having trained in the plum blossom palm technique with neighboring villagers in his youth, Chen Dali possessed considerable strength, and a single blow rendered the lanky man unconscious. Upon hearing the sound of the strike, the plump one instinctively turned, just in time to see Chen Dali's descending stick. Swiftly, he ducked to evade, indicating he too was no amateur. After dodging the blow, he retaliated with a kick aimed at Chen Dali. In past times, Chen Dali might have evaded such an attack, but since he had begun lifting goods, his strength and reflexes had vastly improved, and he was no longer intimidated by such forceful kicks. Planting his feet firmly, Chen Dali caught the plump one's kick with both hands and, with a powerful twist, sent him crashing to the ground. The plump one attempted to struggle against his weight, but Chen Dali swiftly delivered a chop to his neck, rendering him unconscious as well. Chen Dali's temper was no longer mild. His sister had entrusted him with the care of the piglets, and the audacity of these thieves was a slap in the face. Angered, he retrieved several lengths of hemp rope from the feed area and swiftly bound the two men. Yet, simply binding them felt insufficient for his satisfaction. He tore a piece of burlap, typically used for cleaning the large pot for cooking pig feed, in half to silence the two thieves. Contemplating where to stash them in the yard, Chen Dali found himself pondering the best solution. Regardless of the choice, he felt it would not suffice to ease his vexation. A lovely evening that should have been spent in intimacy with his wife was squandered on these two rascals. glancing at the large tree in the yard. An idea struck him, a perfect way to vent his frustration. The mornings in Zhuangxiangtun were perpetually tranquil yet bustling. The diligent villagers were accustomed to rising early to work. As dawn broke, families began to stir, preparing breakfast. The rising tendrils of smoke and the familiar chatter filled the morning air of the Zhuang village with a sense of homely warmth. However, an ear-piercing scream abruptly shattered the tranquility of the dawn. Early that morning, Sister Li from Weijia Alley, while tending to her fields, passed by the pig pen rented by Chen Xiaoyan, in a village where even the loss of a single egg could incite lengthy discussions. Chen's venture into pig farming was a significant topic of curiosity and speculation. Naturally, there were those with ill intentions who hoped for her failure, while others, like Sister Li, kept a keen eye on Chen's every move, eager to gather material for future conversations. Sister Li frequently socialized with Wang Yingzi, and the two shared an affinity for gossip. As she passed the pig pen, driven by curiosity and intrigue, she peered through a gap in the door, hoping to glimpse the success of Chen Xiaoyan's pig farming endeavor. The door had been propped slightly ajar by Chen Dali from within. Instead of seeing piglets, Sister Li noticed the constructed pig pen and was about to withdraw her gaze when she spotted two figures hanging from the low branches of a tree in the yard, sending her into a panic and prompting a scream. Her cry drew the attention of the villagers, who were busy with their morning routines. Gathering at the gate of the yard, Weijia Alley housed several families, and the collective curiosity was palpable, particularly among the newly married women like Wang Yingzi and Sister Li, who rushed out without a moment to freshen up, eager to witness the unfolding drama. "What happened, Sister Li?" someone inquired, intrigued. "There are people inside," Sister Li stammered, trembling. Never had she regretted her penchant for gossip as much as in that moment. "What's all the fuss about?" Someone nudged the gate, revealing a significant crack. Unbeknownst to them, the lock had already been compromised. "Perhaps Dalai is just busy inside," suggested another. No. Sister Li, still shaken, struggled to articulate a coherent thought. "Why is everyone gathered here?" Chen Dali squeezed through the crowd. He had been enjoying his meal at home when he heard the commotion and rushed over. Realizing it was the pig pen that had drawn the crowd, he quickly deduced that someone must have spotted the thieves he had captured the previous day. After apprehending the thieves, Dalai had deemed it too late to take them to town, and having felt his anger unresolved, he had hung them from the branches of two trees in the yard. Not too high, just enough to keep them suspended. Without disclosing the details to Zhou Yan, he merely mentioned having caught two thieves and tied them up in the pig pen, planning to deal with them the following morning before drifting off to sleep. Zhou Yan, upon hearing his words, did not inquire further nor ponder much, as it was indeed very late, and she too succumbed to slumber. As Chen Dali awoke in the morning, ready to address a certain matter, he was startled by the piercing scream of Sister Li. Instinctively, he surmised that someone had succumbed to the temptation of peeking at the suspended individuals, for otherwise, the height from which they hung was insufficient for anyone to observe from the wall. Realizing that the secret was out, Chen Dali decided to seize the opportunity to rouse the idle rascals of the village, and thus swung open the door for all to behold. As he opened the door, he called out to those nearby, asking who would fetch the village head. Two young boys, upon hearing his words, dashed off towards the village head's residence. Chen Dali, with a flourish, threw the door wide open, inviting the curious onlookers to satisfy their intrigue all at once. As the door creaked open, the crowd was momentarily taken aback. The courtyard was impeccably tidy, yet beneath the two flourishing trees dangled two figures, suspended ominously by Chen Dali, who had cunningly utilized 3 large blue bricks to elevate them just enough. At that moment, the two thieves had awakened, their mouths stuffed with stolen goods. And as they noticed the crowd, they could only struggle and whimper, tears glistening in their eyes, their bodies swaying precariously as if they might plummet at any moment. The neighbors gathered at the threshold, frozen in place, none daring to step into the yard. They exchanged glances, each reluctant to venture further. The village head of Zhuangxiangtun was a middle-aged man known for his fairness and righteousness. By this time, his household had risen, preparing for breakfast. After the two boys breathlessly relayed the news, they hurried away. The village head's wife, initially perplexed, soon grasped the gravity of the situation upon hearing the mention of Wei Family Alley. Realizing it must pertain to the piglets, she set down the bowl she was holding. "Ready to leave? Why not finish your porridge first?" she urged, for their family had suffered poor harvests, relying on the village head's singular income to sustain them. The village head glanced at his son and little grandson, sighing inwardly at their shared poverty. He turned to his wife, saying, "I have had my fill. I shall first see what is amiss with Chen Dali. I have a meeting in town later this morning, where meals are provided. So there is no need to fret about me. Only then did his wife reluctantly divide her husband's rations among their son and grandson, disregarding her daughter-in-law entirely. Observing the silence from the crowd, Chen Dali took it upon himself to clarify that the two individuals were thieves apprehended the previous day. Though the villagers remained taciturn, Chen Dali paid them no heed, tending to the pigs and organizing the courtyard. Had it not been for the piglets squealing, one might have thought this a silent film. The villagers were not unwilling to act. Rather, they were paralyzed by fear. Chen Dali's nonchalant explanation of the suspended figures had indeed left a profound impact on the onlookers. Due to the conspicuously robust physique of the thief, which was clearly double that of Chen Dali, the sight of him being suspended was indeed quite terrifying. When the village had arrived, he discovered that the crowd consisted largely of a gaggle of gossiping women and young wives, with only a few men standing nearby. Typically, the presence of these women would create a cacophony akin to that of a duck pen, yet today, for reasons unknown, they were eerily silent, leaving him feeling quite disconcerted. As soon as the village had approached, the crowd surged towards him, making him momentarily believe he was particularly popular, when in fact, the woman seated on the ground, Sisterly, had recently berated him for not allowing her to use the village tools first. The village head found himself quite vexed by such quarrelsome women. What on earth is happening? Dali, why are you still hanging two people? Upon entering the courtyard, the village head was greeted by the sight of the two suspended individuals. The lean one appeared relatively unscathed, while the stout one clearly bore the marks of a beating and, upon seeing the village head, began to weep profusely and thrash about. Concerned about breaking the branch, Chen Dali hastily delivered a kick, silencing the thief, who then looked up at the village head with pleading eyes. I was awakened in the dead of night by the sound of pigs squealing, and upon investigating, I caught these two trying to steal them. Naturally, I had to tie them up, Chen Dali explained. The village head scrutinized the two men and sighed in relief upon realizing they were not from his village. Finally, he remarked, "You rascal, a beating is one thing, but you can't hang them up like this. What if they were to die? That would be a serious matter. As our village has a reputation for being rather fierce, and it is well known in the county. This year, the town's security team had repeatedly urged him, as the village head, to manage his villagers properly and avoid any fatalities. Being awakened at such a late hour to find these two was infuriating." Chen Dali smiled at the village head and said, "Uncle, these two are thieves. It wouldn't matter if I killed them." At this, the lean thief trembled in fear and, to everyone's astonishment, lost control of himself. "Oh dear, it's truly a sight not to behold." The crowd finally erupted into chatter. "What a coward, what a pathetic wretch," the young wives remarked. "Indeed, uncle, they were stealing from our village, and Dali merely gave them a beating. They are still alive, aren't they?" One of the aunts suggested that in the future, whenever there was an issue, they must call upon Chen Dali, as he was undeniably a reliable ally. "Uncle, if we send these two to the town security team, will it earn us points for our village?" A quick-witted individual immediately thought of this. The voices of the crowd returned to life, each person chiming in, encircling the village head. "You all, spare me some trouble," the village head sighed. "Guizi, Da Qiang. Take these men down to the entrance. We are heading to the security team shortly." Chen Dali glanced at the village head and said, "Uncle, I will finish feeding the pigs and join you." The village head responded affirmatively, and he began to survey the surroundings after the two men were brought down. Upon reaching the pig pen, he marveled at the sight of the piglets and remarked, "These little pigs are being raised remarkably well." The villagers, drawn by the village head's enthusiasm, gathered around, exclaiming in admiration, "Indeed, they are." The little pigs were spotless, devoid of any impurities, making them all the more precious in the eyes of the villagers. When the little piglets are 2 to 3 months old, they are undeniably the most adorable. Their eyes glisten like black beans, adorned with sparse eyelashes, and their delicate skin feels delightfully soft to the touch. Their tiny, wagging tails joyfully flutter as they indulge in their meals. Chen Dali, while feeding them, finds himself surrounded by these chubby creatures, who relish their food with such enthusiasm that it brings him immense joy, a sight that grows ever more heartwarming. Chapter 50. Chen Dali strikes back in the village. There are indeed families that raise pigs, but none maintain their livestock with the same level of cleanliness as Dali. The village chief dispatched 2 individuals to escort the pig thieves to the village committee, intending to take them to the town. The 2 thieves, having been suspended for an entire night, felt as if their legs had lost all sensation, making it difficult for them to walk. Strongzy and his companion had no choice but to half-drag the pair of thieves along. The grateful thieves appeared as if they had been rescued, eagerly wishing to leave, though their bodies betrayed them, leaving their expressions longing to take flight. Although the thieves departed, the aunts and elder women of the village lingered, engaging in animated conversation around the piglets. The village chief found himself exasperated by this incessant chatter, feeling overwhelmed by the presence of these women, who seemed to be everywhere, essential to every matter. Initially, Dali had kept the incident to himself, but someone had unwittingly revealed it. The village chief worried about the potential damage to their village's reputation, though this was merely his own concern. In truth, their village was already notorious for its fierce reputation. The village chief yearned to inquire about the specifics of the situation from Chen Dali, but he was successfully sidetracked by the gossiping women. Thus, he chose to remain silent and listen as they chattered on. Amidst the attention of these women, Chen Dali performed his tasks with remarkable efficiency, undeterred by their incessant prattle. The village chief inwardly admired Dali's composure, but soon felt a headache coming on as he considered the two thieves hanging nearby. Reflecting on the town's security team and the county's police, he realized their village was always under scrutiny. During every meeting, the issue of public safety was raised, and any incident drew significant attention. Fortunately, Dali had not taken drastic measures against the thieves. Otherwise, the ramifications could have been severe. However, the village chief pondered the moral implications of Dali's actions, deciding he must advise against causing any trouble for the village when they ventured into town. Having swiftly completed his work of feeding and cleaning the pig pen, Chen Dali's efficiency prompted the ants to discreetly exit the yard, a departure that was unprecedented. Once everyone had left, the village chief approached Chen Dali to inquire about the specifics of the situation, what had transpired, and whether Dali had suffered any loss. Since Chen Xiaoyan began raising pigs in the village chief has harbored considerable concern regarding the situation. In these financially strained times, the allure of a single pig may be scant, yet a multitude of piglets could easily incite envy. Indeed, the village is home to a few idle troublemakers. More importantly, at the start of the year, the village chief had made a solemn promise to the town security team, vowing to uphold the safety and order within the village, ensuring that no petty thefts would occur. Thus, when two children came to summon the village chief, his heart sank upon hearing that there had been an incident involving the pigs. Fortunately, the culprits were not from their village. Throughout the journey, his emotions fluctuated like a roller coaster, and he felt a sense of relief wash over him. The discomfort of being reprimanded by superiors is truly unbearable. Just the thought of it gives him a headache. Thankfully, this time he would not face reprimand from the security team. Moreover, Chen Dali had managed to apprehend both thieves single-handedly, which might earn him commendation from the security team. This would be a point of pride for their village. Though the methods employed by Chen Dali are not commendable, the village chief must find a way to communicate with Chen Dali gradually. Chen Dali is well aware that his methods may lack integrity, yet if Chen Xiaoyan is to thrive in the village for the long term, she must instill a sense of fear among the villagers. Simply apprehending the thieves without addressing the root of the issue is insufficient. Chen Dali does not believe that after this incident, anyone would still covet his sister's piglets. Should a similar situation arise again, he would unhesitatingly hang the offenders from the old willow tree at the village square. He is eager to see who would dare to provoke the piglets after this episode. Chapter 51. Zhuangxiangtun is well known throughout the county, notorious not only for its preference for sons over daughters but also for the abundance of troublemakers. Fortunately, during the tenure of the current village chief, things have improved somewhat. At least he is fair and just, without favoritism towards relatives. The village chief serves as the soul of the community. The village's atmosphere largely depends on his actions. The present village chief is a man whom everyone praises as a true leader. However, the previous chief was quite the opposite. His family wielded significant power, distributing fertile land solely among themselves and prioritizing their own irrigation needs during dry spells. The village was in a state of disarray at that time, with only the strongest benefiting. In the early days, neighboring villages were equally impoverished, and the bias against daughters was prevalent. While harsh conditions were common, other villages gradually corrected their ways under governmental guidance and advocacy. Under the leadership of the former village chief, the atmosphere in Zhuangxiangtun deteriorated significantly, particularly in the past 5 to 6 years. When the county initiated river excavations, local men were conscripted for the task, leading to widespread disturbances caused by individuals from the village. Their mischief unsettled the entire town and county, creating a cacophony of chaos. These individuals formed cliques, neglecting their responsibilities, which posed considerable challenges for the government. The former village chief, favoring his kin, found himself embroiled in numerous disputes with the town, especially when one of his relatives, during the river excavation, not only shirked his duties, but also brazenly excavated cultural relics from the riverbed. When the security team arrived to recover these artifacts, the individual resisted cooperation, inciting a confrontation with his relatives against the security personnel, resulting in significant upheaval and reportedly several fatalities, which cast a poor shadow over the community. In an effort to resolve the situation, the village dismissed the former chief, paving the way for the current leader's ascent. The events surrounding the river excavation had garnered much gossip, and the reputation of Zhuangxiang Tun was tarnished. Whenever mentioned, it conjured images of a harsh and unruly populace. In recent years, the atmosphere has improved considerably, yet the foul reputation persists. When Zhuangxiang Tun is mentioned, it often evokes the notion of poor mountains and treacherous waters breeding unscrupulous individuals. Chen Dali quickly gathered his belongings and spoke briefly with Zhou Yin before joining the group led by the village chief. Two young men accompanying the village chief scrutinized Chen Dali with an air of curiosity, as they were intrigued by the fact that the village doctor had discovered that a skinny man had broken his ribs while kicking someone, which in their eyes made him a martial arts expert. Upon learning this, Chen Dali felt somewhat bemused as he was unaware of the incident, and he asked the village chief, "Uncle, you don't expect me to treat them, do you?" The village chief shot him a glance, intending to temper his demeanor, and retorted, "If not you, then who? The security team is not a hospital." Chen Dali smiled sheepishly and refrained from further comment, understanding that the village chief was concerned about him getting involved in fights. The two young men incessantly questioned Chen Dali about the previous day's events, their chatter accompanying them until they arrived. The security team was established by the county to maintain safety in the local towns and bore similarities to a modern police station. However, unlike a police station, the primary role of the security team was to address disputes between villages. The team leader, surnamed Yang, had a somewhat convoluted familial connection with the village chief. Upon seeing the village chief of Zhuangxiang Tun, Yang felt a twinge of annoyance. Zhuangxiang Tun had a reputation for being troublemakers, which often left him to deal with the fallout in the county. Typically, the village chief would avoid him, but today, unexpectedly, he had come to seek him out early in the morning. The village chief briefed Yang on the situation, who then appraised Chen Dali with scrutiny. He dispatched personnel to assess the injuries of two pig thieves and arranged for two individuals to accompany Chen Dali back to the scene. He himself remained silent, leading his team to interrogate the two pig thieves. Chen Dali had no choice but to ride his bicycle to greet Brother Dong, explaining the situation before returning to the village with the members of the security team. The village chief was occupied with a meeting and did not accompany him. After inspecting the scene and inquiring about the events of the previous day, the two security team members praised Chen Dali for his excellent pig-raising skills. After a brief chat, they returned to the town. Chen Dali thought that such a significant incident warranted informing his sister, Chen Xiaoyan. Yet he was reluctant to forego the rare opportunity to spend time with Zhou Yin and their daughter. Since it was still early, Chen Dali decided to head home. Zhou Yin had assumed that Chen Dali would be busy all day, so she was quite surprised to see him return. Upon seeing her father, Chen Yiru immediately expressed her desire to be held, reaching out to him. Chen Dali lifted his daughter with one hand, playfully weighing her as he said to his wife, "Today, let us take a break from our usual work. You and our daughter tidy up a bit, and we shall visit the town and stop by my elder sister's place." It had been nearly 2 months since Chen Dali's rebirth, a brief span of time. Yet his presence had brought about a tremendous transformation in the household. The courtyard remained unchanged, with only a few new items, but it appeared more pristine and orderly than before, radiating warmth. As for food, the situation was markedly better. Previously, Chen Dali and his wife had been financially constrained, often calculating their meals carefully to avoid going hungry. Now, Chen Dali brought home whatever delicacies he could find and sought to treat his wife and child with new flavors. During this period of low productivity, most households struggled to afford more than porridge and vegetables, with some families managing only 2 meals a day. However, Chen Dali insisted on 3 meals daily for his family, even when he was away, requiring Zhou Yin to prepare lunch without fail. Chen Yiru received a bowl of steamed egg daily, and out of concern for her digestion, Chen Dali purchased a bottle of sesame oil for Zhou Yin to add to her egg custard. His family indulged in fish once a week, believing it would enhance their child's intelligence, while meat was consumed every 2 to 3 days. In terms of food expenditure, Chen Dali's household was second to none in the village. With financial stability and no longer needing to submit to Chen's mother, they enjoyed newfound prosperity. Their improved circumstances brought about a noticeable change in their spirits. If the trials of married life in his previous life had dulled Zhou Yan's vibrancy, now she bloomed like a flower nourished by rain, more radiant than ever. Since Chen Dali's return, Zhou Yan had hardly ventured into the fields. Her naturally fair skin now glowed with health. Though caring for Chen Yiru, she was well fed, and Chen Dali spared her from labor, allowing her to indulge. Consequently, Zhou Yan's figure began to regain its former fullness, slowly returning to the shape she had in her youth. As they prepared to head into town, Zhou Yan remarkably retrieved the mudfish bracelet that Chen Dali had previously gifted her, adorning her wrist with it. Initially, she had kept it buried at the bottom of her box, claiming that wearing such an ostentatious piece in the village would be too conspicuous. Surprisingly, this substantial mudfish bracelet conveyed an air of elegance once worn. Zhou Yan meticulously styled her long hair into an elegant bun and chose a clean, understated outfit. Her natural beauty was accentuated by this attire, making her even more striking. In contrast, Chen Yiru had not made much effort in her appearance. Chen Dali had wrapped a small quilt around their daughter, concerned that she might catch a chill while riding. Chen Yiru seemed to sense their outing, her little mouth beaming with delight, revealing a tiny white spot on her gums. Indeed, she was teething. This new development brought her some discomfort, as she began to feel an itch in her gums, constantly wanting to bite or touch them. Zhou Yan, fearing her daughter might fall ill, kept a watchful eye on her. The teething process, while accompanied by gum irritation and drooling, was a bittersweet phase of growth. Chen Yiru was truly a delightful blend of her parents' features, seemingly avoiding their flaws. Recently, she had gained a little weight under Zhou Yan's nurturing, adding to her charm. The silver bracelet on her delicate arm jingled softly, the tiny bells chiming with her movements, evoking peals of laughter from Chen Yiru. With his beloved wife and daughter by his side and a generous amount of cash in his pocket, Chen Dali felt a profound sense of happiness, reminiscent of the phrase winner of life he had encountered in his past life. He mused that this was precisely his current state. Chapter 53. A family visit. The sky was clear and the autumn air crisp, marking the long-awaited arrival of the most suitable weather. Today, the heavens were particularly generous. The sky a brilliant blue, as if washed clean, devoid of any blemish. The roadside weeds contributed their year's harvest, with red and yellow seeds dotting the fields like stars, creating a refreshing vista. Once Zhou Yan and their daughter were ready, Chen Dali brought out his golden deer bicycle, thoughtfully placing a cushion on the seat at the back. To protect Chen Yiru from the chill, he wrapped her snugly in the quilt. Initially, he intended to cover her little face with the quilt's edge, but Chen Yiru protested, fussing until he reluctantly left her face exposed. Since her last visit to her maternal grandparents, Chen Yiru had not left Zhuangxiangtan, making this excursion her second. However, during the previous trip, she had been tightly wrapped and had slept soundly along the way. This time was different. Her curious, wide eyes explored the unfamiliar surroundings. Occasionally, she would squeal in delight at the sight of an unusual plant, prompting her mother to take a closer look. Chen Dali pedaled ahead, transporting his wife and daughter along the winding path, their laughter echoing as they journeyed toward town. Upon visiting her ailing sister-in-law, Zhou Yan was determined to arrive with offerings, for she would never allow herself to be the subject of gossip. The family supply of eggs was limited, reserved for Chen Yiru's weaning food. Having heard that duck eggs could alleviate heat and detoxify, Zhou Yan exchanged some pastries brought back by Chen Dali for a few duck eggs from the neighbor, Old Lady Wang. In these times, sugar was a rare commodity. When people thought of nourishing their bodies, they often envisioned brown sugar. However, the supply and marketing cooperative refused to sell more than a scant amount. After much persuasion, Zhou Yan managed to procure a bag of brown sugar, the kind wrapped in coarse paper and bundled loosely. At the butcher's stall, there was little choice in quality meat, as the butcher typically did not stock a substantial supply. After a prolonged selection process, Chen Dali finally secured a piece of pork leg, marbled with fat and lean meat. Nowadays, everyone favored fatty cuts. Hoping to have a bit of richness in their kitchens, it was indeed rare to find someone as discerning as Chen Dali, who meticulously chose his meat based on balance. When Chen Dali's family arrived at Chen Xiaoyun's home, it was just past 10 o'clock. Wang Hongjun had already left for work, and the elderly matriarch of the Wang family was busy tidying up the yard. Upon opening the door and seeing Chen Dali's family, she quickly wiped her hands on her apron, welcomed them warmly. "Ah, Dali has come. Your sister just stepped inside. Come in, Dali's family, let us talk inside. Why carry so much? It must be exhausting for you." Though her words suggested otherwise, A smile lingered on her lips. After ushering Chen Dali and his wife inside, she called out to Wang Hongjun, "Shaoan, your brother is here." "Aunt, we came to check on my sister," Chen Dali replied, placing the items down. Old Lady Wang glanced over the offerings, and her smile widened. "Look at you. You're not a stranger, yet you bring so much. You both have children. Why spend so much?" She quickly invited Chen Dali to sit and hurried to prepare sugar water for Zhou Yin. Chen Dali politely declined, and amidst their banter, Chen Shaoan emerged from the room. "Dali is here, and so are Yin and Yiru. Don't leave at noon. Stay for lunch," Chen Shaoan suggested. "We just wanted to see how you were feeling and discuss a few matters," Chen Dali replied. "I'm much better, just recovering my strength." "What is it? Is there a concern with our mother?" Chen Shaoan casually inquired. With Aunt Wang present, Chen Dali interjected, "Let us not be distracted. I have something important to discuss with you both." He recounted the events of the previous day in detail, believing the matter resolved. As the head of the Wang family, informing her was a matter of respect. He spoke lightly of the incident, but it nonetheless alarmed old lady Wang significantly. Upon learning that the thieves had been sent to the security team, she gently touched her chest and whispered a phrase of relief. It was fortunate that Chen Dali had encountered the situation. Had it been Chen Shaoyan, the outcome could have been dire. She, with her slender arms and legs, might have found herself in grave danger. To express her gratitude, old lady Wang insisted that Chen Dali's family stay for dinner at her home. Madame Wang waved her hand dismissively, preventing Chen Shaoyan from accompanying her to the kitchen, insisting instead that she converse for a while with her brother-in-law. Chen Shaoyan had been recuperating at home for the past few days and had significantly recovered. Just the day before, she had persuaded the elderly lady to ask Wang Hongjun to prepare a few buckets of bathwater for her. Now that the weather had turned cooler, bathing in the sun was no longer an option. After her illness, she felt unclean and sweaty. Yet the elderly lady insisted that her condition was due to wind and cold. She feared that if Chen Shaoan bathed without proper caution, it could worsen her health, stubbornly refusing to allow her to wash. Fortunately, Wang Hongjun, being a considerate husband, took advantage of the old lady's nap to prepare several buckets of water for Chen Shaoyan, mixing it with well water for a refreshing bath. The relief she felt was profound, as if all ailments had been washed away, leaving her feeling invigorated. Madame Wang was astute. Upon waking, she noticed the disarray in the household and quickly surmised the situation, chastising Wang Hongjun soundly before sending him off to work. Sensing the brewing storm, Chen Shaoan retreated to her room, avoiding confrontation. The elderly lady contemplated addressing her but ultimately decided to wait until lunchtime to gently admonish her daughter-in-law. As she busied herself with chores in the yard, Chen Dali arrived with his family. Had it been anyone else, she would have likely refused them a meal. But Chen Dali's family was different. The old lady understood the significance of kinship, having only one son, and due to past circumstances involving children. Her relationship with her in-laws had been strained, leading to infrequent visits. Her relatives on her side had either married far away or drifted apart, leaving her son without close family ties. While they had nieces and nephews, such relatives often proved unhelpful in times of need. Chen Dali's family, however, was genuine and dependable. Chapter 54. Visiting relatives. When relatives visit, the hospitality extended by the host is of utmost importance, especially in these times when food is precious. Chen Dali had planned to visit his sister first, and then take his wife to fetch his younger brother, Zhou Jianya, for a meal. With the arrival of cooler weather, he realized that his father-in-law's family likely hadn't prepared adequate clothing for Zhou Jianya, since he had taken responsibility for his brother's education. He decided to cover the cost of his clothing and necessities to spare Jianya from any discomfort at home. He told his sister, Chen Shaoan, "Sister, we hadn't intended to dine here today. We were thinking of taking Jianya out to buy some clothes." Chen Shaoan cast a disapproving glance at her somewhat foolish brother, thinking to herself how fortunate she was to be an understanding sister. Otherwise, his remarks might truly irritate her. Inviting someone for a meal, only for them to mention buying clothes for their brother-in-law, was hardly acceptable. Had she been less magnanimous, Zhou Yin would have surely faced some unkind treatment. Though she pondered these thoughts, she addressed Zhou Yin, saying, "Ignore him. You can go shopping for clothes after your meal. I've made a little vest for Yiru. Come and see if it fits well." After Chen Shaoan finished speaking, she led Zhou Yin into their room, where she retrieved a delicate cotton vest, meticulously sewn with tightly stitched seams. The hem was adorned with simple floral embroidery, and the buttons were charming little plastic mushrooms, exuding an undeniable cuteness. "Elder sister, you are still recovering from your illness. How can you be sewing? Making clothes for Yiru, you mustn't overexert yourself," Zhou Yin earnestly remarked. Oh, I find it quite dull to sit idle while recuperating indoors. Previously, I had already cut out the pattern, and these past few days have felt utterly stifling. So I took it out to stitch a little. Our matriarch keeps a watchful eye on me, and I dare not sew too much. I haven't embroidered any flowers yet. For now, let Yiru make do with this. When I have some free time, I'll craft a few more garments for her. Chen Xiaoyan responded, holding the vest up against Chen Yiru. It seemed Yiru understood that this garment was intended for her. As she reached out her tiny hand to grasp a corner of the vest, this delighted Chen Xiaoyan immensely. The more she looked at Yiru, the more she cherished her. Elder sister, it seems to me that despite her sharp tongue, and he truly cares for you, Zhou Yin remarked to Chen Xiaoyan. Chen Xiaoyan fell silent. Even Zhou Yin could discern what she had only just begun to realize. Previously, she had always perceived her mother-in-law's words as barbed, feeling constantly criticized. Now she understood that when it truly mattered, her mother-in-law was more dependable than her own mother. Chen Xiaoyan patted Zhou Yin's hand, choosing not to pursue the topic further, and instead inquired about Zhou Jinya's schooling. Zhou Yin recognized that Chen Xiaoyan was reminded of her own mother-in-law, Chen Mu, and willingly followed suit to shift the conversation. As they were engaged in discussion, the sound of the front door announced the return of Wang Hongjun and his father. The two were delighted to see Chen Dali, and in a rare gesture, the elder Wang produced a bottle of fine wine to entertain him. Chen Dali, pleased to witness the elder's joy, felt happiness for his sister as well. The Wang family was a significant step up for them. Initially, the matriarch of the Wang family had looked down upon his sister. Although she and her husband had a sweet relationship, he could sometimes be quite oblivious, unable to consider her needs. In this household, the only one who could speak on behalf of his sister was the elder Wang. Having a discerning and wise head of the family was crucial, especially when compared to their own Chen family. At this moment, the elder Wang had already prepared a meal, laid out on the table. The chicken that Chen Dali had brought was ruthlessly chopped into substantial pieces and stewed with potatoes and carrots in a hearty chicken stew. Additionally, there were steamed pancakes made from flour and greens, a refreshing cold dish of radish, and a savory broth of pickled vegetables and shredded meat, complemented by a pot of steamed buns. Furthermore, 2 eggs were specially scrambled for Chen Yiru. Given the circumstances, this was indeed a lavish feast. Chen Xiaoyan's 2 children were at school and would not return for lunch. Once the elder Wang finished her preparations, she invited Chen Dali's family to dine. Naturally, Chen Dali did not hesitate to partake, picking up his chopsticks and beginning to eat, yet he reserved the meat for his sister's family. He praised the cold radish dish made by the elder Wang, which brought her immense joy, lighting up her face with laughter. After a satisfying meal filled with drink, the elder gentleman, having rarely encountered someone to share a drink with, surprisingly found himself quite inebriated. Chen Dali, on the other hand, limited himself to merely a couple of small cups. His tolerance was decent, and with the awareness of impending matters to attend to in the afternoon, he maintained a sense of moderation. Most of the time, he engaged in conversation with the elder gentleman and his wife, consuming very little alcohol. Wang Hongjun had already learned the reason for Chen Dali's visit during the meal. Honestly, when he first heard the news, a wave of apprehension washed over him. He couldn't help but think how differently things might have unfolded had it been Chen Xiaoyan who faced such an incident. Thankfully, Chen Dali had already taken the necessary steps by bringing the individual to the security team, and now they awaited news from them. Once Chen Dali departed, Wang Hongjun slipped back inside and said to Chen Xiaoyan, "We can no longer raise those piglets. After all the toil you've endured, falling gravely ill, your health has yet to fully recover. To think we could have encountered something as dire as pig theft. I shudder at the thought. If you had been caught up in that, what would we have done? We were fortunate that Dali was there. Otherwise, I would be beside myself with worry." Chen Xiaoyan understood her husband's concerns came from a place of care, yet the substantial investment they had made could not be dismissed lightly. If they failed to recuperate their losses, their family would be left in dire straits. They had borrowed 50 from her mother and had also dipped into their own funds. Alongside borrowing from Dali, all these debts loomed over them. While she too felt fear upon hearing the news, her reluctance to part with her money was even stronger. "We can seek other work. We'll figure something out," she suggested. "Dali has his own obligations and cannot always tend to the pigs. Perhaps we have not considered the implications thoroughly enough." This was a hasty decision, and now we find ourselves in a precarious situation. As the couple engaged in this conversation, they were unaware that the elderly matriarch of the Wang family, who was tidying up the courtyard, had overheard them. With a keen sense of observation, she discerned the situation. While she lamented that her son and daughter-in-law lacked shrewdness and foresight, she also recognized that sending Chen Xiao into the countryside daily posed significant risks. What if she were to encounter thieves? What chance would she have in a confrontation? The types of work they sought were crucial. They had insisted on pig farming without considering safety risks from the outset. After all, even running a truck on the road could lead to encounters with bandits, let alone raising a large number of pigs in such a remote area, which was bound to attract attention. Having finished her chores, the matriarch wiped her hands on her apron, returned to her room, and retrieved a bottle, placing it into her cloth bag. Without a glance at the elder gentleman peacefully sleeping on the bed, she turned and left. In her estimation, the family's future depended heavily on her guidance. For without her, the couple would likely find themselves facing calamity. Chapter 55. Visiting relatives today, Chen Dali's family embarked on their outing with a purpose. Aside from visiting his sister, they intended to accompany his brother-in-law on a shopping venture. As the weather gradually cooled, it became evident that wearing open-heeled shoes in the evening was less than ideal. Nevertheless, in Zhou Jianya's view, the necessity of attending school made all discomfort bearable. Clad in ill-fitting attire, he hurried towards the classroom. As he entered the corridor, the gatekeeper called out to him, "Jianya, your brother-in-law has arrived. You need to ask your homeroom teacher for a leave of absence. He wishes to take you out for something important." In school, Zhou Jianya, who was typically composed and steady, was instantly overtaken by youthful joy upon hearing the news, his face lighting up with the exuberance befitting his age. "Thank you, Grandpa. I'll take a leave right away," he exclaimed, rushing off to find his homeroom teacher. As he exited the school gates, he spotted his sister and brother-in-law. Overjoyed, he called out, "Brother-in-law, sister, what brings you here today?" "Yiru, you've come too. Have you missed Uncle?" Zhou Yin pulled her brother close, examining him with a hint of bittersweetness, and remarked, "You've grown taller." Chen Dali would often visit to bring Zhou Jianya some food. The young lad, previously unable to satisfy his hunger and burdened with numerous chores at home, had not gained weight nor grown in height for a couple of years. However, since attending school, the family had provided him with corn and potatoes, while Chen Dali ensured he received rice and vegetables weekly, along with occasional meat. After a few months at school, not only had Zhou Jianya grown taller, but he had also gained weight, appearing much more vibrant than before. Where he once resembled a child, he now embodied the essence of a middle school student. Chen Dali gently patted Zhou Yin's back. Due to her responsibilities at home, she seldom visited Zhou Jianya. Yet, seeing him noticeably healthier and plumper, she couldn't help but think of her brother and sister-in-law. Witnessing her brother's growth after 2 years of stagnation only intensified her grievances against them for being overly strict. "Come on, let us take you out to buy something," Chen Dali suggested, leaving the car parked by the school gate and lifting Chen Yiru to lead them onward. "How has your studying been? Are you keeping up?" Zhou Yin inquired, holding on to her brother's arm. "It's going well, sister. Don't worry, I struggled before because I hadn't been attending. My brother-in-law arranged for a tutor to help me catch up," Zhou Jianya replied, feeling like a child beside his elder sister. During previous visits, Chen Dali noticed that Zhou Jianya had fallen behind in his studies, concerned he might not keep pace with the curriculum. He asked the school guard for a recommendation for a tutor willing to take on extra work. The arrangement was 3 sessions a week for a modest fee. Initially, Zhou Jianya was adamant about refusing, deeming it too costly, but Chen Dali directly paid the tutor, instructing him to pick up Zhou Jianya. Realizing the money had already been spent and could not be reclaimed, Zhou Jianya obediently followed the tutor, determined to study diligently to justify the investment and meet his sister and brother-in-law's expectations. "All right, why put such pressure on the child?" Chen Dali remarked to Zhou Yin. "Jianya, let's exert effort commensurate with our capabilities. Don't overexert yourself. Your sister and brother-in-law are financially secure. You need not worry about money, as long as you seek knowledge. Even if you miss a few points and can't attend high school, your brother-in-law will still support your education." "Okay," Zhou Jianya replied, understanding that his brother-in-law wished to alleviate his concerns about finances. "Let us go buy you some clothes," Chen Dali suggested, noting that Zhou Jianya's attire was evidently ill-fitting, likely due to his father-in-law's lack of attention towards sending new clothes. "Indeed, look at how short your pants have become." Zhou Yin cast a tender glance at her brother's attire. Chen Dali led Zhou Jianya to purchase 2 pairs of trousers, 2 autumn shirts, and a corduroy jacket for him. As Zhou Jianya observed the lavishness with which his sister and brother-in-law were spending, his eyes widened in disbelief. Even though the purchases were for him, he felt a pang of anguish in his heart. "Do not buy any more," This is already sufficient. Zhou Jianye felt as if his heart were bleeding. As a student, he believed there was no need for such fine new clothing. All he required was warmth. And expensive garments were truly unnecessary. And let us get a pair of sneakers, size 42, that style. Please let my brother try them on. Chen Dali instructed the shopkeeper at the local supply cooperative. What a generous expenditure this was. Who buys clothes in such a manner? The shopkeeper promptly retrieved the shoes and handed them to Zhou Yan. She watched as Zhou Jianye changed into the shoes and softly inquired, "Do they fit?" "They fit," came his barely audible reply. Though he felt the sting of the expense, he truly longed for a pair of shoes that belonged solely to him, not ones previously worn by his father or older brother, nor those riddled with patches. The young boy had his own sense of dignity. He would wash his clothes until they were bright and clean, yet he felt embarrassed to let others see his worn-out cloth shoes. "Very well, we shall take this pair. And add 5 pairs of socks," Chen Dali stated decisively. The shopkeeper quickly wrapped the items and presented them to Zhou Yan, stating the total was 17 yuan and 8 jiao. The trousers were reasonably priced, yet the shoes alone accounted for 12 yuan. Chen Dali promptly paid the shopkeeper and inquired, "Next time you have woolen boots, could you reserve a size 42 for me?" "Certainly, I will do my best. Just remember to come and collect them." The shopkeeper readily agreed. "Brother-in-law, this is too much," Zhou Jianye remarked, though his hands were honest, clutching the new sneakers. "We bought them for you to wear. Try them on. I was thinking of coming over a few days ago. The weather is turning colder. And both your sister and I are worried you might catch a chill. Change into them, and I will have your sister take your cloth shoes home to clean," Chen Dali said, ruffling his little brother-in-law's hair. A gesture of kindness begets kindness. Had Zhou Jianye not treated Zhou Yin and Chen Yiru well in his past life, how could he expect such heartfelt generosity in return? Our parents, if they give you something, accept it graciously. If they do not complain, as there are still your brother and sister-in-law to consider. In time, Jianye will understand, Zhou Yin advised. Since starting school, Zhou Jianye had only returned home twice. During this time, his father had visited to bring food twice, while his brother had not appeared at all. Only his brother-in-law came to check on him every few days. His circumstances were among the better ones among his classmates, some of whom, in an effort to conserve food, had not returned home even once. Reflecting on the friends he used to play with in the village and his classmates, Zhou Jianye resolved to study diligently and cherish this hard-won opportunity for education. Understanding that the bedding he had previously brought was now too thin, Zhou Yan asked Chen Dali to purchase a new mattress for him, allowing Zhou Jianye's old bedding to be repurposed as a quilt. The couple, with their child in tow, was filled with anticipation for Zhou Jianye as they finally procured all the necessary items. Chen Dali and his wife escorted Zhou Jianye to the school gate. And while Zhou Yin was preoccupied with holding Chen Yiru, Chen Dali discreetly slipped 2 coins into Zhou Jianye's hand. Although Zhou Jianye remained silent, he noticed the knowing glance Chen Dali cast his way behind Zhou Yan's back. He quietly accepted the money, contemplating that it might be his brother-in-law's secret stash, which he did not wish to accept. However, the feeling of harboring a little secret with his brother-in-law was delightful. He had always feared that his brother-in-law might resent their family for the expenses incurred due to his schooling, worrying that this might create a rift between his sister and her husband. Now, he understood that to love someone is to embrace all that they cherish. His brother-in-law's kindness was genuine and heartfelt, not merely superficial. His sister had truly married well, and that brought him joy. Chapter 56. Zhou Jianye's unfortunate romantic entanglement. Since returning to school, Zhou Jianye had made commendable strides. Initially, his academic progress lagged significantly behind that of his classmates. However, through diligent tutoring and his own perseverance, his grades improved remarkably, much to the delight of his homeroom teacher. During his brief absence, he did not miss any class time. He organized his belongings and hurried into the classroom just in time for the lesson, which happened to be taught by his homeroom teacher. This teacher was an exceptionally capable veteran, responsible not only for instructing Zhou Jianye's mathematics class, but also for teaching chemistry. The current lesson was a mathematics class. Since resuming his studies, Zhou Jianye had been acutely aware of the preciousness of educational opportunities, thus applying himself diligently. He meticulously recorded each point of knowledge presented by the teacher in his notebook, and during evening study sessions, he would revisit these notes to reinforce his understanding of the more challenging concepts. As he was engrossed in noting down the teacher's explanation, a crumpled paper ball landed on his desk. Zhou Jianye furrowed his brow, feeling a bit irritated at the interruption. He gently nudged the paper ball aside and continued his studies. The person who had thrown the note, seeing that Zhou Jianye was ignoring her, threw another one. Although he felt a twinge of annoyance, he maintained a composed demeanor. At that moment, the teacher wrote an example problem on the blackboard, inviting students to come up and solve it. Zhou Jianye immediately raised his hand high, signaling to the teacher that he could solve it. His elevated hand, like a flag, drew the teacher's attention. Very well, Zhou Jianye, please come up to the board and work on this problem. The rest of you can practice on your papers for now, the teacher instructed while circulating the classroom. Once you've completed the problem, compare your answers with Zhou Jianye's to see where they differ. Zhou Jianye approached the blackboard, taking a moment to carefully examine the problem, ensuring he understood the requirements. Following the steps methodically, he wrote his answer clearly beneath the question. His elegant handwriting, coherent steps, and correct answer prompted the teacher, standing at the podium, to nod in appreciation. Has everyone finished? The homeroom teacher clapped his hands, signaling the students to cease their writing. Does anyone have a different answer from Zhou Jianye's? Come, let us examine how to approach this problem. As the teacher articulated the answering techniques, he gestured on the blackboard. Seizing the opportunity to answer, Zhou Jianye managed to distance himself from the classmates who were passing notes. Being able to attend school had alleviated a concern for Zhou Jianye. He had been eating well and sleeping soundly, devoid of any worries. He had grown taller and gained some weight, his skin fairer from the absence of sun exposure, appearing quite dashing amidst a group of bookish peers. Although Zhou Jianye's attire was quite simple, it was always impeccably clean. Thanks to Chen Dali's frequent deliveries of food to school, Zhou Jianye's little stash was quite bountiful, making him seem more affluent than some of his town classmates. The local school was comprised of students from nearby villages, including some older students who had repeated a year. Children from the village matured earlier, once they ceased their studies. They quickly transitioned into marriage and parenthood. This trend had permeated the school, with many students getting engaged or married while still in their studies. Zhou Jianye had a female classmate who attended class on Friday and returned home to marry on Saturday, never to return to school thereafter. Some of the older girls, having matured emotionally, noticed Zhou Jianye's handsome appearance and sought to flirt with him, not necessarily for romance, but perhaps to charm him into sharing his food. Today, Zhou Jianye was absent. Several classmates spotted his brother-in-law visiting him, and it was easy to deduce that he had come bearing food. Consequently, a girl sitting behind Zhou Jianye's desk sought to join in the excitement and snag some food. Zhou Jianye harbored a strong aversion to the girl's habit of tossing him notes for trivial reasons. He believed that students should focus on their studies, disregarding the frivolities of young love and the innocent hand-holding on the playground. He was quite displeased with the girl's distractions and remained resolutely fixated on his academic goals. After class, seizing the opportunity of a query, Zhou Jianye hurried to the homeroom teacher's office. Teacher, I find myself struggling with this problem. Could you please explain it to me? Zhou Jianye politely inquired. Upon examining his notebook, the teacher discovered it was an advanced question and was delighted. He patiently guided Zhou Jianye through the problem-solving process until he had answered it completely. After reviewing it himself, the teacher introduced 2 additional related problems to reinforce the concepts. Zhou Jianye listened attentively, and when the teacher finished explaining, he sincerely expressed his gratitude, eliciting envy from the other teachers in the office. It was indeed rare to encounter a student who was both studious and polite. As was customary, the homeroom teacher inquired about the class's recent discipline, to which Zhou Jianye pointed out a few particularly unruly corners of the classroom. He casually mentioned the girl sitting diagonally behind him, noting her penchant for fidgeting during class, which often disturbed those around her. Upon hearing this, the homeroom teacher thought to himself that this was indeed a matter of great importance. Education is paramount, and not even the mightiest deity should hinder the academic pursuits of his promising student. He first reassured Zhou Jianye, instructing him to return to class, while he himself planned to discreetly observe from a position at the back door during the next lesson. This particular class was geography, and the teacher's humorous teaching style was well received by the students, creating a lively classroom atmosphere. As the students immersed themselves in the ocean of knowledge, a girl seated diagonally behind Zhou Jianye could not restrain her curious little hands and tossed a small note onto his desk. Zhou Jianye, however, remained unfazed and continued to focus on the lesson. The homeroom teacher, witnessing this, felt a surge of anger. While one may choose not to study, they must never disrupt others, especially when those individuals are earnestly striving to learn. After class, the teacher promptly summoned the girl to his office for a reprimand. Considering the girl's self-esteem, He refrained from discussing anything beyond her lack of attentiveness during the lesson, delivering a stern admonishment. Subsequently, he moved her seat to the front near the podium, under the teacher's watchful eye, intent on observing what mischief she might concoct next. Unbeknownst to Chen Dali and his wife, Zhou Jianya had deftly handled an unwelcome romantic advance. Chapter 57. Divergence when Chen Dali went shopping for Zhou Jianya. He did not consider purchasing items for his own family, primarily worried that if Zhou Jianya saw such a significant expenditure, he might refuse to accept the gifts. After completing his purchases for Zhou Jianya, he naturally intended to buy something for his wife and daughter as well. It had been some time since he had taken Zhou Yinyang and their daughter to town, and a shopping spree was inevitable. In the past, their family had been financially constrained, often feeling the chill of empty pockets while watching others make purchases with envy. However, now that they had a bit more financial flexibility, Chen Dali was unwilling to deprive his wife and daughter of their desires. In Chen Dali's eyes, his daughter lacked everything. Any time he encountered something novel, he would think of her. Despite Chen Yiru being so young, he had not hesitated to lavish her with gifts. Chen Dali held the same sentiment towards Zhou Yan. Whenever he ventured out and noticed others using new items, he would ponder whether Zhou Yan would appreciate them. Would that new fabric from the supply store look lovely if made into a dress for her? He harbored a desire to compensate Zhou Yan and her mother, wishing to present them with the finest offerings available, purchasing anything he could find that they might enjoy. Nevertheless, in Zhou Yan's mind, their family's expenses this year had indeed been substantial. Although they had new income and were not required to contribute financially to Chen's mother this year, they had managed to save a portion of money. However, saving money was no easy feat, and with numerous future expenses anticipated, she always felt the urge to reserve whatever funds they had. Chen Dali toils as a laborer, carrying heavy burdens, and Zhou Yan is perpetually concerned that his body cannot endure such strain. She believes that continuing this way is not a sustainable solution, and thus she has long sought an opportunity to extricate Chen Dali from this arduous work environment. While selling cotton may yield some savings, it requires first cultivating the cotton. And with this year's cotton season already past, they can only hope to plant more next year. As for pig farming, any profits would inevitably go to his elder sister, Chen Xiaoyan, and could not be counted as part of their household income. Furthermore, they are also shouldering the burden of their brother Zhou Jianya's tuition fees this year, which constitutes a significant expense. In Zhou Yan's eyes, although they still have some money, it seems to dwindle with each expenditure, many of which she deems entirely unnecessary. Observing Chen Dali spend money so freely incites her frustration. It is often said that men earn while women manage the household finances. Yet, Chen Dali seems to excel in both earning and spending. Nevertheless, in public, Zhou Yan is always careful to maintain Chen Dali's image, never allowing disputes to arise before others that might undermine his dignity. At this moment, Chen Dali remains oblivious to the discontent he has caused his wife, as he holds a red embroidered jacket, enthusiastically gesturing to his daughter. "How about this? Isn't it lovely? Our girl will look absolutely stunning in it," he exclaims. "Dali, it's a bit early to buy a jacket. Our daughter changes so quickly. By winter she likely won't fit into it," Zhou Yan gently replies. Realizing this, Chen Dali suddenly recalls that their plump daughter has gained 6 or 7 pounds in just a month. The clothes she currently wears are already ill-fitting, and purchasing ready-made garments seems impractical, as they may not be worn for long. It would be wiser to buy fabric for Chen Yiru instead. "All right then, let's get her some beautiful fabric and make her a few outfits," he decides. Recognizing that this expenditure is for their daughter, Zhou Yan agrees, for in many ways she shares Chen Dali's sentiment. Both are devoted to their daughter, fearing even the slightest discomfort for her. In truth, in the countryside, few are so particular. Many families have several children who share clothing, with the younger ones often wearing hand-me-downs from their older siblings. It is rare for a child like Chen Yiru to have new clothes at every turn. Indeed, even a single piece of clothing without patches is considered a luxury among children. So Chen Dali's habit of frequently purchasing clothes for his daughter stands out conspicuously to the villagers. While others struggle to feed their families, he occasionally indulges his child. While others wear tattered garments, his daughter appears in vibrant colors, and while new brides can seldom be seen adorned with silver jewelry, his daughter proudly wears silver bangles. Such disparities provoke envy, and even the best of relationships cannot withstand whispered gossip. Chen Dali, having been influenced by modern ideologies, has yet to adapt his thinking, leading him to make purchases with little regard for their consequences. Recently, the household chores have multiplied, overwhelming Chen Dali. He is reluctant to let Zhou Yin take on the burdens, and she, in turn, wishes to alleviate his suffering, to allow him some respite. She manages to handle as much as she can, leaving little time to take the children out, consequently minimizing various trivial matters. In Chapter 58, under Zhou Yan's gentle obstruction, Chen Dali's ambitious spending plan fails to materialize. Whenever Zhou Yin deems an item unnecessary, she refuses to purchase it. True to her character, she does not engage in quarrels with Chen Dali, opting instead to offer soft reminders. However, Chen Dali has become somewhat docile when it comes to minor issues. He tends to acquiesce to her wishes, which is a marked improvement from before. The couple has only acquired some daily necessities and plans to return home. On their way back, Zhou Yin expresses her concerns, stating that their household expenditures have been flowing like water, leaving her increasingly anxious about their finances. She feels unable to save much and suggests they should spend less in the future. Chen Dali, somewhat dismissive, reflects on his past life where he tirelessly earned and hoarded money, refusing to spend even a coin. Ultimately, his demise resulted in his fortune benefiting that scoundrel Chen Liang, while his own wife and daughter enjoyed none of the rewards, leading to a life of turmoil. Chen Dali responds with vague affirmations, allowing her words to drift in one ear and out the other, preoccupied with merely placating his wife. Are you even listening to me? Dali, can you hear me? Zhou Yin, noticing his inattentiveness, becomes irritated and pinches a bit of flesh at his side. Ow, ow, ow. That hurts, dear wife. I heard you. Chen Dali winces, nearly losing his grip on the bicycle. He hastily halts, stabilizing the bike against the roadside. I'll heed your words. I promise, he reassures her repeatedly. Zhou Yin, perceiving that he has not taken her concerns to heart, understands that changing a person's nature is a formidable task. Thus, she resolves to be more persistent in her admonitions in the future. With a soft huff, she decides to change the subject, temporarily letting Chen Dali off the hook. Planning to address the matter later, the couple continues their noisy ride back to the village. As they near the village's threshing ground, they spot their neighbor, Aunt Wang, chatting with someone at the entrance. Upon seeing the couple, she greets them warmly and informs them that the security team had come looking for Chen Dali. However, as the couple was away, the team left after a brief wait. The villagers are aware of the pig theft incident, and the security team's visit is likely related to that matter, prompting many to perk up their ears, eager for the latest gossip. Chen Dali has no interest in becoming the subject of gossip. He simply inquires about the time and place, intending to visit the security team today if time permits. However, the pigs are hungry, and he must first attend to their needs upon returning home. After settling Zhou Yin and the children at home, he heads to the pigsty. At the sound of the door opening, the piglets poke their heads out from their pen, their small dark eyes glimmering with anticipation as they grunt and call out to Chen Dali. After a period of nurturing, the piglets have thrived, each brimming with vitality. Except for one little piglet that fell ill initially and lagged behind in growth, appearing somewhat frail, the rest have survived in robust health. These piglets represent the future capital of his sister, Chen Xiaoyun, and Chen Dali has taken great care in tending to them. The two thieves truly crossed paths with Chen Dali at an inopportune moment. He was eager to learn how the security team would handle these two individuals. Chen Dali quickly fed the pigs, tidied up the pig pen, and checked the yard for any irregularities before heading straight home. At that moment, Chen Yiru had already left the warm embrace of her mother, lying alone on her bed, occasionally kicking her little feet, amusing herself. Upon returning home and cleaning himself up, as soon as Chen Dali stepped through the door, he saw Chen Yiru babbling away, kicking the quilt with her tiny feet. Her demeanor was simply adorable. My dear, where's your mother? Chen Dali called out. Naturally, Chen Yiru could not respond. Hearing the commotion, Zhou Yin replied from the kitchen, I'm in the kitchen. Dali, what's up? Nothing much. I just thought I'd take a trip to the town while I have a moment, to check on the situation with the security team, Chen Dali replied. All right, you go ahead. I'll take care of our daughter. You needn't worry. I'll check on the pig pen later, Zhou Yin assured him. It's broad daylight. There's nothing much to see. I've already fed the pigs, so just stay home and watch over our daughter, Chen Dali said as he pushed his bicycle out. Chapter 59. The origins of the pig thieves. Just as Chen Dali pushed his bicycle to the entrance of the alley, he encountered the village chief, who had come to inform him about the pig thieves. The security team had dealt with the two thieves thoroughly, and the chief had come to share some developments with Chen Dali. However, for the particulars, Chen Dali would need to visit the security team himself. The chief's expression was hesitant, and as he spoke the last words, a deep sigh escaped him. Since there was progress, Chen Dali was eager to clarify the situation. All right, I understand. Uncle, when I return, let us have a drink together, Chen Dali said. What are you drinking for? You have plenty to attend to. And who knows when you'll finish. The chief acknowledged Chen Dali's intentions. You're a good lad. Now hurry along. Knowing Chen Dali was heading to town, the chief didn't linger and urged him to go, to avoid traveling back at night. Chen Dali arrived in town just in time. Perhaps due to the village chief's prior communication, the man at the entrance did not hinder him, but instead escorted him inside to meet the captain. Good day, Captain Bai. Chen Dali greeted, having already inquired about the security team's status from the village chief before coming. Oh, it's Chen Dali from Zhuangxiangtun. The reason for your visit today is that the testimony from the pig thieves has changed, and there is new progress, Captain Bai said as he adjusted his glasses. Looking at Chen Dali remained silent, patiently awaiting Captain Bai's further words. Initially, the two were caught red-handed in the act of stealing pigs, and they had been dealt with accordingly. However, now these two individuals were denying any involvement in the theft. Captain Bai observed that Chen Dali exhibited no reaction, and thus continued his discourse. They claim they are here to collect items owed to them by others, debts that have been settled with pigs. Theft and debt settlement are two entirely distinct matters, fundamentally unrelated. A sense of foreboding began to brew within Chen Dali, as if an itch was creeping up his back molars. Indeed, Captain Bai proceeded to inquire, Chen Liang, is this individual known to you? After reiterating Chen Liang's name for emphasis, he continued, these two pig thieves assert that Chen Liang owes them money, and that these pigs were offered as payment. If this is indeed the case, then both individuals must be released. I have heard that Chen Liang is your younger brother. How do you perceive this situation? Our security team is prepared to take action, or perhaps refrain from doing so. Since we are all from the same village, there are no outsiders involved. I called you here out of concern. Should we proceed with handling this matter? Would it pose any issues for you? Captain Bai remained uncertain about Chen Dali's attitude, considering the connection to the village elder, and thus sought to gauge the situation. Chen Dali, suppressing his anger, responded, while it is true that these pigs are cared for by my sister, I am the only one who has financially supported her. Chen Liang has no right to offer the pigs as payment to anyone. Even among brothers, accounts must be settled clearly. Furthermore, these pigs do not belong to him. Chen Dali firmly stated, since he lacks the authority to settle this matter. Let the law of the land and the rules of the household dictate how it should be examined and resolved. Captain Bai understood Chen Dali's intentions clearly. Given this context, there was no need to consider familial ties, and they could proceed with the matter directly. Upon leaving the security team, Chen Dali hurried to his sister's home to relay the situation to Chen Xiaoyan, who was understandably infuriated. What on earth is Chen Liang thinking? How could he be so calculating? Chen Xiaoyan felt as though she hardly recognized her younger brother. Yet, discussing it further was futile. Heed my words. You cannot continue raising this pig. After hearing this, the elderly matriarch of the Wang family slammed the table and declared, with Dali overseeing, should you be alone, it would be tantamount to inviting theft. Your mother is rather shrewd. I wonder if you would dare to keep it. The matriarch directly addressed Chen Xiaoyan. Chen Xiaoyan, exasperated and short of retort, realized that the matriarch spoke the truth. She had underestimated the complexities of the situation, having envisioned various responses while failing to anticipate the obstacles posed by her maternal family. Dali, you have been a great help during this time. Your sister truly cannot keep the pigs at your place any longer. I shamelessly ask you this. Discuss with Zhou Yin whether you both would be willing to take over the piglets. If you can, that would be ideal. If not, I must trouble you to help sell them. The price is negotiable. If things do not work out here, I shall swallow my pride and assist your sister in finding employment, urged the Wang matriarch to Chen Dali. Dear-in-law, please do not say such things. I will consult with Zhou Yin upon my return. Sister, do not worry about anything else. Your health is the utmost priority. Upon my return, I shall meticulously interrogate Chen Liang to discern the particulars of the matter. Chen Dali is at a loss as to how to console his elder sister. Chen Liang is akin to a troublesome pest, surfacing unexpectedly to create discomfort. His exasperation with Chen Liang is palpable. In Chapter 60, titled The Aftermath of the Pig Thief, it is worth noting that the decision to transfer the piglets and abandon the swine-rearing endeavor was not a whimsical thought of the Wang matriarch. From the outset, she was opposed to Chen Xiaoyan engaging in this laborious and unsanitary work, believing her daughter incapable of enduring such hardship. Furthermore, she held the conviction that a woman's role should primarily revolve around caring for her husband and children, relegating the responsibility of earning a living to men, as she deemed an overly assertive woman undesirable. As Chen Xiaoyun fell ill, her mother became even more resolute in her disapproval of her involvement in this endeavor. Now, it seems the piglets have been bartered away by her maternal relatives. Such behavior is unacceptable. She had warned that if this continued, the entire family fortune could be jeopardized due to Chen Liang. The matriarch harbored a genuine disdain for the youngest son of the Chen family. Viewing him as someone who treads the path of moral turpitude, his character seemingly flawed. Though it felt somewhat unjust to pass this burden on to Chen Dali, it was certainly preferable to having Chen Xiaoyan and Chen Liang squabble over it. In the heart of the matriarch, her daughter was overshadowed by her son's significance. She dared not risk her family's assets to test the conscience of Chen's mother. For Chen Dali, the utmost priority lay with his wife and daughter, relegating all else to a secondary status. He was inclined to support his sister, Chen Xiaoyan, not only because of her intrinsic goodness, but also due to her past assistance to Zhou Yin and Chen Yiru. The matter of pig farming did not concern him greatly. Whether to assist his sister or to pursue it independently was of little consequence, largely contingent upon Zhou Yan's perspective on the issue. Would she be willing to partake in this venture? His reluctance to unequivocally accept this burden stemmed from a fear of Zhou Yan's disapproval. During this period, he toiled during the day and tended to the pigs at dawn and dusk, leaving him utterly exhausted. Frankly, it was fortunate that Chen Dali possessed a robust constitution. Otherwise, it would have been a formidable challenge for anyone else. He had been solely responsible for the care of the piglets, and whether he did it himself or not was inconsequential. It ultimately hinged on Zhou Yin's sentiments. The Wang matriarch exchanged only a few words with Chen Dali before departing. "Sister, how is your husband faring?" During the matriarch's absence, Chen Dali inquired about his somewhat simple-minded brother-in-law. "Your brother-in-law is as he always is, working tirelessly. Recently, the younger child has fallen ill, causing quite a stir at home. Thankfully, I am recovering from my own ailment." Chen Xiaoyan felt an overwhelming sense of guilt towards Chen Dali. She had ventured into pig farming using her younger brother's funds and had not returned to the village since her illness. All responsibilities regarding the piglets rested upon her brother's shoulders, and now their mother sought to shift this burden onto him. It felt profoundly unfair. "As long as you and my brother-in-law are well, do not fret over the piglets. I will discuss matters with Yanzi and provide you with an update. As for Liangzi, I shall address him thoroughly upon my return." Upon the mere mention of Chen Liang, Chen Dali's back molars would ache with irritation. Each day seemed to be devoid of any seriousness. Not only had he fallen prey to deception, losing a substantial sum of money, but he also appeared disturbingly unfazed, wandering aimlessly without a care in the world. Today, another incident had unfolded, and unless he administered a thorough reprimand, the frustration simmering within him would remain unresolved. How did he end up with such a brother? It was infuriating beyond measure. Chen Xiaoyan, too, seethed with resentment, her teeth clenched in disbelief. She could not fathom Chen Liang's thought process. Previously, he had sold her 2 piglets, and out of respect for their mother, she had refrained from confronting him. Was this to be an endless cycle? Such audacity was intolerable. Do not concern yourself with him. Rather, direct your attention towards your brother-in-law and my nephew, Chen Dali suggested. Recalling that his brother-in-law had encountered a mishap around this time, though the specifics eluded him, he could only subtly remind his sister. Fine, I shall heed your advice," Chen Xiaoyan replied, rubbing her forehead. "I cannot even utter Chen Liang's name without experiencing a headache. Focus on your own affairs. Leave him to me. I shall rectify the situation upon my return," Chen Dali asserted, pausing momentarily before continuing. "Do not fret about the piglets, even if I cannot raise them myself. I will ensure they fetch a fair price. Rest assured, sister, I will not let you suffer any losses." "What losses?" "I am filled with regret. It is all my fault for meddling," Chen Xiaoyan lamented, guilt gnawing at her heart. "What regrets?" "As my future sister-in-law said, we have not considered everything thoroughly. We can amend our ways moving forward. Who among us has not erred? Besides, it is not solely your fault." With Chen Dali's comforting words, Chen Xiaoyan's spirits lightened somewhat. Chapter 61. A discussion. By the time Chen Dali returned home, the sky had already darkened. Throughout his journey, he pondered the peculiarities of Chen Liang's mind. Why did he continually fixate on such frivolous matters? That girl, Xiaoyu, had swindled him out of a considerable sum. Why did he not promptly seek restitution? Moreover, he had become embroiled in the matter of the stolen pigs. Upon arriving in the village, Chen Dali first ventured to the eastern part, hoping to ascertain if Chen Liang was home. Wang Yingzi was conversing with someone at the alley's entrance. Spotting Chen Dali, she remarked sarcastically, "Isn't this Dali?" You've become quite the busy individual. Chen Dali found her remarks tiresome, yet he recognized that silence would only embolden her arrogance. Thus, he retorted, "There is no one in this village lazier than your sister-in-law. I must learn from you." This remark elicited a chuckle from the woman conversing with Wang Yingzi. Indeed, Wang Yingzi was quite idle. Her husband toiled away for long periods, and their children were often cared for by her sister-in-law. Sometimes, she didn't even wash her own clothes, spending her days gossiping at the village's entrance. Ignoring Wang Yingzi's reddening face, Chen Dali called out to Chen Xiaomei, inquiring about Chen Liang's whereabouts. Chen Xiaomei had not seen Chen Liang all day, and Chen Dali, uninterested in asking their mother, who would likely shield Chen Liang, asked her to keep an eye on him. He then dismissed Wang Yingzi and returned home. At this moment, Zhou Yin is feeding her daughter, Chen Yiru, who is rather reluctant to eat, constantly glancing around and evading the spoon Zhou Yin offers. Upon hearing a sound at the door, Chen Yiru immediately turns her head towards the entrance, as if she senses her father's return, babbling in a way that suggests she is about to report something to Chen Dali. "Oh, my darling," Chen Dali exclaims, delighted by his daughter's animated gestures, promptly scooping her up for a kiss. Observing the playful interaction between father and daughter, Zhou Yin, in a fit of exasperation, thrusts the spoon into Chen Dali's hands, declaring, "Well, it seems you two are the best of friends. Let your father feed you then." With that, she rises and heads to the kitchen. While entertaining his daughter, Chen Dali seizes the opportunity to feed her, his actions deft and efficient, soon ensuring that Chen Yiru is quite full. Zhou Yin has prepared a generous serving of steamed egg custard, of which Chen Yiru consumes only half. Chen Dali, undeterred by his daughter's leftovers, swiftly finishes the remaining custard. "Honey, I need to discuss something with you," Chen Dali says, cradling Chen Yiru while digesting the meal. "What is it? Why the need for a discussion?" Zhou Yin replies playfully. Chen Dali informs Zhou Yin of Chen Xiaoyan's reluctance to raise pigs, a revelation that leaves Zhou Yin quite taken aback. Is there something wrong with Liangzi? How could he do such a thing? She never anticipated her brother-in-law could engage in such egregious behavior. As he appeared unremarkable in his demeanor, how could he reveal such a repugnant side in the face of self-interest? He's not exactly flawless, is he? Chen Dali inwardly scoffs. It is indeed typical for someone capable of driving a vulnerable niece and sister-in-law to the brink to commit such despicable acts. In his previous life, Chen Liang had engaged in his fair share of immoral deeds. It's no wonder that Chen Dali met his demise due to the troubles stirred by Chen Liang. "Let us not dwell on this unfortunate matter," Chen Dali suggests, wishing to shield Zhou Yin from the more sordid aspects of reality. "The family matriarch wishes for us to continue raising pigs. I thought it best to consult with you first. I'm uncertain. If we raise pigs, wouldn't that mean you won't go work for Donggu anymore?" Zhou Yin seizes the moment to express her desire for Chen Dali to escape the burden of laborious work. With the cold weather approaching, the workload for Donggu will dwindle. If we take over the pig rearing, we will initially have to invest in pig feed, which can be quite costly. And with my sister no longer working, we would need to allocate some of her funds to her, as that money isn't hers alone. Chen Dali ponders. As long as there is work available with Donggu, I will certainly continue, as it provides some immediate income, ensuring we won't live too frugally. Can you manage that? It sounds exhausting, Zhou Yin expresses her concern. She could assist with the pig raising, primarily by gathering pig feed and preparing meals. If they genuinely intend to take over, they must begin stockpiling feed for the piglets for the winter. For it would be untenable if the little ones were left without sustenance after heavy snowfall. I can manage. In truth, there is not much difference from before. Nor is there an abundance of work. Chen Dali is rather indifferent. The ability to work signifies the potential to earn, as long as Zhou Yin is willing. His opinions may be disregarded. Ultimately, Zhou Yin could not resist the allure of the plump piglets that had been nurtured for some time. She decided to seize this opportunity to take charge herself. Thus, the couple resolved to oversee the piglet business. Chen Dali, cradling Chen Yiru, discussed the forthcoming expenses with Zhou Yin, who diligently noted everything down in a notebook while earnestly deliberating with him. Chapter 62. Inquiry. The night was deep and dark. The moon absent from its duties, and the path devoid of street lights was flanked by trees that loomed ominously. In this moment, traversing such a road alone could indeed invoke fear. However, in the countryside, everyone had grown accustomed to it. Chen Liang walked alone along the village path, his mind reliving the warm moments shared with Xiaoyu. She had promised to provide him with a sum of money for their marriage, intending to marry into his family. Reflecting on this, Chen Liang could not help but hum a cheerful tune, his steps considerably lighter. He mused that his marriage was a significant event for his family. His elder brother and sister ought to contribute. His eldest brother had been away working as a carpenter for quite some time, and it was reasonable to expect a decent wage. His second brother worked daily, and with no son in the family, saving money seemed futile. It was fitting to contribute to his wedding. His elder sister's family resided in the town and should at least offer a sum of 100 or 80 yuan. Contemplating this, he realized that only his younger sister, Chen Xiaomei, would not aid him, as she contended for the remaining money with their mother. Lost in thought, Chen Liang suddenly noticed a figure standing at the alley's mouth. He halted and called out, "Who is there? Who goes there?" "It is I." Chen Dali responded in a deep voice, stepping out from the shadows. Upon recognizing his elder brother, Chen Liang exhaled with relief and began to complain. "I say, second brother, what are you doing? You nearly frightened me to death in the dead of night." The darkness concealed Chen Liang's failure to notice Chen Dali's expression, and he continued to voice his grievances. "You do realize it is late at night? Where have you been? I have been looking for you all day. Do you know what time it is?" Chen Dali did not wish to extend any kindness in his tone. "What do you need me for?" Chen Liang retorted defiantly. Ignoring Chen Liang's response, Chen Dali briskly walked ahead, soon entering the courtyard where their mother resided. At this hour, she had yet to retire for the night. Upon seeing Chen Dali arrive, she remarked coolly, "What a rare visitor." During this period, Chen Dali had not contributed a single penny to her, leaving her somewhat displeased, often contemplating how to assert her authority over him and his wife. Turning to see her youngest son entering, she quickly inquired, "Liangzi, have you eaten? Why are you home so late? Are you tired? I was anticipating your return, and I have already boiled water for you. Hurry and wash your feet to refresh yourself." "Mother, I need to ask Liangzi something. He can tidy up later," Chen Dali replied to their mother. "It is so late. Whatever it is can wait until tomorrow," she insisted. Chen's mother finally noticed the grim expression on Chen Dali's face. Fearing that Chen Liang had caused some trouble outside, she hurriedly tried to cover for him, insisting that they should delay any confrontation. Chen Dali, however, ignored her and fixated on Chen Liang, asking, "Are you aware that someone has stolen our sister's pigs?" I am not home every day. How would I know?" Chen Liang stammered in reply. "You don't know?" Chen Dali retorted, glaring at him. "They confessed, saying you owe them money and used our sister's pigs to settle the debt." "What? I didn't do that," Chen Liang exclaimed, taken aback. "I merely boasted about the piglets." "Boasted to whom?" Chen Dali pressed on. Just to Xiaoyu," Chen Liang admitted, unable to meet Chen Dali's gaze. "What did you say to Xiaoyu?" Chen Dali demanded. "Think carefully, or I will not hesitate to give you a beating." The mention of Xiaoyu ignited Chen Dali's anger. Suddenly, Chen Liang recalled that when he had given Xiaoyu money previously, she had remarked that it was insufficient. He had casually replied that he would give her more later, and she had cheerfully responded, "Remember, you owe me, and I will come to collect." Lost in the delightful haze of budding romance, he had laughed and agreed. Realizing this, he began to connect the dots. Surely, the pig thieves could not be linked to Xiaoyu? "Our sister has had enough. She will no longer raise pigs. From now on, I will take over the pigs. If you dare to plot against them again, I will not spare you. I want to say a word about the 2 pigs you sold from our sister, after all. That was a past issue. You will repay her with your own earnings for the piglets. However, if any pigs go missing in the future, I will be the first to hold you accountable," Chen Dali admonished fiercely. "Why should I?" Chen Liang protested, feeling indignant. He was accustomed to wielding power at home, and any slight discomfort compelled him to rebel. However, before he could voice his frustrations, Chen Dali delivered a swift kick that sent him staggering. "Hey, Liangzi!" Their mother gasped at the sight. "What are you doing? He is your own brother." "It is precisely because he is my brother that I only kicked him once. If he were a stranger, I would have kicked him to the ground," Chen Dali seethed, still harboring anger. Neither of them seemed to grasp the situation. Yet they acted as if they were all-knowing, oblivious to the fact that they were being manipulated by a woman and thinking they had gained something. The kick left Chen Liang dazed. For the first time, he recognized the disparity in strength between himself and his elder brother. "Tomorrow morning, go to the security team and clarify the situation. If this matter is not resolved by tomorrow, I will kick you again. Do you understand?" After Chen Liang timidly nodded, Chen Dali turned to leave. Out of a sense of familial obligation, he was willing to extend a helping hand to Chen Liang, but beyond that, he would not intervene. Their mother ranted for an extended period, cursing Chen Dali, yet received no response from him. She felt a growing sense of anxiety as she sensed events slipping from her control. Chapter 63. The escaped Chen Dali departed without a backward glance. but Chen Liang found himself unable to sleep. He hesitated to go to the town security team, fearing he might truly become embroiled in the situation. Instead, he decided he must first find Ma Xiaoyu to inquire about what had transpired. Chen Liang tossed and turned in restless slumber, ultimately deciding to rise and traverse the night in search of Ma Xiaoyu. It is worth noting that Ma Xiaoyu, too, is a child of misfortune. She is not a native girl, nor is her original name Ma. Her true name was Wang Ernie, born in a modest village in the south. Her mother passed away when she was quite young, leaving behind 2 daughters, with Ma Xiaoyu being the younger of the 2. Before the mourning period for her mother had concluded, her father took in a widow, who brought along a son. It is often said that children with mothers are akin to treasures, while those without are akin to weeds. From that moment onward, the lives of the 2 sisters became worse than that of mere grass. The widow, sweet in demeanor yet cruel in heart, initially treated Ma Xiaoyu and her sister decently. However, after giving birth to a son the following year, the sisters were forced to toil like beasts of burden, often deprived of a proper meal, enduring the unbearable hardship of living on a mere bowl of cold water a day. As time passed, Ma Xiaoyu's elder sister was married off for a mere 30 coins to a mountain dweller, vanishing without a trace thereafter. At the tender age of 13, Ma Xiaoyu overheard the widow discussing plans to keep her at home as a bride for her son. Her father, merely tapping his smoking pipe, offered no opposition. Terrified, Ma Xiaoyu fled under the cover of night. In such perilous times, wandering outside was fraught with danger. She escaped the clutches of her stepmother only to fall into the den of human traffickers. A naive and innocent girl wandering alone was akin to a piece of succulent meat, drawing the attention of hyenas. One day, while conversing with a seemingly kind woman, Ma Xiaoyu was unexpectedly silenced by a handkerchief pressed to her mouth, rendering her unconscious. When she awoke, she found herself as the 4th daughter of the Ma family, a captive of fate. She cried and resisted, but was met with brutality and humiliation, ultimately succumbing to a numb acceptance of her plight. Eventually, under the influence of Ma Dinyang, she became resigned to her destiny. The term releasing the hawk originally referred to hunters freeing trained hawks to capture prey and return to the hunter. In colloquial terms, it signifies using women to defraud others, particularly in marriage scams, where attractive individuals feign romance to approach victims, swindling them of their wealth before disappearing. The direct perpetrators are the hawks, while the facilitators are the releasers. At a higher level, the hunters are the manipulators behind the scenes. The releasers are often cunning and resourceful, masquerading as matchmakers to marry women off to rural men, cleverly devising traps to extract money through matchmaking fees, dowries, and other ruses. After a time, the hawk would await an opportunity to escape and reunite with the releaser, seeking new victims elsewhere, leaving the deceived families devastated and impoverished. This is the dark reality of marriage scams and the release of hawks. The Ma family comprised 4 daughters, all adept in this grim trade. Led by the cunning Ma Dinyang, they claimed that Ma Dinyang's husband had passed away, and the daughters took her surname to enhance their prospects for marriage. This group of releasers operated as a small syndicate, frequently changing locations. Besides Ma Dinyang, their abode was guarded by thugs, including 2 thieves who were part of the enforcers. Although the process of capturing an eagle can be rather lengthy, the rewards of a single catch can yield profits equivalent to a year's earnings. Consequently, those who release eagles are particularly discerning in their choice of prey, favoring the Na'vi and affluent. Prior to arriving here, Ma Xiaoyu had been matched for marriage 5 or 6 times, each encounter bringing in a profit of 400 to 500 for the eagle handlers. This money was acquired with minimal effort, making it all the more difficult for them to let go of such lucrative opportunities. Following their previous deception of Chen Liang, they had intended to cease their activities. Yet Chen Liang, in his foolishness, flaunted his piglets and even sold 2 to Ma Xiaoyu, purchasing her a coat that was only available in the county. Unable to restrain her greed, Madame Ma promptly dispatched 2 individuals to steal Chen Xiaoyun's piglets, only to be apprehended by Chen Dali. Astute as she was, Madame Ma sensed something amiss when her hired thugs failed to return during the day and hastily called for assistance to facilitate their escape. Little did she know, Chen Liang, in his ignorance, did not report to the security team but instead sought out Ma Xiaoyu. Madame Ma, adept in the art of underhanded dealings, not only conducted business with the young women but also engaged in the sale of men to the mines. Seizing the opportunity, she instructed her henchmen to incapacitate Chen Liang and take him along. Chapter 64, Daily Life Today. While feeding the pigs, Chen Dali noticed that one of the piglets appeared unwell lacking its usual exuberance. Ordinarily, upon his arrival in the yard, the piglets would eagerly lean against the pen, craning their necks to watch him prepare their feed. However, this particular piglet, marked by small black spots, was unusually lethargic, huddled in the corner and showing little interest in its food. Due to time constraints, Chen Dali did not investigate further. He had to hurry to work at Lao Dong's place in town and resolved to check on the piglet's condition upon his return at noon. Before leaving, he mentioned his observation to Zhou Yin, who took note and promised to periodically check on the piglet's well-being. As the cold front approached, the weather gradually turned chillier, and the leaves from the trees began to fall in droves. In Chen Dali's yard stood a solitary persimmon tree, adorned with bright, lantern-like fruits, while the other trees had shed their foliage. The busy farming season had passed, and it was now time for rural families to prepare for winter by storing vegetables. With winter's arrival, fresh greens would be scarce, save for the occasional cabbage. Thus, the astute villagers would take advantage of the sunny weather to dry some greens for the colder months. Seizing the opportunity, Zhou Yin collected the majority of the persimmons today, leaving a few on the tree as provisions for the birds that might struggle to find food during winter. The persimmons they cultivated were of the soft variety, which could be enjoyed in two ways, either left to ripen and savored fresh or dried into persimmon cakes. As soft persimmons do not keep long and are prone to spoilage, Zhou Yin planned to convert them all into persimmon cakes today. The process of making persimmon cakes is quite simple. Zhou Yin first rinsed the persimmons with clean water, then delicately peeled them with a small knife, ensuring each one was stripped of its skin. Next, she procured a length of cotton thread and meticulously wrapped it around the stems of the persimmons, suspending them one by one along a single string, which she hung from the doorframe in the shaded area of the storeroom. The recent sunny days promised that these persimmons would soon dry into delectable persimmon cakes, their surfaces adorned with a glistening white frost. Such treats, preserved for winter, would serve as delightful snacks, while other families engaged the entire household in preparing dried vegetables, recognizing the labor-intensive nature of the task. The Chen family had always relied on Zhou Yin alone for this endeavor in previous years, as Chen's mother was not adept at such chores. Wang Yingzi, the sister-in-law, was equally inept, often taking advantage of the situation instead. Interestingly, Wang Yingzi seemed to have vanished recently, as she had not been seen in Wei Family Alley for some time. Chen's mother, having held a grudge over Chen Dali's failure to provide her with money, had also kept her distance from Wei Family Alley, her pride preventing her from approaching. Fortunately, Chen Dali was able to lend a hand before leaving. He had filled the water tank to the brim and moved the small greens into the courtyard, leaving Zhou Yin with only the final preparations to complete. She placed the still sleeping Chen Yiru into a cradle so that her infant would not disturb her while she worked. Drying vegetables required a certain finesse, and Zhou Yin had honed her skills since her marriage, mastering the craft. Zhou Yin began by separating the greens into individual leaves, discarding any yellow ones before thoroughly washing them in a large basin. She then boiled a pot of water, adding a pinch of salt to preserve the vibrant green color of the vegetables. After briefly blanching the greens in the boiling water, she removed them and arranged them evenly in a wicker basket to sun-dry. On sunny days, frequent turning would suffice to dry them within 2 days, while on overcast days, more attention was required to prevent mold. Once dried, the vegetables were stored in a basket hung from the beams of the house, where they could be preserved until the following spring, enhancing both stir-fries and soups with their delightful flavors. This way, even during heavy snowfall in winter, the family would still enjoy the bounty of vegetables. Chapter 65. The Black Mine at the desolate foot of the mountain, where not a soul was in sight. The area was thick with trees, and human presence was scarce. The only sound breaking the silence was the distant chirping of birds, lending a semblance of life to the otherwise barren landscape. By the edge of an abandoned mine pit, a group of individuals was engaged in fervent negotiations, haggling over the goods. I say, old Ma, this batch is subpar. It's evident these are not fit for labor. You might as well give these to old Bai, one man remarked, scrutinizing the workers Ma had brought along, seeking to leverage this as an excuse to lower the price. How can you judge their capabilities when they're barely awake? None are missing limbs, after all. Would giving them to old Bai be a loss? Ma retorted, rolling her eyes. If it weren't for the acute shortage of workers at your mine, I wouldn't have ventured into this old mountain area. The journey has been exhausting, and we've suffered quite a bit coming here. Huh, I was only jesting. Let us stick to the original price, shall we? I'll take these few. The man replied, concluding the negotiation. Upon reflecting on the 4 maidens brought by Aunt Ma, a good-natured man remarked, in this vast and remote mining area, It is rare to encounter even a single young lady, let alone a matron. One must honor the presence of this thrifty mother-in-law. For it is not as if it cost him anything. This seemed reasonable enough, yet he cautioned, "Do ensure that they do not escape." Aunt Ma, filled with unease, urged him. "Rest assured," the man confidently assured, "no one under my watch has ever managed to flee. You can place your mind at ease." "How long will you be staying?" he inquired, turning his hopeful gaze towards the girls standing behind Aunt Ma. Ma Xiaoyu glanced at Aunt Ma's expression before casting a flirtatious look at the man, sweetly inquiring, "That depends on how much money my brother has saved up." The maidens under Aunt Ma's care had been sold more than once. Their chastity was nothing but a distant memory. In the mining camp, the overseers earned a decent wage. And there were plenty of bachelors. As long as they were willing to part with their money, Aunt Ma would gladly linger a few extra days. "Haha. Let us be quick then. Men, throw these goods into the cave and let them go hungry for a couple of days." With the man's command, activities soon ensued. What might it feel like to awaken cast into a dark cavern? If someone were to share their experience online, it would likely attract a flurry of witty comments. However, for Chen Liang, it was far from a pleasant experience. Throughout his life, he was coddled by his mother. Even his father, while alive, would occasionally scold him if he overstepped, but since his father's passing, no one could reign in his mother. At home, the best food was reserved for him, and the finest clothes were chosen for him first. Chen Liang was the little emperor of the Chen household. He never took his study seriously, preferring to associate with the local ruffians. Physically unimposing and lacking fighting skills, even the gang leaders looked down upon him, relegating him to the role of a lackey who occasionally begged Chen Shaoan and Chen Dali for pocket money to gamble and stroll about town. This was the comfortable routine of his days until everything changed. Chen Liang was sold by Aunt Ma and her entourage to the black mining district in the mountainous regions. Some individuals, motivated by greed, operate small mines without governmental approval, illegally exploiting the nation's resources. These mines are often inadequately equipped, and to maximize profits, the mine owners resort to hiring human traffickers to procure male laborers for grueling work, often neglecting to provide even adequate meals. Each mining site is overseen by several foremen who resort to physical violence against any worker who fails to meet expectations. In this place, a worker's life is valued no more than that of an ant. Initially, Chen Liang attempted to resist, but after enduring a couple of beatings from the foreman, he succumbed. Having been raised in luxury, he had never engaged in manual labor, not even wielding a broom at home, and thus his work pace lagged far behind that of others, resulting in frequent beatings from the foreman. However, idleness was not an option. Chen Liang could only endure the discomfort of his battered body and continue to extract the ore. Chapter 66. The mine in the dim light, with stagnant air. The uneven surfaces resembled a road after a light rain, occasionally dotted with puddles of murky water. The wind, as it traversed the cavern, carried the sound of dripping water, echoing softly. This place felt like an entirely different realm. Upon entering the mine, a sense of oppression surged within him. It seemed a place where sunlight dared not intrude. Dark, damp, and chilly, an indescribable stench lingered, mingling with the musty odor of groundwater, evoking a profound sense of discomfort. At this moment, the overseers had gone to lunch, leaving the laborers momentarily unmonitored. However, due to the harsh conditions below, the overseers seldom lingered long in the mine. Even without the watchful eyes of the overseers, those tasked with coal extraction dared not cease their labor. Each worker bore a gaunt visage, their garments tattered. A few appeared emaciated, struggling to catch their breath. Yet not one dared to take a moment's respite. Here, any hint of shirking duties or failing to meet the overseer's quotas would result not only in starvation, but also in punishment that could be severe. Life here was as insignificant as that of an ant, worth less than that of animals. Should an overseer inadvertently kill a worker, the body would simply be discarded outside, covered with a bit of wild grass. In these mountainous terrains, while large predators might be absent, small carnivorous creatures would readily consume any remains left behind. As the weather turned cooler, the coal miners remained clad in thin garments, perspiring profusely in the occasionally chilly cavern. Chen Liang sat in a corner of the mine, his hands working in a numbed, mechanical fashion. He refrained from lingering near the mine's entrance, for he had done little work and moved sluggishly. Should an overseer arrive and see him, he would invariably draw their ire. After enduring this humiliation multiple times, Chen Liang had learned to retreat deep into the mine the moment he arrived, preferring the damp darkness to the certainty of punishment. His hair had grown greasy, and he could not recall the last time his skin had been washed, now coated in grime. Once a young man fond of styling his hair and sprucing himself up, he had been reduced to a wretched state. After a morning of grueling labor without a sip of water, Chen Liang felt hot air escaping his nostrils, akin to an exhausted old ox on the verge of collapse. Never before had he toiled in such a manner or felt such fatigue. Even as dizziness threatened to overwhelm him, he dared not pause. Chen Liang had come to realize that being sold to this desolate place, this dark coal mine, was a consequence of the actions of Ma Xiaoyu and her companions. Chen Liang finally understood why, upon learning that he had given money to Ma Xiaoyu. His second brother Chen Dali insisted that he retrieve the funds. At that moment, he was perplexed. Having believed that his brother's actions stemmed from jealousy over his perceived good fortune, little did he realize that this incident would lead to the greatest setback of his life. Although the villagers always looked down upon Chen Liang, deeming him lacking in competitiveness within the marriage market, in his self-absorbed perspective, it was merely a reflection of the short-sightedness of the local matrons. He considered ordinary rural girls beneath his notice. In his mind, possessing land and a house, along with the support of his siblings, positioned him among the more fortunate. Naturally, he believed he deserved to find a wife from the town. Even though the house was built by his brother Chen Dali, who had since moved out, it was now occupied by their mother. Dali providing shelter for their mother was, in essence, a benefit for him. He surmised that even if he did not repay his brother, Dali would not raise any objections. His elder brother, despite having 2 sons, occasionally bestowed upon him some pocket money. His elder sister Chen Shaoan had married into the town, and with a stable job for her husband. She was expected to assist him. Whenever he needed money, selling a pig to his sister would suffice. Chen Dali had no sons, only a daughter. Chen Liang believed that all future inheritances would ultimately belong to him, and returning the house to his brother would merely prevent the family assets from being passed to outsiders. Moreover, Chen Dali was hard-working and had earned a considerable sum. His reluctance to spend would only lead to misfortune for his sister-in-law and their daughter. His younger sister, Chen Xiaomei, was a mere girl, often squabbling with him at home, and would eventually marry off. It would be wiser for her to wed a man who could offer a substantial bride price, thus allowing him to save money for a better match for himself. Despite the disdain others held for him, Chen Liang maintained high standards. This led to a predicament where he found those with inferior circumstances unworthy, while those with superior conditions looked down upon him. A sensible individual would adjust their expectations, but he lacked such self-awareness. Chen Liang believed he could effortlessly lead a prosperous life, relying on the support of his siblings without concern for the future. Any woman who chose to be with him would be exceedingly fortunate. He meticulously selected Ma Xiaoyu, captivated by her beauty and sweet voice, appreciating her education and compliance. Although she hailed from a family without male heirs, they were financially stable. He envisioned marrying her by the year's end, using this occasion to coax a significant contribution from his brother and securing a legitimate job through his brother-in-law's assistance. Little did Chen Liang anticipate that Ma Xiaoyu would not only deplete his finances, but also sell him to a coal yard. When Madame Ma brought him over, he was in a daze. After enduring 2 days of hunger in the cave, feeling utterly drained, he reluctantly followed the foreman into the mine. There, he beheld Ma Xiaoyu exchanging glances with a man, her charming smile and enchanting eyes, once his greatest delight, now displayed for another's admiration. In that moment, realization struck him. Ma Xiaoyu had betrayed him. Fury ignited within him, his eyes ablaze as he rushed towards the man, intent on exacting retribution. However, he was met with a brutal beating and unceremoniously tossed into the mine shaft, narrowly surviving thanks to the discreet assistance of a kind-hearted stranger. Due to Ma Xiaoyu's influence, a foreman took a particular dislike to Chen Liang, casting him among the frail and sickly, imposing an exorbitant workload. Failing to meet the demands would result in punishment, which was merely the tip of the iceberg. These foremen devised various methods to torment, belittle, and demoralize their charges. After several days of laboring in the mine, Chen Liang felt as though he were enduring an eternity. His heart was heavy with despair. Initially, he contemplated gathering information about his surroundings. Yet after facing reprimands from the foreman, he dared not utter a word, gripped by an overwhelming fear of death. Beside him, an older worker inadvertently struck his darkened thumb against a rock, eliciting a sharp gasp of pain. Chen Liang's lips moved as if to speak, but at that moment, a foreman appeared at the entrance, coldly barking, "Are you not working? Seeking death?" Instantly, Chen Liang and the injured man fell silent, hastily intensifying their efforts. Another worker behind them cast an indifferent glance their way, but quickly turned back to his task, numbly resuming his mining. The relentless exploitation and oppression had extinguished the miners' hope for a better life. Many had lost the will to survive in such a stifling environment. Those who had been abducted and sold to this dark mine found even the prospect of a meal the following day to be a luxury, leaving no room to concern themselves with the fates of others. In the vast emptiness of the mine, only the sound of heavy breathing filled the air. And Chen Liang bowed his head, suffocated by the weight of despair. Chapter 67. The disappearance of a robust laborer from the village was indeed a significant matter. Within a mere morning, the entire village would be in an uproar. Yet, the missing individual was none other than Chen Liang, a man who remained abed while others rose with the dawn and slept when night fell. So unnoticed was his absence that even his mother, Chen Mu, failed to realize he was gone. This illustrates just how unreliable Chen Liang truly was. Meanwhile, in the security team, due to Chen Dali's unwillingness to treat the matter of the stolen pig lightly, some members resorted to unorthodox methods against the two thieves. Eventually, the gaunt thief could no longer withstand the pressure and revealed that it was Ma Xiaoyu and Aunt Ma who had incited the theft. Captain Bai of the security team immediately dispatched two separate units, one to confront Aunt Ma at her base in town, and another to search for Chen Liang in Zhuangshangtan. When Chen's mother learned the reason for searching for Chen Liang, she was immediately taken aback. Where could she possibly find Chen Liang? The last time she saw him was during the visit from the security team, when he had wandered around the house and taken 2 yuan from her. Typically, Chen Liang would ask her for some spare change to go out in the middle of the night with his dubious friends to play cards and engage in unsavory activities. It was quite common for him not to return home until late. Chen's mother had grown accustomed to her son's nocturnal escapades. Being a grown man, he never felt the need to inform her of his whereabouts. Despite her imposing demeanor at home, she felt weak need in the presence of the security team. The security team, comprised of individuals selected from various villages to maintain order in the town, held a certain authority, and even the usually brash Chen's mother felt diminished in their presence. In a moment of uncertainty, she hastily sent Chen Xiaomei to fetch her older brother, Chen Dali. Chen Xiaomei had never encountered such a situation before. She was initially loitering at the door, watching the commotion, but upon hearing her mother's request, she reluctantly pursed her lips and eventually made her way to Wei Family Alley. On her way to summon Chen Dali, she complained, "Second brother, can you believe it? Third brother, a grown man, is actually hiding. How embarrassing." Although she didn't particularly care for Chen Liang and had little desire to involve herself in his affairs, Chen Dali couldn't shake the nagging concern for his dim-witted brother. Where could Chen Liang possibly be? And why hadn't he yet retrieved the betrothal money from Ma Xiaoyu? In his previous life, Chen Liang had been swindled out of a significant sum of money during his relationship with Ma Xiaoyu, which was no trivial amount. Chen Dali recalled the funds he had earned from selling cotton, combined with the small amounts Chen Liang had pilfered from their mother. Not to mention the additional expenses incurred when Ma Xiaoyu began demanding more money after the marriage arrangements were made. The total amounted to a substantial figure. Just before the wedding, however, Ma Xiaoyu mysteriously disappeared, leaving the Chen family in disarray for quite some time. It was only after Chen Dali managed to earn some money that their financial situation improved, allowing him to afford a bride from a remote, water-scarce village for Chen Liang. Most of the money for Chen Liang's marriage came from Chen Dali's contributions, yet after the wedding, Chen Liang continued to squander his opportunities. With Wang Hongjun's help, he secured a job, but he betrayed that trust by stealing, which ultimately brought trouble to Chen Dali. The members of the security team did not recognize Chen Dali, but they were already familiar with his name due to the previous incident involving a pig thief. After a brief inquiry with Chen's mother and failing to locate Chen Liang, the team prepared to return to report their findings. At that moment, no one realized that Chen Liang was truly missing. They all assumed he was merely hiding out of fear. Chen Dali, unable to shake his concern, decided to ride along with the security team to the town, while another group that had gone to visit Aunt Ma had just returned to report their findings to Captain Bai. Madame Ma's courtyard is rented, and individuals like her, who lack a permanent residence, typically conjure up a relative upon arriving at a new place, using this fictitious kinship to establish a foothold in the town. In order to enhance the marriage prospects of her daughters and to avoid suspicion, they occasionally engage in small businesses, presenting themselves as more favorable candidates. After all, families without sons and with several daughters are often regarded as having no heirs in the current era. A more advantageous standing would certainly bolster their prospects in matrimonial discussions. The courtyard rented by Madame Ma is rather spacious, and to avoid drawing attention, they engage in a variety of business ventures, somewhat akin to middlemen. procuring goods from villagers while also selling items themselves. Consequently, their hideout sees a steady stream of visitors. However, they typically retire early, and only when preparing to leave do they allow their surroundings to become somewhat chaotic, neglecting caution. The security team found no leads within Madame Ma's premises and thus resorted to interviewing nearby residents in hopes of uncovering reliable information. Only a young grandson of an elder provided a clue, mentioning that he had seen Chen Liang from Zhuangxiang Tun visiting Ma Xiaoyu late at night while he was awake. Unable to sleep, he had inadvertently witnessed the encounter. Despite his tender age, he was aware of Chen Liang's romantic involvement with Ma Xiaoyu, yet the following day, Ma Xiaoyu's family departed. With no further credible information at hand, it became clear that locating Chen Liang necessitated first finding Ma Xiaoyu. Captain Bai pondered this for some time, ultimately deciding that the best course of action would be to interrogate the two pig thieves who had been apprehended. They had been shadowing Madame Ma for quite some time. By extracting information from them, they could prevent their leads from becoming more elusive. Despite his disdain for his brother, Chen Dali implored Dong Gu and the Pan family to inquire among the town's ticket sellers if they had seen Chen Liang aboard any buses. As the security team conducted their inquiries near Madame Ma's location during the daytime, a crowd began to gather. This spectacle was not insignificant. Although the security team did not articulate their purpose explicitly, the recent pig theft had stirred considerable commotion throughout the town. Typically, the security team had little to attend to, and their visit to Madame Ma was undoubtedly linked to the pig thieves, yet she and her family were conspicuously absent. The news of Madame Ma's flight from justice quickly spread throughout the surrounding area. In this era, the loss of a single chicken or duck was deemed significant news. Thus, Madame Ma's criminal activities and subsequent escape became a sensational headline. In no time, several men who had been swindled sought the assistance of the security team to recover their lost funds. It dawned on the security team that Madame Ma was a con artist. Capturing her would be a considerable achievement. Bai, the vice captain, discreetly informed Chen Dali that if Chen Liang's body was not discovered within 2 weeks, it would indicate that he was still alive. However, one should not harbor excessive hope. Upon hearing this, Chen Dali found himself at a loss for words regarding his brother, who exhibited an extraordinary level of foolishness. He had previously warned Chen Liang that Ma Xiaoyu was not a respectable individual and urged him to retrieve the betrothal gifts promptly. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to Chen Dali, his brother obstinately refused to heed his advice, and now the situation had escalated to the point of his disappearance. Unsure of how to convey this distressing news to their mother, Chen Dali contemplated before ultimately deciding to tell her the truth. Unsurprisingly, Chen's mother was unwilling to accept such a grim reality. With her usual air of superiority, she erupted like a shrew, angrily shooing Chen Dali away while hurling insults. "Chen Dali, you are truly despicable, cursing your own brother." Chen Xiaomei, standing by, made no effort to intervene as their mother went into a frenzy. Chen Dali, indifferent to whether she could accept the harsh truth, simply recounted the captain's words. After wiping the blood that his mother had scratched onto his face, he turned and returned home. When Zhou Yin saw Chen Dali's bloodied face, she was horrified. How could a simple outing result in such a state? The wounds were evidently inflicted by a woman's hand, and the severity of the scratches exposed raw flesh. "Dali, what happened to your face? Who did this to you? Why such brutality?" Zhou Yin questioned repeatedly, her usually gentle demeanor replaced by anger as she glared at Chen Dali, conveying an unspoken demand for an explanation. "Who else could it be if not our mother?" Chen Dali replied nonchalantly, tugging at his lip and inadvertently aggravating one of the exposed wounds, causing him to wince in pain. "What on earth happened to leave you in such a condition?" Zhou Yan's concern was palpable, her nurturing nature emerging as she felt compelled to confront his mother about this unjust treatment of her own son. Rushing to the inner room, Zhou Yan retrieved a piece of gauze, dampening it with warm water to gently clean Chen Dali's face. Her movements were tender, yet her words were laced with indignation. Chen Dali, however, remained unfazed. He had long accepted his position in their mother's eyes. Perhaps there was truly no bond of mother and son between them. They were less connected than mere neighbors. Nevertheless, as she was an elder, respect was still required on the surface. He reassured Zhou Yin, "The wounds may look severe, but they don't hurt much, truly. How could it not hurt? The flesh is all scraped away, and with the cold weather now, if they scar, why is she so cruel?" Zhou Yan's tears brimmed with frustration as she expressed her bewilderment. She could not fathom her mother-in-law's mindset. Despite living in their home and benefiting from their support, she consistently belittled the couple. Observing the wound on her face, One can instantly discern the immense strength wielded by Chen's mother at that moment. With the cold weather now upon us, the injury is unlikely to heal swiftly, especially given its location on the face, which cannot come into contact with water. The more one contemplates, the more one feels like weeping. All right, enough tears. We would want to wake our precious daughter, Chen Dali whispered as he embraced Zhou Yin. He cradled her gently and recounted the events of the day, including captained by speculations. Initially, Chen Dali had hoped to tidy up the pigsty and observe the recovering sick pigs. But the delays had consumed all his time on the road. What? There's a possibility of death? Zhou Yin lowered her voice, fear gripping her heart as she looked at Chen Dali, her eyes wide with disbelief. It was hard to fathom that a living person, especially her wayward brother-in-law, could meet such a fate. Whether Captain Bai's words hold any truth remains to be seen. They merely serve as a psychological preparation for us, Chen Dali replied quietly, concealing his own discomfort. Can your mother endure this? You didn't tell him the truth, did you? Is this wound a result of her scratching you? Zhou Yin bombarded him with questions, her concern evident. As expected of my wife, you were truly insightful, Chen Dali teased, hoping to lighten her mood. What does it matter to you? It wouldn't even be right to tell him the truth. Look at your face. This will surely leave a scar. It's even bled. Zhou Yin continued, her frustration palpable. Chen Dali understood her concern for him, but felt at a loss on how to comfort her, so he held her tightly. Fortunately, at that moment, little Yiru awakened, diverting Zhou Yan's attention. She pushed Chen Dali's arms away and feigned anger, glaring at him. Humph, if you don't let go. Our daughter is awake, and I must go to her. With that, she rose to fetch Chen Yiru from the inner room. As Yiru awoke, her small face bore the imprints of sleep, and with sleepy eyes, she called out for her mother. Chen Dali had intended to take her in his arms for a kiss, but upon seeing his face, little Yiru was frightened and burst into tears. Zhou Yin, feeling a surge of annoyance, could only soothe their daughter while muttering curses against Chen's mother under her breath. Chen Dali lay back on the bed, still grappling with disbelief. He strained to recall memories from his past life but found no connection to the present circumstances. This led him to ponder that either these events had never transpired, or he simply remained unaware of them. Yet, it was undeniable that Chen Liang had not mysteriously vanished in his previous life. Could it truly be that he chose a wife over his mother and eloped with Ma Dainyu? Had he really run away with Ma Xiaoyu? Madame Ma and her accomplices sought to deceive through marriage solely for the sake of monetary gain. However, they could extract little wealth from Chen Liang, as it was likely that Chen Liang's mother had already squandered all her savings. Since his rebirth, Chen Liang had not provided a single penny to his mother, and his elder sister, Chen Xiaoyan, was unable to offer anything either. Thus, it became evident that they could no longer extract any funds from Chen Liang. The question arose, why had he vanished? Chen Dali's mind was in disarray. After a long day of travel, fatigue enveloped his body, and his spirit remained taut. Despite his exhaustion, his thoughts refused to quiet. He resolved to close his eyes and ponder, only to find himself drifting into slumber shortly thereafter. By the time Zhou Yin had soothed her daughter and intended to inquire further into Chen Dali's affairs, she discovered him fast asleep. Look how exhausted your father is, toiling day in and day out for others without any reward. A foolish thief stealing a stone mortar, truly a thankless endeavor, she murmured softly to her daughter, gently covering Chen Dali with a blanket. Your uncle, that good man, spends all his time engaging in unworthy pursuits, and now no one knows where he has gone. Only dragging your father into trouble, Zhou Yin reflected. In this day and age, a person's disappearance was a grave matter, given Chen Liang's nature. Zhou Yin suspected he had eloped with a girl, having deceived her. Meanwhile, Chen Liang, laboring diligently in the mine, was startled by a sudden sneeze, hastily covering his mouth. Had he been aware of his sister-in-law's thoughts, he might have felt rather flattered by her high regard for him. A person's disappearance was indeed serious, especially when it involved the lifeblood of the Chen family, Chen Liang. Upon awakening, Chen Dali was informed by Chen Xiaomei that their relatives, including their maternal uncle, had all gathered in the courtyard where their mother resided. Even Chen Dazhuang, who had been working outside as a carpenter, had been summoned home by their mother. Our mother has written to all our relatives, Chen Xiaomei nervously informed him on her way over. Elder sister has already arrived. Elder brother will come once he finishes work. Brother, where do you think third brother could be hiding? I hope he doesn't emerge from some corner after our mother has notified all the relatives. That would be quite embarrassing. Due to a financial dispute, Chen Xiaomei and Chen Liang had quarreled the previous month, and they had yet to reconcile. Thus, Chen Xiaomei viewed their mother's fervent search for Chen Liang as an unnecessary fuss. Chen Dali remained silent, having already asked acquaintances to search for him outside. And he doubted that their relatives would be of much help. He suspected that his mother, in her desperation, believed that a larger group could exert more influence. Considering her feelings, he chose not to voice his thoughts, especially since his mother had already suffered so much distress. Although Chen Xiaomei had informed Chen Xiaoyan of the situation at home, Chen Xiaoyan gasped in shock upon seeing the gruesome wound on Chen Dali's face. How could it be so deep? What happened? Why did our mother exert such force? Upon hearing her words, the relatives gathered around the doorway, eager to inquire about the nature of his injuries. Chen Dali remained silent as his mother, in a fit of despair, lamented loudly, accusing him of cursing Chen Liang to death. Chen Dali's uncle, while tending to his old pipe, interjected with a voice of reason, "At your age, engaging in such disrespectful behavior is unbecoming. This is your own flesh and blood. Look at the distress you've caused him." He merely echoed the words of the neighborhood security team. Do you not feel sorrow for your second son, while only fretting over your youngest? This matter has already spread like wildfire through the villages. It is common knowledge. In the eyes of the old uncle, his confused sister's obsession with her youngest son was akin to being stung by a scorpion, fraught with urgency. No one dares speak ill of the youngest. Yet he has never accomplished anything of merit and is now missing. It seems the dutiful second son will be left to shoulder the burden, and by neglecting him now, the consequences will surely follow. Wang Yingzi, hiding among relatives, watched the unfolding drama with amusement. Uncle, the security team never explicitly stated he was dead, she remarked. Upon hearing the word dead, Chen mother fixed her bloodshot gaze on her, causing Wang Yingzi to shudder in fear. I say, Dezhuang's wife, there is no need for your interruptions. Truly, you lack decorum. Your mother-in-law has been far too indulgent with you, the old uncle said, leisurely preparing his tobacco. At that moment, a chorus of relatives turned their attention toward Wang Yingzi. I heard Xiao Bao calling for his mother. I must check on the child, Wang Yingzi stammered, hastily retreating to her family's courtyard, fearing the ire of Chen mother amidst such a charged atmosphere. Uncle, I have also asked friends in town to search for the third brother, though I am uncertain if they will succeed, Chen Dali informed his uncle. Ah, Dali. With your brother absent, your mother relies on you now, the old uncle advised. Chen Dali nodded in acknowledgement, remaining silent. While some watched the unfolding spectacle and others offered suggestions, ultimately this was a family matter, and no one could make decisions on behalf of Chen mother. Meanwhile, every household busied itself preparing for the winter, and those who could come were showing their support, but it was not appropriate for them to linger, as each family required their own labor force. Noticing Chen mother was at a loss for a decision, they offered her a few comforting words before taking their leave. As the old uncle departed, he grasped Chen Dali's hand, urging him to understand his mother. Chen Dali merely nodded in response. With a heavy sigh, the old uncle chose to say no more. Dali, you should return home. I will stay here for a few days to accompany our mother. You are needed on your end, Chen Xiaoyan suggested, concerned that her mother might spiral into madness again, persuading Chen Dali to depart. Sister, we have a pig that fell ill after eating something bad. After medication, it has remained lethargic. If you have time, could you check on it? I will have Xiaomei bring over the vegetables. You will need to care for mother for these few days. I will make extra trips to town and won't be coming back often, Chen Dali stated directly. Chen Xiaoyan understood that Chen Dali had likely grown distant from their mother and would feel equally frustrated in his position. What on earth does her mother do all day? Though she harbors resentment towards Chen's mother, she reminds herself that she is, after all, her own flesh and blood. Alas, such is life. All she can do is offer her mother some gentle advice. As for feelings, they have indeed diminished significantly. She can only fulfill her duty as a person and strive to locate her foolish younger brother. Deep down, Chen Dali hopes that Chen Liang is merely missing. With no leads to pursue, all he can do is make several trips to the town. Should he find him, it would be the best possible outcome. Conversely, if he remains lost, he can at least take solace in having done his utmost, ensuring a clear conscience. In truth, Chen Dali has been exceptionally busy during this period, racing against time to dispatch goods before the heavy snow arrives. Brother Dong has also assigned him a demanding task while the family's pig has fallen ill, and he must stockpile provisions for the winter. It truly is a series of challenges, none of which are trivial. Having previously washed sheep will the great acclaim. The wool that passed through Chen Dali's hands emerged soft, fluffy, and pristine, devoid of any unpleasant odors. When sold, it was incredibly popular. Brother Dong has now tasked Chen Dali with washing over 100 sheep hides. It is said that if these hides are transformed into bedding and shipped to the Russians, they too will sell remarkably well. Should they be classified as top quality, the profit could be substantial. This batch comprises over 300 sheep hides. 200 have been taken by the seasoned wool washer, leaving 100 for Chen Dali to handle. Though the hides have arrived at his home, he has yet to find the time to sort through them. The air in the storage room is permeated with the distinct odor of sheep, and Chen Dali is eager to dispose of them promptly. The hides and bedding require timely processing. If they are not completed and shipped to the Russians before winter, he risks missing the peak selling season, after which their value will plummet. Consequently, Brother Dong is quite anxious for progress. Having taken a brief rest, Chen Dali feels refreshed and resolves to begin sorting the sheep hides. The hides, still bearing patches of wool, are also quite filthy. During the butchering process, they become stained with meat and grease. In order to command a higher price, farmers often treat the hides in advance. Each family has its own method, resulting in varying quality. Additionally, due to the size differences among sheep, remnants of flesh often cling to the tails and heads, necessitating thorough cleaning. Cleaning these hides requires an array of tools, which Chen Dali has been diligently gathering and is now nearly complete. With determination, he decides to channel his pent-up emotions into productive work. Upon returning home, he sets up a large pot in the yard to boil water and begins heating more water on the kitchen stove. Observing Chen Dali preparing for work, Zhou Yin quickly places the child in the crib, allowing Chen Yiru to play nearby, and she comes to assist Chen Dali. The quality of this batch of sheep hides greatly influences whether they will have a prosperous year, making this task particularly significant for her. Chen Dali has been following Brother Dong for a considerable time, and Brother Dong's group holds him in high regard, entrusting him with various tasks. Now, Chen Dali has developed a unique technique for processing the wool. He chooses to soak the tanned sheepskin in warm saline water, which serves two purposes. It eliminates bacteria and eradicates parasites residing in the fur. The optimal time for soaking is when he can easily scrape off the grease from the inner layer of the skin with his fingers. After extracting the soaked skin, Chen Dali places the wool side down on the ground covered with fertilizer bags and meticulously scrapes away the grease, blood, and leftover flesh from the skin with a sharp knife. This not only renders the sheepskin softer, but also prolongs its preservation and prevents spoilage. Once this step is completed, Chen Dali proceeds to scrape the next piece of sheepskin, while Zhou Yin gently brushes the clean side with a brush. Their teamwork makes the labor less strenuous. Both Zhou Yin and Chen Dali are adept and efficient, never dawdling, which allows them to work at an impressive pace. Of course, the treatment of the sheepskin involves more than just this procedure. After removing the grease, they must clean the debris from the wool, followed by multiple soakings to dissolve the lanolin. The next step involves using a washing stick to beat the wool, rendering it fluffier and cleaner. Crucially, the sheepskin must also be boiled in hot water before being air-dried in a ventilated area, which is no small undertaking. Consequently, they set up a series of bamboo poles in their home. After 7 or 8 days of diligent work, Chen Dali and Zhou Yin finally managed to clean all the sheepskins. To save time and effort, Chen Dali devised a small water extractor that places the cleaned sheepskin between 2 thick bamboo poles, utilizing a movable pole to squeeze out the moisture, significantly reducing the drying time. The sheepskin cleaned in this manner is not only fluffy but also soft, resembling little clouds, which brings great joy to Chen Dali. Noticing Zhou Yin's delight, Chen Dali suggested they keep one piece for themselves and present it directly to Brother Dong for cash. However, Zhou Yin firmly disagreed, explaining that they were working on someone else's project, and even if they were compensated, Brother Dong would not charge extra. It would be inappropriate to take advantage of others. Chen Dali pondered this. While he was keen to keep something for his wife, he was, after all, working for Brother Dong, and taking advantage could raise questions about their integrity. Nevertheless, with their skills, Chen Dali and Zhou Yin need not fear a lack of quality sheepskins. Chen Dali contemplated the possibility of visiting a seller directly to purchase sheep and have them slaughtered for their hides, which would be far more convenient. This batch of work was completed swiftly and proficiently, earning Brother Dong significant respect, and the couple made a small profit, which Zhou Yin prudently decided to save without spending a single cent. The sheepskins are inherently irregular, making it impossible to lay them out completely on the bed. Chen Dali believes that to sell them at a high price, they must be square-shaped, conforming to the bed's dimensions for a more comfortable sleep. Old Dong wholeheartedly agrees. Yet the square pieces that can be cut from the skins are rather small. The two clumsy men attempt to stitch 2 pieces together, but their handiwork is conspicuously awkward, lacking any semblance of naturalness. In this moment, they are at a loss for a better solution. Nonetheless, this batch of goods still fetches an impressive price, sufficient for Chen Dali to enjoy a prosperous new year. Meanwhile, the progress of the security team remains sluggish. The information provided by the two pig thieves is vague and fragmented. The team lacks sufficient manpower to verify each clue's authenticity, and due to inconvenient transportation, their pace in solving the case is slow. Chen's mother, however, is unconcerned with these matters. She only knows that her beloved son is missing and that the security team has yet to locate him. She finds no joy in eating or sleeping, often losing her temper at home, expressing her frustrations indirectly. Anyone who crosses her path is met with disapproval. Yet the family understands her distress and strives to avoid conflict with her, initially hoping to ease Chen's mother's anxiety and help her regain composure. They find that she remains relentless. Although Chen Dali seldom appears, he ensures that her needs are met without fail, regardless of his reluctance to maintain a connection with her. He will not neglect her basic necessities, having repaid his past debts in his previous life. This is all he can offer in this life. In Chen Dali's absence, Chen's mother resorts to seeking out Chen Xiaoan and Chen Xiaomei. Chen Xiaoan is already troubled by the previous favoritism shown to Chen Liang, enduring a heated exchange. She decides to return to town in frustration. Chen Xiaomei, on the other hand, spares no harsh words, intentionally striking at Chen's mother's fears. And after a couple of such encounters, Chen's mother chooses to ignore her. Chen Dazhuang returns briefly, but due to the urgency of work on the other end, he does not linger at home. Upon hearing from Wang Yingzi that Chen Liang has eloped with Ma Xiaoyu, he refuses to waste any more time on his unpromising brother. After offering a few comforting words and leaving some money for Chen's mother, Chen Dazhuang hastily departs from the Chen household. He doesn't even spend a single night at home, which greatly frustrates Wang Yingzi. Yet, she finds herself powerless. Chen Dazhuang does not allow her to manage the finances, and she must ask Chen's mother for anything she wishes to purchase. Recently, due to Chen Liang's situation, Chen's mother has been particularly difficult, making it nearly impossible to obtain money. Wang Yingzi must rely on her two sons as an excuse to procure funds, and after several attempts, she finds herself disheartened and uninterested in the gossip surrounding the families. Chapter 70. The Thoughts of Pansy. Oh dear, my goddaughter. Hurry and let your godfather have a look. It has been quite a while since I last saw you, Xiaowiru. Pansy feigned exaggeration as he exclaimed, his hands busily moving as he adeptly took Chen Yiru from Chen Dali's arms, energetically entertaining his goddaughter. Indeed, it had been a while since they last met, and the little one was growing increasingly endearing. Upon seeing her godfather, Chen Yiru did not seem shy at all. She giggled heartily in Pansy's embrace. Why have you come out so late? Chen Dali inquired, puzzled. The village lacked electric lights, and it was customary for the villagers to retire early with the onset of darkness. By now, night had fallen, and Chen Dali's family had already finished their dinner. Had it not been for his duty to prepare feed for the pigs, they would have been ready to rest. Oh dear, don't even mention it. Just thinking about it brings me to tears, Pansy lamented, his face immediately contorting into a frown, resembling a large bitter melon. What is the matter? What happened? Why are you out here at this hour? Chen Dali asked, concerned. He could think of no other reason for Pansy's late-night venture other than an urgent matter, given the considerable distance from their village to the town. Don't mention it. It's my old man again, insisting that I enlist in the army. Upon broaching this subject, Pansy's brow furrowed deeply. With the arrival of the cooler weather, the annual conscription had begun anew. His father, a fervent revolutionary, eagerly anticipated his descendants' enlistment, dreaming of them donning the green uniform. Unfortunately, due to various reasons, Pansy's brothers had not fulfilled their father's wishes, leaving Pansy as the last hope. But who was Pansy? He had grown accustomed to a life of freedom. How could he possibly serve in the military? He harbored no disdain for serving his country, yet the thought of enduring the regimented discipline of the army filled him with resistance. Thus, when his father revisited the subject of conscription, Pansy erupted in frustration, slamming his bowl down on the table and storming off. Though Pansy had options, he knew that if he ventured elsewhere, the Pan family would soon retrieve him. Thus, he pedaled his bicycle straight to Zhuangxiangtan. At this point, Chen Dali was at a loss for words. He glanced at his childhood friend, who still resembled a child, playing mischievously with Chen Yiru. Oh, you big child, he remarked. The saying, parents love their children, and thus plan for their future, holds true. In reality, Pansy's father had his descendants' best interests at heart. Pansy's academic performance was mediocre, and the path of education was not viable for him. Thus, The military seemed to be the only option. Regrettably, they had failed to comprehend this in the past. After venting his frustrations, Pansy felt a sense of relief and continued to play with little Yiru. Did anyone know you ran away from home? Did you tell your mother? Chen Dali asked. Upon hearing this, Pansy abruptly froze in his motion of holding the child. Haha. Well, as soon as I heard the topic of enlisting, I grew anxious and just bolted after putting down my bowl, he admitted, feeling a bit embarrassed and masking it with laughter. I truly don't know how to address you. You haven't even had lunch yet, have you? Chen Dali pondered for a moment before directly inquiring. You guessed correctly. Pansy's stomach seemed to respond to Chen Dali's words, rumbling audibly. All right, I understand. Chen Dali rose and made his way to the kitchen. Zhou Yan, hearing the commotion, emerged from the inner room and promptly stated, Brother Dali, allow me to handle it. No need for you to go. It will soon be time for Yiru to sleep. Pan, please hand the child to your sister-in-law and let her lull Yiru to sleep. We shall head to the kitchen, and I will prepare something for you. Chen Dali interrupted Zhou Yan's actions and addressed Pansy. With reluctance, Pansy returned Chen Yiru to Zhou Yan and followed Chen Dali to the kitchen, making himself comfortable by sitting down in front of the stove. Come, I will tend to the fire for you. Pansy and Chen Dali shared a close bond, feeling entirely at home in the Chen household. Today, due to their work, dinner was served a bit earlier than usual, and while there was still a small amount of 2-grain rice left, there were no vegetables at all. 2-grain rice is a blend of steamed white rice and millet, a dish that most families would hesitate to serve. But enjoying it had become a luxury since Chen Dali started earning money. However, it wouldn't do to let Pansy eat only 2-grain rice. Chen Dali handed him a handful of peanuts to stave off hunger. It's rather late, and we have no meat left. Would it suffice to have something simple? Chen Dali glanced at Pansy. Anything you prepare is fine. Just having something to eat is a blessing. No meat. No matter, I'm not picky. Pansy replied nonchalantly, carefully placing some peanuts by the stove, intending to roast them for a savory snack. He felt fortunate to have a meal at this late hour, so he had no room for complaints. If you desire dragon meat, I cannot provide that, but if you wish for a hearty meal, I can manage something for you. Chen Dali teased Pansy. Glancing around the kitchen, Chen Dali realized it was indeed getting a bit chilly. He would need to take Pansy back to town shortly, so it would be best to prepare a hot and sour soup, both filling and warming. As he contemplated this, he swiftly gathered scallions, ginger, and garlic, retrieved 2 tomatoes from the cupboard, diced them finely, and took a block of tofu from the hanging basket, slicing it into thin strips. He beat 2 eggs and set them aside after mixing well. Pansy struck a match to ignite the fire and remarked to Chen Dali, regardless of how it tastes, You must admit, your preparation looks quite impressive, almost like a seasoned chef. Then allow you to sample Chef Chen's culinary skills, Chen Dali replied with a smile. Haha, I must savor this. Such an opportunity is rare, Pansy exclaimed. After Chen Dali and Pansy kindled the fire and heated the pot, they poured a modest amount of bean oil into the vessel. Once the oil reached the desired temperature, they added chopped scallions, ginger, and garlic, stirring briefly until the aromatic fragrance wafted through the air. They then introduced diced tomatoes, allowing them to release their juices before adding hot water. When the water boiled, they gently placed in the tofu, sprinkled a pinch of salt, and tossed in a few freshly picked Sichuan peppercorns. Once the water reached a rolling boil once more, they slowly drizzled in the beaten eggs. Just before serving, a spoonful of aged vinegar was added, followed by a drizzle of sesame oil. The dish, steaming with fragrance, prompted Chen Dali to declare it ready, and he hurriedly served Pansy a generous bowl. Oh my heavens! I never imagined my brother possessed such culinary skills. I am truly fortunate, Pansy exclaimed, fanning the enticing aroma while teasing Chen Dali. I must say, it does smell quite delightful. Stop your banter and eat up. Don't let yourself go hungry, Chen Dali urged, quickly handing him chopsticks, then settled down to roast some bread for Pansy, fearful that he might not be satiated. At this point, Pansy was indeed ravenous, and upon hearing Chen Dali's words, he wasted no time in taking the bowl and chopsticks, indulging heartily in the meal. As Chen Dali roasted the bread, he adjusted the peanuts' position, wary of burning them. I say, seer, you neither attend school nor serve in the military. What thoughts occupy your mind? Chen Dali inquired, observing Pansy devouring his food. To be honest, I do have some thoughts on the matter, Pansy replied hesitantly. We are brothers. Speak your mind freely, and I shall offer my counsel, Chen Dali encouraged. What do you think about me dealing with the Russians? Pansy ventured cautiously. What? Chen Dali halted his actions, turning to face his brother. When did you develop such an idea? Previously, I simply had no desire to enlist. Pansy explained between bites. You know my character, I am not suited for military life. Later, when you went to work for Boss Chiao, I was concerned about you facing hardships, so I inquired about him and learned a bit about his situation, Pansy recounted. Your idea is commendable, but I fear the execution may pose challenges, Chen Dali cautioned. Boss Chiao and his associates did not build their business solely on straightforward dealings. There are many complexities in commerce. Can you outmaneuver them? Just like Brother Dong, who possesses considerable skills yet chose to align with Boss Chiao for a reason. There is a rationale behind Boss Chiao's ability to monopolize the unloading business in our town. In these times, opportunities in import and export are scarce. Yet a mere small-town individual can connect with clients across Russia. What does that signify? Boss Chiao's success in dealing with the Russians is not merely a result of his own influence. He relies on the power of others behind him. The current environment remains rather tumultuous, making it difficult for those who engage solely in legitimate business to thrive. While embarking on a business venture may seem simple, to achieve substantial success requires not only acumen but also cunning, and at times, a ruthless disposition. Having experienced so much, Chen Dali understood well the truth that a horse does not grow fat without night grass, and a person does not become wealthy without unexpected windfalls. Grateful for the chance to start anew, he resolutely chose to steer clear of any illicit activities. Chen Dali followed Boss Chiao and Old Dong, seeking to earn some money through hard work. However, he was resolutely against getting involved in any deeper matters. Pansy's living environment was relatively simple. Even if he didn't enlist, his family would still care for him. Those engaged in business must possess a nimble mind and the ability to navigate situations, traits that Pansy evidently lacked. Chen Dali cast a doubtful glance at his naive childhood friend and continued, What you say is not the most crucial. The key is how you will persuade your father. I believe it is imperative for you to communicate with him rather than explode in anger every time you speak. As Pansy savored the last spoonful of hot and sour soup, he placed his bowl and chopsticks on the table and wiped his mouth, saying, Fortunately, I finished eating. If you had said that earlier, I might not have been able to stomach it. The warm soup not only filled his belly but also chased away the night's chill. Chen Dali set his bowl and chopsticks in a basin, intending to wash them the following day. The most pressing matter at hand was to escort Pansy home. In the past, it was not a concern for Pansy to stay over at their house. After all, he was just a young lad who couldn't get lost. However, ever since Chun Liang's mysterious disappearance, the villagers had become overly protective of their children. Pansy's sudden departure would surely alarm his family. Chen Dali grabbed the oil lamp hanging on the wall and informed Zhou Yin to lock the door before heading out with Pansy. Ah, that troublemaker Chen Liang. Pansy muttered under his breath, fully aware that his brother was afraid of worrying their family. His casual escape was indeed reckless. The night had deepened, and a slight chill accompanied the wind as the two rode their bicycles toward the town. Thankfully, after a hearty meal at Chen Dali's house, Pansy had the energy to manage the exertion. As expected, Pansy's home was in disarray. His brothers had gone out searching for him, leaving only his mother and grandfather behind. Upon seeing Chen Dali return with Pansy, Pansy's mother visibly relaxed, fearing her son might go missing like Chen Liang. Pansy, the stubborn one, seemed to have inherited that trait from someone. During dinner, when his grandfather had briefly mentioned the military, Pansy had erupted in anger and fled, prompting his mother to call for his brothers, terrified at the thought of losing her son. Thankfully, he had returned. The grandfather's expression remained grim, still shaken by Pansy's sudden outburst. You finally came back. You scared me to death, Pansy's mother said, scrutinizing her son. Did you go to Dali's house? It's all warm and cozy there with his wife and child. Why were you there as an extra? Dali, have you eaten? If not, Auntie can make you some noodles, Pansy's mother offered warmly. Uncle, Auntie, I've already eaten. There's no need to fuss, Chen Dali politely declined. Mom, I also ate at Dali's. Don't bother, Pansy added nonchalantly. The grandfather couldn't help but let out a grunt of disapproval. Chen Dali exchanged a knowing glance with Pansy. On their way, they had agreed that once Pansy returned home, he would engage in a thoughtful discussion with the elder regarding their circumstances, all while maintaining a calm demeanor to facilitate successful communication. Yet, Pansy seemed engrossed in his surroundings, deliberately avoiding eye contact with the elder. Sensing the tension, Chen Dali exhaled deeply and addressed the elder. Uncle, perhaps you could enlighten C on the situation. The sun is setting, and I must return to the village. Despite the persistent entreaties from the elder and Pan's mother to stay, Chen Dali, preoccupied with thoughts of his children at home, graciously declined. In times past, the three childhood friends would often spend days at each other's homes, blissfully neglecting their own, but now, with a wife and daughter, he felt a profound sense of responsibility. Tethered to those he cherished most, Chen Dali pedaled fervently on his bicycle, eager to return home. Chapter 71. The everyday life of early winter. As winter approached, the air grew increasingly crisp. Upon flinging open his door one morning, Chen Dali was greeted by a world shrouded in a delicate veil of mist, where everything appeared ethereal and indistinct. The sun emerged timidly from the fog, casting a faint silhouette, while the ground remained damp beneath his feet. Cautiously, he stepped outside and began preparing breakfast in the kitchen, aware that the days were short and there was little time for labor. Thus, he rose early each day to tend to household duties. His daughter, Chen Yiru, was now ready to sample solid foods. Each morning, Chen Dali delighted in crafting a creative dish for his beloved girl, rivaling the skills of a master chef. Though he had been a ghostwriter for years, his exposure to vast data had sharpened his culinary abilities. In her infancy, Yiru had a penchant for watching food streamers, which inspired Chen Dali to hone his cooking, resulting in visually appealing breakfasts that often left Zhou Yin, a friend, bemused and teasing him for his culinary adventures, which he embraced with pleasure. Yiru was now teething, and her tender gums were swollen and itchy, leading to bouts of fussiness. Initially, Zhou Yin feared the child was ill, but Chen Dali discerned the true cause. He meticulously scooped a gourd of flour from a large vat, selected 5 eggs from a basket, cracked them into the flour, and sprinkled in a handful of sugar. With chopsticks, he stirred the mixture slowly in one direction, whipping the flour until it lightened in color. Grateful for his strong arms, he persevered for several minutes. Once the flour reached the desired consistency, he added a spoonful of bean oil and continued mixing until satisfied. He then brushed a large bowl with a touch of oil and poured in the prepared flour, gently shaking the bowl on the stovetop before placing it over a pot of boiling water. The remaining space in the pot was utilized to cook yesterday's leftovers, including sweet potatoes, peanuts, and potatoes, ensuring nothing went to waste. In these times, there seems to be a dearth of good things. I merely hope that this egg cake will help strengthen my daughter's teeth, allowing them to grow a bit faster. With this thought, Chen Dali's spirits lifted. He hastened his movements, efficiently preparing breakfast, as Zhou Yin and her daughter had yet to rise. Thus, he covered the pot to keep it warm for them, knowing they could wait to eat until they awoke, but the piglets could not afford to wait. Chen Dali ladled out a bucket of hot water from the pot, carried it to the yard, mixed it with the feed he had prepared the previous day, and promptly fed it to the piglets. These piglets could no longer be referred to as such. Chen Dali had nurtured a sizable litter, and his efforts had not been in vain. The piglets had developed the framework of adult pigs, their bellies and hindquarters beginning to plump with fat. It was estimated that within half a year, they would be ready for market. Typically, in the mornings, when pressed for time, Chen Dali would only mix hot water with feed for the pigs, reserving the preparation of cooked pig feed for the evenings, as he had numerous chores to attend to during the day. The piglet that had previously fallen ill had fully recovered and, taking advantage of its larger size, claimed a favorable spot to devour its meal. Observing the piglets eating with fervor, Chen Dali was not idle himself. He still had to continue cleaning. The reason his piglets thrived and fell ill infrequently was due to his diligent sanitation practices. After cleaning the pigsty, he disposed of the messy pig droppings and leftover feed into the wastewater pit. Over time, the accumulated manure had fermented and was now ready for use. Fertilizer was paramount for farming. Chen Dali's family and the neighboring Wang family consistently utilized the fermented pig manure from this pit for their fields. Currently, Chen Dali's crops were not yet ready for harvest, but they appeared to be slightly more robust than those of others. The Wang family had cultivated a considerable amount of vegetables, flourishing splendidly. Each time Mrs. Wang spotted Chen Dali and his wife, she greeted them with a smile, occasionally sending her son over with a handful of fresh greens for Chen Dali's family. It was a mutual exchange, a sharing of resources. After tidying the pigsty and washing himself, Chen Dali locked the pig pen and returned home. In truth, he need not lock the door, as no one dared to intrude upon their pig pen anymore. However, one must remain cautious. While he bore no ill will toward others, he was still prudent in such matters. Upon his return, he found it to be just the right moment, as his daughter Chen Yiru had just finished throwing her morning tantrum. Within this household, she was treated like a little princess, cherished by Chen Dali and Zhou Yin, who were ever so careful with her. as if afraid she might melt in their mouths or break in their hands. Chen Yiru was typically very well behaved, yet she had one troublesome habit, her morning grumpiness. If she awoke naturally, she would call out for her parents, and a few comforting words would soothe her. However, if she was disturbed by noise, the little one would be quite insistent in her displeasure for a spell. Come here, let daddy hold you, while mommy brushes your teeth and washes your face. Chen Dali cradled his child in his arms, gently wiping her small face with a towel soaked in warm water. What a little devil, Zhou Yan teased, suggesting that he should pamper their daughter since mornings could be particularly trying. Go wash up, breakfast is ready. Chen Dali instructed Zhou Yan as he dressed their daughter and carried her to the main room. As the day grew colder, Chen Dali proposed. Perhaps we should install a stove in our home. Zhou Yan replied, a stove? How much would that cost? Can't we just use a fire basin like we used to? She referred to the fire basin made from yellow clay, a common winter necessity in rural areas where families crafted their own basins from clay mixed with hemp rope. Once dried, these basins could be employed directly. Creating a fire basin was relatively simple. Craftsmanship was secondary to functionality. At bedtime, a few pieces of firewood could be burned within it, providing warmth and ensuring a peaceful night's sleep without the fear of waking up cold. Chen Dali's fire basin had been crafted by him on their wedding day, but had developed cracks over time due to careless storage. It was essential to ensure proper ventilation when using a fire basin, otherwise, it could pose a danger. People often felt carefree when alone. But once they had a wife and child, concerns multiplied. I've heard that a stove is safer, and sparks are less likely to escape. If we buy one, you and our daughter could enjoy a warm winter. Otherwise, it will be too cold, he remarked while applying snow cream to their daughter's face. We can decide later. Zhou Yan hesitated, reluctant to spend money. Although they had recently saved some funds, the approaching new year meant additional expenses. One does not understand the value of money unless they manage it themselves. Since taking charge of their finances, Zhou Yan had become quite frugal, always checking how much money was left before making any decisions. Chen Dali chose not to press the issue, understanding her concerns about finances. I've steamed some egg cake. When our daughter's teeth start bothering her, you can give her some, he said, feeding their daughter while also considering Zhou Yan's needs. Got it. Do you have a lot to do today? Zhou Yan replied. What's the matter? Chen Dali asked, noticing her distracted demeanor. My father sent word through someone, asking us to return to Wuli Changtuan, Zhou Yan said, nibbling on her bread. What did he say? Chen Dali's pace slowed as he fed their daughter. Winter was approaching, and one would expect little work to be left at his father-in-law's place. The message didn't specify anything. The messenger just suggested we visit whenever we have time. Zhou Yan mumbled, knowing Chen Dali had been quite busy lately. Whenever you have time, we can go. It's not the busy farming season, so I doubt there's anything urgent. All right, let me finish my work and see how things stand, Chen Dali replied. Meanwhile, Chen Yiru had finished her meal, and Chen Dali placed her in the rocking cradle, hastily finishing the remnants of food left by Zhou Yan and their daughter. Do not eat so hastily. Be cautious of choking. I will take care of the dishes, so do not concern yourself with them, Zhou Yan advised Chen Dali. Very well. The water in the large pot is still warm. You can use that to wash the dishes. I shall take my leave now. After finishing his meal, Chen Dali wiped his mouth and quickly planted a kiss on his daughter's cheek before heading out to work. As the weather grew increasingly cold, fewer individuals were willing to venture outside to labor, and those who had harvested were beginning to prepare their cat holes. Today, there were not many individuals unloading goods. But thankfully, with fewer people, everyone could earn a bit more. The group of sturdy men worked with remarkable vigor. Dali, care for a sip? An older man gestured towards Chen Dali with a wine pouch, inviting him to partake. Those who labored in the fields could not afford to smoke. Yet most had a penchant for alcohol. A swig of strong liquor on a cold day could invigorate the spirit. Chen Dali took the pouch and examined it closely, saying, I had too much to eat this morning, not a morsel left. I shall pass on the drink. Uncle, this wine pouch is truly exquisite, quite unique. Is it not a one-of-a-kind from our town? Chen Dali's compliment was genuine. The pouch was crafted from sheepskin, adorned with charming patterns stitched with coarse thread, and it was entirely watertight. The surface displayed a beautifully carved or painted design. The pouch appeared quite refined, featuring a clasp that could easily be tied to the back for convenient carrying. You lad have an eye for beauty and a way with words. This pouch was brought back by Lao Dong from the border. It is indeed rare in town. What? Are you interested? You hardly drink. So what would you do with it? The term border was foreign to Chen Dali, who had never ventured beyond his homeland in his entire life. He was oblivious to the world outside. The elder, having a distant kinship with Lao Dong, possessed more knowledge of such matters. Chen Dali recalled Pan Si and decided to inquire about his brother's acquaintance. Has Donggu ever traveled to the border? Not Lao Dong. Do not let his rustic appearance fool you. He has traveled to many places and has seen more than we can imagine, the elder replied. Casting a glance at Chen Dali, given how Lao Dong regards you, perhaps one day you might accompany him to witness it for yourself. When that time comes, do remember your uncle. Me? Chen Dali exclaimed in surprise. Uncle, do not jest. I have a wife and daughter. I cannot go anywhere. I am content to lead a good life with my family. Why not? Just having a daughter won't suffice. You earn a decent living, do you not? Your pockets are surely full now. With a family, one must have a son to feel complete, the elder insisted, holding traditional views. Believing that a son was essential for legacy, he looked favorably upon Chen Dali and continued to persuade him. At this moment, your daughter is still young. There is no rush for more children. Once she is older and can help with the baby, you could consider having a son. This way, you and your wife can also find time to earn some money. In our rural community, without a son, people look down upon you. While the elder's words were somewhat blunt, they were indeed spoken with Chen Dali's best interests at heart. Chen Dali did not engage in any quarrel with the elder. When everyone around him was intoxicated and he remained sober, he learned an important lesson. Do not attempt to reason with those who are inebriated, for it is an exercise in futility. One should graciously accept the goodwill of others without becoming overly concerned or serious about it, as excessive earnestness can lead to misfortune. Chen Dali quickly shifted the topic of conversation. The elder had been working in the unloading business for quite some time and was well aware of its intricacies. The reason he still toiled in such laborious work at his age was simply because his youngest son had yet to establish his own family. Throughout his life, the elder had strived for the sake of his children. When the elder first began his work in unloading, it was a matter of individuals seeking jobs for one another. Long before the emergence of Bosch Chiao, in the town, these laborers would often resort to brawls and engage in maliciously low-priced competition to secure work. Where there are people, there exists a rivalry. During those times, working in unloading was akin to carrying one's life on a belt, constantly fearing the day they might fall victim to extortion. How Bosch Chiao rose to prominence remains a mystery to the elder, but initially he had only 2 followers. With sheer strength and adeptness in his craft, he gradually carved out his own market. Within a few years, Bosch Chiao flourished throughout the town, and it is said that he held sway even in the county, though the waters there ran rather deep. Thus, he chose to establish his bases in the town. The person Chen Dali encountered most frequently was Old Dong. He seldom crossed paths with Bosch Chiao and was unaware of the latter's dealings. He only recalled hearing that the unloading rates at the rare earth alloy factory were the most equitable, with wages paid daily without delay. Chapter 72. In these times, it is implausible to think that those who hold power in a region are without dark affiliations. Individuals who manage to thrive often carry a degree of moral ambiguity. Chen Dali was uncertain of the extent of Bosch Chiao's dealings, but after working for him for an extended period, he became aware that there were likely some gray industries involved. However, what concern did this hold for a mere laborer like him? He was simply there to unload goods. The current state of affairs is such that chaos persists in certain areas. They were relatively fortunate under Bosch Chiao's dominance, as elsewhere, competition among laborers resembled gang warfare. Most individuals were confined within rigid boundaries, engaged in monotonous work. Few, like Pan Si, dared to dream of venturing far and wide. The majority, resembling Chen Dali, preferred a life of simplicity, cherishing their families and living in tranquility. Chen Dali could not recall if in a past life he had ever harbored the audacious desire to seek adventure like Pan Si. In his memories, he was merely like an old ox, toiling tirelessly under the weight of Chen's mother's expectations, striving to earn a living yet unable to provide for his wife and daughter. As the harsh winter season approaches, all of Old Dong's tasks have been arranged. The sheepskins they previously exported to Russia have been immensely popular, selling out before winter's arrival. The profits from this batch of skins are considerably high, allowing Old Dong to anticipate a prosperous year. With a sense of calmness, he feels no urgency, as he has provisions to sustain him through the winter. Moreover, winter transportation poses significant challenges. One misstep could lead to disaster. In these times, skilled drivers are scarce. Being in a remote location, their shipments rely heavily on large trucks. And once the snow falls, road conditions become treacherous. Heavy snowfall is manageable, but the real concern arises when melting snow refreezes overnight, creating hazardous driving conditions. Thus, It is prudent for their group to prepare for hibernation. Today's task involves moving jars for the pickling factory. Although the workload is somewhat fragmented, the jars themselves are not cumbersome, allowing them to finish earlier than usual. Old Dong's payments are settled daily, and the workers are well aware of the routine. Once their tasks are complete, they cheerfully collect their wages from Old Dong, knowing that further work will have to wait until next year. Chen Dali is the last to finish today. As he wraps up his accounts and prepares to leave, Old Dong calls him over. From behind his ear, he retrieves a filter tip and gestures toward Chen Dali. Chen Dali rolls his eyes slightly, and Old Dong chuckles, saying, "I know you're heading home and can't smoke. I have a matter to discuss with you." "Old Dong, what is there to discuss? What is our relationship?" "Just say it plainly," Chen Dali replies straightforwardly. "You rascal," Old Dong says, patting Chen Dali on the shoulder. After the new year, Boss Chow plans to expand the cargo range and has purchased 2 more large trucks. You know that skilled drivers are few and far between. Boss Chow has found 3 slots for training to drive large trucks. Are you interested? If so, I can secure one for you. Old Dong genuinely cares for Chen Dali. Boss Chow has many loyal subordinates, and finding a driving school is no easy feat. Acquiring this skill would not only enhance Chen Dali's capabilities, but also allow him to travel with Boss Chow as convoy, providing him with a stable job. As soon as Boss Chow conceived this idea, his subordinates began vying for the 3 available slots. Old Dong, having no promising candidates in his own family, could easily refrain from getting involved. His willingness to advocate for Chen Dali stems entirely from his high regard for him. "Learn to drive a large truck?" Chen Dali repeats, pondering the requirements. "Of course, there are conditions," Old Dong replies with a knowing glance. "If there were no requirements, do you think Boss Chow would be running a charity?" "He'll help you establish connections, but you'll need to cover part of the training costs yourself, with Boss Chow contributing the rest. However, this investment is not without strings attached. Once you complete your training, you must work for Boss Chow for at least 1 year. If funds are tight, your first year of labor will serve as repayment. The task at hand for a year here certainly does not involve unloading goods locally." After contemplating for a moment, Chen Dali did not directly decline. "Thank you, Old Dong, for always keeping me in your thoughts. I am unable to make a decision at this moment. May I get back to you in a couple of days?" "You rascal, don't tell me you're going to discuss it with your wife?" Old Dong patiently advised Chen Dali. "You must think this through carefully. Once this opportunity passes, it will be gone for good." If he agrees, he would need to spend this winter in town learning to drive, and once the new year begins, he would have to engage in transportation work, which leaves little time to spare. Time waits for no one. "I understand, Old Dong. I will give you an answer by the day after tomorrow at the latest. Does that work?" Chen Dali recognized that Old Dong had his best interests at heart and expressed his gratitude. All right, hurry back now," Old Dong waved at Chen Dali. "Then I shall take my leave, brother. In this day and age, being a driver is quite prestigious. If one could drive and secure a position as a driver, it would certainly confer a sense of pride in the surrounding villages." Chen Dali had many thoughts swirling in his mind. He himself did not know how to drive, but he had accompanied his daughter to driving school when she was learning. He vividly recalled how, during the summer, he observed her practice maneuvers such as clutch control, steering, and signaling, until she successfully obtained her license under the scorching sun. Although Chen Dali lacked practical driving experience, he possessed ample theoretical knowledge. He believed that if his daughter could pass the driving test shortly after starting university, he should also be capable. The crux of the matter lay in the transportation aspect. If he were to engage in transportation, it would mean being away from home daily, which posed a significant dilemma. Yet, to outright refuse this opportunity left him in a state of inner conflict, as obtaining a driver's license had become exceedingly challenging in recent times. Can you believe it? Nowadays, learning to drive and acquiring a license involves waiting in line. Ever since the government allowed individuals to own private cars, a wave of enthusiasm for driving lessons swept through society. Not only does one need connections to secure a license, but learning to drive has also become particularly arduous. Presently, the only viable route to obtaining a license is through a driving school. To truly learn how to drive, one must endure several months at the school, as instructors often do not impart practical knowledge until a considerable amount of time has passed. Sometimes, after paying exorbitant fees to enroll in a driving school, one finds the experience drastically different from expectations, spending over a week merely sitting in the back seat. Furthermore, to learn effectively, one must often curry favor with the instructors, constantly devising ways to offer them cigarettes or alcohol. It is not uncommon for students who have gifted their instructors to be scolded harshly for minor mistakes during driving lessons. Given Xiao Laoda's reputation, if he were to utilize his connections, it would likely afford him some leniency at the driving school, thereby alleviating numerous hassles. What man does not love cars? Moreover, the prospect of jumping straight into driving a large truck is enticing. Chen Dali found it difficult to dismiss the thought. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yin was overjoyed and promptly urged Chen Dali to accept the offer. What is there to ponder, Brother Dali? What are you thinking? Have you agreed? As Chen Dali mentioned the matter, Zhou Yin repeatedly inquired about the situation. What a splendid opportunity this is for humble farmers like them. To learn to drive even if they were willing to pay for it, finding a path was nearly impossible. Now that a clear opportunity has arisen, why hesitate to seize it? Chen Dali harbored his own thoughts. After mastering the skill, he would inevitably be away frequently for long hauls, leaving Zhou Yin to manage the household alone. The labor on the farm was time-consuming. Not to mention their pigs needed tending. Feeding and cleaning the pigsty were tasks he had never allowed Zhou Yin to undertake. Moreover, after the new year, Chen Yiru would be walking and running, necessitating even more care. The multitude of responsibilities at home could not be neglected. Dali, you should consider this. You cannot expect to learn all at once, can you? Gaining the ability to drive and obtaining a license will take some time. By then, perhaps our pigs will have already been sold. Furthermore, if the agricultural work becomes too burdensome, we can choose not to raise pigs. If I find myself overwhelmed, we can simply reduce the number we keep. These matters are flexible. I have managed before, so why are you hesitating now? Though Zhou Yin was not well versed in many characters, she possessed her own wisdom. Dali, you are overthinking. In our villages, individuals with driving licenses are rare, especially for small cars. Finding someone who can drive a large truck is virtually impossible among us. Regardless of why this opportunity was presented, if we seize it, the skills we acquire will belong to us. Moreover, it's merely a year of work. If it proves unsatisfactory, we can choose not to continue. However, the skills learned will last a lifetime. Chen Dali then realized that he had been overly concerned, even more so than his wife, who seemed to have a clearer perspective. All right, I understand. I will give Dong a word when I head to town. I have no plans for tomorrow, so I will go then, he said. No, go to town now, Zhou Yin interrupted. You must deliver a message to old Dong immediately. Countless people are eyeing this opportunity. If old Dong can assist us, we should be grateful. Go now, and tonight have a couple of drinks with him and share a meal. Just don't overdo it. Zhou Yin dashed into the inner room and emerged with a handful of cash. Take this, buy something for his family, she said as she pressed the money into Chen Dali's hands. All right, I will go now. Remember to lock the door. I have already tidied up the pigs. Don't wait up for me tonight, Chen Dali replied with a smile, embracing his wife before mounting his bicycle and returning to town. Old Dong's home was by the bridge in town, a place Chen Dali had visited before. Here lies the sole moat of the town. A man-made river excavated by the townsfolk during a severe drought a few years back, instigated by the then mayor. The river was dug deep and wide to channel water from distant sources, with robust willow trees lining its banks. When Chen Dali arrived in the afternoon, old Dong was at home, his mood soured by a call from his daughter's school, where she had caused a ruckus. His eldest son had already settled into his own life, leaving only his spirited younger daughter in primary school, who constantly brought him trouble. What's the matter with you, lad? Have you figured it out? Upon hearing a knock, old Dong opened the door to see Chen Dali, who greeted him warmly. Noticing the diversion of her father's attention, old Dong's daughter slipped away like a mudfish into the inner room, refusing to emerge. Chen Dali placed the local specialties he had brought on the table and asked, Is it just you and Nini at home, Donggu? Where is your wife? What do you have there? Old Dong exclaimed, his eyes widening at the sight of the offerings. So you've learned this trick too, eh? What is wrong with bringing something? It's all from my own stash. Let us just go out for a drink today, Chen Dali replied with a grin. Old Dong had always enjoyed such outings. Otherwise, he wouldn't have brought back a wine pouch from his trip to the border. He was quite discerning in his drinking companions, preferring those with whom he could engage in meaningful conversation rather than those with whom he could share only silence. Otherwise, he would rather sip alone at home. Actually, since your wife isn't here today, we could just have a couple of dishes at home, old Dong suggested, understanding that Chen Dali's offer was a gesture of gratitude for his assistance. The sentiment was delightful. Let us skip that, Chen Dali replied with a frown. How about we take Nini out for a meal? Drinking at home would only create a mess, and afterwards, your wife would have to tidy up. If we eat out, we can simply leave once we're done, much more tranquil. Reflecting on this, Old Dong realized that his wife always gave him the cold shoulder the day after they drank at home, perhaps for this very reason. Eating out would spare him from a lecture. He called into the inner room, "Nini, hurry out. We're going out to eat with your Uncle Dali." The clever little girl peeked out from the door, asking, "If we go out to eat, will I not be scolded anymore?" "Yes, with your uncle here. If your father dares to scold you, I won't let him," Chen Dali assured her. "All right, Dad, Uncle Dali, let us go. I want braised pork today," Nini exclaimed, darting out with enthusiasm. This was not Chen Dali's first encounter with Nini. In truth, he found her spirited nature quite endearing. Hopeful that his own daughter would grow to be just as lively and clever, that morning, Chen Dali's family had indulged in a rare long sleep. And had it not been for his concern over the few hungry piglets in the yard, they might have slept until late morning. However, tending to livestock at home requires considerable attention. After a brief respite, Chen Dali rose to prepare a meal and promptly made his way to the pigsty to feed the pigs. It is a necessity. While humans can endure hunger for a while, pigs are prone to ailments and can quickly lose weight if left unfed. The weight they gain is a result of precious resources and labor invested into their feed, making these 8 pigs the most valuable assets in the household. Second only to Chen Yiru, Chen Dali was diligent in his duties, and his efforts bore fruit as the pigs grew plump and robust. Among them, a piglet adorned with black spots displayed remarkable cleverness, following Chen Dali wherever he went, believing himself to be a charming little creature. In a playful manner, he nudged Chen Dali, nearly toppling him over in the pig pen. "Shoo shoo, you silly creature. Aren't you full yet? You eat the most, hogging the best spot. It's quite selfish. The other pigs hardly get a bite." Chen Dali chastised the little spotted pig while cleaning the pen. Suddenly, a loud voice called from the gate, "Dali. Yanzi, are you home?" Chen Dali set aside his task, leaped out of the pig pen, and washed the dirt from his worn rubber shoes in the water tank before responding. "Yes, we're here, working. Who is it?" The visitor gently pushed open the gate, and upon turning, Chen Dali saw it was Aunt Zhang from the village. He quickly greeted her. "Auntie, what brings you here? Is there something you need?" Aunt Zhang resided at the eastern end of the village, her home closer to Chen Dali's original homestead. Although her relationship with Chen's mother was not particularly warm, she typically frequented the eastern part of the village. Today, however, she had ventured to Wei family alley. "Dali, are you aware of the matter concerning your father-in-law's division of the family estate?" Aunt Zhang inquired directly, disregarding the untidy state of the yard, which still bore the lingering odor of the pig pen. Chen Dali was taken aback, perplexed by the sudden news. Just the other day, someone had indeed sent word asking them to return to Wuli Changtuan, but the messenger had not elaborated, leading the couple to assume it was not urgent and to postpone their visit. The unloading work had just ceased yesterday, and he had intended to take this opportunity to organize their belongings at home before making the trip. "Auntie, who told you this?" Chen Dali did not doubt Aunt Zhang's words. Her grandmother's family was related to Zhou Yan, thus establishing a connection. "When I returned to Wuli Changtuan yesterday, I heard your neighbors mentioning it. I believe it to be true. Didn't they send word for you both to go back?" Aunt Zhang had long been accustomed to traveling back and forth to Wuli Changtuan, as her son occasionally provided her with financial support. Her husband had passed away long ago, and with little to spend, she often visited her grandmother and uncle's family. "Yanzi and I did receive word asking us to visit when convenient, but no specifics were mentioned." Chen Dali recalled his wife's expression at the time, which did not suggest she was aware of any pressing matters. "Thank you, Auntie. If you hadn't mentioned it, Yanzi and I would still be in the dark, unaware of the source of the commotion. I shall gather my belongings and head to Wuli Changtuan to inquire further." The messenger is rather unreliable, merely stating that there would be an opportunity to return, yet failing to mention such a significant matter as the division of the family estate. Inwardly, Chen Dali couldn't help but scoff at this lapse. "There's no need for formality. We are hardly strangers. I suspect this is a scheme concocted by your elder brother and sister-in-law," Aunt Zhang remarked dismissively before taking her leave. Chen Dali hurriedly finished his remaining tasks and returned home. As he changed out of his soiled clothes, he called out to Zhou Yan, who was attending to Chen Yiru's meal in the house. "Wife, hurry and eat. Once you're done, we must go to Wuli Changtuan." Aunt Zhang mentioned that our father intends to divide the family. "What nonsense is this?" Zhou Yan exclaimed, her composure shattered. "Divide the family? What is there to divide when Zhou Jianye doesn't even have a wife yet? Such matters are not typically undertaken by ordinary families." At that moment, Chen Yiru had also finished her meal. Zhou Yan quickly polished off her own bowl and began to tidy up their dishes. allowing Chen Dali to grab a few bites to eat, having labored all morning without a morsel. Chen Dali, disregarding the need for decorum, wolfed down his food, then cleaned his bowl and utensils, while Zhou Yin prepared items to take back to her family. One cannot return empty-handed, Chen Dali mused, contemplating bringing back the fine wine that Pan Si had sent previously for his father-in-law to savor. However, Zhou Yin, ever prudent, advised this time, "Let us not take too much. If there truly is a division, what we bring back might not suffice to quell others' desires." Chen Dali chuckled at her overthinking. Who would covet such trifles? It is merely our sister-in-law who might take an interest. Just bring along a few things our father enjoys. As for cigarettes and liquor, she has no use for them. We can always slip some money to our mother later. What? Are you afraid of your sister-in-law? Zhou Yin considered this, realizing her fears were unfounded. There was no reason to dread her, especially since Zhou Jianya would no longer rely on her in the future, and she had no demands of her own. Typically, she did not hold grudges against her, but should the division of assets occur, she would certainly oppose her sister-in-law's greed. The day was dry and cold, the sun appearing weak and ineffective. The couple efficiently packed their belongings and mounted their trusty steed, the golden deer, to set off. Chen Dali, concerned for his daughter's comfort, dressed Chen Yiru warmly, wrapping her in a thick, maroon wool scarf. This scarf was exceptional, soft and cozy, large enough to envelop Chen Yiru entirely. It was a rare gift from Chen Shaoan, brought back just days prior, as the matriarch of the Wang family had insisted it be sent for Chen Yiru's use. Chen Dali understood that the Wang matriarch's kindness was a gesture of gratitude, acknowledging his efforts in managing the predicament left by Chen Shaoyan. Along this path, the branches are stark and bare, the grasslands are a desolate yellow, and the wheat seedlings in the fields, stifled by the cold and drought, appear to be submissively sprawled upon the ground, as if devoured by the earth itself. As far as the eye can see, the landscape is enveloped in a sense of desolation, with only a striking hue of reddish-brown standing out amidst the bleakness. In the city, civilization thrives, governed by laws and moral constraints, while in the countryside, customs are established through generations of lived experience. If urban civility is shaped by legal frameworks and ethical considerations, then the rural traditions are the unwritten codes adhered to by the villagers. Families like the Zhous, with only 2 sons, typically begin to separate when the elder son marries, or they may choose to wait until both sons have taken wives before making that decision. When Zhou Jiangwo married, his father intended to follow tradition by first allowing one son to establish his own household. However, Jiangwo's bride was a shrewd woman, adept at calculations. At that time, Zhou Yin had not yet married and would soon be eligible to leave home. To secure her daughter-in-law's bride price, Jiangwo's wife persuaded him to propose to his father that they should not separate households. The villagers cherished harmony above all, wishing for familial peace to foster prosperity. Naturally, they preferred to remain united, as not separating would maximize the preservation of their family assets. Otherwise, everything, including land and tools, would have to be divided. Zhou's father believed that Jiangwo and his wife desired to lighten the burden on the elderly couple, which filled him with joy. He even suggested to Jiangwo that separation was acceptable as long as everything was shared equally. For the well-being of the couple would also bring comfort to him and his wife. However, separation was out of the question. The days of cohabitation were indeed quite pleasant. Zhou's parents managed the household, and even the children were cared for by Zhou's mother and Zhou Yin, allowing Jiangwo's wife to live in comfort during those years. At that time, Zhou Jianya was still young, and with a primary school in the village, their expenses were minimal. Zhou Yin would often spend her time weaving baskets and sewing insoles with the village women, only to have her meager earnings cleverly extracted by Jiangwo's wife through various pretexts. Life without separation was blissful for Jiangwo's wife. It would be foolish for her to voluntarily suggest a division. This is why the Zhou family had continued to live together for so many years. When Zhou Yin married, her mother-in-law hoped to keep the bride price as a cushion for her daughter, wishing to empower her daughter in the Zhou household. Yet, Jiangwo's wife, under the pretext of needing to protect her unborn child, managed to take that money from her mother-in-law. Caught between her own daughter and her unborn grandson, Zhou's mother struggled to maintain a firm stance, and ultimately, the money was taken. Subsequently, she cobbled together some spare change to serve as Zhou Yan's financial security, leaving her with a lingering guilt. The Zhou family consisted of just a few members. Zhou's mother had a gentle disposition, often yielding to others, while Zhou's father was somewhat concerned with appearances. Jiangwo's character was rather unassuming, and frankly, he could be described as somewhat ineffectual. In their home, Jiang Wo's wife held the authority, especially after bearing a son. There exists a certain friction, yet the elders of the Zhou family do not hold it against her. In the village, there are many families that do not separate, and those who remain united, with several brothers living together, contribute their earnings to their parents, thereby pooling resources for a shared livelihood. However, this couple is quite the opposite. After their marriage, Zhou Jiangwo has not contributed a single cent, as all the finances are tightly controlled by his wife, who incessantly laments their lack of money, oblivious to where Zhou Jiangwo's earnings have vanished. It was initially agreed that the family would allocate an extra room for Zhou Jiangwo, who was supposed to manage the educational expenses of Zhou Jianya. Yet, as soon as Zhou Jianya began his schooling in town, Jiangwo's wife could not cope. She perceived Zhou Jianya as a drain on their finances, often erupting in fits of rage at home. Zhou's parents were unable to provide the funds for his education at that time, resulting in Zhou Jianya having to suspend his studies. It was only after Chen Dali's reincarnation that Zhou Jianya had the opportunity to attend school. Otherwise, he too would likely have followed the same arduous path as his predecessors. Once Zhou Yin assumed responsibility for Zhou Jianya's affairs, he seldom returned to Wuli Chongtuan. Although the household lost one laborer, it also lost one mouth to feed, much to the delight of Jiang Wo's wife. Zhou's father had delivered supplies several times, consisting merely of storable corn cakes and dried potatoes, all harvested from their own land, which Jiang Wo's wife noticed but chose not to comment on. Such sustenance was commonplace in those times. Consuming one's own produce meant avoiding expenditure, as acquiring other goods would strain their limited finances. Given the meager earnings of rural families, Jiang Wo's wife had kin in her hometown who had children attending school alongside Zhou Jianya, and upon their return, they inadvertently mentioned that Zhou Jianya was faring well at school, with the son-in-law of the Zhou family frequently bringing him provisions. Zhou Jianya was even bartering cornmeal cakes with his classmates. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wo's wife was greatly perturbed, as her family still subsisted on potatoes and cornmeal, with an occasional improvement of life consisting of a spicy chili paste mixed with sesame oil. The thought of Zhou Jianya enjoying rice in town gnawed at her. That evening, during dinner, her younger son, still inexperienced with chopsticks, accidentally dropped a piece of potato onto the table. Such occurrences are common during meals. It could simply be picked up and eaten. However, as the little one endeavored to retrieve the rebellious potato, a surge of ire welled up within Jiang Wo's wife. She scolded her son harshly. "You must pick up even a single piece of potato to eat. You are truly a worthless child. No wonder you have to drink corn gruel at home while others feast on delicacies. It is I who suffer, tied to the miseries of the Zhou family." Jiang Wo's wife is known for her caustic tongue, and the Zhou family generally does not engage with her provocations, but this time her words were particularly harsh. Jiang Wo's wife, what vile words are you uttering? If he is a worthless child, then what does that make you? Zhou's mother set down her chopsticks. I speak of my own son. Why are you so agitated? He is my flesh and blood, and I will chastise him as I see fit. If you truly care for your grandsons, you should ensure they have rice to eat, canned goods to savor, and nutritious milk powder to drink. If that is not possible, then perhaps you should refrain from commenting. Jiang Wo's wife glared with her slanted eyes, her words laden with insinuation. How should I converse with your mother, Jiang Wo's wife? Zhou's father inquired, directing his gaze towards her. And how should I speak to you? The voice of the daughter-in-law of Jiang Wo rose sharply. You two youngsters indulge in fine feasts in the town, while my son at home treasures even a potato as if it were a gem. Is there any hope for this life? Jiang Wo, do you think the same? Father Zhou glanced at his eldest son, who was immersed in his meal. What do I think? Jiang Wo Zhou looked at his father. His wife was perpetually dissatisfied, and it was futile to appease her. Ignoring her was the best course. Engaging her only intensified her complaints. To lessen the incessant nagging in his ears, Jiang Wo typically remained silent. Hurry and eat. It will get cold soon. Father Zhou sighed deeply, feeling the weight of despair from their poverty and his son's lack of ambition. You only know how to eat. You can stomach this swill. Jiang Wo's wife continued her tirade from the sidelines. Father Zhou and Mother Zhou hastily finished their meal, both unable to sleep soundly that night, lamenting their misfortunes. This was not the first time Jiang Wo's wife, Chen Chuani, had stirred up trouble or spoken bitter words. Jiang Wo had grown accustomed to it. He realized he could never satisfy her, so he let her speak and create a ruckus as she pleased, focusing instead on his own needs for sustenance and rest. When they first married, Jiang Wo's wife assured him that their son, Zhou Jianya, would definitely attend middle schools. promising that only if he failed to enter high school would he return home to farm. However, after having children, Zhang Wo's wife found various excuses to skimp on Jianya's meals. At times, the family would boil an egg for each child to bolster their strength. Yet she would always prepare one less. Jianya, feeling for his parents, never voiced his concerns. Zhang Wo occasionally noticed this discrepancy, but, fearing his wife's outbursts, kept silent. Knowing the food ultimately nourished his son, Jianya had only been in town for a few months when his wife began creating problems at home. Whenever it came time for meal deliveries or tuition payments, her harsh words were disheartening. Ultimately, Zhang Wo had to pull Jianya from school, feeling immense guilt. Fortunately, his brother-in-law was willing to lend a hand, allowing Zhang Wo to breathe a little easier and alleviating some of his remorse. He recognized that as a brother, he had been selfish and ineffectual. Jianya's time at school was arguably the most peaceful period for the family. However, today marked the beginning of another cycle of turmoil. After finishing his meal, Jianya lay still on his bed, while his wife sat on the edge, incessantly berating him with a sharp, venomous demeanor, as if she were ready to devour him whole. Unable to bear it any longer, Jianya pulled the blanket over his face, yearning to escape. "I'm talking to you. Are you deaf? You've been lying there like a corpse." Zhang Wo's wife could not restrain herself and shoved him. "The village needs someone to repair the irrigation ditch tomorrow. Have Jianya come back and work on it with you to earn some money, so the three of us can have a good new year." Zhang Wo sprang up from his bed. "Haven't I given you all my earnings? The weather is about to freeze. No way can Jianya go to repair the ditch." "Oh, for heaven's sake, are you trying to frighten me to death?" The daughter-in-law of Zhang Wo scolded fiercely. "If it weren't for the frost, the village wouldn't offer such a generous wage. I asked Jianya to go. Why are you so worried? No one cares when I stay home eating potatoes." Observing his wife's sharp demeanor, Zhang Wo stepped outside for a breath of fresh air. Zhou's father sat on the steps at the entrance, inhaling the scent of a filter tip that Chen Dali had brought earlier, yet he hesitated to indulge. Zhang Wo approached and took a seat opposite his father. The two remained silent. Only the incessant stream of harsh curses from Zhang Wo's home could be heard. Feeling a twinge of shame, Zhang Wo glanced at his father, whose hair had turned gray and face was lined with wrinkles. At his father's feet lay an old smoking pipe, polished to a shine from years of use, with a slight crack on the stem. For many years, Zhou's father had not replaced it, not out of sentimentality for the pipe, but from reluctance to spend money on a new stem. "Father, let's divide the household," Zhang Wo whispered almost inaudibly. "Have you thought this through?" Zhou's father asked, glancing between his son and the ruckus from the house. "Once certain things are spoken, the thought cannot be retracted. Since Jianya is at school and cannot return, let Yinzi and your brother-in-law bear witness. As long as you are sure, that is all that matters. You and Jianya are both my sons. I care for you equally. You must learn to take charge of your own life. With children growing up, some words cannot be spoken too directly," Zhou's father hinted subtly. The following morning at breakfast, upon hearing the news, Zhang Wo's wife caused an uproar before the meal, attracting the attention of neighbors. "Once we split, we must fend for ourselves, and the grain from the land will diminish significantly," she protested vehemently, cursing so fiercely that the elderly couple lost their appetite. Zhang Wo ignored her outburst, continuing with his tasks. As he noticed his parents had no desire to eat, he promptly stored the food away in the kitchen cabinet. "You think you've grown wings, Zhang Wo. You no longer heed my words." His wife fumed, infuriated. She slammed down her bowl and grabbed her bewildered children, exclaiming, "Come on, we're going back to your grandmother's." Chen Dali and his wife arrived at Wuli Changtuan by mid-morning. Upon seeing her daughter, Zhou's mother was overjoyed and welcomed Chen Yiru, inviting Zhou Yin to join them. "What happened, mother?" Zhou Yin inquired directly. "Oh, it's just your sister-in-law causing a fuss," Zhou's mother replied, lowering her head to mask her expression. "Where is she?" Zhou Yin asked, pointing towards the room where Zhang Wo slept. "She went back to her family," Zhou's mother said tersely, her gaze fixed on Chen Yiru in her arms. "Mother, where are father and big brother?" Chen Dali asked, puzzled about his father-in-law's whereabouts. "They went to find the village officials to sign the household separation." Zhou's mother's words fell like a heavy weight upon Chen Dali and his wife. "What do you mean? Are they really going to separate?" Zhou Yin blurted out. "Even the closest of brothers must have their own families. It is indeed time to part ways." According to Chen Dali, it was high time for a division. The situation with Zhang Wo's wife was akin to that of Wang Yingzi. Both were equally burdensome. If they did not separate, Jianya might find himself unable to secure a bride in the future. despite her lack of enthusiasm. Zhou's mother busied herself preparing a lavish banquet, refusing to let her eldest daughter-in-law's demeanor affect her daughter's homecoming. Accompanying Zhou's father was the village chief from Wulichangtuan, which provided an opportunity for the fine wine brought by Chen Dali to be put to good use. Before the meal, Zhou's father and Zhou Jiangwo formalized the division of assets. Aside from a piece of reclaimed land allotted to the elderly couple, all household belongings were to be split equally. Given Zhou Jiangya's tender age, Zhou's parents would assist him with farming for a few more years, while they also looked after Zhou Jiangwo's children. Eventually, when Zhou's parents were unable to work, the two sons would take turns caring for them. This division, though seemingly equitable, significantly favored Zhou Jiangwo, who had already established a family with 2 children, while Zhou Jianya was still in middle school. Zhou Yin glanced at her brother and then at her father, choosing to remain silent. In Zhou Jianya's absence, Zhou's father signed on his behalf. Thus, the family was swiftly divided. In the future, Zhou Jiangwo and his wife would cook for themselves, while Zhou Jianya would dine with their parents. With the absence of Chuan and I, the atmosphere during the division remained relatively harmonious, likely due to prior discussions between Zhou's father and Zhou Jiangwo. Once the agreement was established, Zhou's father promptly invited the village chief and Chen Dali to dinner, determined not to let a sour mood mar the occasion. As the men exchanged toasts, Zhou Yin inquired of her mother, "Is my sister-in-law causing a scene?" While conflict was inevitable, now that the family had been divided, her mother thought it best to let her be. They could simply avoid her. Zhou's mother glanced at Zhou Yin but remained silent. After the meal, Zhou Yin discovered there was still work to be done. Her brother intended to build a wall in the middle of the courtyard, quite an unusual endeavor even for the village. If they were to separate, they might as well do it thoroughly. With the wall, she would also benefit from the division. The bricks were borrowed from the village's communal supplies, and Zhou Jiangwo would reimburse the costs later. The yellow clay was free. Together, Chen Dali, Zhou Jianya, and Zhou's father toiled for an entire afternoon, completing the wall, thereby cleaving the courtyard in 2. All the clutter previously amassed by Zhou Jiangwo's wife was now relocated to his side of the yard. Zhou's parents settled into Zhou Jianya's half. A new doorway was created. As Zhou Jiangwo, skilled in carpentry, could manage that task himself, allowing Chen Dali to refrain from overstepping. Fortunately, the village's homestead was spacious enough. The division did not render the home overly cramped. Chen Dali utilized the leftover bricks to construct a cooking platform, for even with the family split, meals still needed to be prepared. Luckily, they still had a small pot to make do with. When Zhou Jiangwo's wife, growing impatient waiting for her husband to come apologize and fetch her home, returned from her family's house, she was taken aback by the sight of the divided courtyard, and her displeasure was vocalized for quite some time. However, that was a story for another day. The day's labor was drawing to a close, and as dusk approached, Chen Dali and his spouse had to return home. Zhou Jiangwo called out to his sister, "Yanzi, do not hold any resentment towards your brother for his decisions." Zhou Jiangwo, a decent fellow albeit somewhat inarticulate and mild-tempered, had always been under the firm thumb of his wife since their marriage. This marked the first time he had contravened her wishes. "Let me have a word with Jianya," he said, "but honestly, you should stand your ground more often and not wallow in helplessness at home." Zhou Jiangwo remained silent. His undertaking of wall construction was, in fact, his greatest act of defiance against his wife. With a mere turn of the steering wheel, he would not trade his position for that of a county chief. This assertion held true. In this era, drivers were indeed a coveted asset. Given the uneven distribution of goods and the inefficiencies in logistics, drivers were in high demand. To outsiders, it appeared that they enjoyed a life of adventure, traversing the land and experiencing diverse cultures, while also earning a bit of extra income by transporting goods along their routes. Zhou Yin wholeheartedly supported Chen Dali's decision to enroll in driving school, even suggesting he rent an apartment in the county to save time on his daily commutes. However, Chen Dali outright rejected the idea, citing the numerous responsibilities at home and the need to care for their child. Fortunately, their village was not excessively far from the county, though it did require Chen Dali to cycle over 3 hours each day. Upon arriving at the driving school, Chen Dali realized that his prior understanding was rather superficial. The institution not only instructed on driving but also on vehicle maintenance. A driving license would only be issued after mastering both driving and repair skills. Drivers were expected to carry a toolbox and essential spare parts to address any issues that might arise during long journeys, handling minor repairs themselves while deferring major issues to repair shops. The renowned Xiao Laoda was prompt. Chen Dali and his companions attended the only driving school in the county. which was thriving, with reports of waiting lists extending into the following March. Those seeking to learn were either technicians from various enterprises or prospective backup drivers. Had it not been for Xiao Laoda's established connections, the trio would have faced an indefinite wait. At the driving school, there were 6 vehicles in total, 5 operational cars and 1 junked vehicle, the latter designated for students to explore the internal structure and components of a car. After 2 weeks, Chen Dali had merely experienced a few joyrides with the instructor. They were fortunate in their progress, as earlier cohorts had only managed to inspect the junked car. Chen Dali pondered. No wonder Zhou Yin remarked that once he obtained his license, their household chores would ease. At this rate, by the time their pigs were ready for market, he might still be without a license. Alas, this instructor was quite the taskmaster. The 2 young men who accompanied Chen Dali were named Wang Yang and Zhao Fei, and initially, the 3 were strangers to one another. It took several days of shared existence for them to become acquainted. Today, they accompanied their instructor to delve into theoretical knowledge. However, the coach's teachings were lackadaisical, shrouded in ambiguity, leaving all 3 participants bewildered, unable to grasp the overly vague content. After a brief period, the coach required a rest, further adding to their frustration. Despite this, they dared not slacken their efforts, fearing the loss of valuable insights that might hinder their chances of obtaining a driver's license. During the break, Wang Yang could not resist voicing his grievances, noting that touching the car required them to offer the instructor a pack of cigarettes. If the cigarettes were of inferior quality, the instructor would dismiss them with disdain, exhibiting an air of superiority. The coach's incoherent explanations were off-limits to inquiries, and anyone daring to ask a question would be met with palpable impatience, as if they had committed a great offense, embodying an attitude of self-importance. Earlier, while examining the interior of the vehicle, Zhao Fei accidentally activated the windshield wiper switch, provoking an explosive reaction from the instructor, whose irritable demeanor incited frustration among the 3. Alas, they were at the mercy of this coach, for as long as they lacked the necessary skills, they had no choice but to endure his temper. It was best to remain silent and not stir up trouble. Chen Dali observed Wang Yang, recognizing his youthful naivety. Xiao Laoda had merely facilitated their connections without promising to assist them in obtaining their licenses. This was the instructor's domain, and careless talk could lead to offense, incurring unnecessary costs and efforts. Chen Dali had scrutinized the instructors at this driving school and found most to be similarly arrogant, belittling their students as if they were grandchildren. Yet they possessed the leverage needed for those aspiring to learn to drive to tolerate such bad tempers. What if the 3 of us pool our money to treat the instructor to a meal? Perhaps we could also slip him a cigarette, Zhao Fei proposed, deeming it the most cost-effective solution. Chen Dali glanced at Zhao Fei and then at Wang Yang, both displaying no dissenting opinions. Thus he nodded in agreement. As the children sang their nursery rhymes, the new year approached. Little child, do not be greedy. After the 8th of December, the new year will be here. Drink the 8 treasure porridge for a few days, and on the 23rd, make sweet dumplings. The excitement of the approaching new year filled the air. This year marked Chen Dali's first new year since his rebirth, but it was also the most challenging year for his mother. It is often said that a mother worries for her child traveling 1,000 miles. Since Chun Liang's disappearance, his mother had not smiled once, becoming irritable and easily angered. Her once graceful demeanor now replaced by a nervous disposition. Residing alone in her courtyard, Chen Xiaoan feared for her safety. Consequently, Chen Dali financially supported Chen Xiaomei to care for their mother. Chen Xiaomei no longer lived with Chen Dazhuang, having long been reluctant to care for Wang Yingzi's children. Were it not for their mother's incessant nagging, she would not have taken it upon herself to look after the 2 rascals. Holding her dowry, Chen Xiaomei spoke with newfound confidence, often venturing out, much to Wang Yingzi's chagrin. Now, Chen Dali provides Chen Xiaomei with 2 yuan each month to look after his mother, and Chen Xiaomei is overjoyed, promptly returning to live with her. For years, she has cared for Chen Dazhuang's children, and though her efforts may not have been recognized, she has certainly endured her share of hardships. Yet, her sister-in-law guards her treats as if protecting against thieves, leading to frequent friction between them. Now, simply cooking for her own mother earns her 2 yuan, and Chen Xiaomei's heart blossoms with delight. Inherently selfish, she gravitates towards where the benefits lie. Upon seeing Zhou Yan, she dutifully addresses her as sister-in-law, no longer as disrespectfully as before. A fair-weather friend, she sways with the wind. Chen Dali does not expect her to grow particularly close to him. He merely hopes she will keep a watchful eye on their mother to avoid any mishaps, allowing everyone to live in peace. With Chen Dazhuang often away at work and Chen Liang's whereabouts unknown, if anything were to happen to their mother, It would ultimately fall upon him and Zhou Yan to address the situation, considering it a necessary expense to avert disaster. Chen Dali has already prepared for the new year. Yet due to Chen Liang's circumstances, the family has not stockpiled an abundance of festive goods. They can manage with modest provisions, as after all, they remain unaware of Chen Liang's suffering. Celebrating too exuberantly would not be appropriate. Life is meant to be lived for oneself, not for show. With only a few family members, there is no need to fuss over excessive arrangements. As the year-end approached, Chen Dali made a trip to the security team, presenting gifts to Captain Yang and Captain Bai in hopes of receiving news. Unfortunately, his hopes were dashed. The several locations divulged by two pig thieves yielded no trace of Chen Liang, and due to time and distance, other places had yet to be verified. Chen Dali could only beseech the security team to continue their search. Once again, this disheartening news struck Chen Mu, extinguishing any festive spirit she had, leading Chen Xiaomei to take charge of all household affairs. Chen Dali provided Chen Mu with 20 yuan, which constituted her annual pension, and also acquired some basic festive provisions for them. Having fulfilled his obligations, he returned home, intending to celebrate the new year privately with Zhou Yan, opting not to visit Chen Mu this year. Whether Chen Dazhuang would attend was of little concern to him, as he had already informed Chen Mu. Chen Dazhuang, having completed his work, returned to the village. Observing Chen Dali's actions, he too offered Chen Mu 20 yuan, and this year, having managed the family finances, he found himself with a surplus at year's end, reinforcing his decision to exclude Wang Yingzi from financial matters. The new year is a time for visiting relatives, conversing, and sharing meals, all in the spirit of nurturing familial bonds. This year, the family is aware that one member is missing, leading to hushed conversations, as they fear upsetting Chen Mu. The more they tiptoe around the subject, the more discomfort Chen Mu feels, ultimately losing interest in socializing and retreating to her room. Without her beloved one, the new year holds little joy. The hard-working common folk look forward to this festive season, seeking respite and a chance to reward themselves for their labor throughout the year. The farmers are not particularly fond of extravagance. Their pastimes are simple, consisting mainly of casual chatter and playing cards. Card games, often enjoyed by both the young and the old, can easily veer into the realm of gambling. A few young men from the village, aware that Chen Dali had managed to save some money this year, repeatedly invited him to join them for a game. Among them was one who shared a close camaraderie with Chen Liang. However, Chen Dali had little interest in gambling and no time to squander at the card table, so he politely declined their invitations. It was only during a conversation with the village chief that he learned this group of young men was known for setting traps to deceive others. Together, they would swindle unsuspecting individuals, easily raking in hundreds in a single evening. Their invitations to Chen Dali were likely not born of good intentions. Having long since outgrown the desire for frivolous entertainment, Chen Dali was solely focused on accumulating wealth. Upon rising early today, he found the world transformed. Winter had arrived, blanketing everything in a delicate layer of snow, creating a veritable kingdom of ice and snow. He gently checked the coal stove, where the coal still flickered with an orange hue, having burned through the night. This iron stove was indeed convenient. A single and a half pieces of coal could last an entire night, far warmer than the days of using a brazier. As he glanced outside, the weather appeared dull and overcast, with light snow still falling, making it difficult to discern the time. Lacking a clock at home posed its own inconveniences. Chen Dali set about preparing porridge by the warmth of the stove. Although the snowfall was not heavy, it had persisted throughout the night. He worried about the pigs. They must not encounter any troubles, for the losses would be severe. This concern had occupied his thoughts through the night. Fortunately, upon checking the pig pen, all seemed well. The pigs huddled together, seeking warmth. In a rush, he fetched a bag of straw to spread for the pigs, mindful of the frigid temperatures that could potentially harm them. On the 26th day of the 12th lunar month, the time to slaughter the New Year pig had arrived. However, Chen Dali refrained from doing so, believing that his pigs had not grown sufficiently plump and still had room to thrive. The thought of losing even one to the cold was too great a loss to bear. To his surprise, he discovered that no one in the village was slaughtering pigs this year, as his family was the sole household engaged in pig farming. After feeding the pigs and clearing the frozen dung from the pen, he worked up a good sweat. He pondered the market for pigs, hoping that all his efforts would not go unrewarded. With most relatives having departed, he was left with time to spend with his daughter, who had yet to experience snow. With thoughts of her in mind, he grabbed a bucket and stepped outside. The tiny snowflakes made a soft rustling sound against his body, and his heavy boots crunched delightfully in the snow. He imagined how much his precious daughter, Chen Yiru, would adore this snowfall. He envisioned building a large snowman together, certain it would bring her immense joy, filling him with warmth and happiness. Chen Dali began shoveling snow from his doorstep, swiftly clearing the accumulated snow from Weijia Alley to the side. With the snow he gathered, he constructed an adorable snowman at his entrance. A bucket served as a hat, its round head adorned with coal pieces for eyes, and a rotund belly completed its charming figure. Finally, Chen Dali fashioned a long nose from a carrot. When Chen Yiru awoke and beheld the snowman, her delight was palpable. It was her first encounter with snow. After a restful night, Chen Dali was roused by the howling wind. The snow, which had seemingly ceased the previous day, resumed its descent. Initially, it was but a few flakes, whispering as they touched the ground, but soon transformed into a flurry of delicate snowflakes dancing gracefully in the air. Gradually, the snowfall intensified, resembling a downpour of goose feathers swept along by a fierce gale, blanketing the yard he had so recently cleared in a shimmering layer of white. The sky cast a gloomy pall, and from a distance, the world appeared cloaked in a vast, white mosquito net. The snow settled gently on rooftops and fields, enveloping the entire realm as if draped in a soft, white quilt. At that moment, trees and the earth donned their snowy attire, transformed into a winter wonderland. A brisk wind swept through, scattering snowflakes that sparkled like silver, immersing the surroundings in a silvery embrace. This snowfall persisted intermittently for 2 days, bestowing a unique charm upon the landscape, while also introducing numerous inconveniences. The depth of snow was such that it concealed all roads, accumulating to the height of an adult's calf, thus disrupting the lives of the villagers. Each household commenced snow-clearing activities, transporting the snow from their yards via carts to the village's irrigation channels or large pits, where it would melt and provide water for the fields. One cannot help but commend the ingenuity of the farmers. While the adage "a timely snow heralds a bountiful year" rang true, should the snow continue to fall unrestrained, the enchanting winter wonderland might swiftly transform into a scene of calamity. In these times, the village boasted various constructions, but some were of questionable quality. If the snow accumulating on rooftops remained uncleared, the structures could very well succumb to the weight. Fortunately, the village chief possessed a keen sense of danger. He promptly gathered a group of sturdy laborers to assist in clearing the snow from the roofs of villagers' homes, with little else to occupy their time during the winter months. These energetic bachelors found a purpose in this endeavor. As for Chen Dali, he required no assistance. He diligently cleared the snow from his own roof and pigsty each day, aware that a collapse would be no trifling matter. He approached this task with the utmost caution. However, some families in the village lacked able-bodied men to undertake such labor, making the chief's efforts a significant boon. With winter settling in, there was little else to do but help clear the snow or remain indoors. Chen Dali found himself blessed with ample time to spend with Chen Yiru. The little girl had begun to call out for her father, though her pronunciation was rather endearing, as she would repeatedly call out Baba. Even so, every time Chen Yiru called out for her dad, Chen Dali's lips curled into a grin that nearly split his face in two, much to the chagrin of Zhou Yan, who often felt a twinge of jealousy. Logically speaking, the word mama should have been easier for her to articulate, yet the little Yiru inexplicably uttered dad first. In just 3 months, she would celebrate her first birthday. And the adage "a girl transforms beautifully at 18" held true for her. She was becoming increasingly enchanting. Perhaps it was due to her ample nutrition. But Yiru bore no resemblance to a child yet to reach her first year. Compared to her peers, she had long limbs, suggesting she would grow into a tall stature in the future. Chen Dali had never surpassed a height of 165 centimeters in his previous life, and he hoped she would exceed that mark. He contemplated that if an opportunity arose next year, he would certainly purchase a female lamb for Yiru, hoping that the consumption of fresh goat's milk might aid her growth into a tall young lady. In the village, no family indulged their daughters quite like Chen Dali did. His nurturing manifested in the quality of her food and the vibrancy of her clothing. These two aspects alone placed Yiru in a realm unattainable by other children. The living standards of Chen Dali's household were fairly average within the village, yet they stood out due to their relatively simple family structure and their willingness to indulge in life's pleasures. Even those villagers with wealth preferred to save rather than spend extravagantly on food and drink. When families did choose to splurge, it was typically on their sons, with little attention given to the daughters. The bracelet adorning Yiru's wrist often drew envious remarks from onlookers during their outings, which made Zhou Yan uneasy. She discreetly inquired of Chen Dali if he felt he might be spoiling Yiru too much. However, in Chen Dali's view, he had done nothing excessive. He merely spent his hard-earned money on his wife and daughter. With their combined efforts, they could afford such luxuries, so how could this be deemed spoiling? It seemed the villagers had never truly witnessed what genuine indulgence looked like. In the village, everything was transparent. Even a simple act, like a morning fart, could be the topic of gossip by afternoon, with everyone speculating about its scent. At not yet a year old, Yiru's pampered demeanor had already become common knowledge. It was worth noting that aside from a bit of morning crankiness, she exhibited no other faults. Clinging to her father's arm, Yiru stood trembling, pointing insistently outside while calling out for him. Since witnessing the snowman Chen Dali had built for her, she had become utterly enchanted with the world of snow, yearning to remain outdoors all day. Yet, given the frigid weather, Chen Dali could not bear to let her stay outside for long, fearing she might turn into a popsicle. "It's too cold outside, darling. We shan't go out," he coaxed gently. Alas, the authority of a loving father could not withstand the sweet entreaties of his beloved daughter. Thus, he held her close, standing at the door to admire the snowy landscape, although Yiru remained somewhat dissatisfied. Engaging in playful antics with her has yielded unexpected consequences. Now, a single day without venturing outdoors renders her quite distressed. Such is the nature of children. "Come here, let me hold our daughter while I fetch her a grand icicle." Chen Dali gently placed his daughter into Zhou Yan's arms. Hanging from the eaves of their home were rows of icicles, varying in length and remarkably beautiful. These icicles formed during the day as melting snow dripped rhythmically from the roof. Once night descended and temperatures plummeted below freezing, the meltwater solidified, gradually sculpting these transparent ice formations resembling stalactites. Each crystalline icicle's tip appeared to cradle a tiny droplet, casting a kaleidoscope of colors that was nothing short of enchanting. Chen Dali carefully detached 2 icicles, surprising himself with their weight. With these 2 sparkling treasures in hand, Chen Yiru ceased her insistence on going outside to witness the snow or build a snowman. However, the little glutton, seizing a moment of inattention from Zhou Yan, grasped one end of an icicle and leaned down to lick it. "Oh dear, that is for viewing only, my child." Zhou Yan quickly scooped Chen Yiru into her embrace. "You mustn't grab it. Just look at your father, always toying with such things. The child finds joy in it, so let me break one for her." Chen Dali shattered an icicle, and as Chen Yiru caught a piece in her hand, she immediately shivered from the cold, causing the icicle to slip from her grasp and fall to the floor. "You see, she has touched it and understands the chill. She won't attempt to grasp or eat it again," Chen Dali remarked. "Your reasoning is rather skewed. I fear our daughter may inherit your tendencies, already quite the handful." Zhou Yan chuckled as she pointed at Chen Yiru. The spring chill lingered, and the wind cut against their faces with a biting cold. Chen Dali wrapped his coat tighter and stomped his feet, attempting to generate warmth, though his efforts proved futile. He had been waiting at this intersection for over an hour. The sweat from his earlier cycling had dissipated completely, leaving his damp autumn shirt clinging uncomfortably to his skin. Chen Dali scanned the intersection. It was still early, and while pedestrians were plentiful, not a single large truck was in sight. This route served as the sole artery connecting the county to other regions. Vehicles traveling north and south could only traverse this asphalt road. Perhaps it was simply too early, and the trucks had yet to depart from the town. Chen Dali had no choice but to exercise patience, keeping a vigilant watch, fearful of missing the passing vehicles. Just days prior, the weather had been rather mild, hinting at the arrival of spring. However, the warmth lasted barely 2 days before the chill returned, catching everyone off guard as the temperature plummeted once more into the depths of winter. Thankfully, Chen Dali had not yet stored away the winter clothing at home. Otherwise, he would surely be at a loss in this biting cold. After much effort during the festive season, the Pan family ultimately could not sway the obstinate Pan Si. The patriarch of the Pan family finally relented and permitted Pan Si to venture out into the world, albeit with a stipulation. If he failed to make something of himself this year, he must dutifully enlist in the military the following year, without further evasion. Overwhelmed with joy at this news, Pan Si could hardly contain his eagerness to join others in exploring new horizons. However, embarking on such an adventure with unfamiliar companions is no trivial matter. Despite Pan Si's cunning, his youth rendered him inexperienced against the seasoned individuals of the outside world. Fortunately, the weather was conducive for travel. Boss Chiao's trucks had commenced their operations, and rather than simply joining another group, Pan Si sought the favor of Boss Chiao to look after him. The patriarch of the Pan family leveraged his connections to ensure Pan Si could accompany one of Boss Chiao's subordinates and gain some experience. Deep down, the elder hoped that Pan Si would face some challenges in the outside world. thereby dispelling his unrealistic aspirations and compelling him to adhere to the path laid out for him. Having consumed more salt than others have eaten rice, he could not bear to see his youngest son go astray. Alas, his son was a stubborn mule, unwilling to comply. Choosing to travel with Boss Chow's convoy was wise. Given the poor transportation conditions, some areas lacking roads altogether, accompanying the truck would offer both convenience and safety. The seasoned truck drivers were accustomed to the perils of the road and could provide support if trouble arose. Chen Dali was still learning to drive in the county and, upon receiving the news, could not return to the town in time. He could only take his chances here, sending off his good friend. On this main road, one must wait at this juncture after leaving the county. Lacking prior arrangements, Chen Dali could only wait patiently. The weather was bitterly cold, far from the expectations of spring. And just when Chen Dali was on the brink of enduring the chill, a green truck slowly emerged at the end of the road, likely the very one Pan Si was on. Chen Dali quickly pulled down a scarf, excitedly waving his hand as his heart brimmed with elation. The truck parked at the roadside, and a figure pushed open the door. Leaping down from the side of the truck, it was indeed Pan Si. "Dali, why are you standing out here? I spotted you from afar and even asked the driver who it was." Pan Si greeted Chen Dali with a beaming smile. "I was waiting for you," Chen Dali replied, slightly annoyed. "You rushed out so quickly that I couldn't even go to your home to find you. I could only take my chances here. Luckily, I had inquired about the trucks leaving today, or I would have missed you entirely. I sent it because I was worried you wouldn't find the time," Pan Si retorted. They had shared a small gathering during the new year, and Pan Si knew that Chen Dali was studying to drive in the county. Reluctant to delay his friend, Pan Si glanced at Chen Dali, whose nose was reddened from the cold. He refrained from further speech, instead reaching out to pat Chen Dali firmly on the back. Such brotherly affection was deeply appreciated. "All right then, I'm just saying this for your sake. Others are waiting." Chen Dali slightly shifted his body to obstruct the driver's view, unbuttoned his coat, and retrieved a roll of money, whispering to Pan Si, "Venturing out is good. It broadens one's horizons. This is a small token from me and your sister-in-law. When you return, discreetly tuck this away in an inconspicuous place. And be cautious on your journey. Unfortunately, I have yet to obtain my driver's license. Otherwise, you could travel with me for companionship. I cannot possibly accept your and your wife's money. Save it for raising your daughter," Pan Si replied, attempting to return the money. The fact that his friend had come to see him off was already a heartfelt gesture. He could not accept any financial aid. He was content with his own provisions. And besides, his mother had generously given him a substantial sum before his departure. "Come now, just take it. No need to fuss about. We wouldn't want anyone to see," Chen Dali said, growing impatient with Pan Si's reluctance. He grasped Pan Si's arm and firmly placed the roll of money into his hand. "Quickly put it away. Exercise caution on the road." Although Xiao Laodao wields considerable influence, one must always remain vigilant. "Very well, consider this your investment," Pan Si replied, masking his emotional turmoil with a smile. This friend had orchestrated such a heartfelt moment, leaving him feeling somewhat unprepared. "Just hide it beneath your shoe or in your sock. Do not keep all the money together." Before Chen Dali could impart more advice, the truck horn blared twice. A figure leaned out from the driver's side window, brusquely announcing, "Hey, it's time to go. We have a journey ahead. We can discuss matters later." Chen Dali did not recognize the driver, but it made no difference. He approached and offered the driver a pack of cigarettes. "Please take care of him on the road. This is his first time away from home." The driver examined the cigarettes in hand. "Ah, red double happiness," he said, his demeanor softening. "No need for such formality. We should look out for one another on the road. Get in. We've said what needs to be said. Stay safe out there," he added. Pan Si's dream had always been to explore the world beyond, not as a one-way trip, but as an opportunity to experience life. At last, he had decided to pursue his aspirations, and Chen Dali wholeheartedly supported his desire to see the world. "Time to head back." Pan Si climbed into the truck, which began to roll forward. He hesitated to look back until Chen Dali's figure faded from view, at which point he turned his gaze away. The exhilaration he had felt since leaving home began to wane. Aside from the driver, another individual occupied the truck. Typically, there would be two people to alternate driving duties, ensuring the timely transport of goods. This person likely recognized Chen Dali, as everyone worked under Xiao Laoda's command, and even if they were not personally acquainted, his name would ring a bell. He nudged Pan Si's arm, curiously inquiring, "Isn't that Chen Dali? Is he a relative of yours?" "He's my brother," Pan Si replied, perking up. "You two seem quite close," the individual remarked. It is indeed thoughtful to wait here for you. The driver, having received a fine box of cigarettes, felt an immense uplift in his spirits. As they drove through the desolate countryside, often enduring late nights on the road, cigarettes served as a refreshing stimulant, especially when it was a box of Hongshuanxi. He placed the cigarettes in the glove compartment, casually remarking that whoever wanted to smoke should help themselves. Indeed, Pansy acknowledged, but fell silent thereafter, retreating into a tranquil repose. The inquisitive speaker, noticing Pansy's lack of engagement, chose to refrain from further conversation. Aware that they had ample time ahead, the driver ceased his chatter, attentively observing the road conditions. Although the vehicle could accommodate 3 passengers, it was undeniably more comfortable for just 2. He felt a twinge of reluctance at the thought of carrying Pansy, whom he viewed as a burden. Having traveled this route multiple times, they had grown accustomed to it, often taking advantage of their work-related opportunities to transport various items. Boss Chow turned a blind eye to this practice, understanding that his employees needed to make a living. However, each individual had their own methods, and everyone was keen to secure their profitable routes. The presence of an additional person brought about an element of risk, and the driver hoped that Pansy would exhibit some awareness. Gripping the steering wheel, he pondered these thoughts. After seeing off Pansy, Chen Dali arrived at the driving school to continue his lessons. He couldn't help but exclaim how cumbersome it had become to obtain a driver's license these days. Chen Dali and his companions had progressed to the practical phase of driving, yet the process was fraught with complications that hindered their learning. Even after receiving a gift, the instructor's demeanor showed no significant change. He still maintained his aloof attitude, yet the instruction became markedly more detailed. While an earlier batch was still familiarizing themselves with the car components, the instructor had already begun guiding the 3 of them through the driving procedures. It is undeniable that no man can resist the allure of automobiles. Every man harbors a fondness for cars. Compared to sedans, heavy trucks represent an even greater temptation for men. After familiarizing themselves with the vehicle parts and repair tools under the instructor's guidance, the trio even learned to handle welding equipment. In this era, when a vehicle broke down, it was not as simple as calling a repair company. One had to diagnose the issue, identify the faulty part, and directly remove it. Unlike the convenience of ordering a replacement part via courier, one had to manually grind and fit parts, ensuring compatibility through painstaking effort. Even in the event of a dented door, one would have to carefully hammer it back into shape, apply putty, and repaint it. Since embarking on their journey to learn about vehicle repairs, the hands of the 3 men had seldom remained clean. They were perpetually stained with paint or oil. Fortunately, their diligent efforts bore fruit, and they finally passed the examination on vehicle repairs set by their driving instructor, progressing to the next phase of learning to drive. Chen Dali, due to having accompanied his daughter in obtaining a driver's license in a previous life, possessed a wealth of theoretical knowledge. When he first took to the wheel for practical driving, he mentally traversed the driving process several times. Only after the procedure had become second nature did he turn the key and start the engine. Remarkably, he navigated the course without stalling or making a single error, coming to a steady stop at the starting point. Chen Dali, quite impressive for a novice driver. It seems he has the makings of a true driver. With a bit more practice, he would likely be ready for the road. The instructor praised Chen Dali before signaling the next student to continue with practical driving. Wang Yang, next in line, climbed into the driver's seat, his hands trembling slightly on the steering wheel, not from fear, but from an overwhelming excitement at finally being able to drive. He neglected to fasten his seatbelt, an increasingly common oversight these days. Turning the key, he had no issue starting the engine. Releasing the handbrake went smoothly as well. He pressed the horn without any complications. However, when it came time to shift gears, his arm extended too far and inadvertently brushed against the instructor's thigh, causing the instructor's expression to darken noticeably. Gritting his teeth, the instructor managed to utter, "Pay attention." Wang Yang internally lamented the difficulty of observing the necessary details while shifting gears without the freedom to look down. Despite his embarrassment, he awkwardly continued. On his first attempt, nerves got the better of him, and he failed to engage the gear. Finally, on the second try, he succeeded, and the car moved in a remarkably straight line. Wang Yang's arms gripped the steering wheel tightly, afraid to make any adjustments. "Relax your grip. You're going to wrench the steering wheel off." The instructor barked in frustration. The mention of the steering wheel made Wang Yang want to look down, further exasperating the instructor. "Look at the road. You can't just focus on the steering wheel. There are words above it." Fortunately, he managed to bring the car to a steady stop at the starting point. Clearly, more practice was necessary. The instructor then called upon Zhao Fei to take his turn. Zhao Fei, with his exuberant personality, was the least steady among the trio. Although his maneuvers were somewhat awkward, he encountered no significant issues. Surprisingly, he exhibited a remarkable aptitude for racing. Upon pressing the accelerator, he seemed to forget all caution. He even managed to create a sensation of drifting on flat ground. I'm instructing you to drive, not to fly a plane, while others drive as if guiding ants. You're just flooring the accelerator. Are you trying to send us to the Western paradise? Steady, steady. Slow down. Brake. The instructor, nearly resorting to the handbrake, was relieved when Zhao Fei eventually brought the vehicle to a precise stop at the starting point. However, his precision did not earn him praise. Rather, he received a stern reprimand from the instructor, who felt that Zhao Fei was treating driving as a reckless game. Amidst the instructor's shouts, the three of them ultimately secured their respective driver's licenses. Chapter 79. The basket. Though they had obtained their licenses, venturing onto the roads was no trivial matter. Possessing a license did not imply that Chen Dali and his companions were prepared to drive professionally. After all, large trucks were valuable assets, not easily afforded by the average individual, and should not be handled carelessly. Although Chen Dali and his two companions worked for Boss Chiao, they did not belong to the same leader. The three individuals, briefly united by their shared experience of learning to drive, soon parted ways. Upon Chen Dali's return to the town after mastering the skills, Brother Dong began arranging for him to accompany a driver. During this period, they would only undertake short-haul trips rather than long-distance journeys. The knowledge possessed by an experienced driver far surpasses that of a mere instructor. By shadowing the driver on shorter routes, familiarizing himself with the road conditions of the surrounding counties, and taking turns driving to alleviate the driver's fatigue, Chen Dali could hone his driving skills, familiarize himself with the terrain, and build his confidence. The driver assigned to Chen Dali was not a stranger. Rather, he was a distant relative sharing the same surname, named Dong Weigua. In his 30s, Dong Weigua was of a different generation, and by familial standards, Chen Dali should address him as Uncle Dong. However, they maintained their own forms of address. Out of respect for Brother Dong, Dong Weigua readily agreed to allow Chen Dali to practice driving with him. It was certainly advantageous to have someone willing to help, provided that this person's skills were reliable. Chen Dali's driving proficiency was quite commendable, and after a brief test drive, Dong Weigua was pleased to endorse him. With decent driving skills, Chen Dali could assist without threatening Dong Weigua's position, while also providing Brother Dong with a favor, an arrangement that was mutually beneficial. Thus commenced Chen Dali's semi-apprenticeship alongside the driver. Although their longest trips merely spanned from the town to the county and then to other nearby towns, they ventured no further, as Dong Weigua explained that the current season was slack, with limited cargo to transport. Their sole responsibility was to deliver goods to Boss Chiao's warehouse, and once summer passed, opportunities for long-distance travel would increase, potentially yielding greater earnings. For the time being, this arrangement suited Chen Dali well, as it allowed him ample time to tend to his family, since they were engaged in short-haul trips and did not have to worry about overnight stays. Chen Dali would return home regardless of how late it was, attending to agricultural chores and household duties. This alleviated the burden for his wife, Zhou Yan, allowing her to focus on caring for their children without the added strain of managing household tasks. On this particular day, Chen Dali accompanied Dong Weigua on 2 trips to deliver pickled vegetables to the county. After completing their deliveries, their workday came to an end. In an effort to conserve fuel, their truck was required to return to the designated location set by Boss Chiao after unloading. All vehicles were stored there when not in use, facilitating centralized management. Under normal circumstances, they would have returned home after finishing their tasks. However, today marked the 3rd birthday of Dong Weigua's youngest son. The Dong family had already prepared for an evening banquet at their home. According to local customs, significant milestones such as a child's first month, first birthday, and 3rd birthday are celebrated with great importance. Families of means often host a feast for their children. Although Dong Weigua was extending his kindness to Chen Dali out of respect for Brother Dong, Chen Dali was genuinely grateful for Dong Weigua's generosity. Consequently, when Dong Weigua extended an invitation for a banquet, he also presented a substantial gift to the young lad. As a well-connected relative of the Dong family, Old Dong naturally found himself among the invited guests. Most of the attendees were relatives of Dong Weigua, including distant kin from Old Dong's side, leading to many who indulged in drinking with him. The dishes were not served until 6:30, and by that time, Old Dong was already quite inebriated, despite Chen Dali having barely sampled the fare. Noticing this, Chen Dali felt a sense of unease and kept a vigilant eye on old Dong's condition. Dong Weigua, who had spent years in transportation and had a substantial fortune, treated everyone with fine food and drink. Given the scarcity of such opportunities, many revelers overindulged. And by the end of the evening, old Dong was thoroughly intoxicated, courtesy of his relatives. Chen Dali took it upon himself to escort old Dong back to the Dong household, where he was met with mild reproach from the matriarch for his drunken state. After enduring the evening's festivities, when Chen Dali finally returned to his village, the night had completely enveloped the sky, likely around 8 or 9 o'clock. Fortunately, with the days growing longer, he still had time to tend to the pig pen and manage household chores. Speaking of the pig pen, Chen Dali could hardly contain his delight. During the new year, his family's pigs had not been sold, leading to much gossip. However, after several months, the pigs were now ready for market. Each of the swine weighed approximately 200 pounds, lumbering about as if they could scarcely move. Their appetite had grown significantly, requiring multiple feedings each day. Chen Dali took responsibility for feeding them in the morning and evening, while Zhou Yin would supplement their diet at noon and in the afternoon to ensure they gained weight. With the feed supply dwindling, he realized they would need to purchase additional high-quality feed before the pigs could be sold. As he contemplated the future, Chen Dali envisioned selling the pigs once they met market standards, ideally on the Dragon Boat Festival. During this holiday, families would treat themselves, leading to an increased demand for pork and consequently higher prices. At this hour, with summer not yet upon them, the absence of electricity and lighting meant that people retired early, leaving the streets in tranquil silence, occasionally punctuated by the distant barks of dogs, which alleviated the solitude of the homeward path. Upon entering the piggery, before reaching his own door, Chen Dali noticed a dark pile in front of his home, illuminated by the silvery moonlight. He distinctly remembered having cleaned the yard that morning, expecting it to be immaculate. Could it be refused discarded by Zhou Yin during the day? As he approached cautiously, he discovered that the shadowy mass was, in fact, a large woven basket, common in rural households yet seldom used, due to its ample size and the infrequency with which people found a need for it. The basket, typically crafted from sorghum stalks or woven with rattan, boasts a sturdy texture capable of holding various items. When a family welcomes a newborn, it is customary to use such a basket to present red eggs and steamed buns to relatives, delivering one to each household. However, the sight of a basket at their doorstep was somewhat unexpected for Chen Dali. Upon reflecting on the relatives closest to him, he realized none had recently welcomed a child. Moreover, if it were indeed a gift of red eggs and buns, one could simply knock on the door to give them to Zhou Yin directly. As he pondered who might have sent it, he noticed a small cloth draped over the basket. When he prodded it with his foot, a faint whimper emerged, startling him. Fortunately, on his way home, Sister Dong had provided him with an oil lamp, which gave him the courage to lift the cloth. To his astonishment, a baby lay within, abandoned at their doorstep. The infant, eyes tightly shut and swaddled in a precious cloth, was startled by the sudden light and began to whimper, a sound barely louder than that of a newly born kitten. Having raised children himself, Chen Dali estimated the baby to be around a month old. Anger surged within him. Yet recognizing the gravity of the situation, he knew he had to take the child home. Standing at his door, he peered into the dim alley. It was shrouded in darkness. He could hear Mrs. Wang next door splashing water in her yard, faintly conversing with her son, but sensed no other presence in the alley. He reached out to touch the baby's small hand and felt its coolness, indicating the child had likely been left there for some time. Anyone faced with an inexplicably abandoned child would feel a surge of irritation and frustration. Reluctantly, Chen Dali carried the basket inside and closed the gate behind him, standing quietly at the entrance for a while, yet hearing no footsteps in the alley. Inside, Zhou Yin was playing with their daughter. Having already heard Chen Dali's footsteps at the door, ordinarily, he would return home exuberantly, eager to embrace his daughter. Yet today, he lingered outside for an unusually long time. Didn't you go out drinking? Why have you returned with a basket? Didn't you say someone's child was celebrating their 3rd birthday? Zhou Yin queried, puzzled. In their community, apart from the custom of celebrating a newborn's first month with red eggs for relatives, such a basket was seldom used. Wife, did you hear any strange noises tonight? Chen Dali responded to her confusion with a question of his own. What noises? I haven't heard anything odd. What's the matter, Brother Dali? Zhou Yin was bewildered by his inquiry. Dear wife, please don't be angry. Chen Dali gently placed the basket on the table. I found this at our doorstep. Do you think someone purposely left it here? What an odd occurrence, indeed. Zhou Yin jested. Her curiosity piqued as she lifted the tattered cloth covering the basket. Goodness! Who could be so heartless as to place such a small child inside? She exclaimed vehemently. The infant's fragile frame lay atop a mere scrap of fabric within the rigid basket, leaving one to ponder the motivations behind such an act. As a mother herself, she felt the pangs of empathy. How could one subject a child to such indignities? The commotion stirred the baby, who began to whimper softly. His cries faint and feeble. Chen Yiru, hearing the disturbance, crawled out of bed with innocent curiosity. Daddy, look. Chen Dali lifted his daughter, directing her gaze toward the basket. What do you make of this? It's already dark, and I stood at the door for ages without noticing who left it. The child's hands felt cold, indicating he had likely been there for some time. Did you hear anything while I was away? Feeling her heart soften, Zhou Yin could no longer bear the sound of the baby's cries. She gently lifted him from the basket, cradling him in her arms and rocking him tenderly until he fell asleep once more. I truly didn't hear anything. I returned home early today and played with our daughter in the yard for quite a while, she mused, reflecting on the lack of clues. Honey, can you check if the child has any distinguishing marks? Any birthmarks? Chen Dali pondered, feeling a sense of urgency. We should take him to the village chief tomorrow. He believed they could not keep the child in their home. Zhou Yin carefully laid the infant on the bed, noticing the conditions of the family that must have abandoned him. The cloth covering the basket, though clean, had lost its vibrancy, and the thin blanket wrapped around the child appeared worn and rough. As she delicately unwrapped the blanket, she discovered that the little one was, in fact, a boy. This revelation was curious. In their region, there was a strong preference for sons, exacerbated by family planning policies. Urban households were limited to one child, while rural families could have a second if the first was a girl. Many families, desperate for a son, might resort to abandoning a daughter to try for another child. Yet here was Chen Dali, having found a baby boy. It was perplexing. How could a family so entrenched in traditional values abandon a son, especially such a young one? Zhou Yin examined the child's hands and feet, relieved to find no signs of deformity. She searched for her daughter's old diapers to use for the infant. In her movements, she inadvertently stirred the boy, who merely furrowed his brow and let out a soft whimper before drifting back into slumber. Dear Dali, do you not see how adorable this child is? I estimate he weighs around 6 or 7 pounds. Gazing at the soft, cherubic figure, Zhou Yan's maternal instincts surged forth. I must clarify, however, that this child cannot stay with us, Chen Dali stated directly to Zhou Yan. In a short while, I will be embarking on a long journey, and with so many responsibilities at home, coupled with our daughter still being so young and your lack of assistance, I simply do not possess the benevolence or the energy to care for another's child. I never suggested that we adopt him. I merely wanted you to take a look. Zhou Yin replied with a playful smile. Please do not entertain any thoughts. I will step outside for a moment. This child cannot be sent away today. Let him spend the night with us. Place him over there, away from our daughter. Tonight will suffice, and tomorrow I will seek out the village chief. After arranging for their daughter, Chen Dali stepped outside. The alley remained tranquil, and he scanned it twice with his oil lamp, yet discovered no clues. The ground had been heavily trodden, and with the dry weather, no footprints were discernible. Chen Dali continued down the alley to the street outside, where not a single figure could be seen, which was peculiar. Troubled thoughts kept him awake, leading him to tidy up the pigsty. The more he accomplished now, the less Zhou Yin would have to do tomorrow. The dim light of the oil lamp cast a shadowy glow, making it difficult to distinguish objects. Yet this did not hinder Chen Dali's pace as he cleaned the pig pen and prepared the feed required for the following morning before returning home. There has long been a saying in the countryside: if a family cannot bear a son, they may adopt a young boy from another household to attract a son. Although everyone recognized this as an old wives' tale, some still ventured to try it. Zhou Yin had been married to Chen Dali for over 4 years, and their daughter, Chen Yiru, was on the verge of turning one. Although Chen Dali had never voiced any concerns, the prevailing societal norms prioritizing sons, coupled with the traditional beliefs of their mothers, had perpetually influenced her thoughts. Typically, as Chen Dali remained silent, she refrained from bringing up the topic to avoid distress. However, having stumbled upon a young boy, she sensed a fortuitous opportunity. Zhou Yan's thoughts spiraled, recalling the old adage about adopting a child to invite a son. A flicker of excitement stirred within her. If they could indeed attract a son, their family's circumstances could accommodate the upbringing of such a child. Zhou Yin did not lack affection for her daughter. After all, flesh of her flesh is always cherished, but having been shaped by her environment, she felt a compelling need for a boy in the family. Having another son would provide their daughter with assurance and a support system in the future. Chapter 8. Delivering the child to the police station. The crisp crowing of a rooster roused Chen Dali, who had spent the night restless. Gently, he withdrew his arm from around his wife's waist and cautiously dressed before getting out of bed. Chen Dali typically enjoyed sound sleep and seldom experienced insomnia. However, the presence of an additional child in bed felt like a ticking time bomb. He tossed and turned throughout the night, careful not to make any sudden movements for fear of waking his daughter. Some infants suffer from the affliction of night crying, but fortunately, this little one is rather well behaved. Before bedtime, Zhou Yin fed him half a cup of barley milk, ensuring he was well fed and had a fresh diaper. The little fellow enjoyed a peaceful night's sleep, even more soundly than Chen Yiru. Although Chen Dali did not intend to keep this child, he knew he must ensure the child was well fed before sending him away. So he busily prepared a meal. With the weather warming up, the iron stove in the room had been dismantled, and cooking could now only take place in the kitchen. Chen Dali had grown accustomed to using a large pot. He believed that meals prepared in a traditional earthen stove were far superior. The iron stove was merely a temporary solution for winter, and the porridge made in the large pot was thicker and more enjoyable for Chen Yiru. Despite her young age, Chen Yiru had quite discerning tastes. Recently, Chen Hua's sister had a soldier returning from leave who brought back some black rice. Chen Hua had arranged for some to be sent back for Chen Yiru to enjoy in her porridge. They did not cultivate rice in their area, and the white rice they consumed was still purchased at high prices from elsewhere. Even with their improved living conditions, Chen Dali's household was still eating a mixture of rice. It was the first time Chen Dali had seen rice of such a dark hue. The quantity brought to him was meager, merely half a small cloth bag. He felt grateful that Chen Hua cared for her child. After tasting the boiled black rice porridge, Chen Yiru developed a fondness for this ingredient. Unfortunately, black rice was scarce and could not be consumed regularly. The little amount they had was too precious. So Chen Dali mixed white rice with black rice to stretch its use. The white rice was soft and glutinous, while the black rice was glossy and chewy. This porridge filled Chen Yiru's bowl, and she could eat it independently without needing her parents to feed her. During mealtime, the scene was far removed from the chaotic modern-day image of children running about while adults chased after them with food. Grain was a precious commodity. The able-bodied men in the household were prioritized for meals, receiving the hearty portions first, while the women and children subsisted on thin gruel to fill their stomachs. After washing the rice, Chen Dali added several large dried jujubes to the pot, placing a steamer on top of the porridge, along with some rolled steamed bread and sweet potatoes. Thus, today's meal was prepared. Just as Chen Dali placed the lid on the pot, he felt a pair of arms encircle his waist. Turning to see his wife, he asked, "What's wrong? Why are you up so early today?" Chen Dali had been restless, unable to sleep due to concerns about how to accommodate the child, while Zhou Yin was equally sleepless, pondering the same issue. However, their thoughts were entirely at odds with one another. Zhou Yin tightly embraced Chen Dali's waist, resting her head against his back, and after a moment, softly inquired, "Dali, perhaps we should keep this child?" Chen Dali had sensed something amiss when he observed Zhou Yin tenderly cradling the child and feeding him barley milk the day before. Zhou Yin had once been a self-conscious girl, often ridiculed by Chen's mother for not bearing a son and bullied by Wang Yingzi. Since her rebirth, Chen Dali had been nurturing Zhou Yan's confidence, and though there had been a slight improvement, it was clear that she had not fully transformed. "No," he replied firmly. Chen Dali gently patted Zhou Yanhua's hand resting on his waist. "If you feel pity for the child, when we send him off later, we can simply give him some items that a child might use. Dali, look at how obedient this child is, and he is so small. I believe no one would notice if we raised him," Zhou Yin said reluctantly. "Look at our daughter. She is not yet a year old and cannot be separated from us. Raising a child is not merely about having another pair of chopsticks at the table. If we take him in, our daughter will inevitably receive less care. Besides, this child is not unknown. He was abandoned at our doorstep, which signifies something, don't you think?" Chen Dali turned to embrace his wife, gazing down at her. "This indicates that the person who abandoned him knows our situation well. They are aware that we have only one daughter and likely assumed we would desire a son, thinking we would adopt this child. I certainly do not want him." Seeing her husband's firm attitude, Zhou Yan's own thoughts wavered, yet she still murmured, "But he is a boy." Chen Dali lifted his wife's chin, playfully contorting her face with his fingers. "Comrade Zhou Yan, such thinking is unacceptable. Regardless of whether he is a boy, he has no connection to us. Even though I have only one daughter, I will not take someone else's son. Please do not value sons over daughters. Even if he were a boy, I would not want him." But they say adopting a child will bring a boy into the family. Zhou Yin looked at Chen Dali with hopeful eyes, wishing he would change his mind. It is worth noting that even in his past life, Chen Dali had only one daughter, Chen Yiru, and he had never considered adopting a child from a brother's family as a son. This illustrates that the desire for a son did not stir even the slightest ripple in his heart. What use is a son? It is far better to have only a daughter, as I will leave all my possessions to her. I do not wish to hear talk of sons. Refrain from mentioning it in front of our daughter in the future. Chen Dali understood that he could not change Zhou Yan's mind overnight. He kissed her forehead reassuringly. I am already very content with Yiru as my daughter. Do not overthink it. She will likely wake soon. Go check on her while I prepare the meal. As Zhou Yin left, Chen Dali hastened to tend to the fire. He had responsibilities to attend to outside, contemplating the necessity of resolving the situation with the child swiftly, lest someone discover him and encourage Zhou Yin to adopt him. Chen Dali reassured himself that he was acting in accordance with his conscience. He and the infant were mere strangers, and he prepared half a bottle of milk powder, a few diapers, and a clean little cotton blanket for the child. Naturally, he chose items that his daughter no longer needed. He was not a saint. He simply felt a twinge of compassion for a baby so young and abandoned, wishing to offer a small measure of assistance without pretending to be more than he was. Due to Chen Dali's stern refusal, Zhou Yin temporarily set aside her thoughts. However, when she later broached the subject with her mother, she was met with a scolding, admonished for her thoughtlessness and lack of reliability, while her mother praised Chen Dali for handling the matter appropriately. Of course, that is a tale for another time. Last night, under the dim glow of an oil lamp, Chen Dali and his wife were only aware that the little one was a boy. Now, with the bright daylight illuminating the room, they took the opportunity, while Zhou Yin was changing the child's diaper, to closely observe the child's features. The infant appeared to be merely a month or two old, with skin that had just begun to take on a delicate whiteness. His eyes were slender, and his small nose crinkled as he gazed around, not crying or fussing. Even when wetting his diaper, he only let out a few soft whimpers, exuding a certain charm. In contrast to Zhou Yan's overflowing maternal affection, Chen Dali merely glanced at the child before securely cradling his daughter and patiently feeding her porridge. Once Zhou Yan had attended to the little one and her own daughter's belly was full, Chen Dali retrieved the basket from the previous night, placed an old blanket he had found at the bottom, and gently placed the child back inside, covering the basket with a piece of tattered cloth as he had done the night before. Are you really sending this child away today? Zhou Yan asked, puzzled, as she had assumed Chen Dali would let the child stay for a couple of days to search for the biological parents. You can hardly manage 2 children at home. Once I leave, you and our daughter will be alone, and I suspect the person who abandoned the child might come back to check on the situation. This was merely Chen Dali's conjecture. Be careful on your way, and don't jostle the child, Zhou Yin advised. Initially, Chen Dali had intended to take the child to the village chief, asking him to identify the child's family. However, after a restless night of contemplation, his thoughts had shifted. Even if he informed the village chief, the elder would likely have him temporarily care for the child while continuing to search for the parents, thereby prolonging the child's stay in their home. He also decided against seeking assistance from the local security team, aware that they would have no means to accommodate the child. This situation underscored the importance of the governmental system. After all, one could always seek the police for assistance. Chen Dali did not disclose to Zhou Yin his intention to take the child directly to the county. With matters weighing on his mind, Chen Dali arose early that morning. After finishing breakfast, he set out, while only a few families in the village were stirring to prepare their meals, accompanied by the curling smoke of cooking fires. He embarked on the journey to the county. In the past, he would ride his bicycle with great vigor, but now, with the basket in tow and a little one nestled inside, he found himself pedaling with increased caution. Fortunately, he finally arrived in the county. Thanks to his recent travels alongside Dong Weigua, he had become quite familiar with the routes, managing to take shortcuts and reach the county after an hour of cycling. At this moment, as the local police station commenced its day, Chen Dali arrived to find Officer Wang still chewing on a bun. Perplexed, he glanced at the clock on the wall, noting that it was quite early for a case to arise. Quickly adjusting his appearance, Officer Wang greeted Chen Dali, inquiring if he could be of assistance. Chen Dali gently placed the satchel he had been carrying onto the floor, revealing a sleeping child within. He eagerly shook hands with Officer Wang, warmly introducing himself and requesting assistance regarding the satchel. He lifted a corner of the cloth covering the basket, explaining that he had found it at his doorstep the previous evening. Officer Wang, upon seeing the child, promptly called over a colleague. And together they led Chen Dali to take a statement. In their county, incidents of abandoned children were not uncommon. Those who were heartless enough to discard their offspring would often leave them by the river or in a pit, in desperate attempts to find adoptive families. Some would leave their children in bustling areas or at the doorsteps of strangers, but this particular case was the first of its kind for Officer Wang and his colleagues. After completing the statement, Officer Wang informed Chen Dali that they could not take custody of the child. They presented him with two options. First, Chen Dali could care for the child while the police provided a stipend for food until the biological parents were found. Second, the police could take the infant to an orphanage, allowing Chen Dali the right to visit. Without hesitation, Chen Dali opted for the latter, expressing his frustration at having risen early and cycled for an hour for nothing. He explained to the bewildered Officer Wang, "To be honest, I have a daughter who is not yet a year old, and I often work outside. My wife is already overwhelmed. Moreover, leaving a child at my doorstep leaves me uneasy." Chen Dali's reasoning was sound, and Officer Wang and his colleagues said nothing further, although they still needed to verify the situation in Zhuangxiangtan according to protocol. Relieved to be rid of this burden, Chen Dali informed Officer Wang, who was cradling the infant, "My home is in Weijia Alley, west of Zhuangxiangtan. You'll recognize it as the house with the east-facing door. I need to head to town for work today, so if anything arises, my wife can relay messages to me." After speaking, Chen Dali retrieved a cloth bag from his bicycle's basket and handed it to Officer Wang's colleague, saying, "We are just ordinary folk. An extra child means another mouth to feed, which we cannot afford. However, finding him feels like fate. I've brought some milk powder from my daughter's provisions to ease the burden of feeding him, having done all he could." Chen Dali understood that this child would no longer have any connection to his family. It was not that he was overly concerned. The very fact that the child had been left at his doorstep was indeed curious. With a light heart, Chen Dali cycled back to town from the county in merely half an hour, well before 9 o'clock. Yesterday, Dong Weigua, in a state of exhilaration, had indulged in copious amounts of alcohol, and this morning, still bearing the visage of a hangover, he was apprehensive about the journey. To ensure safety on the road, Chen Dali took the wheel while Dong Weigua navigated, and together they successfully executed today's transport. "You, my friend, are quite impressive. Your skills are becoming increasingly steady," Dong Weigua commended, giving Chen Dali a pat on the arm. "It is only because you have granted me this opportunity. Otherwise, how would I have had the chance to hone my driving skills?" Chen Dali replied with a smile. Chapter 81. The thought of moving circumstances affirmed to Chen Dali that his decision to refrain from consulting the village chief first was indeed wise. Xiao Wang, having settled the infant with his colleague, drove to Zhuangxiangtan. Chen Dali's abode was easily located. After conversing with Zhou Yin to gather information, they proceeded to take a statement. It was then that Zhou Yin realized Chen Dali had taken the little one to the police station. "Officer, how will you care for that child?" Zhou Yin inquired with genuine concern. As a mother, she felt compassion for the child. Had it not been for Chen Dali's steadfast refusal, the child would likely be in her home at this moment. "We lack the facilities to accommodate children. Upon our arrival, we have already sent the child to the Welfare Institute in the county. The staff there will take good care of him," Xiao Wan explained. Noticing that Zhou Yan's concern was heartfelt, little Yiru, a spirited child, showed no fear in the presence of the police officers, instead laughing joyfully. Observing the impeccably tidy yard and the arrangements in Chen Dali's room, Xiao Wang's colleague remarked with a smile, "Your daughter is truly beautiful. You have raised her well." This was no mere flattery. It was rare to encounter a girl as fair and delicate as Chen Yiru in the city. When speaking of her daughter, Zhou Yan's face brightened with joy. Her father dotes on her immensely, fearing that he might not provide well enough, and that she might suffer. "We have gathered all the necessary information. We shall visit the village to conduct further inquiries and will not impose on you any longer," Xiao Wang politely stated. "It's no trouble at all. Thank you for your efforts," Zhou Yan replied. Knowing that the child had a secure place brought her considerable relief. For the Welfare Institute was state-run, ensuring the child would be well cared for. Upon exiting the courtyard, Xiao Wang's colleague exchanged glances with him. No wonder the parents who abandon their children would leave them at their doorstep. "What do you mean?" Xiao Wang queried, still perplexed. "Look at how clean their home is, with no tattered clothing, and their daughter wearing a silver bracelet. Their circumstances must be quite decent. They evidently put effort into providing for their only child, so they must have good conditions," his colleague speculated. "Regardless of their circumstances, it is still their business. If they do not wish to raise their own child, they should not have given birth in the first place." Abandoning a child is simply unacceptable. They owe nothing to anyone. Xiao Wang thought disdainfully of those who abandon children. The two conducted a brief visit around the village and sought out the village chief. Although no clear resolution had been reached, this chapter had come to a close, as the child had been sent to the Welfare Institute. Yet, in Zhuangshangtan, this matter was only just beginning. As Xiao Wang and his companions arrived in a military green jeep, the vehicle jostled along the uneven dirt road, swiftly drawing the attention of the villagers. In these times, such a vehicle was indeed a rarity and quite valuable. The villagers dared only to observe from a distance. Even the children hesitated to approach, fearful of damaging it and incurring costs beyond their means. Upon emerging from Wei Family Alley, Xiao Wang inquired about the location of the village chief's residence, only to find himself surrounded by a gathering of people. When they consulted the elderly village chief, he appeared utterly perplexed. What? Dali has found a baby boy? How did that happen? He hasn't mentioned a word. Xiao Wang exchanged a glance with his companion, sharing a resigned smile. They could only ask about Chen Dali's character. From the villagers' lively chatter, Xiao Wang pieced together an image of Dali as a hard-working and strong individual, known for his loyalty, though his only flaw seemed to be the excessive pampering of his daughter. This was hardly surprising. If he doted on his daughter to such an extent, one could only imagine how much affection he would lavish upon an adopted son. Xiao Wang's colleague pondered this silently, refraining from voicing his thoughts, and merely suggested to the village chief that if anyone were searching for a lost child, he should send word to the county police station. After Xiao Wang and his companion departed, the news they left behind sent ripples of excitement throughout the entire Zhuang community. Why wouldn't Dali raise the boy? He wouldn't have to pay fines for having a biological child. And here he is, with a son just handed to him, exclaimed Aunt Li from the village, lamenting her daughter-in-law's misfortune of giving birth to 4 daughters. Dali's family is doing well now. This child is still merely 2 months old and won't remember a thing. Who would know he was adopted in the future? Such arrangements were not unheard of in their village. Raising a child was akin to claiming one as your own. Some voiced their skepticism, questioning why Dali's wife, who was capable of bearing children, would choose to adopt another's. Exactly, why was the child left at Dali's doorstep? Why not at mine? My family also needs a son. One rebutted. You're so destitute that even the rats have fled. Why would anyone leave a child at your door? That would only subject the poor child to suffering. A shrewd villager interjected, surmising that someone had abandoned the child. Hoping that Dali, without his son, would raise him and eventually come to claim him, thereby benefiting from the situation. Such incidents had occurred before. The world was vast and full of peculiarities, and as long as humanity existed, oddities were bound to arise. Before leaving, Chen Dali had instructed Zhou Yin to secure the door, suspecting that the person who abandoned the child would return to check on the situation. However, after Xiao Wang and his companions stirred the waters, Chen Dali's door remained wide open, with curious onlookers and inquisitive villagers streaming in and out. Some even urged Zhou Yin to go to the police station to reclaim the child, revealing the diverse array of individuals present. Even Chen's mother sent Chen Xiaomei on an errand, asking Zhou Yin to convey a message to Chen Dali, suggesting they retrieve the child from the county and adopt him for the elusive Chen Liang, ensuring that there would be someone to honor his memory with offerings in the future. As for the return of the child, Chen's mother expressed her concerns about her advancing age and her inability to care for him. She insisted that the child should remain with Chen Dali and his wife, allowing them to raise Chen Liang. After all, whether 1 lamb or 2, they still need to be tended. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yin nearly choked. She had longed to raise the child herself, even harboring aspirations of having another son. However, Chen's mother was remarkably adept at orchestrating matters. Her calculations were astute, to the point that even Chen Xiaomei, who had come to relay the message, felt a tinge of embarrassment. It dawned on Zhou Yin that her partner's decision to send the little boy away was indeed a prescient one. Had she followed her morning inclination to keep the child at home, it would have likely led to considerable frustration in the future. When Chen Dali returned home, Zhou Yin relayed this conversation to him. He pondered for a moment before taking 2 boxes of fine cigarettes to the old village head. The old village head was equally perplexed by Chen Dali's decision to send the child away. I heard from the police that it's a boy, Dali. Let me tell you, you ought to have a son to carry on your family name. He is so young. You could raise him without anyone knowing he is adopted. You really shouldn't have sent him away. You might regret it later when you find you have no son. Uncle, I'm unable to manage so many children right now. I'll be off driving long distances soon, and there is a lot to handle at home. My daughter is still little, and Zhou Yin can hardly keep up, Chen Dali explained, offering the cigarettes to the old village head. Such fine cigarettes. I don't indulge. But you must have social obligations. Keep them for your use, the old village head replied. He was a man of integrity, having watched Chen Dali grow up. Akin to his own nephew. Uncle, please take them. This is my token of respect for you. I used to sneak many dates from your tree when I was a child, Chen Dali insisted. The old village head had a jujube tree, robust and yielding abundant fruit each year. In a time of scarcity, these dates were a rare delight for the children, and they often pilfered them to satisfy their cravings. The old village head would sometimes witness their antics but never turned them away. He merely advised them to avoid damaging the branches. After chatting for a while, Chen Dali realized it was nearly dinner time and took his leave. As he strolled through the village streets, many neighbors greeted him, sharing tidbits about the child. After some time, as dinner approached, the small groups began to disperse. Upon arriving home, Zhou Yin had yet to begin preparing dinner. Chen Dali washed the radish greens, sprinkled them with flour, and set them to steam. Zhou Yin particularly loved garlic-infused steamed vegetables, and Chen Dali's cooking was nothing short of a delight. He placed the steamed vegetables in a bowl, added crushed garlic and vinegar, drizzled a touch of sesame oil, and finally topped it with dried chili peppers sautéed in oil. The aroma was truly intoxicating, and Zhou Yin could easily devour an entire bowl of those steamed vegetables. While steaming the vegetables, Chen Dali also prepared a pot of millet porridge. As they say, one must maintain a balanced diet. And Chen Dali never skimped on nourishment for himself or the children. After dinner, Chen Dali reclined on the bed, observing as his wife, Zhou Yin, played with their daughter. This precious family time was a rarity. Recently, his schedule had been quite hectic, leaving him little time at home, and soon little Yiru had drifted off to sleep. Chen Yiru, under the care of adults, could now wobble and take a few steps, yet she preferred to walk independently, often attempting to push Zhou Yin's hand away as she stubbornly sought to walk on her own. At that moment, with her little lips pursed in determination, she was pushing against her mother's arm. Zhou Yin, playfully teasing her, felt a profound joy in witnessing her daughter's adorable antics. Amidst this heartwarming scene, Chen Dali unexpectedly uttered, "Wife, shall we consider moving to the town?" Zhou Yin was taken aback. She had never anticipated that Chen Dali would entertain the thought of relocating. Many individuals harbor a deep emotional connection to their hometowns, often expressing that it is difficult to part from one's roots. Zhou Yin had contemplated a better life. Yet in her mind, a better life meant ensuring that Chen Yiru could receive a good education, with both herself and Chen Dali supporting her to attend school in the town. The idea of moving had never crossed her mind, and she looked at Chen Dali with confusion. Previously, Chen Dali had not considered the notion of moving. His envisioned idyllic retirement consisted of a spacious courtyard in the village, where, with financial stability, he could eventually build a small villa surrounded by his children, leading a warm and fulfilling life. However, once the words escaped his lips, he found himself increasingly convinced of their suitability. Although they currently had land and work that tethered them to their home, they could purchase a house in the town now, allowing Chen Yiru to commute daily to school when she entered middle school, thereby eliminating the need for boarding. Yet, these were all matters for the future. It felt premature to dwell on them at present. Previously, Chen Dali had only focused on enjoying the present, but now he felt acutely aware that their lives were under constant scrutiny, with various individuals attempting to meddle in the couple's affairs. The village environment exerted a significant influence on individuals. The prevailing attitudes of gender bias and the pursuit of power manifested in numerous archaic customs. It is often said that impoverished regions breed unscrupulous individuals. The poorer the area, the greater the exploitation of women. In rural settings, men and women have always been unequal, a reality dictated by the productive forces of past societies. Families with more sons and able-bodied workers could secure greater quantities of food, more opportunities for survival, and a louder voice in the community. Those with many sons could even bully landowners without sons, seizing their resources without remorse. Due to the traditional roles assigned by society, women were burdened with household chores, childbearing, and elder care, tasks that were often trivial, repetitive, and intangible, with their outcomes frequently overlooked or disregarded. Women themselves often acquiesced to this inequality, even acting as accomplices in the education of the next generation. Chen Dali naturally wished for his daughter to grow up free from such an environment. While Chen Yiru was still young, she could flourish away from these constraints. Zhou Yin had not escaped the impacts of gender bias during her childhood. Even Chen Xiaomei faced challenges should Chen's mother refuse to allow her to take her dowry. it would be redirected to Chen Dali, leaving her without support in the village. The belief that daughters exist merely to support their brothers is deeply ingrained among the villagers of the Zhuang region. However, as our family has always resided in the village, the thought of moving to town filled Zhou Yin with trepidation, especially since none of us knew anyone there. I did not suggest an immediate move. It was merely a fleeting thought, and I sought your opinion. What do you think about relocating to the town? Chen Dali gazed at his wife, his eyes seemingly capable of drawing one into their depths. Zhou Yin found herself at a loss for words, harboring the notion that her rural background rendered her inferior. Having seldom visited the town, she felt inadequate in conversing with its inhabitants. However, one cannot simply have Chen Dali move to the town while she remains in the village. As the saying goes, follow the chicken if you marry a chicken, follow the dog if you marry a dog. Wherever he goes, she shall follow. If he wants to move to the town, then they shall move. Chen Dali looked at his somewhat naive wife, realizing that he could not alter her mindset overnight. He resolved to remain by her side, patiently guiding her, hoping that a new environment might inspire a shift in her perspective. During this time, the couple managed to save a modest sum of money. However, he was uncertain about the current real estate market in the town and felt it necessary to inquire further. If they were to move, they must find a place that met his standards. Settling for less was not an option. Chen Dali contemplated how relocating to the town would affect their farmland. The distance was manageable, as cycling back and forth took merely an hour, akin to tending to a distant plot. However, raising pigs in the village would likely become impractical. Fortunately, the pigs were ready for market, and their current care was merely to maximize profit. Chapter 82. Slaughtering pigs. Since both of them were amenable to the idea of moving to the town, Chen Dali began to ponder the logistics. Their county had undergone significant development during Chen Yiru's teenage years, transitioning from a county to a city, with extensive demolition and the construction of numerous high-rise buildings. Their town, benefiting from its proximity to the county, also witnessed the rise of several tall structures. While the skyscrapers were impressive, Chen Dali preferred the charm of a private courtyard, feeling stifled within a residential complex. Of course, given his current financial situation, he could only aspire to own a single-story home, as a two-story house was beyond his means. Yet, one must harbor dreams. Perhaps one day he could reside in a quaint villa reminiscent of his daughter's future abode. One must have motivation, after all. Their town had once been an industrial hub, with many state-supported enterprises thriving during the economic boom. These factories had established unions to provide employee benefits and built numerous family quarters. However, as the economy gradually declined, many of these industries shut down, leaving only a few medium-sized factories operational. The rubber factory had once been the largest in the county, employing nearly 800 workers at its peak and offering the best benefits in the area. After reforms led to its bankruptcy, the entire facility fell into disrepair. As a significant factory, it had to keep up with welfare standards and had constructed family quarters on 2 occasions, both of commendable quality. The family quarters of the rubber factory are situated on the western bank of the town's moat, not far from Old Dong's residence. The moat is the only significant river in the town, entirely excavated by human effort. In the past, the digging was accomplished without modern machinery. It was a laborious task of manually extracting mud and transporting it in large baskets, resulting in the creation of this substantial waterway. Since the river's inception, the town has rarely faced water shortages. With no designated place to dispose of the excavated mud, the county chief decided to utilize the site, transforming a small pit by the riverbank into a protruding islet. Initially, this islet received no care or maintenance, becoming overgrown with weeds and infested with mosquitoes. However, as time passed, it was discovered that the area was suitable for grazing sheep, and flocks were driven there to feed. Due to frequent water releases from upstream sluices, the moat teemed with fish and shrimp, attracting young men who formed groups to cast nets, often yielding bountiful catches. As more people flocked to the islet, it gradually evolved into a bustling marketplace. The houses in this area boasted convenient transport links and unique scenery. And since the construction of the family quarters of the rubber factory employed high-quality materials, demand for housing remained exceptionally high. Recently, Chen Dali had explored several properties, yet none satisfied him. Either they were too remote or the courtyards too small. Above all, Chen Dali aspired to secure a home that met all his needs at once, wishing to avoid future upheavals related to housing. In this era, the transmission of information was not as advanced as in later times, and Chen Dali preferred to keep his intentions of moving to the town discreet. Until he found a suitable residence, he was reluctant to share his plans, opting instead to ponder the options alone. Fortunately, time was on his side, and he was not in a rush to relocate. On that particular afternoon, Zhou Yin was at home, sewing buttons for Chen Yiru, when she was startled by a knock at the door. Chen Dali had repeatedly instructed her that their door should not be left ajar like those of other farmers. Regardless of whether anyone was home, the door was always secured. The persistent knocking was jarring and unwelcome. Remembering Chen Dali's advice, Zhou Yin hesitated to open the door and called out, "Who is it?" The knocker remained silent, continuing to pound on the door, seemingly determined to persist until the door opened. "Knock all you want," Zhou Yin thought, feeling annoyed as she turned to retreat inside. Wait, young lady, I'm looking for someone at your home," a somewhat hoarse female voice called out, halting her. "Who are you looking for?" "I don't recognize you," Zhou Yin replied, sensing the unfamiliarity in the voice. With Chen Yiru still inside, she was anxious about her moving about and possibly falling, her tone tinged with impatience. "A few days ago, didn't your family find a child? Is he with you?" The woman pressed on, undeterred. "He's not here. The police took him away," Zhou Yin remarked, glancing through the door crack at the unfamiliar woman. Not recognizing her only reinforced her resolve not to open the door. "If you're looking for a child, you should go to the police station," she stated firmly. "No, why did you send him away? Don't you have a son?" The woman pressed through the crack of the door, her urgency palpable. Zhou Yin suddenly realized the folly of her earlier desire to adopt a child. This woman was likely a relative of the child, perhaps drawn by the news to ascertain the situation. Fortuitously, Chen Dali had resolutely refused her request for adoption. Otherwise, the child's presence in the house could have led to unforeseen complications. Zhou Yin thought to herself how fortunate it was that the little boy had been sent away. "I must tell you, madam, while we have no son, we do have a daughter. The child you seek cannot possibly belong to you, can it?" Interestingly, the police visited last time to inquire about the child left at my doorstep. Zhou Yin recalled the words of Comrade Xiao Wang and intended to intimidate the woman. "What does it matter who left the child? Why involve the police?" The woman queried repeatedly, her anxiety evident. The average citizen often felt trepidation at the mention of authority. "I heard from the police that abandoning a child constitutes a crime of abandonment. If caught, one could face imprisonment. Shouldn't the police be looking into this? Did you abandon the child?" Zhou Yin shouted toward the entrance. "It wasn't me. How could that child be mine? I'm far too old for that." The woman stammered, panic-stricken. "I'm merely curious as to why you wouldn't want such a wonderful child. What would I want with someone else's child? Sister, do you have a purpose here? If you're truly curious, wait for my husband to return, and I shall have him take you to the police station to find Comrade Xiao Wang," Zhou Yin declared, feigning to unbar the door. No, I must leave at once," the woman exclaimed, hastily retreating as if pursued. At that moment, Aunt Wang, drawn by the commotion, emerged from the courtyard. "Who are you? I don't recognize your face. What do you want here?" With each shout from Aunt Wang, the woman quickened her pace, disappearing down the alley in an instant. "Fortunate indeed that your father intervened. Otherwise, I might have truly lost my senses," Zhou Yin mused as she returned indoors, rolling up her sleeves to tend to Chen Yiru, lamenting her earlier foolishness. Upon learning of the incident, Chen Dali felt that the woman might possess some knowledge of the situation. He inquired among the neighbors at the village's edge and discovered she was a distant relative of the village barber. After seizing the opportunity to relay the information to Comrade Xiao Wang, Chen Dali felt some of his uncertainties dissipate. This situation was rather predictable. Perhaps they assumed that he and Zhou Yin desired a son due to their lack of one, or perhaps they believed their current life circumstances were favorable. Or it could be that they were simply unable to care for the child. Regardless of the rationale, it could not justify the act of abandoning a 2-month-old infant. A crime is a crime, and only the law could hold them accountable. He had no intention of overthinking the matter. The Dragon Boat Festival was approaching, and their pigs were ready for market. A butcher named Wu from town had come to inspect the pigs and placed an order for 4, agreeing to a price of 1 yuan per gene. However, he requested that the pigs not be slaughtered until after the festival, thus leaving a deposit and promising to pay the full amount upon collection. There remained only 4 pigs, and even if slaughtered, retail sales would be unfeasible. Chen Dali pondered that it might be better to find someone willing to purchase all of them at once, thus sparing him the trouble of acquiring another batch of feed to sustain the pigs. However, without venturing outside, he realized there was no one who could take all 4 pigs simultaneously. Just as he was fretting over the remaining pigs, Brother Dong introduced him to a family. The eldest daughter of the Wang family in town was preparing to celebrate her mother's 66th birthday. There exists a local adage: when a mother turns 66, her daughter must present 6 pounds and 6 ounces of pork. This signifies that when a mother reaches her 66th year, her married daughter is expected to offer 6 pounds and 6 ounces of pork as a token of filial piety. It reflects the elderly's hope for a prosperous future. The eldest daughter of the Wang family, whose son held a position of authority in Haicheng and possessed wealth, was not inclined to overlook her mother's birthday. She insisted that Chen Dali select the fattest pig from his stock, as she intended to have it slaughtered on the spot to honor her mother with the requisite pork, ensuring that no meat would go to waste for the banquet. Zhao Fei, who had learned to drive alongside Chen Dali, took away 2 pigs. Their vehicle was destined for a long journey, and several drivers pooled their resources to transport the pigs to the provincial capital for sale. After a prolonged period of labor, a reward finally materialized, and Zhou Yin beamed with delight as she counted the money received. Now, with only 1 pig left, selling it in retail would be straightforward. However, Chen Dali was reluctant to part with it. After all the hard work, he felt it was only right for his family to savor the fruits of their labor, especially since it was a pig he had personally raised. Zhou Yin vehemently opposed this notion, emphasizing the monetary value at stake. With the weather growing increasingly warm, they lacked the means to store the pork, and a single pig could yield 200 to 300 pounds, far too much for them to consume. She worried that if they retained it, it would spoil. In her mind, each pound of meat was worth more than $1 and should not go to waste. Why not share some with your maternal family? Perhaps send some to our sister? A little to Chen Hua and a bit to the Pan family? That would hardly be a significant amount, she suggested. After caring for the pig for so long, treating it with the utmost attention as if it were an ancestor, Chen Dali felt they should at least enjoy a taste of their hard work. If they sold it all, wouldn't he that render their efforts fruitless? Amused, Chen Dali replied. Unable to counter his reasoning, Zhou Yin reluctantly acquiesced. Regardless of others, those relatives who had supported them must receive a portion. When the old village chief heard that they were slaughtering a pig, he made a special visit, requesting his wife to assist Chen Dali in preparing the slaughtering feast, as Zhou Yin needed to tend to the children and could not manage alone. Typically, during the New Year and the Dragon Boat Festival, families would slaughter pigs, and the host would prepare a feast for those who assisted. Chen Dali had been raising pigs quite successfully, though he lacked the skill to slaughter them himself. So he called upon a relative, Zhang Ergu, who possessed this expertise. Of course, it was not without compensation, 5 yuan per pig, plus a portion of meat. The young men from the neighboring Wang family joined in the festivities, requiring no payment, only the promise of ample meat. Many families in the village, who maintained amicable relations with Chen Dali, came to lend a hand. This year, no other family in the village slaughtered pigs, as he was the sole pig farmer. Chen Dali and his companions sifted through the pig pen, ultimately selecting a rotund piglet. Perhaps sensing impending danger, the remaining 5 piglets fled in panic. With quick reflexes, Chen Dali managed to grasp the pig's head, yet the pig's strength was considerable. It heaved, causing him to lose grip, and he only managed to catch hold of its ears. As the pig prepared to escape beneath his arm, Wang's second son rushed forward, seizing the pig by its tail, while Zhang Ergu swiftly pounced to restrain the animal's body. With assistance from the others, they managed to topple the pig to the ground. Chen Dali and Zhang Ergu worked in harmonious coordination to bind the piglet's legs. The pig, sensing its peril, struggled desperately to break free. Alas, it was too late. The more it fought, the tighter the bindings became, resulting in a desperate cry. With the support of Wang's second son, they lifted the pig out. They first weighed it, discovering it tipped the scales at over 270 pounds, a substantial heft. The pig had been fed solely on wild grasses, bran, and sweet potato vines, with even the concentrated feed being natural, comprising soybean meal and shell powder. This was truly a rustic pig, destined for exquisite meat. By this time, the villagers who had come to assist were well positioned, some boiling water, others chopping wood, and some washing vegetables. Joy radiated from every face, and the mere mention of the day's pig feast elicited salivations. The pig was then firmly pinned to a wooden board, rendering it immobile. Zhang Ergu, wielding a sharp knife, deftly plunged it into the pig's heart. The pig's cries transitioned from piercing shrieks to low moans, swiftly concluding its life. The blood was collected in a bucket, destined to be transformed into blood curd and blood tofu. The water in the large pot was already boiling, and the villagers eagerly poured it over the hefty pig, filling the air with a peculiar odor. This was considered a relatively clean pig. Had Chen Dali been more negligent, the scent would have been far more pungent. Zhang Ergu began to remove the pig's hair with a sharp knife. Though not as conspicuous as that of cats or dogs, the hair was nonetheless substantial. Pig hair is a valuable commodity, known for its durability, suitable for brushmaking. Chen Dali had no use for the hair, so he offered it to anyone who wanted it. Few in the village were adept at brushmaking, and ultimately, it was collected by the eager children gathered nearby, who intended to barter the hair with street vendors for sweets. Once the hair was stripped away, the pig appeared considerably cleaner. Zhang Ergu and his companions worked together to place the pig on a cutting board. He swiftly extracted the entrails and cleaned the pig's body before beginning to butcher the meat. Having practiced this craft for some time, his movements were quick and precise. And soon he had disassembled the entire pig into 8 portions. Chen Dali had little appetite for the offal, and Zhang Ergu, not one to be courteous, set it aside to take home for himself. A true gourmet, he knew that properly prepared offal could be a delicacy, albeit labor-intensive. As they processed the pig, a bladder was revealed, prompting a scramble among the children who eagerly vied for it. Wang's family had no boys, so he casually handed it to one of the patiently waiting youngsters. The children dashed off with the pig's bladder, likely in search of a pump to inflate it. The children possess few toys, yet the cleaned and inflated pig's bladder can serve as a makeshift ball for kicking. Chen Dali reminisces about having played with such an object in his youth. Meanwhile, the village heads, Aunt and Mrs. Wang have already commenced the preparation of pork in the kitchen, for they intend to reward those who assisted in the pig slaughtering with a hearty meal later that afternoon. As Zhou Yin is unable to cook while watching the children, she must rely on the 2 elders to wield the knives. Upon hearing the pig's cries, Chen Yiru feels an urge to flee outside, but her unsteady gait leaves her in a state of anxious anticipation. Wang Yingzi and Chen Mu, seemingly unaware of the pig slaughtering, have not been seen in Wei Family Alley all morning. Chen Dali remains indifferent to their absence, as it matters little to him. Mrs. Wang and her companions possess exceptional culinary skills, swiftly transforming the pork into a generous pot of stew. With bowls in hand, the portions are ample, featuring generous chunks of pork mingled with cabbage and vermicelli, all topped with a sprinkle of green onions. Unconcerned with appearances, they squat in the corner by the wall. Savoring bites of pork alongside large pieces of flatbread, the aroma is simply divine. Furthermore, Mrs. Wang and the aunt have rendered a small basin brimming with lard. And Chen Dali scoops a hefty spoonful of the leftover cracklings for each person, their lips glistening with delight, thereby compensating for the previous year's disappointment of missing out on the pork feast. Chapter 83, the first long-distance transport in the village. Information travels as if on a transparent current. After Butcher Wu arranged for a vehicle to transport the 4 pigs he had reserved, the word spread throughout the village that raising pigs could be profitable. In the past, every household raised pigs primarily to fulfill government quotas. Once the required number was met, the village would distribute the pork based on points. Following the implementation of household contracting, some families continued to raise pigs, but typically only 1 or 2, enough to provide meat for the New Year celebrations. For reasons unknown, there have been no pig farmers in Chen Dali's village in recent years. Chen Dali stands out as the first to raise such a significant number of pigs. People are often swayed by trends, witnessing Chen Dali's profits from selling pigs. Many in the village began to entertain the idea of raising pigs themselves. After all, raising pigs had been a common practice when households were tasked with raising quota pigs, which involved merely gathering pig feed and cooking it, leading to a pig ready for sale after 10 months to a year. However, few could match Chen Dali's meticulous care in maintaining a clean pig pen. Nevertheless, while many eagerly envision the rewards of pig farming, they remain oblivious to the accompanying challenges. Chen Dali's pigs are substantial, each nearing 300 pounds, at a rate of 1 yuan per pound, even after deducting feed and labor costs. He stands to earn at least 1,000 yuan. This sum could cultivate a few acres of grain. Yet the labor would yield merely enough for a year's sustenance and a modest surplus. In a short span, countless villagers found themselves sleepless at night, contemplating the potential profits of pig farming. Families in the village began to strategize, with some covertly reserving dozens of piglets, while others, uncertain, opted for just 1. Everyone kept their plans under wraps, wary of drawing attention. Presently, Chen Dali's pig-raising yard has been cleared, and he intends to thoroughly disinfect the area once it is tidy. The courtyard originally belonged to Wang Dama's youngest son, who, in a bid to earn some extra money for his son's future marriage, rendered it to Chen Shaoan. With multiple sons, the Wang family had their own aspirations and concerns. After the courtyard was leased out for pig farming, The eldest daughter-in-law of the Wang family began to contemplate reclaiming it for her own use. Raising pigs is a task that anyone in the countryside can undertake, devoid of any specialized skills, and she believed she could manage it quite well. The Wang family had not yet divided their household. They intended to wait until the youngest son married before doing so. Consequently, any earnings made by the sons were partially submitted to Wang Dama to cover various household expenses. The eldest daughter-in-law, secretly hoarding a small sum of money, envisioned that by managing the pig farming herself, she could save more for the future, allowing for a more comfortable life post-separation. However, when she broached the subject with her husband, he rebuked her harshly. Money, money, money. All you think about is money. Do you believe our relationship with Dali can be measured by finances? The eldest son of the Wang family had grown up alongside Chen Dali, sharing countless childhood adventures, from climbing trees to collect bird eggs to fishing in rivers. While he admired Chen Dali's ability to earn, he never felt envious or sought to undermine him. After receiving a scolding, the eldest daughter-in-law's resolve only intensified. She thought her husband a fool for letting such an opportunity slip away. Chen Dali was currently renting the courtyard, and it was unlikely he would vacate it easily. Given Wang Dama's closer relationship with Zhou Yan, even if Wang Dama wished to raise pigs, she would not voice her intentions to Zhou Yan. However, relocating to raise pigs elsewhere would require a significant investment. If Chen Dali were willing to relinquish the courtyard, she could promptly purchase piglets and begin her venture. With a bold demeanor, she felt no shame in believing that the courtyard belonged to her brother-in-law and that she had no right to interfere. After concluding that she could not rely on her mother-in-law or husband, she approached Zhou Yan with her child, hoping to persuade her to speak to the Wang family about discontinuing the rental. The eldest daughter-in-law circled around her point for quite some time, and Zhou Yan soon grasped her intentions, feeling a sense of concern for Wang Dama. This eldest daughter-in-law did not seem to have benign motives, and it appeared that the Wang family's plans for separation might need to be expedited. Zhou Yan neither acquiesced nor declined, leaving the eldest daughter-in-law perplexed and frustrated as she departed from the Chen household. The Wang family and Chen family had always supported one another, reinforcing the adage that close neighbors are preferable to distant relatives. Many matters were beyond Zhou Yan's understanding, and Chen Mu had not enlightened her. It was Wang Dama who had patiently guided her through various tasks. Zhou Yan, unwilling to place Wang Dama in a difficult position, found herself uncertain, especially with Chen Dali away on a long trip. Through recent practice, Chen Dali's driving skills had improved significantly. Meanwhile, Trao Lauda was swift, having arranged 3 brand new trucks for their needs. When Chen Dali first laid eyes on the striking blue Yuejin truck, his excitement was palpable, leaving him almost speechless. It is often said that a car is a man's second wife, a sentiment that rings true. Men possess an innate, profound affection for automobiles, especially when it comes to a brand new vehicle. This truck, with its eye-catching appearance, nimble handling, and commendable stability, could be deemed a coveted gem in today's market. Typically, such vehicles are acquired by organizations, with private purchases being exceedingly rare. Thus, it was quite an enigma how boss Qiao managed to procure 3 at once. The dedicated crew for this new vehicle consisted of Dong Weigua and Chen Dali, with Dong Weigua's former truck now assigned to other personnel under old Dong's supervision. With a new truck at their disposal and orders in hand, the duo had navigated their initial adjustment period and were soon set to embark on a long-distance journey. Concerned about the potential of her husband going hungry amidst the desolate stretches of the road, Zhou Yan thoughtfully packed a canister of fried flour for Chen Dali. This was not the typical fried noodle. Instead, it was wheat flour sautéed in a dry, hot pan until it reached a light golden hue. The toasted flour could be consumed with sugar and water or eaten directly, providing a compact, long-lasting sustenance option. With his wife's hopes and reluctance weighing on him, Chen Dali began his inaugural long-distance transport to Weikang. This endeavor was far from the modern experience of cruising effortlessly along paved highways, where one could momentarily release the steering wheel and allow the truck to maintain its course. The challenges of long-haul transport lay in confronting a myriad of perilous driving conditions. Before setting off, Chen Dali had prepared a thick steel rebar, a tool not easily acquired, which he had procured with Sister Chen Hua's assistance from the fire station. He placed the rebar in the rear seat of the truck, ostensibly as a means of comfort. During their previous short trips, Dong Weiguo had shared many cautionary tales of encountering highway bandits and robbers, not merely to frighten Chen Dali, but to instill in him a sense of vigilance, urging him not to be careless. In contrast, during Chen's mother's youth, societal security was remarkably stable, with few reports of serious crimes. This could partly be attributed to the limited flow of information. Nevertheless, that era was characterized by overall tranquility. However, when Chen Dali was born, this stability was disrupted. Due to various factors, there was a significant population of unemployed youths, many of whom roamed the streets aimlessly, stirring trouble and instigating discord. In such an unstable social climate, numerous impressionable young individuals were drawn into a life of lawlessness. As Chen Dali entered his teenage years, society underwent a significant transformation, becoming increasingly open and absorbing a plethora of foreign cultures. This shift rendered various industries and fields practically devoid of boundaries. Alongside the rise of long-distance transportation emerged two less savory professions: robbers and highway bandits. These ruthless groups, notorious for their violent thefts, targeted long-distance vehicles, instilling fear in anyone who recalled their heinous acts. Having spent considerable time in this line of work, Old Dong was well acquainted with the extent of lawlessness exhibited by these bandits. During his overnight stays in rural villages, he had encountered highwaymen and fuel thieves. The more affluent and economically developed regions often birthed infamous rogues and robbers, sometimes with entire villages colluding in such nefarious activities. In these locales, men, women, and children alike became complicit in robbery, seizing not only valuables from vehicles, but also commandeering the vehicles themselves, often silencing the drivers permanently. They operated as a well-organized syndicate, employing brutal tactics with remarkable efficiency. Dong Weigwa became aware of this grim reality when a shipment from Boss Chow's crew was once ambushed in such a manner. Since that incident, Dong Weigwa and his colleagues preferred to drive through desolate areas at night, rather than risk staying in villages. What initially involved a single driver and a companion had evolved into two drivers working in tandem, allowing for shifts during the journey. Their path was not merely composed of paved roads. It also included rugged, uneven dirt tracks. Although Boss Chow's men each possessed domestic maps, the knowledge of seasoned drivers often proved more reliable in critical moments. On their journey, Chen Dali and his companion refrained from lodging outside, wary of encountering unscrupulous establishments. Though they carried no cash for goods, Dong Weigwa had prepared ample supplies for supplementary ventures. As it was Chen Dali's first experience with long-distance travel, he had not brought much money, merely wishing to observe the process of smuggling goods. However, given that this venture directly impacted Dong Weigwa's personal interests, he chose not to disclose the intricacies to Chen Dali, understanding that undermining one's livelihood was akin to shattering dreams. Such lessons were for Chen Dali to discover on his own. While they could have rested in their cramped quarters, the conditions left much to be desired. And by the next day, both appeared noticeably haggard. This line of work demanded resilience, enduring the elements and traveling day and night. Yet the hardships endured by one could afford some comfort to their families, making the struggle feel worthwhile. Observing the dark circles under Chen Dali's eyes, Dong Weigwa offered words of solace. They continued to alternate their driving duties, allowing for much-needed rest. Had they remained in the past, with only one driver and an untrained companion, their journeys would have been far more arduous. Previously, they had been reluctant to drive at night for safety's sake. The experience of driving late into the night can be quite unbearable. It is not merely the discomfort of staying awake. Rather, it is the challenge of discerning the road conditions in the dark that demands undivided attention to the path ahead. Prolonged mental strain leads to fatigue, while maintaining a static posture for an extended period can cause significant discomfort to the spine. It is no wonder that truck drivers often suffer from lumbar disc herniation. Typically, drivers stockpile cigarettes or betel nuts in their cabins to invigorate themselves. In the past, Chen Dali was also an avid smoker, and his addiction was considerable. However, upon his rebirth, he found that others would offer him cigarettes, which he would accept, but merely hold between his fingers without indulging. Each time he observed someone smoking, memories of his ghostly existence flooded back, reminding him of the detrimental effects of smoking on children and the dangers of secondhand smoke. His affection for his daughter surpassed the urge to smoke, and after years of being a spirit, he no longer felt drawn to tobacco. Yet, after just one long-distance journey, he understood why drivers find it difficult to quit smoking. During the monotonous, tedious, and exhausting drive, they crave something to stimulate their senses. Dali, if you find it unbearable, you could smoke a cigarette to perk yourself up, Dong Weigwa suggested, tossing a pack of cigarettes to Chen Dali. Dali accepted it and placed it on the dashboard without further explanation, simply stating, "I cannot tolerate that smell right now." "Then you are in for a trial," Dong Weigwa remarked, ceasing his persuasion. Perhaps due to the fact that their vehicle was empty, their journey to Weikling was remarkably smooth, devoid of any unexpected incidents despite the challenging terrain. After 3 days and nights of driving, the two finally arrived at their destination, Weikling. Boss Chiao had meticulously arranged everything. All they needed to do was present the envelope and collect the goods at the specified location. Fortunately, they did not carry cash this time. Otherwise, the mere act of transporting cash would have been a source of constant anxiety. Weikling was initially an unremarkable small town, often overlooked until it became known for its coal reserves. Following the discovery of coal and associated graphite resources by geological survey teams, this once unknown town rapidly evolved into a burgeoning coal city, revitalizing the local economy. Coal is an indispensable energy source for the daily lives of the populace, and its supply is crucial to the stability of national industry and various societal aspects. The security of coal supply is a vital component of national energy security, and virtually every sector relies on coal resources. With coal, industrial resources thrive. Beneath Weikling lies an extensive coal mine, with thick coal seams of superior quality. Resembling a vast cauldron that is shallow at the edges and deep in the center, with Weikling situated at one corner of this grand coal pot. It is said that the coal resources here can be exploited for 50 to 60 years. The coal resources in Weikling are abundant and particularly suitable for shallow mining operations. Consequently, a considerable number of coal workers have congregated here, and the demands for their basic necessities have transformed this once small town into a locale of significant economic strength. The primary coal varieties in Weikling include long flame coal and gas coal, characterized by low ash content and high calorific value. Relatively speaking, their prices are not insignificant. However, this is of little concern to Chen Dali and his companions, for Boss Chiao had previously remitted the payment for the goods. Their sole responsibility is to oversee the loading and unloading of coal on the trucks, ensuring that the precious cargo is not pilfered by others, while the necessary communications are handled by others. Chapter 83. Weikling. When Chen Dali and his associates arrived, they brought with them an important envelope, which contained not only the address, but also the agreed-upon quantity and type of coal, along with Boss Chiao's credentials. The seasoned veteran, Dong Weigua, was quite adept at managing the envelope's contents. Given the wealth of coal resources, it was inevitable that individuals would jockey for territory and stake their claims. In Chen Dali's recollection, Weikling thrived due to its coal resources until Chen Yiru was in her teens, at which point over-extraction led to a decline. Coal, often referred to as liquid gold and the sustenance of industry, attracts significant investment wherever it is found. The active investments in coal and Weikling have spurred the growth of related industries, creating employment opportunities for locals and invigorating the regional economy. Due to its rich resources, Weikling contributes a substantial amount in taxes, leading to a surplus in local finances. In pursuit of political achievements, the local government has intensified infrastructure development, resulting in a well-planned city divided into old and new districts. The old district is dedicated to coal-related industries, while the new district focuses on enhancing infrastructure, boasting schools, a library, an opera house, and a youth center. Yet, despite the improved facilities and meticulous planning of the new district, the pervasive dust from coal mining casts a shadow over the skies. The extraction of coal inevitably leads to environmental pollution. From its humble beginnings, the town has evolved to host 3 state-owned coal factories, not to mention the privately contracted mines. Chen Dali and his companions are not involved in the negotiations. They are merely responsible for earning transportation fees, following directives on where to pick up and deliver the goods, driving their truck to the entrance of a somewhat dilapidated factory. The exterior may appear grim and uninviting, but within lies a sizable yard, meticulously organized with large blocks of coal stacked high, quite different from the small fragments commonly found at home. This is the destination of their current endeavor. The yard is bustling with transporting vehicles, and the ground, worn by years of coal trucks, is stained black. In a corner near the entrance, a few young children can be seen crouching, accompanied by some tattered baskets. Dong Weigua glanced over and surmised they were likely children from nearby households, scavenging for the coal scraps that had fallen from the trucks. Chen Dali did not respond, instead taking a meticulous look at the factory. To his astonishment, he noticed rows of conveyor belts, an uncommon sight that compelled him to gaze longer. As the vehicle approached the entrance, Dong Weigua spoke up. "Dali, wait for me a moment." Chen Dali remained in the vehicle while Dong Weigua went inside to handle the logistics for the day's freight. As a novice in long-distance transport, Chen Dali was unaware of any underlying issues, Dong Weiguo preferred to manage things discreetly, and Chen Dali chose not to interfere. Soon, Dong Weiguo returned, brimming with enthusiasm. He informed Chen Dali, "There are quite a few people waiting to load the trucks. They are already busy up front, and there are no workers available. Let us park the truck over there, take a break, and grab a bite to eat. We can come back in the afternoon to load the truck." Following Dong Weiguo's guidance, Chen Dali parked the truck in the designated spot. "Is it all right to leave it here?" he inquired. "It's fine," Dong Weiguo replied bluntly. "If our truck gets stolen in this factory, no one would dare to come here again. They are here to haul coal from this factory, which must provide them local protection. If something were to happen, who would still come back? Anyone competing for interest with the officials has connections. The waters run deep." "Understood." Observing Dong Weiguo's demeanor, Chen Dali felt reassured. He swiftly locked the truck and stretched at the door, his joints cracking from the prolonged confinement in the vehicle. "There's an old street nearby. Where shall we go for a meal?" Dong Weiguo nudged Chen Dali playfully, his exaggerated gestures quite amusing. "What are you up to?" "It's barely past 10. Isn't it too early for a meal?" Chen Dali responded. "Just a bite to eat." Dong Weiguo chuckled mischievously, prompting Chen Dali to ignore him, uncertain of his intentions. Their current location was adjacent to a main road, albeit not particularly wide, yet flanked by numerous shops. Throughout their journey, Chen Dali and Dong Weiguo seldom exited the vehicle except for necessary stops, subsisting on dry pancakes and cool water, with their meals and lodging primarily resolved within the confines of the truck. By this time, service areas had begun to emerge, with some villages constructing small shelters at their entrances to provide nourishment and rest for passing vehicles. However, for safety's sake, Chen Dali and his companion had refrained from halting anywhere along the route. While the pancakes could satiate their hunger, their flavor left much to be desired. Even with stir-fried noodles as a base, after several consecutive meals, their appetites waned. On the bustling street, vendors were selling large steamed buns filled with mutton. As the steamer was lifted, a cloud of steam wafted forth, releasing a mouth-watering aroma. Although Chen Dali wasn't particularly hungry at the moment, the rich scent and lively atmosphere of the street caused his mouth to involuntarily curve upwards, awakening his appetite. The development of coal mines has brought substantial benefits to the local residents, wherever coal seems lie beneath the urban landscape. The speed of wealth accumulation for the populace is palpable. However, alongside these opportunities for prosperity come various perils. Yet, the prevailing belief is that fortune favors the bold. Working in the mines entails a routine of filth, chaos, hardship, exhaustion, and danger. Laboring in a coal plant yields far greater rewards than toiling under the sun in the fields. Dong Weiguo spoke of the old street of Weikeng, situated not far from the destination of Chen Dali. With familiarity, Dong Weiguo guided Chen Dali to this bustling locale. Whenever he arrived in Weikeng, he would dine here. Chen Dali surveyed the lively street, characterized by low buildings and somewhat uneven pavement, lined with a variety of eateries offering delights such as dumplings, stir-fried dishes, and braised meats. Upon reaching this place, it felt as though they had stepped into the very heart of Weikeng, where the air was filled with the warmth of human activity and grounded simplicity. Dong Weiguo led Chen Dali to a dumpling shop he frequented. Casually, he plopped down on a chair and remarked that the food was decent and the meat relatively fresh, inviting Chen Dali to sample it for himself. Chen Dali ordered a bowl of dumplings, while Dong Weiguo opted for a bowl of spicy noodles. The portions were generous, alleviating any concerns about hunger. Although they arrived outside the typical meal hours, the establishment still buzzed with patrons, many clad in grimy work uniforms, likely having just completed their shifts and hastily come to satiate their appetites. Despite the bustling crowd, the service was prompt, and soon the dishes they had ordered were served. The dumplings were surprisingly larger than those typically found at home, plump and glistening, their delicate skins revealing the pink meat within, an enticing sight. The clear broth was adorned with tiny shrimp and seaweed, while a sprinkle of cilantro and green onions atop the dumplings added an abundance of flavor that whetted the appetite. Dong Weiguo, having savored the dumplings on several occasions, decided to try the shop's specialty spicy noodles this time. A lover of all things spicy, he found the blanched greens and bean sprouts resting beneath the tender noodles, which were topped with crispy fried peanuts. A spoonful of sesame-infused chili oil was drizzled over the dish, and with a deft toss of his chopsticks, he mixed it all together, releasing an aroma that made one's mouth water. The two friends relished their lunch with zest. Satisfied, Dong Weiguo patted his round belly and, with a raised eyebrow, invited Chen Dali to join him for a haircut in the alley across from the dumpling shop. How about we get our hair cut and enjoy a shave? It's quite refreshing, he suggested. Chen Dali glanced at the alley's surroundings, narrow, with weathered signs and an air of dubious charm, perhaps suggesting an establishment that sold more than it advertised. Instantly understanding the implications of the environment, Chen Dali politely declined Deng Weigua's invitation and chose instead to stroll alone through the streets of this unfamiliar city. The economic prosperity brought both benefits and adverse effects. The men in the mining district are affluent, engaged in perilous occupations, and adhere to the philosophy of living for the moment. Such trades have emerged under these circumstances. However, Deng Weigua is a man of exemplary reputation, well regarded both at home and in the town, making it difficult to fathom how familiar he is with these locales. In truth, Chen Dali is being overly simplistic. How many men who roam outside remain faithful, especially those with a bit of money in their pockets? This is a private matter for Deng Weigua, in which Chen Dali neither participates nor interferes. The economic transformation brought about in this area is monumental. The mining sector here flourishes even more than the provincial capital. The presence of coal has invigorated local economic development, providing miners with stable incomes and formidable purchasing power, prompting numerous merchants from afar to establish businesses here. The greatest beneficiaries are the villagers nearby, who can support an entire family by selling their agricultural products at the mining district. Although the old street is lined with low, dilapidated houses, it is brimming with the essence of everyday life. Gazing into the distance, one can see rows of high-rise buildings in the new district. People bustle about, all striving for a better life. Everything is vibrant and thriving. As Chen Dali stepped out from the old street, he discovered an unexpected vendor selling coal essence at the corner, a rare find indeed. He stood at the roadside, observing from a distance. Despite its rarity, he hesitated to purchase, wary of potential deception. Upon hearing the term coal essence, one can easily envision its composition. Similar to coal, coal essence is combustible, yet it contains organic materials, classifying it as a unique and rare variety of coal. It resembles coal but possesses a distinctive luster, akin to resin, shining brightly. After manual polishing or machine buffing, the surface of coal essence exhibits a glass-like sheen. Although it can burn, its lack of crystalline structure disqualifies it from being categorized as coal, placing it instead within the realm of organic gemstones. Coal essence is far more refined than coal, and it does not stain the hands. Many choose coal essence to carve into jewelry or seals. The street vendor extols his wares with flowery rhetoric, enticing a crowd as if missing this opportunity would lead to lifelong regret. Chen Dali had only encountered references to coal essence in books. Encountering it in reality was a first. However, despite its potential value, it remains a dark, unappealing substance, not aligning with Chen Dali's aesthetic preferences. Most common folk believe that jewelry should be adorned with gold, silver, or vibrant hues to be truly beautiful. When Chen Dali arrived, he had not brought much money, lacking experience for long-distance travel, and the items here were unsuitable for him to carry. After pondering for a while, he returned directly to the coal loading area, where the workers had already taken a break. Chen Dali's vehicle was lined up for loading in the afternoon, and the elderly man guarding the factory recognized him from earlier that morning when he had seen Chen Dali descend from the large truck. Knowing Chen Dali had come to collect goods, he did not impede his entry into the premises. Chen Dali and the elderly man exchanged nods and smiles, wandering through the factory, only to discover the astonishing variety of coal types and the intricacies involved. The factory categorized the coal into lignite, bituminous, and anthracite, with lignite and anthracite further subdivided. After their leisurely stroll, Chen Dali approached the gatekeeper for a chat. A person of vibrant demeanor is always welcomed, and as long as Chen Dali was earnest, no distance was insurmountable. In their conversation, Chen Dali mentioned the coal essence he had seen earlier in the old street. The old man candidly remarked how fortunate Chen Dali was not to have approached it, for it was not genuine coal essence, but rather a ruse to deceive unsuspecting outsiders, often orchestrated by gangs. Fortunately, Chen Dali had displayed wisdom by merely observing from the roadside. Otherwise, he would have inevitably found himself entangled in both deception and expense. Having once been a coal miner, the elderly man possessed considerable knowledge. Noticing Chen Dali's eagerness to learn, he enthusiastically began to elucidate the various types of coal and their applications. The coal essence that Chen Dali had encountered could be described as a variant of lignite, albeit a rare one. Lignite is classified into two types based on its translucency. It is high in moisture content, low in density, non-caking, and contains varying amounts of humic acid. The oxygen content in lignite can reach approximately 15 to 30, displaying strong chemical reactivity but poor thermal stability. When heated, lignite tends to fragment significantly, and when stored in the open air, it is prone to weathering and deterioration, breaking into smaller pieces or even into powder. With a low calorific value and generally low ash melting points, lignite often contains substantial amounts of calcium oxide and lower levels of aluminum oxide. Consequently, lignite is primarily utilized as fuel for electricity generation, as well as a raw material for gasification and boiler fuel. Some lignite can be used to produce sulfonated coal or activated carbon, while others serve as a source for extracting lignite wax. Additionally, a particular type of lignite is suitable for the production of ammonium humate and other organic fertilizers, which can enhance crop yields in agricultural fields and orchards. Moreover, the long flame coal they were set to transport that afternoon was not the kind typically used for household briquettes. Long flame coal is the least metamorphosed type of bituminous coal, ranging from non-caking to weakly caking. The youngest long flame coal still contains a certain amount of humic acid and is prone to weathering and fragmentation during storage. Higher metamorphosed long flame coal, when heated, can produce a certain quantity of viscous substances, forming small, elongated coke, albeit with low strength and a high rate of fine coke production. Thus, the primary applications of long flame coal lie in gasification, electricity generation, and as fuel for locomotives. The elderly man was well versed in other coal types, and Chen Dali found his insights to be far more enlightening than years of study. In heartfelt appreciation, Chen Dali offered the old man a box of lotus flowers, which the old man graciously accepted, remarking that young learners like Chen Dali were indeed a rarity. Chapter 84. As Chen Dali and the old man continued their engaging conversation, the elder fetched 2 small stools from inside, and they settled beside the entrance, basking in the sunlight. Due to pollution, even on sunny days, the surroundings felt shrouded in a hazy mist, with the sun appearing to be cloaked in a layer of dust. Nevertheless, according to the gatekeeper, today was a particularly rare clear day. The elderly gentleman, though not particularly advanced in years, appears older due to his profession. He had spent 5 to 6 years working in a coal mine, and had it not been for a mishap during a drilling operation where excessive explosives caused a collapse that injured his legs, he might not have found himself stationed at the entrance of this factory. The factory, not insubstantial in size, features a row of single-story houses near the entrance, with the old man residing in the outermost unit. Deeper within lies the office, and at the far end is the kitchen. The workers here are predominantly locals, returning home once their daytime labor concludes. To be candid, the environment within the factory leaves much to be desired, enveloped in soot and grime. Those who have faced death possess a broader perspective. As the old man puts it, to have survived is a blessing from our ancestors. One should not dwell on anything else. Among the 30 or so individuals who descended into the mine that fateful day, only 6 managed to survive until rescue arrived. Fortunately, the coal mine did not neglect the fates of these individuals, providing compensation and facilitating transfers away from underground work for those in need. The old man's connections allowed him to transition from logistics to this position at the gate after a few years. His duties are simple, the operation straightforward, with provisions for meals and accommodation. Yet, he endures the solitude of residing alone in this small room while the workers are preoccupied with their tasks and earnings. After exchanging some light conversation, the workers returning from their meal began to trickle back. At this juncture, there was still no sign of Dong Weiguo, which caused Chen Dali some concern, as he yearned for a swift loading and unloading process to return home. Since his rebirth, this was his first extended absence from his family, and thoughts of his wife and daughter weighed heavily on his mind. Numerous trucks lined up ahead, each in turn proceeding to weigh their loads on a scale, reporting the type of coal they intended to load. Workers guided the trucks to designated spots, utilizing conveyor belts for the loading process. The factory resonated with the sound of unrefined coal clattering into the truck beds. The old gentleman, possessing a carefree disposition, advised Chen Dali as he observed the loading crew, "Pay close attention to the type of coal when your truck is loaded. Ensure there are no mistakes. Different types of coal serve varied purposes, and their prices differ significantly. To the untrained eye, the distinctions may be imperceptible, only becoming apparent to those with experience when the coal is burned. The workforce is a mix of individuals from all walks of life, and any substitution could lead to substantial losses for the owner. Sometimes, a single pack of cigarettes can wield considerable influence in such intricate dealings." Chen Dali listened intently, grateful for the old man's wisdom, and expressed his sincere thanks. The old man waved dismissively, saying, "In the past, people were honest. Such trickery was rare. These years, however, things have changed for the worse. There are many twists and turns now. With time, you will learn to navigate them." Soon, a crimson truck was filled to capacity. After weighing and settling the payment, the vehicle promptly exited the factory premises. The coal piled precariously on the truck teetered dangerously, and during a turn, several small chunks of coal tumbled from the rear. The group of children observed earlier that morning still huddled in the corner by the entrance. Upon seeing the fallen debris, they surged forward, eagerly scrambling for the scraps without a care for the passing vehicles. An elderly man, witnessing the scene, refrained from shooing them away, instead lamenting, "These are wretched children indeed." The economy of the region could be considered among the best, providing substantial benefits to every household. However, with high rewards come significant risks. Explosives, collapses, lack of oxygen, open flames, and static electricity all pose the potential for grave accidents. These grimy children are offspring of coal miners. When adults meet with unfortunate accidents underground, mothers either flee with meager compensation or find themselves overwhelmed by the number of children, rendering the compensation insufficient to sustain them. Without able-bodied earners, how can one provide for the family? These young boys congregate at the factory entrances, scavenging for fallen coal scraps to sell to buyers, thus earning a meager profit to survive. High profits often accompany high risks. In mining areas, such families are not uncommon. The reason Chen Dali encountered so many children at the factory entrance was that the old man had always turned a blind eye to their presence, unlike others who would drive them away. Having been a coal miner himself, he felt a sense of kinship with these children. If not for the need to survive, who would scavenge under the wheels of vehicles? Alas, survival is a relentless struggle. As an elderly man, he could offer little assistance, merely pretending not to see. Otherwise, he might encounter unscrupulous individuals who would maliciously drive the children away. The two engaged in idle chatter, passing the time until nearly 2 o'clock when Dong Weiguo returned. A satisfied expression on his face, accompanied by a pungent scent of perfume that assaulted Chen Dali's senses, causing him to sneeze repeatedly. "Achoo!" Chen Dali rubbed his nose, overwhelmed by the overpowering aroma. "Is your nose malfunctioning?" he teased. Dong Weiguo, unfazed, merely retorted, "You truly have no appreciation for the finer things." After the trucks ahead had completed their loading, the workers signaled Dong Weiguo to move his vehicle for loading. Chen Dali initially thought Dong Weiguo could manage alone and intended to remain behind. However, the old man raised his gaze and gestured towards the loading area, indicating, "It's beneficial to familiarize yourself with the various types of coal." Chen Dali smiled at the old man and followed him over. The truck was weighed, and after being directed to the appropriate spot, 2 workers pushed the conveyor belt into position. Upon pressing the switch, the motor roared to life. Dong Weiguo remained silent, watching the workers load the coal while Chen Dali stepped aside to avoid hindering their work. With Dong Weiguo overseeing the loading, he chose to crouch down and examine a small piece of coal, curious to discern the difference between the long-burning coal and the type used at home. Upon touching the lump of coal, a damp sensation enveloped Chen Dali's fingers, prompting him to ponder whether it had been soaked in water. Curious and undeterred by superstition, he squeezed it firmly. Although its texture remained unchanged, it was undeniably moist. A careful examination of the adjacent coal specimens revealed a similar condition. Approaching Dong Weiguo, he handed over the damp chunk, to which Dong Weiguo, evidently seasoned in such matters, merely exchanged a knowing glance with Chen Dali and uttered 2 words, "It's nothing." As the one in charge during their journey, Dong Weiguo's intentions remained inscrutable to Chen Dali, who could only exercise restraint. Had it been someone more experienced, the circumstances would certainly have been different. The machinery, when set to work, was far more efficient than human labor. After half an hour of toil, the vehicle was filled to capacity. Weighing it on the scale revealed a discrepancy between the actual weight and that noted on the envelope. With the envelope and the receipt provided by the scale attendant in hand, Dong Weiguo entered the office, leaving Chen Dali outside. He understood that in due time, he would learn what he needed to know. There was no urgency to dispute minor details. "All right, let us tidy up and prepare to depart," Dong Weiguo remarked, waving a few sheets of paper dismissively towards Chen Dali. Taking his place in the driver's seat, Chen Dali noted that he and Dong Weiguo typically alternated every 4 hours, though they could switch earlier if fatigue set in. Once Dong Weiguo joined him in the vehicle, he tossed the papers and envelope into the drawer of the passenger seat and eagerly retrieved a handful of cash. As he organized the bills, He explained to Chen Dali that during the transport of goods, losses were expected. For instance, when hauling vegetables, prolonged delays could lead to moisture evaporation, resulting in a lighter load. A shipment that started at 1,000 pounds might only weigh 950 upon arrival due to such losses. In the course of numerous transactions, shippers were well aware of how to augment the weight of their cargo with substances like coal or sand. It was common practice for shippers to douse the goods with water before dispatch to enhance their weight and, consequently, their market value. Throughout the journey, evaporation and the jostling of travel would lead to losses borne by the sellers. The transportation process was fraught with risks, and the mere safe arrival of cargo was considered fortunate. Unless losses were egregious, most would not quibble over trifles. Moreover, the transporters were not responsible for the final delivery. It was customary to pay up front before goods were released, leaving any disputes to be settled between the buyer and seller. The practice of soaking coal to increase its weight was an open secret in the industry. Backed by governmental support, coal factories operated with boldness. To ensure drivers remained silent about such practices, it had become routine to provide them with a red envelope. Though it was Chen Dali's first experience, Dong Weiguo had not intended to disclose this information. However, once Chen Dali uncovered the truth about the waterlogged coal, the potential earnings, which could have been his alone, would now be shared between them. Chen Dali hesitated to accept the money, but Dong Weiguo, acknowledging the lack of integrity in his previous actions, directly stuffed the bills into Chen Dali's pocket. Come now, let's not be formal with each other. We have plenty of time to work together in the future. No need for such reluctance, he insisted. Two individuals entered the vehicle, and Chen Dali lowered the window to bid farewell to the elderly man. This old fellow had been around for several years. Dong Weiguo stuffed the remaining money into his coat pocket, lit a cigarette, and exhaled a puff of smoke. Chen Dali devoted his entire focus to driving, cautiously navigating the turns, remaining silent as he observed the group of children in the rearview mirror, repeating their actions from earlier that morning. All of this was merely a struggle for survival. During the loading process, the quantity of goods was not particularly precise. The coal delivered exceeded the amount previously ordered by Qiao Laoda by an additional 200 jin. Dong Weiguo took it upon himself to manage this excess. They were tasked with transporting this load of coal to the provincial city, and Dong Weiguo had to sell the surplus 200 jin en route. Otherwise, upon reaching the provincial city, the coal he had personally purchased would be absorbed into the transportation losses, making it impossible to account for later. Even if he had a valid argument, Dong Weiguo was indifferent to how much loss others incurred. He only knew that he had spent money on 200 jin of coal and must recoup that expense. Chen Dali had not received such a substantial sum and did not wish to engage in financial dealings with him. Time would reveal a horse's strength, and prolonged acquaintance would reveal a person's character. At this moment, he recognized that financial interactions with Dong Weiguo were inadvisable. The journey continued along the main road and minor paths, occasionally traversing bumpy dirt roads, just as their bones threatened to crumble from the prolonged sitting. Signs of human habitation emerged ahead. This time, Dong Weiguo was not cautious. He was eager to offload his coal. Dali, do you see that makeshift shelter at the fork in the road? Let us take a break here. Chen Dali glanced toward the spot he indicated, where a rudimentary shelter made of somewhat thicker branches stood at the roadside, furnished with a few tables and scattered stools. A large pot was set outside, and a vertical board bore the inscription, "Meals and water available." The day was still young, and with the vehicle parked here, Chen Dali felt no concern for potential mishaps. "Sir, would you like something to eat? We have water and hot meals." The couple who had set up the shelter approached as they noticed the large truck arriving, with the woman promptly inquiring, "Bring a kettle of hot water and 2 bowls of noodles," Dong Weiguo instructed before turning to Chen Dali, saying, "Brother, let me treat you to a meal." "All right, I want to be modest. I'll treat you to a better meal when we return home." Chen Dali did not contest this gesture. "Madam, do you have anyone in need of coal? I need to offload 200 jin, if you can help. I'll give you 3 yuan as a service fee." As soon as the tea was served, Dong Weiguo addressed the woman who had greeted them. 3 yuan was a considerable amount. Chen Dali earned only about 8 cents a day during unloading, which was already the laborer's wage. 3 yuan is a bit insufficient. "We do have someone looking for coal, but you have no tools here. We'll have to find our own, so you should offer a bit more for our trouble." The woman bargained with Dong Weiguo. "If you can find someone immediately, I'll give you 5 yuan. If not, we'll leave after finishing our meal." Dong Weiguo replied directly, "All right, you all eat first. I'll be back shortly." With that, the woman wiped her hands on her clothing, instructing her husband to start cooking the noodles before she departed. This woman is quite impressive. Shortly after, she arrived with a donkey cart and brought some people along. Dong Weiguo was unconcerned about how to sell or collect the money. Chen Dali was not worried at all, sparing himself the potential for misunderstanding. After finishing his meal in a rather haphazard manner, he grabbed his water flask to fetch some hot water, simultaneously clearing away the accumulated rubbish from the vehicle. The exchange was straightforward, money for goods. Neither party knew the other, and the origins of the items were of no consequence as long as there was profit to be made. Once Dong Weiguo collected the payment, he beamed as he approached the proprietress to settle the account. Chen Dali, having tidied up, promptly took his seat in the front passenger side. Before long, Dong Weiguo climbed into the car, cursing under his breath. Upon inquiry, Chen Dali discovered that the proprietress charged him 4 yuan for 2 bowls of noodles and an additional yuan for the water. What a despicable merchant. Had I known earlier, I would not have given her that 5 yuan for the goods. Dong Weiguo grumbled indignantly. This predicament stemmed from their failure to inquire about the prices beforehand. Had they known the cost of the noodles initially, they likely wouldn't have even paused to stop. After all, pork is currently priced at just over a yuan per pound. The noodles they received were scarcely worth the price, merely garnished with a sprinkle of scallions and lacking even an egg. But whom could they blame? It was Dong Weiguo's eagerness to sell that led him to inquire of anyone he came across, and naturally, the vendors would take advantage of that. This business truly offered high profit margins. While they may not have opened shop regularly, a single venture could sustain them for several days. Perhaps buoyed by the substantial earnings from transporting coal, Dong Weiguo felt rather buoyant, having a bit of pocket change. He completely disregarded his prior admonitions to Chen Dali and incessantly chattered throughout the journey, leaving Chen Dali to respond with the occasional merely to keep the conversation flowing. It must be said that their journey was remarkably smooth. They encountered no significant issues. Whenever the vehicle experienced minor troubles, Chen Dali adeptly repaired them using the toolbox he had brought along, without wasting much time. The coal economy surrounding Weikling cast a wide net, drawing in the youth from neighboring counties and towns. Although the largest coal mines in Weikling were state-controlled, numerous other sites with meager coal reserves were deemed unworthy of government investment. Thus, in addition to the official coal miners, there were also workers in the illicit mines. Essentially, all able-bodied men who could work in the mines had ventured into the coalfields. The remaining population consisted largely of the elderly, infirm, and those unable to cultivate much land, leading to vast expanses of desolation beyond Weikling. Upon leaving Weikling, the barren landscape gradually transformed into lush, verdant fields, and the sky no longer felt oppressive, instead exuding a refreshing sense of tranquility. It is often said that those who drive large vehicles tend to speak boastfully. Chen Dali had certainly witnessed this firsthand. Their earlier interactions had been brief and polite, with Dong Weiguo at least attempting to maintain a facade of decorum. However, after departing Weikling, Dong Weiguo had completely let loose. The next stop for Chen Dali and his companions, where they could replenish their supplies, was a small county town. They needed to purchase some food, refill the vehicle with fuel and water, and conduct a brief inspection of the truck's condition. This county town was modest in size and lacked the bustling vibrancy of larger cities. The streets were not particularly crowded. Dong Weiguo, having spent an extended period in the vehicle, felt the urge to stretch his legs. Brother Weiguo, Chen Dali cautioned, were transporting coal. If someone were to pilfer a piece or two, we might not even notice. It's best not to wander about. Let us wait until we deliver the cargo to the provincial capital before we explore. He emphasized the importance of not losing sight of the larger goal for the sake of trivial matters. Dong Weiguo stretched and remarked, "Youth truly has its advantages. Being cooped up in this vehicle for so long makes one long for a stroll. It feels as though my legs are no longer my own." In truth, Chen Dali felt fatigued as well, not the muscular soreness from labor, but a profound exhaustion that stemmed from both mental and physical strain. Enduring such a long drive was taxing for anyone. Once they had replenished their supplies for the journey ahead and filled the truck with fuel, Chen Dali meticulously checked the cargo area before they resumed their travels. Though some coal dust had inevitably settled in the crevices, the larger pieces of coal remained secure in the truck bed, thanks to their steady driving skills. They switched places, with Dong Weiguo taking the wheel to allow Chen Dali a moment of respite. Chen Dali took a few sips of water, stretched his stiff limbs, and seized the opportunity to lean against the passenger door for a brief nap, anticipating the bumpy terrain ahead that would surely jolt him awake. Just as Chen Dali's thoughts began to drift into a haze, the truck suddenly came to a screeching halt. Fortunately, he had buckled his seatbelt. or he would have been thrown forward by the inertia. What is happening? Chen Dali exclaimed, startled and alert. A woman was standing in front of the truck. Dong Weiguo took a deep drag from his cigarette, the filter nearly spent, and muttered under his breath, "What a reckless fool." Following his gaze, Chen Dali saw a woman in her 30s standing before them, clad in a pink long coat and typical black trousers. While her attire was commonplace, it fit her well, revealing a graceful figure. Her hair was styled in a manner typical of married rural women, with stray strands pinned back. She had delicate features, with finely arched brows and almond-shaped eyes, exuding an air of someone who lived a particularly refined life. She called out, "Comrades, could you do me a favor?" Dong Weiguo, with a playful grin, beckoned her over to the side of the truck. "What favor do you need, comrade? Could you give me a ride home? Is it possible for me to hitch a lift?" The woman inquired, glancing at Dong Weiguo and then peering inside at Chen Dali. "Of course. We would love to play the part of Good Samaritans," Dong Weiguo replied with a chuckle, "but we're rather pressed for time today. Please wait patiently." After Dong Weiguo finished his flippant remarks, he flicked the cigarette butt out of the window and pressed the accelerator to drive away. The woman nearly had her clothing scorched by the cigarette he had discarded, and in a fit of rage, she chased after him, hurling curses without regard for her dignity. However, how could a person possibly compete with a car? She was left to inhale the exhaust fumes in her futile pursuit. "Let me tell you, my friend Dali, you must avoid such inexplicable individuals on the road." Observing the woman's desperate chase, Dong Weiguo chuckled and explained to Chen Dali that this woman was either a schemer or merely attempting to flirt with the driver. After all, in a county bustling with people, why would she target a driver with an obvious out-of-town vehicle? It is hard to believe there was no ulterior motive at play. Dong Weiguo's abrasive demeanor stemmed from a past experience. When he was first learning to drive, he had been rather naive. On one occasion, in a desolate area without a village or shop in sight, he encountered a woman who appeared to be in distress, seated helplessly by the roadside. Seeing her in such a frantic state, he decided to stop and assess the situation. She claimed to have twisted her ankle and pleaded with him to drive her to her home in the nearby village. At that time, Dong Weiguo was unaware of the treachery that could lurk behind a day of need. Filled with altruistic fervor, he intended to assist her by giving her a ride home, despite it being slightly out of his way. However, as soon as he reached out to help her, a group of accomplices suddenly emerged from hiding, accusing him of misconduct. The accusation of being a rogue is a severe offense, carrying the weight of potential imprisonment, which frightened Dong Weiguo considerably. Yet, the group did not take him to the authorities. Instead, they insisted on having their village chief handle the matter. Dong Weiguo, no fool, quickly discerned that he was being ensnared in a trap. After a tense negotiation, he surrendered all the money he had on him, thus securing his release. Fortunately, his vehicle was empty at the time, being an old clunker that had seen better days. And the group seemed either uninterested in stealing a truck or simply aimed to extort a bit of cash for a swift resolution. In the end, he was not robbed of his vehicle but did endure a beating and lost 200 yuan to regain his freedom. Since he was driving alone on short distances, with no one accompanying him, he had no choice but to acquiesce. Later, he returned with his brothers to search for the perpetrators, but they found no trace of them. It remains uncertain whether the extortionists simply relocated after each job or if Dong Weiguo's large presence had frightened them away, but ultimately, the matter was left unresolved. From that point on, whenever he encountered women attempting to flag him down, Dong Weiguo became increasingly vigilant. On days when he was in good spirits, he would indulge in playful banter. On less favorable days, he would accelerate with a fierce determination, creating an atmosphere that would send the women fleeing in fear. However, he typically deceives women into secluded areas, maliciously toying with their emotions, reminiscent of the past, when he was both financially exploited and physically assaulted. Beyond the opportunistic individuals seeking extortion, there exist restless women who, aware of the wealth possessed by truck drivers, often attempt to flirt and entice them, hoping to secure a long-term benefactor for themselves. He has encountered many such women. Dong Weiguo, too, has his own romantic interests outside, but he has no intention of elaborating on this matter with Chen Dali. Although he remains uncertain of the woman's intentions, her presence unsettles Dong Weiguo's post-earnings restlessness, stirring memories of past extortions, prompting him to adopt a more cautious demeanor. The remainder of their journey unfolded smoothly, devoid of further incidents. Chen Dali and his companion drove diligently, akin to a journey to the city, arriving cautiously at the provincial capital, the final destination for the coal ore. This consignment had a designated recipient, and only upon successful verification of the goods would their task be deemed complete. The address within the envelope was somewhat obscure, indicating a warehouse specifically for coal storage. Upon arrival, they still needed to coordinate with the buyer for the inspection. Dong Weiguo meticulously adhered to the handover procedure, deliberately withholding details from Chen Dali. Chen Dali, unwilling to follow Dong Weiguo's bureaucratic lead, understood that he would eventually grasp the necessary information. Even if Dong Weiguo chose not to disclose it, he would gradually decipher it on his own. Thus, Chen Dali feigned ignorance, acquiescing to Dong Weiguo's directives, parking the vehicle as instructed. After securing the vehicle, he remained inside, awaiting Dong Weiguo's completion of the inspection formalities. Satisfied with Chen Dali's perceptiveness, Dong Weiguo remarked that he would not neglect him before hastily exiting the vehicle. It appeared that Dong Weiguo had established rapport with the recipient, their dialogue laden with familiarity. With the same envelope and note, the goods required no unloading by themselves. They simply drove to the designated spot for weighing. Following the buyer's instructions, Chen Dali parked in the unloading area, where workers would subsequently attend to the goods. Once the coal ore had been thoroughly unloaded, the workers even swept away the remnants and dust from the vehicle, leaving the trunk impeccably clean. Their diligence was commendable, given their familiarity and frequent dealings. The process was remarkably swift. After completing the necessary formalities and stamping the documents, Dong Weiguo re-entered the vehicle. Chen Dali, impressed by the meticulousness of the workers, expressed his admiration to Dong Weiguo about the thoroughness displayed. Such attention to detail is commendable, he remarked. Detail my foot, Dong Weiguo retorted. You are mistaken, brother. They are not doing this for our benefit but rather to minimize costs, leaving no scraps behind. They are exceedingly stingy. After hearing Chen Dali's praises, Dong Weiguo responded with a hint of disdain. Typically, when drivers deliver goods, they are often greeted with refreshments, perhaps a drink or a smoke. Yet this place has always been notoriously frugal, even neglecting to offer a glass of water. Despite their familiarity, the warmth was merely superficial, with a miserly approach to business dealings. Finally, having successfully completed the transportation of the goods, both Chen Dali and his companion breathed a sigh of relief. Dong Weiguo entrusted the envelope in his hand to Chen Dali for safekeeping. This was the fruit of their arduous journey together. They would later rely on it to settle their wages with old Dong. Their tense spirits were momentarily eased, as Chen Dali and his companion could finally cease their relentless driving to complete their task. How about we explore the provincial capital today, stay the night, and depart tomorrow? After indulging in a hearty meal, Dong Weiguo's whimsical ideas resurfaced. He and Chen Dali deliberated, considering that since their primary objective was accomplished, the only remaining task was to report back home. After this trip, they would at least enjoy a 2 or 3 day respite. A brief pause here would suffice, but they must set off early the next morning. The duo had scarcely slept during their urgent transportation of goods, and even the strongest among them could not endure such exhaustion indefinitely. Now that time was on their side, they welcomed the opportunity for a brief rest. Chen Dali and Dong Weiguo had been hastening day and night out of fear of their cargo being stolen or robbed along the way. With their goods safely delivered, their spirits transformed. If they were to rest for a night, it was imperative to avoid sleeping in the outskirts. The city center offered a greater sense of security. Once they resolved this, they headed directly towards the heart of the city, gravitating towards the liveliness and bustling crowds, knowing that following the throng would lead them to safety. The provincial capital boasted commendable economic development, with wide asphalt roads and orderly buildings. The pedestrians donned bright colors, their hair impeccably groomed and their attire remarkably fashionable, contrasting sharply with the drab black and gray garments of the countryside, often made from self-spun fabric and bearing outdated designs. After much deliberation on the streets, the duo finally located a guest house that met their modest expectations. Although the exterior appeared somewhat worn, it featured a spacious courtyard suitable for parking trucks. Unlike other establishments where vehicles were left precariously on the roadside, utterly devoid of security. Of course, their truck was not parked for free. They were required to pay $1 for its stay, and once the payment was made, the guest house assured the safety of the vehicle, even in the absence of its driver. Given the precariousness of their travels, Dong Weiguo, perhaps aware of certain underlying risks, paid both the parking and lodging fees to the young lady at the front desk, understanding that these expenses could be reimbursed by old Dong upon their return. Although one room would suffice for their lodging, Dong Weiguo insisted on reserving 2, prompting Chen Dali to suspect that he harbored ulterior motives, yet he chose to indulge him. After settling their belongings, Chen Dali bid Dong Weigua farewell, intending to venture out for a stroll, with plans to depart for home at 7 the following morning. Chapter 86. The department store. As Chen Dali stepped out of the guest house, the young lady at the front desk, aware of his intention to explore, cheerfully inquired whether he wished to rent a bicycle, with a deposit of 1 yuan and a daily rental fee of merely 20 cents. Since he was already planning to roam, renting a bicycle seemed a delightful idea, as it would allow for a more leisurely exploration, albeit not venturing too far. Chen Dali invested a mere 2 dimes to borrow a rather unique women's bicycle, which, despite its incessant clattering, proved to be a rather charming mode of transport. After some time, he discovered that this bicycle was, in fact, the means of transportation for a young girl at the front desk of the establishment. This enterprising young lady, with her sweet smile, had indeed mastered the art of commerce. Having earned some extra cash, she kindly reminded Chen Dali to be cautious while out and about, to beware of pickpockets, and not to linger outdoors too late. Grateful for her advice, he made a mental note and stepped outside. The bicycle, albeit unconventional, was surprisingly sturdy, even though Chen Dali's tall frame felt somewhat constrained upon it. The sound it made was incessant, yet he managed to make do with it. The guest house was conveniently located in the heart of the provincial capital, surrounded by bustling shops and mere steps away from government offices. Across the street stood a particularly opulent hotel, where most patrons arrived by car, creating an impressive display of parked vehicles. This city certainly exuded a vibrancy unmatched by others. As he stood on the bustling street, Chen Dali couldn't help but reflect on his surroundings. Despite having encountered many rare sights in his past, experiencing the daily lives of the common people filled him with a profound sense of pride, especially when considering the rapid societal advancements and economic prosperity anticipated in the coming decades. Having lived through, participated in, and witnessed these changes, he felt an overwhelming sense of accomplishment. With no particular destination in mind, Chen Dali simply wished to explore and absorb the atmosphere of the provincial capital. Riding along the pristine asphalt road, he soon attracted the attention of some elderly folks, perhaps due to his distinctly different attire or the expression on his face. "Young man, is this your first visit to the provincial capital?" An elderly gentleman called out to him. "How did you know, sir?" Chen Dali complimented the man on his keen perception, which elicited a broad smile from him. "Look around you. Besides us old folks, what young person isn't bustling with energy and purpose? You're the only one here taking your time, lost in thought." "My eyes can tell you're a newcomer," the old man remarked, speaking a truth that resonated deeply. At this hour, everyone else was either at work or attending to their children, each engrossed in their own affairs, while Chen Dali's leisurely presence made him stand out in stark contrast. Impressed by the old man's astuteness, Chen Dali took a moment to observe the crowd and couldn't help but admire the elder's insight. "Where are you from, and what brings you here?" the gentleman inquired with genuine curiosity. "I merely wish to wander about, as I've never been to the provincial capital before," Chen Dali replied. His farthest journey in a previous life had been to a remote village for his brother's wedding, leaving him feeling somewhat confined to the confines of the Chen household. "Oh, if you wish to stroll, just ride straight ahead, turn left at the first intersection, and in under 5 minutes, you'll find a large park. The scenery there is truly delightful. You must see it while you're here. The environment is splendid," the elderly gentleman enthusiastically recommended. "What do you know? Young people rarely venture to such places for romance. This young man clearly seems to be settled." The older woman beside him disdainfully rolled her eyes and remarked to the elderly gentleman, "Now that he has established a family and career, shouldn't he be more considerate of his household? Your thinking is misguided. What good is merely indulging in personal amusement? Coming to the provincial city, one ought to bring something back for the family. If you wish to buy something, you truly must visit the department store. Do you see that road? We must walk along it southward, past 3 intersections, and you will find a small 4-story building that is quite easy to recognize, bustling with people. If you go there, be sure to keep a close eye on your belongings." The elderly woman gestured in the direction while sharing this information with Chen Dali. "Thank you, sir and madam." Chen Dali expressed his gratitude. He intended to check out the department store, for he had been missing his family during his few days away. It was only right to bring back some gifts for them. "No need for thanks. We find little joy in staying at home. Even chatting with someone outside can be a pleasant diversion," the elderly woman waved dismissively. At that moment, Chen Dali realized that this elderly couple was indeed married, a fact he had not perceived at first glance. Following the directions provided by the elderly woman, he proceeded directly to his destination. The provincial city's department store was quite impressive, its 4 stories exuding a sense of grandeur amidst the street. Besides automobiles, there were also motorcycles. But what caught the eye was a neatly arranged line of bicycles at the entrance. Truly, every trade was represented here, even bicycle watchers. The charge for watching a bicycle was 5 cents, a price that astonished Chen Dali. It seemed there was a service for everything. This particular bicycle belonged to a young lady from the guest house, and losing it would certainly be troublesome. For the sake of safety, he reluctantly decided to leave it in their care. Indeed, the department store was exceptional, with all 4 floors dedicated to commerce. Upon entering, he was greeted by rows of orderly glass counters, showcasing a dazzling array of goods. Sales clerks stood behind the counters, and if a customer fancied something, the clerk would issue a ticket. After paying at the designated cash register and obtaining a stamp, the customer would return the ticket to the clerk, who would then confirm the transaction before handing over the merchandise. As Chen Dali wandered through the first floor, he found items of considerable value, such as watches, rings, and sewing machines, things often needed for weddings. Many young couples preparing for marriage were shopping on this level. Chen Dali had the intention of purchasing a watch, as not knowing the time could be quite inconvenient. The selection of watches was indeed plentiful, each neatly displayed on black velvet trays, pleasing to the eye. While they were visually appealing and he genuinely wished to buy one, inquiring about the price felt like a bucket of cold water dousing his enthusiasm. The prices were exorbitant, higher than those at the supply and marketing cooperative in his county. Shouldn't goods in the big city be more affordable? Why had the prices increased instead? Contemplating this, Chen Dali considered himself to be a humble, unpretentious fellow, no longer the flashy youth seeking to impress. Spending so much on a watch felt like a painful expense. Never mind, he thought, that money would be better saved for my daughter. The salesperson observed Chen Dali wandering back and forth, merely browsing without making a purchase, and impatiently glared at him, urging him to move aside if he could not afford to buy. The staff here seemed to possess a sense of entitlement, their disdain evident in their demeanor. Chen Dali, unfazed by the remark, was not lacking in funds to buy a watch. Rather, he was reluctant to spend such a significant amount on himself. He decided to meander to the second floor, which was filled with local specialties, all adorned in extravagant packaging, clearly intended as gifts. Who could he possibly give such items to? Purchasing them would be a frivolous waste. The third floor housed men's clothing, which Chen Dali promptly overlooked, only to arrive at the 4th floor, where women's and children's apparel was displayed. However, men were scarce on this level, and the women passing by regarded him with curious glances, as if to say, "Brother, are you in the wrong place?" After perusing the offerings, he found the styles overly ostentatious. Wearing such garments in his village would undoubtedly invite gossip. While undeniably fashionable, they were ill-suited for his rural environment. There was also a counter selling fabrics, which appeared quite appealing. Chen Dali selected 2 patterns and requested the salesperson to cut them to his desired dimensions. Perhaps due to the lack of customers at the fabric counter, the salesperson was exceedingly polite. After inquiring about his daughter's age, height, and weight, she enthusiastically recommended a white fabric with blue flowers, stating it would be ideal for a long skirt. Chen Dali promptly asked for a receipt. "Thank you, my friend. Please issue the invoice now. Just add a bit more to the measurements you mentioned earlier to avoid any shortages later." "Of course. Would this size work for you?" "This will be suitable for making a skirt," the salesperson indicated on the fabric. "Yes, that will do. Your fabric prices are quite reasonable, and the variety is impressive." Watches, however, are another matter. They're far more expensive than those sold in our county, Chen Dali remarked. "Our watch styles are the latest, some are imported, hence the higher prices. If you're not particular about brands, there's a small stall on the 1st floor where an elderly gentleman repairs watches. He might have some second-hand ones. Feel free to check it out if you're interested," the salesperson suggested while processing the invoice. "Thank you very much. Whether new or old. As long as I can tell the time, it's fine. Even an old one is better than none." Chen Dali replied as he hurried to pay for the fabric and rushed downstairs to find the place the salesperson had mentioned. No wonder Chen Dali had not noticed it earlier. The small stall was tucked away in a little recess beneath the staircase on the 2nd floor, blending into its surroundings. He searched for quite some time before finally spotting it. The stall's owner was a distinguished-looking gentleman, though his long-term confinement in that cramped space had caused him to stoop slightly. Upon noticing Chen Dali's approach, he greeted him. "Hello there. Are you looking to repair a watch?" "No. Good sir. Do you have any second-hand watches for sale?" Chen Dali examined the uncle's assortment of repair tools. then glanced at the glass display case outside the stall, filled with watches yet to be repaired. He promptly inquired about them. Indeed, there were watches. The uncle set aside the watch face he had been polishing, took a few steps, and bent down to retrieve a ceramic plate from beneath the glass counter, where various watches were neatly arranged. You managed to find your way here, which suggests you are aware of my policy. I never accept stolen goods. These watches are defective, sold to me by those unable to repair them. I'm in them myself, so feel free to choose, the uncle said before returning to his work. To Chen Dali's astonishment, these watches bore no visible signs of having been repaired. If paired with their original boxes, they could easily be mistaken for new. His knowledge of watches was scant. In his previous life, he could hardly afford such luxuries. As his daughter grew up, she had only encountered plastic digital watches, having little understanding of which brands were reputable. Chen Dali cautiously picked up a stainless steel watch and asked the uncle, "How much for this one?" The uncle glanced up briefly and replied, "This watch had a shattered glass face, and the gears inside were broken, rendering it non-functional. I replaced those myself. If you fancy it, I can let it go for 20 yuan. My goodness, the price left Chen Dali utterly astounded. Just moments ago, he had seen new watches starting at 1 or 200 yuan, and he had inquired about an imported watch that the salesperson had quoted at over 300. The disparity was staggering. Noticing Chen Dali's silence, the uncle assumed he was hesitant and added, "I have been repairing watches at this department store for quite some time. Any watch I repair comes with a lifetime warranty. You need not worry about quality." "Ah, I am merely deliberating on which one to choose." "I have complete faith in your craftsmanship," Chen Dali remarked while meticulously inspecting the details of the watches. The uncle's skill was indeed commendable. Most of these timepieces bore no traces of wear, indicating meticulous care. Chen Dali's praise brought a fleeting smile to the uncle's face, though it vanished just as quickly. For artisans cherish the recognition of their expertise. Do not overlook the 2 pocket watches beside the steel ones. They are splendid pieces as well. Their issues are minor. Merely ones others could not resolve, which is a pity, the uncle recommended. Chen Dali picked up a pocket watch attached to a string, designed with a simple push mechanism for opening. Its intricate engravings depicted lush grapevines on one side and plump pomegranates on the other, and it felt surprisingly weighty in his hand. However, the string seemed utterly mismatched, detracting from the watch's elegance. Reluctant to set down such a finely crafted item, Chen Dali realized that this exquisite piece was something his wife, Zhou Yin, had never even seen in her lifetime. After much deliberation, he chose this pocket watch along with 2 stainless steel watches, all mechanical, and each recommended by the uncle, appearing as pristine as new. The gentleman exudes an artisan aura, seemingly indifferent to the allure of wealth. When Chen Dali offered him money, he even brushed aside the change, and before departing, he instructed Chen Dali to return if he found any issues with the watch, promising to repair it at any time. The combined price of the 3 watches was still less than that of a single new one. The pocket watch, crafted from silver, commanded a slightly higher price, while the 2 steel-strapped mechanical watches together were insufficient to cover the cost of a new watch's change. Chen Dali had initially brought only a modest sum of money. It was not that Zhou Yin prohibited him from carrying more. As it was his first long journey, he was uncertain about what to expect. Carrying excess cash would merely invite trouble, a folly he was unwilling to entertain. He had not touched a single cent of the money previously allocated to him by Dong Weiguo. Every expenditure was from his own funds. He had made up his mind to keep the exquisite silver pocket watch for Zhou Yin, as it would be quite inconvenient to lack a timepiece at home. In the future, he could add a silver chain to it, transforming it into a fine piece of jewelry. He decided to retain one of the steel-strap watches for himself, while the other would be sold. Given its pristine appearance, showing no signs of wear and tear, it would certainly attract buyers, especially at such a reasonable price. Concerned about the possibility of losing his possessions, Chen Dali secured the 2 watches in his hands, wore the pocket watch around his neck with its chain, and discreetly tucked it beneath his clothing, thus avoiding the attention of potential thieves. Content. He rode away on his bicycle,